I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, it's far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know Delilah? I see your
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Blood, sweat, tears, poured out to what seems like the performance of a lifetime. These names and faces are ready to put on a show. 8 challengers have come up to the stage, and we are very lucky to have front row seats. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It's only been 3 days since the Battle of Supremacy began, yet we've already had our fair share of surprises. Whopping 2-0s, 8 overtimes, and the comeback of the century. Let's talk about all of that over here on the Updraft. Hello everyone, my name is Likeable, and yes, I am the freshest face on this panel, which is why I'll have to rely on these 2 handsome gentlemen with me to show me the ropes. Fluffy and G10, fill me in a little bit with what I've been missing out on. Fluffy, what has been the highlight of the past 3 days for you?
For me, I think it's the return of form for Team Secret, who I think we'll be seeing later on today. They had a shaky stage 1, but coming into stage 2 with their bootcamp buff and a bunch of new tactics that we haven't seen before. Yesterday, they even brought up the Fade against Oasis Gaming. So it's the type of form that you expect them to see them in, and with no excuses coming into this tournament, it looks like they're going for a commanding lead.
Gonna be very interesting. I'm sad that I kind of missed out on all of that Fade action, but I'm sure you enjoyed it as the Fade expert on the show. But anyway, G10, what have been your highlights for the past 3 days?
Well, a couple of the highlights that I've had were, you said it, the 8 overtime map we had in SBE versus, what's it called? SBE versus Team Secret, yeah. So the first map, absolute banger, which was just back and forth and back and forth. But these are yesterday's highlights of Team Secret and Oasis. Another thing, though, was RRQ coming into form yesterday for me, I think was a very big highlight. They really kind of showed what they got versus SBE, then, almost kind of decimated them in the third map.
It's been crazy. It's been a crazy couple of games indeed. And yesterday, look at these highlights. Team Secret just showing off that bootcamp buff, rather. And, with a bootcamp buff, there we go. We have the boys over here screaming. It must feel good to really celebrate together in one boot camp. Now, there is a boot camp buff, however, there is also a Friday the 13th debuff, and it was quite unfortunate that unforeseen circumstances affected the SBE versus RRQ match. However, the game still went on. And Fluffy, I want to ask you, what do you think about how it all went down after that?
I feel like it's tough for SBE and RRQ because the series, I think, lasted a bit longer than what SBE expected, but they tried their best to really pull through, but unfortunately, I don't think it was enough.
That was a really close game, though. Like, we would have loved to see more action go down during that game. But let's move on to the last game yesterday, which was the game that brought big smiles to the boys from Bren. G10, the game versus Naos. Bren has been popping off even more during this game. And I want to know what you think is going to go down for Bren for the rest of the series.
Honestly, Bren has been, it looks like they've been back to form. It looks like they're really gelling together as a team. They were able to take down Naos yesterday, which is no small feat at all. They just look very on point. Javi 8K, he was looking really, really good. Look at this, the Brent HQ as well. We saw a little bit of Ishan as well.
Around.
Very excited.
some very, very excited Brent players. And I'm also excited to see what they have for us this season because, the Brent roster is very, very different than the one that was supposed to be sent to Berlin. That one is now Team Secret. But the new Bren boys really look like, they're stepping up to the plate. They're giving the Bren name some justice.
Yes, I feel like at this point, teams have kind of like fully adjusted. The first stage jitters are kind of out of the way at this point. But these highlights, the series highlights, would not have been possible, of course, if it weren't for our sponsors. So first and foremost, we'd like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
Secondly, we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber on the $29.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
VCT 2022 is also brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new Tough-F15 powered up by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the the Tough-F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT2022 or there'll also be linked in the comments, I think, down below. So click that if you want to for more information about the Tough-F15.
Ooh, that sounds like a mouthful, but it's just the beginning of the panel. We still have a lot to talk about, guys, and I'm very excited to take a look at what's about to boil down for today. We've got exciting series up ahead. We've got exciting matches that we are about to witness, but now we're going to be looking at the other tournament broadcast that we can witness here. Over here, we can see that the lovely Terror and Honeyglaze will be casting over at the Filipino broadcast. You guys can check out the websites here, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCT or facebook.com/PPGLGG, as well as the other websites you guys can see here. And later on, for the English broadcast, I believe that Dax and Black and Blue will have an amazing time casting today's games. So take a look at all of these websites and take your pick, guys. Yeah. Guys, I just want to say, first and foremost, happy birthday or belated happy birthday to Terror. Read her in the chat if you haven't already. Again, I wasn't here yesterday, but I'm trying to sneak in my birthday greeting to Terror as well. But now let's move on to the tournament format. As we all know, this is a single round robin, meaning all teams will only face each other once, with a series being a best of 3. The top 6 teams will also advance to the playoffs and take home the prize of $30,000 US. That's a lot of money. But, Fluffy, we've discussed this in the past, but I want to know, what do you think, or how do you think the tournament format has been affecting the players so far?
I feel like since you only get one shot to really prove yourself against a certain team, and you're going to play so many different teams, aside from mainly focusing on working on yourself and strengthening that bond that you have as a team, we see already recently with the current games that we had yesterday and the day before that the teams that have really honed into their own identity are the teams that are succeeding. We saw Bren, who in stage one was kind of shaky at times, but now it seems like they already confirmed the identity that they have and they are able to play off their teammates much more. Same with Oasis Gaming. And now my question is for the next one, if APH can do that as well.
Ooh, APH is gonna be a very interesting adversary for later on. Let's take a look at the what's gonna be flashing on our screen right now. It's very exciting. Woo! Yeah.
Oh,
I can
these
feel
are
the music.
standings.
Yes. Our standings are ready. And as we can see here, Bren Esports and Team Secret are on the top. Now, G10, what can you say about the rest of the matches or like the rest of the teams? How have they been faring throughout this tournament? Are the standings what you expected them to be, or are you a little bit surprised?
I am a little bit surprised, I would say, by South Built being in number 6. As you guys know, in stage 1, South Built kind of cleaned the floor with everyone else. They were the best in VCT at the time. And now, because of, either a series of unfortunate events or, a little bit, you may call it a little bit of a curse, maybe a little bit of a pattern starting to form here for SBE. Seems like they can't seem to win those map 3s, but hopefully that will be broken. Naos as well, I didn't expect to see 0-2 at the moment, but considering that they're going to be facing up against Bren later, I don't think that's going to improve for today at least. RRQ, Action PH 1-1, so as well as Oasis Gaming. Very solid considering that they've only had 2 games each. It's a 50-50 win rate, but Team Secret and Bren Esports, I did kind of expect them to be up there, especially Team Secret. Bren I would have thought would have been number 3, but it's we've only had 2 games in. It's a little bit too early to tell where these teams are going to solidify, but definitely Team Secret deserves to be up there.
Right, and to add on what G10 mentioned, like I think what Dax said also yesterday, this bracket is looking like the bracket that you expected on stage 1. So coming into stage 2, Team Secret and Bren Esports leading it, Oasis Gaming and RRQ in the middle of the pack. So for me, the danger zone is really the bottom 4 teams, as after group stages, 2 of these teams will be eliminated. So Naos Esports as well as Alpha Esports Pro really have to step up this week.
Ooh, that's going to be very interesting to see. Naos, Alpha. We're going to be seeing the Alpha game coming up next. Oh, wait, no. It's Action PH, rather. I got a little bit confused.
Yes.
It's all of the A's and the letters. But yeah, Alpha Esports will be coming up later versus Naos. But let's take a look at the matches that we have here. G10, it's already hot. Like the temperature, the weather right now, it's just very, very hot. But what do you think is the game that's going to make it hotter for all of us?
I think the hottest game is going to actually be Game 3, Secret versus RRQ. Now, RRQ, we've talked about it before quite a bit. They are kind of a Franken team that has some of the best players of Valorant in the Philippines, and they kind of all were melded together to form RRQ. Now, can that beat the tried and tested teamwork from Team Secret, or is Team Secret going to dismantle them like they have been throughout the stage to the some of the strongest teams out there? I think we're going to be seeing that answer. But what I want to see very first is exactly the first match, SBE versus Action PH. I want to see SBE get a little bit of good news here. I'm not saying that I want Action PH to lose, but SBE has just been on an unlucky trend. Would be nice to see them have a little bit of a good tide today.
Right, and to add on what G10 mentioned about the last game, which I also think is going to be the most exciting and most hyped game for today, RRQ versus Team Secret. A fun fact that a lot of people might not necessarily know about these 2 teams, but both of these teams came from the open qualifier, and this is the revenge for Team Secret if they can make it, because this is the team where RRQ actually dropped TS to the lower bracket during the open qualifier. So
Oh.
now that both teams are in the group stages, this game will show if the new team secret that did play in open qualies is still the same one today, or if they've improved on that, because they really need to get the win as they are at the forefront of the competition.
I'm excited to find out how the matches are going to turn out. And yes, as the same as you guys, I'm very excited to see how the Team Secret versus RRQ match is going to go down. But other than that, all of the matches today, I'm pretty sure, are going to make us sweat. It is incredibly hot. It's going to get hotter and a lot sweatier here. So I'm advising all of the viewers that we have right here to sit back, relax, get a drink, and enjoy the show. VCT Stage 2 will be right back.
From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me. Generations pull up. Look how things will switch. People there quick. Now they want to move on the bitch. Boy wanna go to a bitch. Nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my van. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Gotta bad hum, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. First up today is Southbuilt Esports versus Action PH. Now, G10, I just got to ask you what your initial thoughts are on this matchup.
I was muted, but
I could read your lips. I understood everything.
Yes, I hope you guys understood what I was saying. But if you didn't, if you didn't happen to catch it, I was just saying that SBE have had a rough couple of days, rough couple of matches, especially getting 13-0'd on Haven by Team Secret. So today, I fully expect them to be, raring at the bit. They just want to absolutely come in and demolish Action PH just to get their groove going, to get their momentum up a little bit, just because they've been a little bit frustrated the past couple days. So I do expect to see a little bit more gigil, coming from SBE.
Mm-hmm.
I can imagine that the Giggle is going to come out today. Let's take a closer look at South Built Esports. This is one of the teams that we're all looking out for, especially with their performance during Stage 1. South Built Esports, let's go. Again, this is the team that was the front runner for Stage 1. And yesterday, they got a taste of their first series loss here at Stage 2. So what do you think that means, G10?
Well, for South Built, I do think that, they need to have a little bit of a bounce back today. I think that they've just had a little bit of a rough one, honestly, unlucky with some of the things that they've been trying in their strat book, but it doesn't mean that they're washed or they're out of out of contention for the playoffs. No, this is still an incredibly strong team. You got some very, very cracked players. We saw Ja drop, I think, a 40 bomb. I think it was in the game versus, or in the match versus Team Secret in one of the matches, or in one of the games there. I think the first map. So this is a very, very capable team. They just haven't had the best run of luck for the last couple of days. It is kind of the SBE group stage form that we're seeing right now. Of course, they'll get the playoff stage later, but for now, they do need to kind of get some points going. You can't afford to lose every single game in the playoffs. So fortunately, they're going to be going up against Action PH. Flippy, who's a new acquisition of SBE, was in APH for a little bit. So he may know some things about the team that will give SB an edge here.
It's going to be exciting to see. And we're going to be looking at their opponent, which is Action PH. And I'm really excited how we're going to put into action what G10 just said, rather. So how is Flippy going to fare against Action PH? So let's take a look at this team. With the esports poses in line over here, you know that Action PH is really down for action. Fluffy, I want to know, we've known Action PH to have a really strong Georgie Eman combination, but have they shown signs of showing new strats throughout the stage 2?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Action PH is the team that faltered since day one against Oasis Gaming, but it looks like they reignited that fire, getting that 2-0 commanding lead against Alpha Esports yesterday. Hopefully, we see more of that innovation that you mentioned today, Laika, and we have a lot of hope for that because this is one of the teams that brought out Fade for the first time. So hopefully, we see more things that are new. Obviously, they have that core of Georgie, and Eman on the team. But with the additions of a Batman and the Doctor to the new roster, it seems like there's a lot of hope for this team so far. If the map bans or map drafts go into a strong bind or haven, I think it's very good for Action PH.
To add to what Fluffy's saying, I think, Georgie has always kind of been like the IGL, the leader for the squad. But with the addition of the Doctor, we kind of heard that he gives an extra layer of instruction there, or an extra layer of analysis mid-round, so that they have a little bit more brain power in Action PH, and I think that was pretty key to what we saw in their victory yesterday versus Alpha Esports Pro, because they weren't just relying on the frags. Obviously they got a lot of frags, it's still Action PH, but
Yeah,
they were
that's gonna
a little
be-
bit more concentrated.
Yeah, exactly. The frags are there, the concentration is there, but now we're going to be taking a look at the head-to-head matchup. We've seen these players put to the test, but who is going to be on the player spotlight that we should all look out for?
It's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check it out in our head-to-head. I think
I think it's coming up, but right now the head-to-heads that we are seeing are my head, Fluffy's head, and G10's head.
That's head-to-head, so that's better than 2 at least.
You've got Aziz and Ryu. So, Fluffy, what can you say about the 2 players that we have here? The stats are in, and yeah, go ahead.
I mean, Ryu, he's played a lot of different agents in the past, that controller-ish role. He flexed on that initiator role as well. He is the player that brought out the Fade, so I'm a very, very big fan of that agent if they can play with to their strengths. A very adaptive player indeed, and if he can get rolling, he can really allow the other players on his team to shine, because there's one thing to have that core of Emma and Georgie, but they aren't allowed to move as freely as they can without players like Ryu, the Doctor, and a Batman to really support them.
Yeah, but on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, we got Aziz, who has been very, very solid, for South Built Esports, even though, they did lose their last 2 games. The performance was still there from the team. The performance was still there from Aziz, who was just kind of a cornerstone of the team, when they need that raise, when they need that KO, Aziz is there. He's just a very, very dependable cornerstone of SBE, no matter what he does play. Although it's nice that we see them, SBEs feel a lot of different ages, because from what I've heard from from Black and Blue about how SBE play, a lot of them are just flex players, so they kind of just see what works or who wants to play what, apparently.
Yes, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the team compositions are going to play out. Now, the last team, I think the last time that we saw these 2 teams face each other was during VCT Stage 1, if I'm not mistaken, where SBE beat them at the lower bracket. Do you think that history will repeat itself, or will APH be the better team? G10.
All right, so I have bet against SBE once, and I lost. I bet for them once, and I lost again.
Is that the G10 curse?
You know what? It might just be. I was asking yesterday if I was cursed, because I up to yesterday I didn't have any predictions, but now I have one. I have 1 win, but today I'm gonna add a second because I'm predicting SBE here.
Well, I think for me, I'm going to go the opposite way. I'm going to put my bets onto Action PH for this one. I really like the way that they're playing right now. And when you look at the opposing side, SBE, they're back in the trenches. They really have to dig deep through this tough competition, really. They had to slog through a couple of tough series previously. Although they did show their individual brilliance, they unfortunately kind of fell short in closing out the game. So if they can't do that today, it's going to be big trouble for this team throughout the entire tournament, if anything. We already know that they're proven champions. Like what Laika mentioned, last stage they did beat this team, APH, but with the recent changes in 2 of their players and a bit different and more dynamic play style, I don't know how that's going to affect this match. I think it's something that both the in-game leaders of both teams really have to put in consideration.
Yeah, but I do gotta just give a mention, a little bit again of Flippy being a little bit more familiar with Action PH's maybe strats and things that they like to do. on, because he was part of the team for a little bit. So as we look into the map vetoes, I do want to question, whether or not that's going to be a big help to SBE, because I do think it's going to be a huge factor.
Let's take a look at the map vetoes over here. As G10 said, Fluffy, initial thoughts on the map bans and picks.
So we have Fracture locked in for our first game, Icebox for the second, and our decider map will be split. Fracture on the pick for Action PH, I feel like it's a good map for them. They're good at running these explosive compositions where especially they can run a lot of these good initiators. In my opinion, I think that Fade is one of those initiators. I'm a big Fade fan, if it's not very apparent.
Yes,
it is very apparent.
It's very apparent.
Fade is very good on maps that you can play other agents with concusses and like things like Raze, etc. So a map like Fracture might lean towards APH. For Icebox, I'm very interested for this one, as we've seen the SBE change a bit from a lot of their compositions, a lot more innovation coming out from them. They really proved last time that they played Icebox in this tournament that with their utility-based comp, Duelist is just a mindset.
Yes. When you have a chamber, Duelist is just a mindset.
What about you, G10? What are your thoughts on what compositions rather can we expect on your end? Like, what do you think is gonna pop up today?
That's a hard one. I don't know like the Fracture meta. I haven't seen a lot of it personally. So I'm gonna skip Fracture, but I do think that it's a power pick from APH. They wouldn't have picked that if they didn't think that they could run SBE around it. For Split and Icebox, I think it's going to be a lot more standard, maybe double Duelists coming in for APH for a couple of these maps. They do love their aim duels, and that may be a little bit of a strength, could be a weakness depending on how prepared SBE is to deal with them today. But SBE, I think, as Fluffy said, they may be looking for a little bit of creativity here, maybe try to get them out of this rut that they're in with their compositions. So I am excited to see a Fade coming out as well, as Fluffy is
very helpful.
Kind of crossing his fingers.
We're trying to satisfy his need to see more Fade action. Fluffy, do you have anything to add to what G10 just said?
Yeah, to add, I think that Split is one of those maps that when you pick it as a decider is really favoring, at least historically, for the defender side. So unless you're like Team Secret, who's very prepared going into it, like as they showed against Oasis Gaming yesterday, if you don't have any good strategies as the attackers on Split, the map becomes very hard. And to add what G10 was saying about Fracture, hopefully it's, like I mentioned, maybe it's a bit of hopium, but if the Fade does come out, then hopefully they put a bit of that tactical terror into the hearts of SBE, because it is a very good map for Fade with all those close angles. The Prowler is very useful there. How they slot it into the composition is more important, and how they play around it is going to be my question.
That's going to be very interesting to witness later on. Now, pace-wise, how do you think the games are going to go down? After all, SBE was known to be more patient, and on the other hand, we know APH to be the more aggressive team when it comes to play styles.
That's a good question, actually, Fluff.
Well, for me, SBE, like you mentioned, is I guess if you compare the PH scene to other scenes like CIS scene, they're the more closer to that region. They have that slow, methodical play style. They play on timings. They have good positioning and good crossfires that they set up. The problem is when you have a formation that's so organized, something random, you put that RNG element, if APH suddenly bursts into their defenses, it might leave a big crack in their defenses and will allow APH to take over. So for the overall series, I think this is going to be more of APH setting the tone and pace of the game, and SBE learning how to adapt. But if SBE does hold their ground against APH, it's APH's tactical fallback that they have to rely on, how they pause, how they adjust, which, although they can do as a team, hasn't necessarily been their strength in the past.
Yeah, to add to that, just that point that Fluffy made, SBE, they are incredibly patient. So when they do take the attacker side, they do tend to run it down a little bit to make their opponents use, some utility to try to block them, and then they really try to set up the perfect take before they go in. And sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes when they take, they take a little bit to clear the site and they don't actually get the plant. But that's just SBE. They like to be very, very prepared, very tactical, have long rounds. Now, Action PH, what I'm looking for in their defender side is whether or not they're going to use some of that trademark aggression to try to bring the fight over to SBE a lot of the time, because SBE, they're going to have these crossfires, they're going to have these setups. If one person's speaking mid, the other person's speaking, say, cat or something, there's always going to be somebody in SBE who can trade you off. So I want to see if the aggression will pay off from SBE from APH in their defender rounds, or is the slow and steady method of SBE something that can bring them the victory today.
I'm looking forward to the tug of war action that's going to be happening between these quite opposite teams. But for now, guys, the action is about to start. So casters, it's all up to you. Take it away.
Magandang umaga, Pilipinas! We're finally back here into another day in the group stages dito sa VCTPH Stage 2. You're here with me today, Honey Glazy Didawali, at kasama ko ngayon si Terror. Ang magandang umaga na maihandog natin ngayon. Dahil kaka-birthday lang syempre ng ating favorite caster here for
Nakarating na ba
VCT?
yung handa na pinadala ko sa'yo, Honey Glaze? Masyado kang mabait para sa araw na ito. Pero welcome sa panibagong araw na naman ng VCT. Nandito na naman tayo para panoorin yung aksyon na mapapanood at makikita natin para sa araw na ito. And speaking of action, yun na nga yung unang team na maglalaban para sa araw, no? It is gonna be Qeon PH versus Southbuilt Esports. Last time we've seen them, Southbuilt Esports, unfortunately, nagkaroon sila ng konting problema when it comes to their match with RRQ. Pero ito na yung redemption time for the side of Southbuilt Esports. Another new day and another new trial para sa kanila.
Nakita ko dito sa mga resulta, Taylor, na nagkaroon na ng tagpuan dito ang Action PH at ang Southbuilt Esports. Unfortunately for Action PH, hindi ito naging maganda sa kanila. It was a lower bracket finals nung stage 1 and we gotta give it all to Southbuilt Esports. Pero yun na nga, nasabi natin dito na Action PH, simula ng mga previous days natin here in the group stages, nag-iinit na sila. Simula nung kahapon na naka 2-0 sila laban sa Alpha Esports, will it be the same here in our map of Fracture? Dahil ngayon, mukhang kampante na sila sa ating mga agent selection, Neon and Erase pick between our teams right now.
So ito pa lang yung unang team para sa araw na to. And guys, for today, we have, if I'm not mistaken, 3 sets of series of matches na pwedeng panoorin. So this is the first time, of course, we are seeing and heading into right now sa Fracture, ang unang mapa na pinili nga ngayon ng APH. Gaya ng sabi ng panel natin, no, we might expect na, kumbaga, duelist is just in the mind kung maglalabas ka rin naman ng mga chamber. But looking at agent picks, agent selection for respective teams na meron tayo dito, they picked up on the Neon. And I'm not quite sure kung sa side to ng SBE o sa side ng Qeon, no? But they picked up the KO, they picked up the Brimstone, they picked up Neon, Chamber, and Breach. Ang dami mong pwedeng bulagin yan. At the same time, you can move fast as well sa tagal ng smoke ng Brimstone tsaka yung movement ng isang Neon.
Yeah, yesterday we had a perfect play from Ren Esports dito sa mapa ng Fracture between their double duelist setup na meron na silang Jet, meron pa silang Neon. So imagine yung mga wombo combo play sila just to get inside the site at hindi ito mapanindigan kaagad ng Alpha Esports. But yet again, this is a map na hindi pa nalalaruan ng Alpha Esports at ng SBE. So I'm very curious kung paano nangyari yung ating map dito sa the very moment dahil ang last 2 maps natin is Icebox, very well in favor of SBE dahil nakakuha nga sila dito ng duelist mindset kahit wala silang mismong duelist in the map of Icebox. Pero syempre, balikan natin dito ang lineup nila in which they are having here the double controller setup naman. Kung bulag dito sa SBE, pang-control at pang-retain lang ng vision nila dito with the use of the smokes dito ng Astra and ng Brimstone. So, kanino nga ba tayo papabor dito? I'm going for Action PH since yesterday, doon pa lang natin nakita yung pagpa-pop off nila between Georgie and even have the other players na nakakapag-enable sa kanya.
I honestly think that this might go on the side of SBE basing on statistics, no? And from yesterday's match, I assume na mas ano sila ngayon, mas gutom sa panalo ang SBE ngayon. And on the other half, kung sisilipin natin previous 5 matches that they've been together here in VCTPH, all the time those 5 matches were Southbuilt Esports time and time again won every single match or every single series na meron tayo. So, it just goes to show na ang laking factor dito ng Southbuilt Esports, and they are the champions from the previous stage before we head into this new stage. And at the same time, mas gutom silang manalo, and on the other hand, hindi pa rin natatalo ng APH yung Southbuilt Esports. Kumbaga, ito na yung time to prove me wrong kung sakasakali, and to prove everyone wrong na mas malakas na sila ngayon, and they can go up against one of the champions and one of the top teams here in the Philippines as well.
Meron nga tayo stats dito na makakapagsabi na APH has been running out short laban sa Southbuilt Esports. Pero syempre, it all boils down to the fact yung sa mga efforts sila dito sa mga nagiging strategy nila pagdating sa mapa na ito. And this is the first time that we will be seeing them go in this game. At katulad nga ng sinabi natin kanina, Terror, nako, napakalaking panlulumo nito for Action PH from the previous stage dahil sobrang lapit na nilang makatapat dito, makakuha ng slot in the grand finals nung stage 2, and this time around, yun na nga no, redemption arc for Action PH, pero SBE, as the stats say, it's a 5-on-5 win laban sa Action PH. So let's see kung yun pa rin ba ang mangyayari dito. And yeah, as you mentioned, sana ma-prove to us ng Action PH na kaya nilang paliin dito yung sistema na magdo-dominate lang sa kanila dito. Sina assist, there's also Papi Chulo, but I'm leaning towards and the advantage kasi dito nila dyan na makakapagbigay siya ng mga overwhelming holds as they are the ones defending in the map of Fracture.
True, and this is like you said, no, map like Fracture. Pinili ito ng Action PH. It can be also their pocket picks because when you look at stats as well on their side, they played this a total of 6 times. They only won 2 times in those 6. So, ibig sabihin, mababa pa yung statistics kung tutuusin pagdating sa map selection ng APH. And this can be prepared. Malay natin, tinatago talaga nila to, yung mapa na Fracture natin against SBE, knowing that they are the first to pick this map away from them. And pocket strats like that and pocket picks like that can surprise the enemy. Kaya naman na isang napaka-importante para sa side ng APH dito is first to get that game number 1. Because getting and securing this game number 1 specifically kapag map pick mo rin, it just gains you an advantage as well as a series point. And also, kahit sa game number 2, kahit makuha pa rin ng SBE, at least you are still secured for that game number 3 na mangyayari. So, napaka-importanteng laro nito ngayon for APH against SBE.
Ang hilig nila sa mga komplikadong mapa, Taylor, no? We have Icebox on the next one dahil it's been a good time for SBE na makapag-dominate doon sa mapa na yon. Pero yun na nga, they need to have the security here in the map of Fracture na dapat din sila makapag-kontra dito laban sa Action PH. Action PH, I gotta see their respective stats here in their system na kaya talaga nilang makuha yung ganong klaseng momentum na sila mismo yung makakapagbigay ng magandang momentum, ng magandang pacing in the game. And once na mabigyan talaga nila dito, Georgie lang din talaga yung makapagbigay ng open up space here for the rest of the members, controlling in the site at makakuha sila ng mga pick-ups dito. On the other hand, maganda kasi dito yung mga retake na laging na-execute dito ng Southbeat Esports. So, it just goes to show na talagang may ibubuga ang mga teams once they change in the sides. Action PH as the ones attacking, tapos retakes naman for Southbuilt Esports. So, there's a lot of curiosities na pwede nating dito makita in this game and in this series, lalo na dito sa group stages natin, they're just going up in one single elimination format.
Sana hindi ma-Friday the 13th. Tapos na ang Friday the 13th para sa side ng SBE eh. So ngayon nag-aantay pa rin tayo of course para sa first map natin. Since napag-usapan naman na rin natin yung statistics on the side of Action PH, no? I jumped in as well and dived in sa stats naman ngayon ng SBE. I have never seen them play Fracture and the stats is right. There are no Fracture maps on VLR kung sisilipin natin, guys. And this is a make or break for Action PH because they also don't know quite they're not also quite aware and there's not much VODs or nothing at all na VODs na pwedeng panoorin dito on how SBE plays. So we all don't know yet kung ano ba ang capabilities dito ng isang SBE team and kung isa rin ba to sa pocket picks nila. Kasi hanggang ngayon, pati sa Game Changers, binaban pa rin tong Fracture.
Dito na natin makikita kung ano ba talaga yung statement ng mga teams na ito na kahit wala silang past here in Fracture, they can still have their winning conditions. At yun na nga yung magiging uplead dito ng SBE na wala kaming nalaro dito here in Fracture, so wala kayong maaaral kung ano ba yung mga agents namin, kung paano ba kami mag-play, kung ano yung mga rounds na kaya naming i-take at yung kaya naming i-reserve to win out this map. But yet again, we are just leaning towards in the line-up pa lang din dito ng ating mga agents that we have here at Qeon. And I think between Qeon and Raze, parang mas pumapabor kasi ako dito with Qeon na may mga surprising factors tayo dito with those lies na pwede siya makapag-disengage immediately. At compared naman dito sa isang Qeon, meron naman ding mga utilities dito ang Raze to clear out those angles and those corners. And even in the site, dahil may mga showstopper siya dito and there's also those boombot na pwedeng maging gabay dito ng ilang mga members na rin to clear out and even commit into a site. Pero just goes to show kung ano ba yung magiging synergy nila, yung commitment nila, and even have their communication, since ito yung mga factors na sobrang makakapagbigay na magandang synergy and even have a win dito sa ating series.
They also have two play styles here kung sisilipin natin, no? May breach on the side of Action PH, if I'm not mistaken, kung tama man yung hula natin kasi walang nakalagay na logo sa likuran nila. Pero basing on the sides, if APH or whomever the team has that breach, and then yung kalaban nila is KO. There's two types of initiators that we are looking at right here. There's no fade that can be seen. But on the other hand, focusing down or boiling down dito sa dalawang initiators natin, ano ba mga utilities na meron na kayang i-shut down yung players dito? On the defense side, if you have that KO knife na hindi na siya shut down, and this can be totally suppressing for the side of SBE kung sakasakali. Because in that sense, you can't clear out the angles any longer kung sakasakali man because you're canceled out by the KO. Hindi mo magagamit yung utilities na meron ka. On the other hand, para naman sa side dito ng sa kanang side, on the red side, yung breach natin, may concuss naman yan, which is very important knowing that the Fracture is a map very small na kayang-kayang abutin yung buong A site, buong B site nung ultimate, which is yung Rolling Thunder. So ang daming factors to consider. Aside from that, who is the better initiator in this specific map? KO nga ba o breach? Malalaman naman natin yan once na magtapat na tong dalawang teams and how they will be able to utilize those skills and utilities. Kasi once na ma-shutdown ka talaga ng KO, napakahirap ng umentry lalo na kung hindi ka makaskill.
Exactly. Yun yung magiging problem dito ng Raze, no? Especially once na masuppress siya, there will be no satchels, no boombots to clear out those corners. At nakikita ko rin nga na kapag meron kang breach and Raze na line up dito in your team, parang pwede mo magamit dito yung combo plays ni Eman and even have here the doctor na yung mga fault lines niya yung magiging opening dito for Eman to just flight inside the site. So now, finally, makakapasok na nga tayo dito in game number 1, leaning towards in the Action PH as the ones attacking, at mukhang magkakaroon ka agad dito ng mainit na tagpuan since 2 sa 2 ang makikita sa kanila.
Si Eman nga ngayon yung nag-raise, no? So back to the duelist role. Typically, we see him on a sky from the previous matches. But this time around, balik na ulit siya sa lagi natin o usual nating nakikita on the duelist role. Eman got a little bit of a damage. Kailangan niyang umatras dito. Pistol round pa lang. Welcome to the first round of the first game of the first series. Lahat na ng first nandito. Si Aziz nag-aantay lang, no? There is the concuss connecting to the players and Aziz was ready to take on the action. Sinulit niya na yung concuss na yan. And this is already a pick-off for the side of SBE. Isa sa isa, yan ang labanan ngayon ng players natin.
Very unfortunate, nabawasan pa kaagad sila. And there was also the trade. Parehas na mga Brimstone natin ang nawala kaagad sa mapa. But now we have the blinds. This is a go signal na makapasok na kaagad inside. Papi Chulo with a shorty.
Hello.
Will he be able to pop it off? And he will. Makakakuha siya ng dalawa, unfortunately. Oh, it will be unfortunate for RB. Hindi siya makakaligtas nun. And it was a good of a round for SBE dahil lang sa hold ni Papi Chulo at dahil sa shorty niya, pare.
Last ano talaga yan eh. Lason talaga yung tower na yan. Lalo na kung hindi mo may entryhan ng maayos. And it's quite obvious. Lalo na yung close counters na yan. Kasi they don't have a choice but to go in to clear out itong tower. On the other hand, na late umakyat yung nasa likuran. Kaya hindi nila naipit dito si Papi Chulo. Instead, sila ang nahuli with the shorty. Gaya nga nasabi natin. And that is just a clean 3 kills on the side of Papi Chulo immediately. APH losing this pistol means they cannot buy on this round. Ito yung mga concuss na agad-agad nilang nabibigay. Tapos sasabayan mo pa ng utilities. M1 FPS on inside the side already. Pero mahuhuli at mahuhuli pa rin ni Pro. 2-2 trade para sa kanila. Ang importante ngayon for SBE is to not have these casualties. Napaka-expensive round na agad para sa kanila. And APH is in an advantageous position because they have 2 people remaining right here. Si Georgie, kaya naman yung makakuha ng headhunter.
Yeah, yun na lang din yung alalayan niya dito. 2 trademarks as well. There's a Batman with the Spectre, pero nandito na yung mga Echoes ngayon na 4 na Echoes. 4 na smoke.
Bukas pa
ang
mawawala
nakalapag
yan,
dito.
guys. Brimstone smoke yan eh. May nahuli na nga si Georgie. Isa na lang ang natitira. Makukuha pa rin ba ng SBE? Sila ang bumili. Pero sila rin ang makakakuha ng round. Quite an expensive round to be fair for the side of SBE. And good eco naman for APH.
Yun na lang din, no? Nakapag-plant pa sila, nakakuha pa sila ng 4. Yes, na ipanalo man ito ng SBE. But unfortunately, we're facing a lot of rivals here. Full on armor. So let's see kung ano ang magiging sagot dito with the buys of SBE. Dahil half on armors na lang ang pwede nilang bilihin dito sa SBE. And there's also half an armor. So most likely, ganito na lang din talaga ang kanilang magiging decision. And they need to have enough economy for the next ones, lalo na ngayon. Or kahit na makakuha sila ng mga pick-off dito, pero ibibigay ba to ng Action PH? Look at the minimap right now. Mukhang mainit sila here in A main. So, let's see kung yun nga ba talaga ang gusto nilang maging decision dito. Dahil may one-way smoke na kaagad nakaabang here all the way from A.
Naku po, sa lisigang si Kuya mo Aziz, huling-huli nga sa akto si Kuya Georgie habang nag-aantay with the flashes coming in from SBE. Mapipigilan ng kaunti, may delay pero hindi kailangan dahil nga was able to be spotted by the doctor, immediately shut down. They have to make do kung ano yung meron sa kanila ngayon because this is their bonus round at all. So, Aziz, importante for him to actually take a pick-off, at least making that economy damage, knowing na sila ang dito sa kanila pumapabor para sa side ng APH at na-plant na rin yung spike eh. So kailangan nila dito makapag-retake na maayos habang si Flippy pag nag-setup na ng smoke yan gamit ang kanyang iPad, itataas na yung wall ng Qeon. Sakto-sakto lang din with Flippy helps out. He sees one and this is now Aziz moving towards side. Pasok na sila dito sa side na may type na rin ng spike, just clearing out each and every angle habang si The Doctor hindi makalabas dahil sa mga utilities na yan. Meron pang blind na pwedeng gamitin once he pushes away pero tuloy-tuloy na defuse lang. Bahala kayo sa buhay nyo. Stinik pero hindi tinadhana.
Parehas, Taylor. Silang mga nabawasan ng ekonomiya and this was a good one for SBE. Di man tinanana dito for assist to defuse and the spike. Pero balikan natin yung instant replay natin dito na nakatalikod pala si Georgie laban dito kay assist and that is a good diversion play with that neon wall para makapasok nga dito at makapick ang isa mula dito sa drop area and that is a good...
Sobrang lapit nun
close na pala ni assist.
Oo, naubusan ng bala si The Doctor habang nagsispray down dun eh. So, muntikan pa silang masalasihan ninja diffusan. Stinik talaga eh, pero hindi talaga tinadhana. Aziz, try again next time. Yan ang aking sasabihin.
Yeah. Let's see now here kung ito na ba yung next time na maibibigay natin for assist and his friends. We have here a control all the way from drop. Pero let's see kung makakapasok ba sila inside the site. Dahil assist na naman dito ang nakaabang. We have the TPs, yes. There's also the smokes already placed in by our attacking team. Pero no commitment and whatsoever pa may bibigay nila. We have the rolling thunder, orbital strike to delay them further. Unfortunately for M and FPS, makapasok nga siya inside the site pero no follow-up dahil nga sa orbital strike. A Batman, matatagpuan ni siya, and that is 2 members down already for APH.
Aware na aware dito yung players ng SBE. They know that they have the rolling thunder that they can use. And they actually used it. Pumasok nga si Eman eh. Ang kaso, aware na aware nga ang SBE. They know that they have that ultimate. Kaya naman they stayed away from the site as well. And knowing that combination na pwedeng gawin dito ng mga players ng APH, si Aziz pumwesto lang sa labas, inaantay lang yung entry nung mga tropa dito ng APH. 3v3 situation right now. Papi Chulo still holding on to the judge, but Aziz waiting on the corner. Nakita na nga niya yung muso ng barrel. Nandito na yung spike. The double spray down mula kay Aziz, securing that 2K. 9 seconds para ma-plant ang spike, and this is more than enough time to actually do so. Ang problema nga lang, nakaikot na si Flippy dito. Kailangan mag-antay ni Flippy ng kaunti para lang makita at para masabayan siya ni Papi Chulo. Knowing na naka-judge lang to, kailangan nilang makakuha dito ng matinding kills. Kailangan nilang mahuli dito si Georgie. Waiting on it. The nade comes in, pero it's not there. It's Flippy securing the kill on Georgie instead. Na-stuck na sa corner eh.
Yeah, good double pick na ginawa dito nila Papi Chulo. Unfortunately for Georgie, yun na nga nakatapat niya. Assist dito, he was able to go in for 3K kanina. Dahil hindi ito ginawa ng APH, hindi sila nag-double pick laban sa kanila. At isa-isa silang natumba dito. With that opening, we have here the Doctor as well with that trade-off. And ito yung pinimension ko kanina. Kung nagsabay-sabay sila dito, hindi na sana sila mabibigyan pa ng collateral damage. And that is enough to gain momentum here for SBE. Fracture, wala pa tayong stats, yes, for this team. Pero look at the momentum. Look at that disadvantage na binubuo nila ngayon laban sa APH. Even though na sobrang ganda ng utilization of skill sets dito nila the Doctor, hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat dahil sa mga holes dito nila Ja and Assist.
Di rin sila nakapag-entry doon because aside from Ja and Assist waiting in the corner, at speaking of, nakakuha na naman siya ng kill. May kasama pang Kongkas kung sino man gusto pumasok. Tapchi talaga. On the other hand, balikan ko lang din, no? Aside from the team members of SBE already waiting on A side kung may papasok man, Flippy was aware well of the situation. He used the ultimate, he used the orbital strike on A main para hindi talaga makapush diretso kay Aziz. Kaya, ang laking, hindi natin napapansin kasi nakafocus tayo sa camera, but when you look at the minimap, you see the bigger picture, you see the bigger framing pagdating dito kung ano ba yung storya talaga. Aziz, yet again, here on A side, just waiting patiently kung meron mang mag-e-entry. No aggression na nagagaling from SBE, but APH, alam nilang may lamang sila because of the eco advantage, and they take it away yet again, 4-1.
Si Flippy dito, nakilite, para siyang tinapek ng mga bala dito ng members natin from APH, but unfortunately he was still composed enough to go in for those kills. Laban dito kina RE was also goes in for that double pick, for that kill laban dito sa APH. 4-1 na kaagad. Buy round again for APH. So let's see kung ito na ba yung starting point ng momentum nila, and they need to have the starting point para hindi na sila magka-problema pa. Look at this. Yung fault line, kahit wala sila kaagad na makuhang info para at least makapag-push through dito si Assist. And this is a good one. Lalo na ito yung usually mga plays na push through ng APH. Pero this is a good utility used by Eman FPS para at least mabawasan sila ng isa ngayon. It's a 4v4, yes, pero Georgie ang nawala din naman for the side of APH, pero magpupush pa rin naman sila dito all the way from sand. Rolling Thunder lang, sabi dito ni Pro, pero unfortunately dito, makakalabas pa rin naman si Eman FPS with a kill laban dito kay Cha, and that is 3 members remaining already against APH.
Was definitely used para ma-delay ng sobra yung players ng APH. Pero napag-plant naman na rin sila ng spike. Bumaba si Kuya Mo Pro, nahuli ni Kuya Batman. On the other hand, 4v2 situation. Si Papi Chulo still holding on to the judge that he has. Ang laki kasi netong tulong, lalo na kapag nasa tower ka talaga. Kaya ayaw na rin mag-B-site dito ng players ng APH eh. Papi Chulo na lang ang natitira. And this is a Batman trying to look for him. Alam na nila yung informasyon na nasa drop. Ang kailangan na lang talaga nila dito gawin ay maghintay. Pero hindi lalabas si Papi Chulo. He's not gonna give away that kill. He's just gonna probably die off from the spike detonating or maybe just saving that gun as well, yung kanyang judge na gustong-gusto niyang gamitin sa tower. So, tingnan natin kung mag-BB site nga ba tong APH. Kasi it seems like merong may loopholes lang going to A site. But once you clear out the corners, especially nung napatay nila si Aziz dito, alam nilang mau-open talaga nila completely.
Exactly. At kailangan na rin mangamba dito ni Aziz once na gusto niya ulit mag-push through to get that early kills. Yes, Qeon makaka-dish away siya after going in for those headshots laban dito sa APH. But will it be enough? Nandito na yung pagpupush nila all the way from dish. At B naman, ang gusto nilang punteriyahin ngayon. We are hearing here the Tour de Force activated already by Ja. So let's see kung makakakuha ba siya ng kill. Since the doctor is already waiting in for space na mabibigay natin dito for Eman, and that is a good use of the concuss. One member down already dito at timing pang na-activate niya na rin yung ultimate niyan. Very unfortunate dito for Papi Chulo, and now we're finally down to a 4v5 at showstopper. Ibibigay na rin dito kaagad ni Eman FES, not sighting in anyone dahil sa mga smokes na meron dito all the way from SBE, but he was still able to fire off laban kay Assist and plant in the spike. Nakatalikod pa dito si pare mong Flippy, and now we're down to 2 remaining members from SBE.
Si Ja saka si Pro na lang. Ja Pro ang natitira. Ja secures the kill on the Tour de Force. 4 na players pa ang kailangan nilang hanapin. Concuss comes in and just the perfect opportunity for Eman to head out. Basta mahanap mo yung impormasyon, makukuha mo rin yung kills na yan. SBE, they have to wait it out. Pro, mukhang magsisave na lang din dito ng kanyang Phantom. Just wanna get back to it, no? Yung setup ngayon ng SBE, I think nababasa na ng APH. You can definitely see that kung paano sila mag-take ng site, kung paano sila mag-entry. They're now clearing out the corners. Una na ngang naparusahan dito si Aziz. Aside from that, they all know Papi Chulo is waiting on tower. So they have to make something explosive just to cancel out Papi Chulo, and that immediately opens the entire B site. And because of fracture, kung paano sinet up tong mapa na to, the rotations might be quite fast mula sa players ng APH at makukuha agad nila yung mga angles dito na kailangan nilang abangan yung ibang players. Kagaya na lang ni Georgie na nakahanap din on the side of Arcade. Kaya naman, napaka-importante talaga once it is a fracture map, you get that information and make something out of it. Because once na hindi mo magawa yon, makakaikot at makaka-rotate agad yung players.
They are really explosive, the fact na ginamit nila yung mga utilities nila para maka-open up dito ng spasyo para pagpasok dito nila Eman FES, it will be a kill, it will be sure commitment into one angle. But look at this right now, we have hearing the Vu out for Ja dahil na-spray down na siya kaagad dito ng ilang members natin from APH. Pero that is a very risky usage of those smokes from Flippy para makapag-push through aggressively dito sina Assist. Pero wala naman sila matatagpuan on the other side of attacker spawn. And A-side pa rin naman na ang pupunterihin natin dito for APH. Sabi mo nga, Taylor, parang nababasa na dito talaga. At nababasa na talaga dito na APH kung ano ang nagiging setup ng SBE. So they need to step it up more laban sa APH dito kung paano sila i-delay. Dahil sa mga usage pa lang ng utility sila dito, talagang bahagyang magiging mahirap na. But look at that. Natarata dito si Eman FS kung saan ba nanggaling yung mga shots dito by Ja. And Ja moves in for that kill with the headshot. Laban dito kay The Doctor, pero nasabugan lang din naman ng mga paint shells. There's the wall para makakreate lang din ng opening dito for Assist to get inside the site, but they will still be able to plant in the site.
Ganda ng delay dito ni Kuya Muja, kaso nga lang, hindi pa rin mapipigilan yung ibang players, lalo na hindi niya nakuha yung kill against Eman right there. But a good enough delay to actually have the rotation coming in from SBE. Ang problema nga lang, wala silang firepower to do so. And APH has that advantage that they have those vandals as well. So a very clean round for APH. Yun yung make or break nila para makabawi at para maging tayong score natin. 4-4 na nga At mapapansin nyo, si Flippy ang nangunguna when it comes to the kill at sa leaderboards natin pagdating sa kill, no? It was quite obvious because he has control all over the map. He knows where to smoke. He got the information. Lahat pumapasok sa kanyang isipan. And other than that, the usage of orbital strike is very essential. And isang malaking bagay din na nag-step up yung smoker nila dito, specifically Brimstone, because ang daming utilities na pwede talaga magamit to cancel out the push, gaya nung napakatagal niyang molly and napakatagal niyang smoke. And adding more into that, adding kills into that, just makes your orbital strike faster to be farmed.
That is a big of a problem dito. SBE, they need to have enough composure para mabaluan naman nila dito sina Papichulo, or rather sina the doctor, since Pichulo is already waiting into other side dito para makakuha naman dito si Jan ng opening na kaya ko naman dito sa side na ito. We have here an operator, pero this is a good one na nakapag-abang na dito ang APH. They need to make sure na tama yung magiging decision nila dito. They were able to go inside immediately, taking down assists out of the map. This is a big one, lalo na ngayon we're finally down to 2 members already for SBE, and this is a no way home for SBE para ma-retake pa nila yung side dahil kontradado na kagad ito ng APH.
They even have the operator, pero pinasok lang din niya Batman. Bigla-bigla dito si Ja. That operator will be gone and over with. Isang mabilisang ROI para sa side ng APH. There is a knife that Papichulo can use, and also the flash comes in. It's not gonna be enough because the timing is off, and the players of APH just decided to push as well. APH na baliktad na nila. Sila na ang may kalamangan dito with 1 point ahead out of SBE, and they will be forcing SBE to go into an eco yet again. Hindi kasi nag-connect yung Concuss din dito on the side of A-main eh. Tsaka si Aziz talaga forward waiting for the players to actually push out. Ang problema nga lang, when Eman, labanan na ng duel eh. Labanan na lang kung sino mas magaling tumutok, and apparently, obviously, Eman won that duel instead. Mukhang magiging aggressive sila dito.
Gotta say na it is all thanks to the Concuss gravity well dito ni RU. Kaya nahihirapan tuloy sina Aziz sa mga aggressive pushes sila. And hindi pa rin sila natututo Pero wala naman sila mawawala dito. Here in the eco round, point ang mawawala, yes. Pero they can still have enough kills. We have here Georgie, makakatapat yung dalawa dito. That push through away from Arcade here in B side. They will be getting out of the site, getting out of the casualties na pwede makuha dito nila Papichulo and nila Flippy. Pero on the other hand, nandito naman sa kabilang side of the map ang APH. They can still push it through here in B dahil on the hand pa rin naman dito SBE from the other side of the map, and that is huge, lalo na't isa lang ang nakabantay dito. We have here the Concuss already waiting in na magamit na nga dito ni the doctor, and this might be a big of a problem dahil nga ang dami nilang utilities sa sinetap na, pero recon bolt lang din pala or mga bolts lang din dito ni Aziz ang magiging problema. 1 member down already. That is a good trade. They were slowed down and 4 members na kagad dito for APH, and they can still plant in the spike.
Good read mula kay Eman from a while ago, not forcing to push in, lalo na ang daming utilities na ginamit ng SBE dito. Naging 1v1 situation pa nga. Ja has that opportunity but not gonna be able to take the kill against Georgie. Good punishment when it comes to the economy on the side of APH, but around is still around para sa kanila. 6-4. Gaya ng sabi ko, no, balikan ko lang na mabilis. Ang ganda ng basa dito ng APH talaga when it comes to SBE. Isa sa mga factors din dyan is their agent picks. Kung mapapansin mo, dalawa ang smoker nila dito. They have the Astra, they also have the Brimstone. So, they can actually fake it out. Aside from fake it out, the teams, or rather the sites, pwede nila ma-set up yung gravity well, pwede nila ma-concuss, pwede nila matago yung mga players. And with the specific take na talagang orbital strike mo yung ating tower, wala talagang ligtas yung mga tao doon. So good take from APH, but a good defense from SBE came in hand as well. Naubos nila yung 4, hindi nga lang talaga kaya hanggang dulo.
Wala silang firepower to secure in that round. Look at that. Yung mga stars na dito ay nakaalaling na talaga with those times na gagamitin nila dito yung Gravity Well, Concussive Blast. We have your 2 members down. An opening again for APH to get inside the site, and they will be dividing in the worlds in favor of them to plant in the spike. But let's see now here if the Doctor will still be able to deny in the retake dahil nakaalalay sa kanya dito yung responsibilidad na mapigilan yung apat. We have the Rolling Thunder para mapigilan nga sila, and this is a good opening as well for M&FPS to have that showstopper killing on to 1. That is also a good follow-up for the Doctor and a big impact as well dahil sa 4 na puntos na nakuha nga dito ng SBE on the early stages of this half. Mukhang basang-basa na kagad sila dito ng APH to get in a leading point of 3 points, 3 rounds immediately into this half.
Ganda ng take ng APH dito. Not only that, isa sa dahilan kung bakit nag-crumble talaga yung defense doon, hindi matapatan ni Papi Chulo si M&FPS. Imagine from the previous rounds we saw, nakikita natin na si Papi Chulo nag-aantay lang talaga on tower. Georgie, nakakuha na siya ng 2 kills, immediately shutting down the 2 players of SBE. Pero babalikan ko lang ng isang mabilis ulit. Papi Chulo waiting patiently on tower since kanina pa, since day 1, since round number 1. Ang problema dito, si M&FPS kahit nag-adjust na siya ng pwesto, kahit nag-adjust na si Papi Chulo ng pwesto, hindi pa rin nananalo si Papi Chulo dun sa engagement. Kaya naki-clear out yung tower, na-open agad yung B-side dito eh. On the other hand, balik na muna tayo dito sa laro because M&FPS is already on site. Orbital strike coming in. Medyo bulag si Kuya mo Eman and will take all in that damage. Si Aryu naman pumasok na rin. May kasama ring barrel. Pero hindi rin aabot yung spray down niya because Flippy was able to take on the action. 1v1 situation yet again. Georgie, low on HP, 32 para kay Papi Chulo to get in. And he secures that kill. SBE, good half para sa both sides ng teams natin.
Really is. 2 puntos ang kailangan habulin dito ng SBE. But on the other hand, this is a good lead advantage for APH. Pero will they be able to turn back the tides? All in favor of them. Dahil SBE dito, yes, katulad nga ng sinabi natin kanina, napanimulan ito nila ng maganda. Pero APH, dahil sa mga reads nila, you were able to mention later na si Papi Chulo dito, every time na mag-hold siya in tower, talagang siya ang gustong pitasin dito ni RU. Ginamit na yung Concussive Blast on 1 entry, tapos doon pa in the exit point, naggusto niya sa sanang umatras, may tumapat naman sa kanya dito ang Gravity Well. And that was a good usage of utility dahil may mga stars kayo, yes naman sasayang, pero meron naman kayong backup smokes dito from a Batman. That is a big use then for APH to create a lot of space here for Georgie, for M&FPS to have enough control dito sa loob ng site. Pero will it be the same this time as we go into our second half? Tingin ko pwede na ito maging pabor into SBE dahil they have double initiator setup. They have Papi Chulo to cancel out Georgie's Headhunter. Tapos nandito pa Sina Pro with that concuss. Diyan naman dito to control and those flanks. Pero Flippy and assist lang din talaga yung pwedeng magkaroon ng synergy dito as they go in forward inside the side. Timing ng mga smokes, timing ng mga bolts dito to stun in APH at hindi sila mapigilan. That is one of the biggest factors dito na pwedeng pumabor na nga in favor of them dito ang mapa ng Fracture.
Georgie Eman connection talaga pagdating sa mga kills, no? Sila talaga yung nangunguna dito. And just proving the fact as well on the agent picks, agent selection that we have. Because, gaya nga nasabi mo, Honey Glaze, kapag nag-fail out sila dun sa smoke ng ni RU, they have this fallback on the smoke of a Batman as well. Not only that, they have a choice. May choice ang Action PH dito, aggressive style or waiting style talaga na pick-off style. And they can play out the entire smoke of the Astra and still be able to get on a side freely with all the smokes of a Batman as well. Ang dami pwedeng paglaruan ng APH on their side. For SBE naman, on the defense, they did quite good on the half. But is it enough to actually have those points in mula naman dito papunta sa ating susunod na rounds, no, which is kung saan sila naman ang entry ngayon, and they are very much capable of doing so. Walking towards B tunnel na nga si Flippy, naghahanap lang ng baka pwedeng merong sumilip dyan, baka naman makakuha tayo ng kill dyan, pero mukhang walang tao. This is a triple stack on A side for APH. Dalawa naman ang nag-aantay sa B. It seems like 5 silang gustong mag-take ng A site dito completely. Lahat A main dadaan. The flash hindi na umabot. Sa lisigang lang, Batman low on HP and they took this opportunity to just push in. Right now, Batman is waiting with the frenzy protection bago umaksyon. Ang sabi dito ng players ng APH, mag-aantay lang talaga sila ng rotations ng ibang players right now. Pero alam na nila lahat ng information. Information gathering lang para kay Batman.
4v3, still doable for APH to still have the control here in the second half. Makikita natin ngayon na very low on HP dito si Batman. He's already inside the site, pero we have Giorgio waiting in for someone to pick him out. Tatlo silang makaabang dito for anyone to have him, pero nandito naman si Papi Chulo, goes in for 2K. Tingnan natin kung makakakuha ba sila dito pa ng trade, but it's all up to Jat to cancel it further. That is a good off a pistol round for SBE. Laban sa APH para makuha na nila yung possibility na magka-comeback pa sila in the second half. Pero as we saw earlier in the first one, kahit nakabay lang sila dito, it wasn't good enough to control and counter out Action PH getting inside the site, and they have all of means para mapigilan na nga dito ang pagpa-pop off nila assist. This time around, SBE, kailangan nila magpatuloy pa dito with their timing, at speaking of timing, they were able to catch in si The Doctor dito with the timing na magbablind pa sana siya to delay them, pero hindi ito naging sapat pa. Thankfully enough dito for a Batman, he was able to get in that kill, and not that at the situation that is already happening here, pang push na naman ang mangyayari dito for APH, and it wasn't good dahil si Pro ang nakapitas kay Georgie.
Bawas na nga ng isang APH ngayon dito. And gaya na sabi mo ni Glaze, no, just to add into that, kung si The Doctor na timingan niya yun, those are free kills coming in from SBE. Unfortunately, the timing was off, and nakuha rin si Batman kahit papaano with the HP, no? And because of that, hindi na nga nakayanan yung retake nila kanina, and a lot of smoke were used and everything else, but it's not enough. Moving forward, pitas na nga ng isa dito, and that is Georgie. Pero sobrang tahimik pa rin ng buong mapa. Hindi pa rin alam ng APH kung saan nga ba pupunta at papasok itong mga players. They will hear that sound cue that Pro is actually on arcade. Pero isang mabilisang rotation ang gagawin dito ng players ng SBE. Pampagulo lang. Tignan mo, nag-full stack yung players ng APH na peke sila dito. Breach na peke.
Speaking of breaks na peke, mukhang sasagutin kagad siya dito ni Ja, and that is another kill. We have here the possibility na makapag-push na pa sila, creating some space. We have here the smokes, nakapasok na sila in A side. Sobrang jabate ng tactics nila doon. Imagine, yung lahat ng mga exhaust na mga utilities dito ni Pro para lang magbigay ng attention in B side. Sobrang worth it nga, Theodore. Kaya naman ngayon, this is a good opening. Dalawa na lang tuloy ang matitira pa for APH, and this might be closing on a flawless round kung mapapatay dito ni Assist si Aryu. And yun na nga mangyayari, 7-7 in the flawless round. Wala nang mababawasan sa kanila within their eco, within their specters, and this is a good one. Possibly have the second round advantage dito in the second half.
Grabe naman. Ang ganda ng cut-off ng rotation dito ng SBE. Because of, yet again, Pro faking B site and arcade a while ago, mabilis na rotation ang ginawa nila dito. Good decision making coming in from SBE on that specific round, taking it away on the hands of APH. Ang problema ngayon, nakaabot na sila. Tayo na ang score natin. APH still, they have the advantage because they have the guns right now. Ito na yung buy round na inaantay natin from APH. Kaya napaka-importanting round nito for SBE right now. Paano sila yung entry? They usually go for the quiet type silent killers. Itong mga SBE. Tamang gapang lang kung saan tayo pupunta, guys. At itong SBE, talagang, kumbaga, nag-i-enjoy na lang. Zipline muna tayo, men.
Parang tour around the map of Fracture, since first time lang
Let's
ulit
go.
natin dito magpakita here in our tournament. So, let's go in B. Let's see kung ito yung magiging tamang decision na magagawa ngayon ng SBE. 3 to 4 members. I think 3 members ang nandito na kaagad. Here, 4 pala sila ng SBE dito trying to push in arcade. Unfortunately sa kanila, wala silang katulad ni Aryu ng Astra to
Naku,
clear
pag
out
naungkas to.
our
Is this si
our
Georgie?
tower.
Diyos ko! Apat na players ang nag-aabang dito ngayon para kay Georgie. Napasok ng buo ang A site and B site rather. At si Aziz na nga ang unang sinumpaan dito.
30
Ja
seconds
was able to secure that kill pero nag-iikotan lang yung players ng SBE tsaka ng APH. Ang daming smoke na on B site. Magpaplanta rin ng spike dito yung chamber. May kungkas na nanggaling mula doon sa breach rather. Pero walang matatamaan sa lahat ng utilities na yan. Knives out, suppressed naman ang players ng APH ngayon. This is the opportunity for Pro to actually push in pero hinahawakan niya pa rin yung angle na kapit-kapit niya dito. Georgie goes out. Papi Chulo secures the kill instead. 2v1 situation. Si The Doctor na lang ang natitira. The Doctor is in nga ba? He is, but he will die off in the hands of Papi Chulo. 8-7 na bonus round ang kuya nyo sa APH.
Tapos makakabili pa ang SBE dito ng kanya-kanyang mga rifles going into the next one. Pero this is a good cancel out of the take ng SBE. Those angles, those usage of utility, yung pagda-double pick at pagkuha nila ng attention dito laban kina The Doctor. And that is a good round indeed for SBE. Look at those buys. We have a free upgrade pa for one member.
Yun nga saktong pulot lang. Parang dineliver via Grab Express. May kasamang discount. Pero ang gusto ko lang sabihin doon is how well SBE prepared for that. Makikita mo yung difference sa playstyle nila Kung si Eman kanina, ang goal niya pumush ng pumasok ng tower. Hindi ang SBE. Ang goal nila dito, alam nila kung ano yung angle na nakikita lang ng nag-aantay sa tower because they've done it time and time again and they know that they can just go in at hindi sila makikita dito. Kaya naka-catch off guard yung ibang players. Right now, Aziz is already on tower. Ang take nila dito is sa harap, hindi sa likuran.
Si Aryo nakaagad nang nawala. We have wise usage of utility ng mga concussive blast and also the gravity well for Aryo. Pero hindi ito nagiging sapat on the defensive one dahil nga napaparusahan sila all the time. We have here so much of a utility para mapwesa dito si The Doctor na lumabas pero naisa niya pa rin si Pro. One member remaining with just the Sheriff. Assist dito will be pushing him through and that is a good finisher. Grabe, patuloy-tuloy na naman dito ang SBE sa comeback nila sa mga rounds na pinapanalo nila dito. Dalawa na kaagad ang lamang nila laban sa APH and this is a go signal for Georgie na mag-iba na ng pace. OP for this round in the making pero balikan natin ng replay in which MNFPS. Ito rin yung one-tap na ginawa ni The Doctor to secure in Pro but this is also a round 1 by SBE. So, with that being said, ano pa ba ang gagawin dito ng APH? Mukhang hindi na pala dito mag-operator si Georgie.
Oo na, itong mga teams natin ngayon, mainit ang labanan. Si Aziz mainit din ngayon na gumagalaw. On the hands of SBE, nag-iingay lang sila dito, gumagawa lang sila ng factor. Baka magkakitaan si The Doctor. Pro, tsaka si Aziz ang makakatapat na dito kung sakasakali man. I think they're preparing for the blind coming in. If this comes in and may concuss pang kasama, Warzone talaga ang mangyayari dito. Aziz already concussed, but the 3 players wala siyang pakialam. Sisilipin niya pa rin. 1-to-1 trade lang para sa kanila. And they have to go back a little bit more because Aziz was picked off already. Ang problema ngayon nila dito, APH, despite deducing a bad plan from the team, they still have RU to smoke off things kung sakasakali man. Ang matindi is nasa A lang ang setup ng smoke dito ngayon.
Kaya double controller setup dito ng APH. 1 to secure in B, 1 to secure in A, and now this is a good one. Lalo na nabawasan pa ni Georgie dito si Ja, and we're finally down to 3 members. Even though that we have the ultimate, let's see kung paano ba nila iti-take dito ang A side. Medyo magiging alanganin pagdating sa numbers, and it is already on in favor of APH. There's no smokes, yes, to control in the vision, but will it be enough? Kaya naman ngayon, hindi nila tatantanan dito ang isa't isa with the Rolling Thunder na nakipag-counter out sa kanila. The Doctor gets in that kill laban kay Flippy, dalawa na lang. We have your Papi Chulo all the way inside the side. In that corner, the Doctor was able to go in for 1. Pro naman dito for MNFPS. He wasn't able to survive Georgie. Papi Chulo na lang ang natitira, but unfortunately, the Doctor just finishes out with the 3K. And the possibility na makakuha na ng lead and the starting point advantage dito ang APH. 8-9 scoreline. Still in favor of SBE, but that is a costly one for SBE to take laban sa APH.
That's exactly what I said, no? The beauty of having a double control On the offense, pwede kang mag-antay ng matagal, pwede kang mag-delay ng kahit papano and fake out. On the defense naman, kayang-kaya mo talagang masalo yung both sides of the entire map. You have A control, you have B control, and this just proves that, of course, the defense here on the side of APH can be strong. Sabi nga dito ni Georgie, you wanna pray, let's pray. Niyaya niya mga classmates niya para sa side ng APH dahil Ultimate is out, Tour de Force is in action here. But slow plays lang mula sa SBE ang nakikita natin ngayon.
SPE dito, parang ang ginagawa na lang nila is ina-exhaust nila yung mga utilities dito. Fault lines, trademarks, para at least kapag ready na sila to commit, hindi na sila madedelay and further. Pero assist dito, medyo nagiging alanganin ako. Nagkasalisihan, pero they need to have a zipline faster. Hindi sila makikita. Oh no, makikita pa rin pala ni
alam mo ba
assist
kung
dito sa doctor.
Gano'n napakahirap makakuha ng kill habang naka-zipline ka? Wala yung imo doon, pero si Aziz na chamba niya pa, nakuha niya pa yung kill na yan. And this also removes 2 players right now for the side of APH. Aziz na naman ang kumukuha ng aksyon dito habang si Georgie tamang takbo lang. Orbital strike sa mukha. Yan ang ginawa nila kay Aziz. And Georgie goes down as well in the hands of Papi Chulo. 4 laban sa isa. It's all up to M and FPS being spot out by Ja, securing the kill and taking this to a 10-8 scoreline.
Grabe, parang pinagod na din-exhaust talaga nila dito ang APH sa momentum na binuo nila from the first half. Balikan natin itong round na ito. Grabe! NADS nila.
Sabi, bilis, men! Tulak mo! Ang daming tao sa kabila!
Tinulak na si Pipi.
Napabitaw siya ng shift doon eh.
Hindi na sila tuloy na.
Huwag yung tagalan, men! Madaming nag-aantay sa kabila. Ganda. Dahil sa kill na yon, nabawasan agad yung APH eh. Namroblema sila dun.
Wala na tuloy silang pang delay pa further. They went in aggressive, pero ito na yung punishment. We have the fault line, yes, pero Georgie missed out a lot of shots dahil lang sa pagdadash. And dito, yun lang talaga yung trabaho dito ni Assist. Gather the attention, pang divert lang. Laban dito sa mga naka-aggressive push, nakabantay, pero
dami.
Oh my gosh, ang dami ng mga aggressive push dito all the way from B. Papi Chulo gets into cleaning up the crew. We have our 2 remaining members na lang for APH, and what are they going to do next?
Wala silang magagawa kundi magantay. Yung ibang players ng SBE just swarming on dish already. At yung SBE, ang kagandahan naman dito, nagbabantay sila ng flank. At meron pa kang isang nagtatago dyan, no? Si The Doctor. Hawak-hawak ang kanyang shorty, pare. Baka sakaling merong daw mag-rotate. Pero it's not gonna be a rotation any longer because they take A side completely. May tao sa drop kanina, namatay na rin. And this is all up to The Doctor with just a shorty na inaabangan pa rin ni Papi Chulo, patiently waiting. Grand eyeball sa spawn.
Natin kung sino ba talaga ang makikipagkitaan sa kanya dahil naka-ano din siya naka-upgrade na siya with the sheriff. So let's see kung itutuloy niya pa rin ba. He didn't exhaust in any utility that he has, pero now we have here the info. The Doctor dito abangan na tukulan na lang talaga. Have the fault line already ready for this guy. Blind naman para sa kanya. The Doctor gets in the head of Assist though. This is a very good shot, but unfortunately with that kind of strategy, ready ang SBE. Papi Chulo nakaabang doon sa dalawa na yon. Imagine yung mga smokes dito na pilinate in na nga dito ni Abatman, pero hindi pa rin pala, parang ito na lang din yung go signal for them to at least know what is going on for APH. And 11-8 scoreline na kagad laban sa APH in the second half.
Isa na lang kailangan ng SBE to get that match point. At yet again, it is a make or break for APH. Will they be able to let SBE fall down and not secure that match point? O magtutuloy-tuloy na talaga to for the side of SBE? Remember, and take note, this is a map selection coming in from APH right now. So, ang susunod na mapa natin kung sakasakali, pinili ng SBE, no? So, tinignan ko na rin. Icebox yung susunod na mapa natin kung sakali man.
Yun naman ay pinili na ngayon ng SBE. So, Papabor ba ang APH dito ngayon? Lalo na't nangangamba nang magkaroon ng match point dito ang SBE. At the very moment, nag-hold on to ground pa rin naman dito ang SBE all the way from B main. And they are waiting in for the push to happen here in tunnel dahil yun yung lagi nangyayari dito for APH. Pero thankfully enough, natuto na sila sa mga pagkakamali nila at hindi na nila tatangkaing ulitin pa. We have a possibility na makapag-line up nga si Papi Chulo, clear out those angles, and they are ready to take in B side. Basta't magkaroon sila ng magandang timing dito with the smoke. We have our Papi Chulo with the ultimate wall for assist, opening at control into a corner. We have your assist na talagang ready na, nananap pa lang here in B side. They will be stopping in the members kahit wala siyang makita dito. And the possibility na may makuha siyang isa, and they still will be able to plant in the strike. Smoke is already down. Jag goes in for 2. TP out. Makakalutag na sila dito. Yes, for 2 strike parang palabasin lang dito. Kuha na natin from APH, and this is a good synchronization of ultimates. We have another flawless round for the side of APH, or rather ng SBE laban sa APH dahil lang sa orbital strike dito ni Kuya mo Flippy.
Ang daming utilities na ginamit, but SBE waited patiently. Patience is the key. Yan ang sabi nila dito. And they were able to take the site completely. They control of the post-plant position as well. Ang ganda ng orbital strike forcing out the 2 players in canteen. At makikita nyo talaga, SBE, they came here to conquer. They came here in VCTPH to win. Ito na nga ba ang panahon na yon? With a 12 score, this means isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan, guys. Match point na ang SBE sa mapa na pinili ng APH. Alam mo yung gawain nila dito, basagin yung mga utilities, yung mga traps ng chamber. Hanapin kung nasan yung impormasyon, kung sino yung nagre-react na mga skills at utilities on site. Tapos, aatras sila, either fake or either tutuloy nila yung pag-push nila. Depende kung meron silang mapipick off o mapipitas dito. But patience is key lang talaga para sa side ng SBE.
Since napatunog na nga nila dito yung trademark, alam nila ngayon na malapit dito sina Batman. So, decisions are made kung itutuloy ba nila or ipupush nila. Alam nila yung sequence na kung saan dito magabang in the corner. Pero look at this. Ang daming nakatapat dito kaya Batman. Pero good spray for this guy. Dahil nabawasan niya ng sobra-sobra dito si Papi Chulo. Not enough to kill the guy. Pero at least this is a good opening para mapatay nila kaagad dito ang Papi Chulo natin. But we still have here the walls. Makapasok na sila. They will be concussed. Yes, tamang-tamang lang. Kuya mo assist. Pero makakuha pa rin naman ang kill. Rolling Thunder to clear out the possibilities of the corner sinuhold nila Batman. And that is enough to kill on 2 members. Flippy dito, siya nang bahala sa mga natao dito here in gate, and now it's all up to 2 remaining members para naman makuha nila yung win na ito. Pero it's a 2v5. Numbers advantage of SBE, pero Showstopper will be getting it that kill. Blind naman yung timing para makuha na dito si RU, and that is the finisher for our round 21. A 13th point laban sa APH, 13-8. This is a good and a hell of a match dito sa Fracture laban sa APH ngayon.
Pati si Emma nagulat, ini-expect niya sa malayo niya ipuputok yung showstopper. Di niya expect na nasa harapan niya na pala agad-agad yung kalaban. And because of that, syempre, after mo mag-ultimate, after mo mag-showstopper, there is a specific time frame kung saan kailangan lumabas muna ng baril mo. And of course, kailangan mag-land ka rin on your feet on the ground as well. So this is SBE. Mukhang hindi pa sila masaya. Mukhang hindi pa tapos ang labanan. That was game number 1 for everyone. SBE took it away in a 1-0 dito sa series natin. No? Just to get back into it as well. Ang ganda ng post-plant positions dito ng SBE. Napakahirap ng tapatan once na makapasok sila on site. They still have those utilities to play around with. Aside from that, nakikita mo yung entry ni Aziz. Walang tumatapat sa entry ni Aziz. Once the wall comes up from the Neon, no one bothers to actually spray fire or like try to spray down at least.
Parang manghihinayang na rin sila mismo dahil baka ito lang ay trade-off or jabate tactics na gagawin dito ng SBE laban sa kanila. Dahil sabi mo nga kanina, parang binabasag lang nila dito yung mga utilities ng chamber pero hindi naman sila magpo-fully commit. They are just waiting in for the go signal na sino ba yung malapit, sino ba yung nandito. Will it be RU or will it be a Batman na i-engage agad yung mga smokes na, or will it be also as well is the doctor na nagbibigay ka agad ng mga fault lines just in case magkaroon ng opening dito si M and FES to go in for those kills. Hindi naman naging sapat dito si Georgie para mapigilan nga yung aggressiveness dito ni Assist on the switching of the sides dahil din dito sa mga naging possibility na may mga blinds na kasama dito. Isipin mo, Taylor, dalawang pangbubuli, dalawang mama yan nakatabi dito ni Assist. We have Breach, we have Papichulo, so this is a good lineup for the attacking side dito ng SBE na kahit nag-good half sila dito ng APH ay sila pa rin ang nanaig at natulugan ang series na ito with a 13-8.
Also, just moving to the game highlights as well, I feel like once RU is online and he will be able to get more kills on the next game that we are looking at, maaring makabalik dito yung APH on the hands of SBE. They got into a 13-8 score. They had a nice half as well. And that is RU not performing that good yet. So, once RU is online on the next map at kailanganin to ng APH, mahihirapan lalo ang SBE ngayon because this wasn't an easy feat. Nagawa lang nila is nabasa ng SBE kung paano sila makakapag-take ng site dito against the other team. At makikita naman natin yan once the post-plant positions comes in as well. And just the spray downs as well. Ito yung kill na to, hindi ko matanggap eh. Kasi hindi ko naman nagagawa yan. Sabay tulak sa kakampi. Aawayin lang nila ako sa mga ganong klaseng play.
Pinagmamadali mo na, no? Pero nakakuha ka pa rin ng kill. Grabe yung palitan nila ng mga ultimates dito. Ito yung pinakagusto kong orbital strike na napwersa nilang palabasin dito ang APA. So that is a good of a match indeed dahil nga sa mga usually plays nila dito na na-cancel out nila ang APH throughout the times na magkakaroon sila ng momentum sana, pero it was a win streak nung umabot na tayo sa SBE na sila naman yung attack.
Yun na nga, no? That was finally it para sa game number 1 pa lang. Game number 1 pa lang para sa araw na ito sa best of 3 series natin. SBE nga won that map. It was Fracture. Next map mapapanood natin is Icebox. SBE naman ang pumili nito. But before that, we are just gonna go in a short break. Once we come back, it is gonna be a make or break for APH. Game 3 ba? O hanggang game number 2 lang? Malalaman natin yan when we come back.
Showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back sa VCTPH. Nandito pa rin tayo para sa game number 2 natin on the hands of SBE, pati na rin ng APH. Bago magsimula ang lahat, kami nga pala ang inyong casters. My name is Tayror. With me is Honey Glaze. Pero tatawagin natin siya at itago natin siya sa pangalang Honey Grace. Dahil dadalan tayo ng grasya ngayon para sa game number 2 natin. And moving forward, SBE na ang nakakuha ng unang puntos dito, Honey Glaze.
13-8, very overwhelming dahil napanimulan ito na maganda ng APH dahil nakuha nila yung comeback between the first early matches na nakita natin as they are the ones defending. Nagkaroon ng 4-1 na panimula dito ng SBE pero inatake ito sa mga reads naman dito ngayon ng APH. Pero ano nang nangyari? In the attacking side naman ng SBE, landslide yon, Taylor, at nakakagulat to the fact na hindi nila nabaluhan dito si Assist kung paano siya patitigilin sa kanyang mga tracks pagpasok inside the site. And congratulations to them dahil pwede nga tayo mabiyayaan ng grasya dito to go in for a 2-0 kung makuha nila ang mapa ng Icebox.
Honey Glaze, isipin mo naman, paano ba nila makakancel yung SBE during that time? They have a double smoker if you can remember. And that didn't stop SBE from pushing those smokes because they don't have utilities to actually cancel them out. Ano ba yung mga slow utility plays dito ng isang APH? Meron silang trademark from the chamber. Itong patch na ginagamit nila, dalawa po yung trademark na ginagamit, no? So, moving forward in the next following weeks, next following stages, magiging isa na lang din yung trademark ni chamber dito. Malaking factor din yan. Baka mag-iba yung meta ulit natin. But, this specific matchup, wala silang utility to cancel out or rather to force out of position yung players ng SBE. Kaya dire-diretso lang, pasok lang kung pasok talaga and to waiting game lang for SBE side. And they won that map in a very, very organized fashion and talagang stratbook play lang ang puhunan dito ng SBE.
Pero pagdating kaya dito sa map ng Icebox, talagang ipupuhunan na naman ba nila dito yung strategiya na mindset is just, or rather duelist is just a mindset for them. Dahil ng mga nakaraang araw, naglalaro sila dito sa Icebox na walang duelist. They will be relying on the stage. They have Lippy, they already have your Papichulo, pero mangyayari nga ba ito all in favor of Action PH? Dahil malaaksyon ng mga buhay ng mga members na ito na meron tayo. We have Georgie, they again go in for those kills. At yung mga members natin dito from SBE, kung tama yung mga pinaplay natin mga cards dito at yung mga stats na ibibigay natin for the next one, possibly ito pa rin yung same lineup, same as strategy na kukuhanin ng SBE to go in forward in this map number 2 na wala silang duelist. At yung Action PH, will they be ready for this kind of game? Dahil nga low on mobility dito ang SBE at yun ang pwede na lang maging yung weakness na pwedeng i-emphasize dito na Action PH.
Yun nga, no? On the other hand din naman, nasabi mo na rin, they played 2 times for the side of SBE. They played 2 times without a duelist role and they just picked up yung mga initiators nila. They have a chamber as well, yung Sova, importante of course with the Viper. But typically talaga, majority-wise, they play out with probably Ja on the Jet. If I am not mistaken, sisilipin ko, no, they play against Naos right here and it was actually Ja who played on the Jet. So it can be changed, depende talaga sa gustong gawin ng SBE dito. But definitely, ang pinaka-flex talaga nila dito is si Ja. Because he can go into a controller mode. He can also get those frags in. So they can use that Jet specifically in this next matchup that we are gonna see. Kung yun man yung magiging comfort pick nila.
Yeah, very excited for this one dahil I'm a big fan of being the duelist at mukhang siya nga ang gagamit dito ng Jet. Talagang kiniligla ang lahat sa bawat segundong maririnig mo siya mag-up-drop, magkaroon ng mga tailwind dito to go in with a Blade Storm dahil parang nabibigay niya yung full potential dito bilang duelist, bilang Jet dito sa side na nga ngayon ng SBE dahil may nag-enable sa kanya. We have your assist. There's also Pro with the initiator type of agents dito for the side of SBE. Pero ito na nga ang mangyayari for the side of APH naman. Georgie ang makakagamit dito ng Jet. Walang Jet dito for SBE. So meaning to say, SBE talagang they are just leaning towards into no duelist setup once again. At ito na ang controller nila which is Micro na papasok naman in our lineup.
Duelist is a mindset. Isa pa sa mga, gusto ko lang din idagdag, no? Isa pa sa mga hyperflex nila is actually Flippy as well. So, for the side of SBE, they have the correct tools. They have the right tools, but will they be able to take this in a clean 2-0 fashion? Gaya na sabi ko kanina, mas gutom ngayon ang SBE because of what happened from yesterday. And this can be seen and how clean they play this time around. They're not giving away any rounds at all for free. Talagang namamatay sila ng lumalaban dito. At para naman sa aside ng action, PH, ito ang oras nila para bumawi. Kasi, na-mention ko kanina, no, the previous 5 times that they had a matchup between SBE, talo sila sa series. Sa mga series na yon. So, ito yung redemption nila. Ito na yung oras ng paghihiganti.
Yeah. Will they be able to secure that one though? Para sana ma-prove to us dito na kaya nilang umeksena dito laban sa SBE. APH, they have mobility. Yes, they have everything on their hands para ma-cancel out na dito ang SBE. Pero kasi sa mga nakikita natin na mga previous matches dito ng SBE, parang naging fuel, naging factor yung unfortunate events natin kahapon for them to take on the dominating plays laban dito sa Action PH. And now, as we go in forward, they are the ones attacking without a duelist. Again, this is the map of Icebox for SBE. And look at this, they are patient enough to get an info muna bago sila mag-decide kaagad kung ano ba yung atakihin nila. Dahil nga sa fact na merong maglulungga lang dito for APH. They have your Georgie, they could go in aggressively, and the following backup din na pwedeng mangyari dito between the Doctor and him. Since sila mismo yung lagi nagiging rider in tandem para makakuha ng early kills.
Riding in tandem, parang delikado yan. Di pwede yan sa lungga ng APH. Yun ata ang gusto nilang sabihin dito. But APH already being set up with all the utilities from the Killjoy, specifically a Batman, here on A site already. So kung may madedetect dito, talagang malalagot. Ang problema nga lang nila na cancel out lahat ng utilities na yan because of yet again a KO. SBE was able to take out a site here. Nakapag-plant na rin sila ng spike. That flash didn't connect, pero ang shots ni Aziz ang magkokonekta. Georgie to secure the trade-off, but Micro to retrade as well. 2-1 trade ang nangyari doon. The Doctor at si Aryu na lang ang natitira dito to actually secure the site. Magde-defuse, magtatap ng spike. Tutuloy nga ba? Aryu already gone down and pinched down here. The Doctor tumatrabaho pa rin. 2v1 situation. Isang spray down, isang click para kay Ja, and that is SBE's round.
Nakas magpapogi ni Ja inside of the site habang hinahayaan dito si Micro na meron naman siyang mga utilities dito eh. They have the snake bite. Pwede niya na lang ibato ito. So, ako na bahala dito, sabi ni Ja, para makakuha ng attention. And let's go back into what happened at the possibilities na magkaka-retake sana dito si the Doctor. They can defuse in the spike. Look at this. Naka-half na nga siya sa pag-defuse dito. Pero hindi pa rin pala ito naging enough dahil nga sa mga utilities and the mga push dito aggressively by SBE. 1.8 for them. And sabi nga natin kanina, it's a huge problem for a Killjoy na nakakatapat niya dito lagi si Assist na kanina ang duelist natin. So at the mains na sila yung naging aggressive in the fast few rounds nung Fracture, and let's see now kung magiging sagana pa ito dahil nakabang sa kanila dito ang dalawa. But Qeon was still able to go in for 2. Hindi sila ready dito kay the Doctor. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to go in for 2 as well. Dalawa na lang kaagad na natitira for APH.
1 HP. Si Kuya mo Pro, ginulang ang mga players dito ng APH. Talagang naging ultimate debate siya doon para kay Ja eh. At kung mapapansin nyo, no, they were able to get that 2K in on a 1 trade-off. That is Ja away already. Pero 1 HP na lang naman din si Pro. So parang halos 2-2 trade din yan kung hindi makakapitalize ni Pro itong natitirang HP niya. Isa na lang ang naiiwan. That is Aryu. Going up against Assist. Wala silang magawa dito. Wala rin halos... It is impossible to actually maybe try and get or make a retake happen in this moment and in this scenario right now. SBE takes it into a clean 2-0.
Clean indeed. Dahil kahit isa man ang natumba sa kanila, it was all in favor of them para mapaglaruan yung kanilang mga puso't damdamin dito. APH, unfortunately, yung B side, hindi ito naging kontrolado even though natatlo silang nag-aabang na doon. We have also as well here the opening kasi na ginagawa nila assist nila dyan inside of A. Kaya naman na-secure nila yung A site at nakapag-plant in pa sila ng spike. It was 1 versus 2 members na nagde-defend in A side. So look at that composure, diba? With just the numbers advantage, nasa pabor yun ng APH kanina, pero with that lead and composure kasi dito ng SBE and also the additional health na meron tayo dito with the Arbors, they can go in rushing members of APH. Pero to all means, kailangan maging worth it ng mga buy dito ng APH. Georgie, he needs to make an action para maputol na nga dito yung running on momentum ng SBE.
Alam nyo guys, para masilip nyo kung ano yung score ng series at para hindi na tayo maging tanungan at question and answer portion, silipin nyo lang yung diamond sa baba ng scores. 2-0 yung round score natin. Yung nasa baba na diamond, yan yung series. So, 1 point na ang SBE. Abatan secures the 2K but shutdown from Aziz. Pero magandang opening para sa side ng APH to cancel out the players of SBE in pushing in. Naiwan nga ang spike and alam nila yan. The information has been disseminated that the spike has already been dropped here. Pro, the only man remaining, salisigang lang para sa kanya. He sees one but he knows there is another na nasa kitchen lang. Recon out para sa kanya pero ito ang matinding salisigang. Just on the things from Georgie. Securing the kill and making this a 2-1 with 2 casualties on the team. Kahit papano medyo masakit.
Really is gonna hurt their economy dahil para pinaglaruan lang talaga sila ng SPE dito. Pero it was a good shot given by a Batman kanina to clear out everyone na magpupush Joy here in mid. Unfortunately, hindi nagawa dito ng SBE. Yung magra-rush sila dito, coming from mid, going into B, makapag-plant all the way from top side. Dahil wala nga silang jet dito, wala silang mobility-wise to control it. The attention here of APH at biglang raragasa agad-agad into one side. But on the other hand, this is also as well the buy round na ng SBE. So will it be worth it this time? Dahil nabawasan nga nila dito ang APH, so they need to make use of it na may weakness yung dalawa sa mga members sila dito. Bulldog lang ang mapag-aalalayan dito ni RU. Pero there's no one holding into B. May mga utilities dito yung Killjoy, yes, and it's already enough to hold on to the site para mag-abang tayo for the following retake dito ng APH.
Drone out. Tamang silip lang kung meron bang tao on yellow. They cleared out the angle already and for the side of APH, it seems like the rotations are coming in as well mula doon sa Sage and also mula doon sa Sova. Ngayon lang nilapag ang wall ng Viper kaya ngayon lang din nila nalaman at na-confirm yung impormasyon na yan and they're now holding back at least waiting for the rotations of the remaining following teams from APH side. Si Ja nga lang, tumalon! Si Kuya mo Ja, nagpalit pa ng barel. Si RU, now with Georgie getting the kill as well. They're clearing up the side completely. First mistake and everything goes down like a domino para sa side ng SBE. And that is it. M&FPS to secure the final blow to the head and making this a 2-2. Ganun lang kabilis. Napantay na agad nila. Isang pagkakamali and the domino effect takes in.
I really don't know what just happened over here. They were able to secure in B site. Nakapasok sila, nagkatabihan dito, sina RU and even Navir dyan. Nagulat nga si RU dito at nakapagpalit na kaagad dito ng upgrade of the gun. They were able to secure in that wall to defend and the spike, pero hindi pa rin pala ito magiging sapat. 2-2. Ganun lang talaga kabilis na magkaroon ng momentum muli dito ang APH. And thankfully enough for them, they were able to secure in their rifles. At ito na yung pangalawa consecutive round na naipanalo nila. They will be having the chance na makakuha pa ng mga pick-offs dito for SBE, but they need to be careful dahil alam natin kung gaano ka-sneaky dito ang SBE with their sheriffs. And this is a good one. Starting point for Georgie. Matatag nga siya dito ng recon bolt, pero hindi siya talaga ng patumpik pang patayin dito si Georgie with that Handhunter. One member down immediately for APH. Pero yun naman ang ginanti. Kasi dito ni SBE, since pro din, ang natanggal kaagad sa kanila.
Good trade-off mula doon kay Ja. And para sa side ng SBE, may rest din kasama yan. Remember, this is their eco round. And they wanna make use of this utility. Worth it nga ba ang pag-revive para sa kanyang mga kakampi dito. Habang yung ibang players ay nag-aantay lang na bumagsak yung wall. So, drone hops out from the side of SBE. Fino-force out pa rin nila yung B site. Now, they figure out makakakuha ng kill si Ja dito, making things open yet again for the rest of the team. Pero dalawa pa rin ang kailangan nilang tapatan kahit na napatay na nila yung unang dalawa. And this is quite difficult knowing that this is, of course, a Vandal. But once they can overwhelm, especially Eman, kaya nila tong
30 seconds left.
i-push, kaya nila tong punasin at linisin. Kaso nga lang, walang tumitingin. Dahil doon sa recon, sinabayan ni Eman. That is the perfect opportunity to take in the kill. Pro and assist. Takes 2 though. And that is a Batman left alone. Wala siyang traps dito sa B side dahil sa A siya nagka-camp. On the other hand, 12 seconds remaining to plant the spike. Hindi pa rin nila nagagawa at hindi pa rin nila naki-clear out. And because of this, mahuhuli pa rin si Batman dahil alam na nila ang impormasyon. Hindi na namin kailangan mag-plant. Ang kailangan lang namin ay syempre yung sheriff namin. 350.
Yeah. Clean up round. Yes, napanimulan nito na maganda ni Georgie. Hindi siya nakakuha ng dalawa. Was
nagkamali siya ng dash eh.
Kaya nga, hindi naging favorable sa kanya. Eman dito, he was good enough to utilize that recon bolt for his advantage to get that kill. Pero, ano nga ba ang nangyari dito? Nagkasalisihan sila ng mga pagkakataon na makakapatay na nga dito ang APH. And that is a good thrifty round. And a statement na kahit sheriff lang ang dala-dala namin, kaya pa rin namin makakuha ng round laban sa APH. Byron na for SBE at the very moment, pero sila pa rin naman ang may lamang. Let's see now here if they can still hold into their sides dahil parang sa mga nagiging aggressiveness kasi dito piniplace in ng SBE, mas gugustuhin na lang din natin dito for APH na magantihan sila para sa mga times na maunahan nila dito sa momentum and pagka-cut off kaagad ng ating playstyle dito for SBE. And this is a good one for M and FPS na makapag-react agad. Wait lang muna bago niya ilatag dito yung wall and there's no commitment pa whatsoever from SBE.
Pixel angle.
Makapasok ka agad dito and that is a good angle for Georgie's operator. Gets in micro, no controller na kagad for SBE.
No po. Sabi nga sa comment section, go south border.
South border.
Take a little time, baby. See the butterflies. Yan sabi ng viewers na south border daw. Pero ito, Batman, huling-huli sa akto mga players ng SBE. Pero masyadong marami nataranta. And 1-to-1 trade na naman ang nangyari dito. With RU securing that 2K at least, mapapawasan na naman ang isa ang SBE. Nandito rin naman si Georgie with the Blade Storm as well. Pag gipit sa patalim kumakapit, but he as the operator as well. APH secures this round cleanly by just killing off the players from the side of SBE. Wala nang retake. Labanan lang ng duel.
Parang statement din ito ng APH na, sheriff lang ang inyo. We have an operator at hand. Are you dito? That is a good hold. Even though na nakakuha ng opening kanina ang SBE mula pa kanina, we have the holds naman dito. And composure for APH para magantihan na ulit dito ang SBE. So ngayon, punish na truly again ang SBE for this timing, for the situation. 3-3 na kasi ang scoreline dito. Even though that they have created the momentum for the first 2 rounds, hindi ito naging sapat pa para ma-completely dominate na sila dito ng APH. Dahil nagbabaga pa rin kasi ang APH. They have Georgie, they even have here a Batman, and with the double picks kasi na ginagawa dito nila the Doctor and RU, and even have M and FPS sa mga times na dinidistract nila dito ang SBE. So, I wonder kung ano ang pwede pang gawin dito ng SBE, or pwede nga nila dito mapigilan din sa mga rounds ang APH at the very moment.
Tsaka ano ka ba, playstyle talaga to ng APH, yung mga aggressive picks na yan, tsaka yung mga explosive gameplays. Man, was able to get a kill already. That is towards Ja. At mukhang broken by ata ang SBE dito ngayon. The Doctor spots players on mid but 48 HP remaining on him. RU secures the kill. Ito na nga ang pagbangon ni RU on this specific match. He's getting the kills now and also he's helping out the teammates as well. Eman needs to go back a little bit more para iwasan lang itong dalawang natitirang players ngayon ng SBE. The wall comes up from the Viper and slowly they go in. As Flippies try to clear out each and every corner, may mga alarm bot at merong mga ano dito na hindi na magagamit from a Batman. And this is enough, more than enough time to actually plant the spike. Uy,
Sakto yung
gandang
wall
lason
dito.
mode dito ah. Kung hindi nila makikita to, baka malason sila. Ang problema, aware na aware ang APH. Alam nila kung saan sila magpi-pre-fire at baka merong nagtatago. Very low on HP is Micro. Securing that kill is the Doctor. And they are definitely in 3-3 ang score. Pantay na ang laban ngayon.
Bidang-bida dito kagad si The Doctor sa angle na pinay-fryer niya dito laban. Kinuflippy. Sobrang ganda na sana ng lason doon, pero yet again, basang-basa na sila with that kind of execution in that corner. Imagine that corner na talagang, ano niya lang parang
di na niya
basta-basa
kailangan
lang
makita.
nila Oo
Ganun
Di na
talaga.
kailangan makita kung nandun
Game
si
sense
PP.
na yan Pang mga ganyan. Ganito maglaro ng Icebox, guys. Check every corner. Check your 6. Spray down if you need to. Alam naman, kasi the thing is, alam naman nila yung information na malapit na makapasok dun sa screens yung ibang players. So why not pre-fire anyway? Why be quiet when the information is already disseminated on the side of SBE? And APH is well aware of that.
4-3 ang starting point. Yet again, hindi na broken dito ang eco ng SBE. They have saved out. May makakakuha naman dito ng site kaagad. We have the Viper Speed. Pero hello, Jao. We
Dalawang
have your
nakatayo.
Georgie. With that operator, nag-pick
Tumunog
na
pa.
naman dito si Aziz. Kaya naman dalawa na ngayon na matutumba. Alanganin ang buhay dito ni Flippy all the way from that corner dahil kailangan niyang tumawid pa. There's also one all the way from top side pero mag-iingat na lang din muna sila, The Doctor. Talagang siya na lang din ang makaabang dito in case nagustuhin pa ng SBE kung pasok dito in A side. Pero after losing in 2, it will be unfortunate for them, yes, and it is also the decisions made by them na umikot na lang din. With that Poison Cloud, they have the open na makontrol nila yung vision dito ni Abatman. So no further ado, papasok sila dito here in mid, under the tunnel, under the tube, and they can still go in for the kill. But unfortunately, Abatman kasi dito ang makabang. Pero meron ng little that he know na meron na pala dito here in kitchen. And it is a 1v4 scenario immediately. Wala siyang idea kung nasaan dito. Yung iba pa, pero natagpuan niya kaagad si Georgie. Georgie, alanganin ng buhay niya. Isang shot na lang siya. Pero, mauna naman siya dito. A Doctor, he's just really doing it for the team. APA gets in the lead. 2 points laban sa SB.
Not about the frags right now because the teams are playing carefully. Ito yung tamang chillings lang sa 410. Tamang tambay lang tayo sa 410, guys. Habang pinapunish tayo ni Georgie. Yun nga lang, no, hindi nila na figure out na baka open yung angle nila here on 410 as they were pushing towards the site. And mistakes like that happen dahil naghahanapan kayo dahil nagpwestuhan kayo, and obviously the players don't know where the players or the respective teams are. MNFPS just, walling out B site or B main completely, farming the orb for himself, and with this kind of wall from the Sage, kailangan binabasag to Kasi even if you decide to actually rotate all the way to A, the importance of breaking this wall is actually making sure na APH looks at B main. Not just let it go dahil nga may wall na hindi naman makapasok yung iba. Abatman secures that 2K already, and SBE seems to disappear in this B main as a flawless round comes in from APH. 6-3 ang score natin. Kalamangan nila dito, 3 rounds na.
Wala man silang mga pera na mawawala doon sa round na yon. Yes, SB was an eco, pero kasi sayang lang din at pinersa pa rin nila dito ang B-side. Nakaabang na rin si Abatman for the follow-up with this replay, pero with that flick na ginawa dito ni Georgie, talagang nag-iinit ang APH. Mainit sila sa factor na nakuha nga ng SBE yung first map. It was a fracture pick na kinuha dito ng APH, pero hindi ito naging sapat pa. So now, with the timing and the momentum na nabe-build up dito ng APH, this is also a signal for SBE na mag-timeout na muna. Hinga muna malalim. They need to compose themselves. They need to refresh para makuha nila ulit yung lead. Georgie, he needs to be shut down. 12-3, Taylor, ang laking advantage niyan. Laban dito sa SBE na walang ka-duelist, at even that they have your assist, parang hindi kasi nila dito natagpuan or nasusuppress man lang ng kahit isang beses si Georgie para hindi siya dash away from any trade-offs na gagawin sa kanya dito ng South Build.
Exactly like that. You put it into perspective, no? For SBE, they don't have that duelist power na action na kaya nilang dalhin dun sa mga site. Unlike if you have a Jet or even a Raze na pwede ka mag-satchel in and dash in place. And SBE has to deal with that. Because once we swap on the sides, it's gonna be a stronghold when it comes to the defense. Ang importante ngayon for SBE is to actually make an entry happen. Kaya nagpi-play for picks sila eh. Kasi walang surprising factor na kayang dalhin ngayon because of the no duelist role. But a lot of teams, maraming players na ang gumagawa nito and they were still quite aware. Alam nila, nananalo pa rin. And of course, with this kind of pick, there is some disadvantages. But they wouldn't do this without the advantages as well. So malalaman naman natin yan once the round just dwindles over as Georgie yet again another shutdown na naman para sa kanya with the operator. Kailan nila matatanggal yung off sa kamay ni Georgie? Yan yung tanong.
Yun na nga ang pinaka-question natin dito dahil nakaabang na kagad siya dito all the way from top side. Buti na lang nakaligtas kagad dito si Abatman and they were able to cancel out assist with that ulti. Georgie dito, he needs to have the spicy kills laban dito sa kupunan natin from SB but unfortunately he was raided off by Ja. Abatman dito para naman makakuha ng gante. We have here the possibility na manalo na nga sila even though that they have the Viper Spit. It won't be enough but Micro gets in those kills with just the bullets at hand pero with that wall, naku, mahihirapan pa dito mapag-defuse, ma-defend in yung pag-defuse in ng spike. Nakalahati dito ni MNFPS and that is a finisher 7-3 laban sa SBE with a statement na kahit anong mangyari, kahit patumbayin niya pa si Georgie, nandito pa rin naman kami. MNFPS just finish it out. Kasama niya dito si The Doctor and they are just really doing it in the map of Icebox para malanghap na natin ang game number 3.
Langhap sarap. Parang nakakamiss mag no? McDolby. Para dalawa kasi baka magtampo yung isa eh. Not sponsored by the way. Pero kasi man tuloy-tuloy lang talaga. Alam niyo naman guys, trabaho lang para sa kanila to. And 7-3 is the score. APH is on the lead right now. Para sa SB, they have the rest to come up with. They're forcing things out. Obviously, ito na yung remaining rounds bago tayo mag-swap ng side. Pero forcing this out, may pambili sila for the next round naman. Batman, natag nung ultimate ni Pro pero hindi enough para makakuha ng kill. Ang problema ngayon dito ng APH, pasok na sila on Kitchen and that is the shutdown on Georgie na hinahanap nila kanina pa. Batman still waiting in mid and MNFPS secures a kill instead. 2v2 situation right now as the Doctor goes down. It is up to Micro and up to RU to make this round happen. Nakuha nga yung spike so this may be rotation all the way to B site. Ang kagandahan naman dito for RU, he's just waiting on mid right now sa boiler kung sakasakali and he will be able to rotate towards B kung sakali man. Kaso nga lang, sumagad siya hanggang A site. Naglakad hanggang A.
Parang nagkasalisihan na talaga dito. Hey, kay Micro, we can plant in the spike. May utilities pa siya. Meron siyang snake bite, may wall pa siyang kasama, so this is good enough. Ang ganda ng ginawa dito ni Micro na talagang naging salisigang na lang din siya dito. Dinampot niya yung spike. Walang ka-idea dito si RU and RU. He has still the recon. We still have the shock darts. Pero kasi, ang walang idea din dito is si Micro kung saan ba siya manggagaling. Will it be flank? Will it be backside? So ngayon, ang daming pag-overthink ng binigay dito ni Micro. Pero yun din ang binigay. Nakatumbas dito ni RU. So now, no timing intended for RU para makapag-defuse. He needs to kill in that Viper and I was deemed speechless dahil naabagapan na kagad niyang mapatay dito, nakapag-react siya kagad in time to kill in Micro from that certain point of time and they were able to secure in that 8 round point advantage laban sa SBE.
Nako, sabi nga dito ni Coach, bakit kasi walang nag-duel sa SBE kahit Reyna okay na? Grabe naman si Coach. Napa-comment na si Coach Rogelio. Pero guys, ganun talaga. No? Depende sa playstyle. Anong gustong ilabas ng SBE para sa map na to. Kasi kung tutusin, even without the duel, it is very much doable. Narinig nyo naman from the panel, duel is a mindset daw. Sabi. Pero yun, mahirap talaga mag-entry. Lalo na kung wala kang duel. But in the end, shooting game pa rin naman to eh. Diba? So, when it comes to this and it all boils down, pag nag-swap ng side, mas malakas yung depensa nung SBE.
Kaya, ito na lang din eh. They need to force it out to an 8-4. Kung hindi, mahihirapan silang i-comeback ito. Pero, but by all means, pwede naman din nila ma-inflict dito yung 9 clickers. Batman dito, nag-aabang na kagad. Once na may makita siya dito, kahit elbow nga lang din. Pero may makikita ka pa siya, tayo mabablind na siya dito nila assist. And he was able to go in for the lineup! Natuhog niya yung dalawa and down all goes! Assist and throw. Flipping naman dito on the other hand for the trade-off. And
Kinuha yung patay!
The revive and a player, Georgie, nag-iinit na nga, nagbabagang apoy. We have here the Blazer to finish it out. 9-3 scoreline. Georgie just does it para makuha nila yung mga ganti mula sa mga nangaapi. Trying to 3 curse. Will it be in favor this time ng SBE? As you mentioned, Taylor, this is a good lineup for the side of SBE to win up that defending round.
Huli kam sila doon. Si Abatman na nag-aabang lang talaga eh. After that Hunter's Fury, thanks to RU mga kaibigan. Kaya naging posible yan. This is now a 9-3 scoreline and APH. Such a big lead. A halftime pause na ang mangyayari dito kasi magsaswap na sila ng sides, no? And gaya na sabi ko, despite the lead that APH has, ang problema kasi sa isang Icebox eh, ano to eh, dapat attacker-sided to eh. So, with that, kailangan SBE could make do of what they have right now, especially yung mga utility usage din nila to cancel out any entries that APH might post upon them. Ang isa pa dito is, for the side of APH, mainit ang duelist nila ngayon. Si Boracay, Jet Georgie, online na online. Si kuya mo Georgie, no? Pero, the playstyle of APH revolves around Georgie pretty much so. And yun yung inaabangan natin in this coming stage eh. Will that change up? Nagre-revolve around Georgie, Eman, yung combination na meron tayo dito and sila talaga yung kumukuha ng mga kills and frags as well? Or will they play and stick more as a unit, not just as an individual players? Kasi kung isipin mo, super, ano to eh, yung team nila, you have Georgie. You have a Batman who could definitely get those frags in. Eman that plays a duel at times. The doctor from Malaysia na bagong pasok dito sa APH. So the chemistry-wise, is it building already? Is it built already? Or nandun pa rin tayo sa point na tinatrabaho pa rin at hinahanap pa rin nila?
Tingin ko okay na rin na yung APH dito, especially here in the map of Icebox. Talaga makikita natin na isa-isa silang nagpa-pop off. Parang isa-isa silang nabibigyan ng eksena dito na once na magkaroon dito ng pick-off si Georgie, there goes a Batman for also the trade-offs. And ready naman dito sina M and FES for the pick-off as well na hindi ito inaasahan ng SB. As you mentioned, laging nagpe-play as a duelist din dito si M and FES. So, nakukuha niya rin yung mindset dito na pwede niyang agapan dito si Georgie by the time comes na kailangan niya ito. And katulad ito, sila yung mismong na magkatabi, sila mismo yung pwede makakuha ng following kills and the trade-offs. We have Virja waiting all the way from that corner. Pero will it be successful on his side? Dahil sina Georgie dito, top side naman din ang gusto nilang atakihin dito against them. Pero this is a numbers advantage all in favor of APH. And with that being said, Aldron kagad ang nilabas sila dito. Will be spotting in Ja. Ja won't be able to get in the kill dahil siya ang makukuha ng pick-off dito ni Evan FPS. Napindot niya nga dito yung lane debut pero hindi siya naka-TP out and that is a clear opening for SBE to have the retake na lang laban dito sa APH pero halos lahat naman dito ay natagpuan ng Recon Ball.
Napindot pero hindi tinadhana. The wall being destroyed already by the players of SBE. Tamang retake lang para sa kanila. Georgie buhay na buhay pa pero tamang headshot din mula kay Aziz. Here he goes. Yan ang sabi niya. And this is already them trying to push in kung sakasakali. And meron din silang wall na pwedeng gamitin dito. And just continuously defusing the spike right now. Dinefuse sa harapan mismo. Micro to secure the final blow. That is the doctor out.
Titipid sila sa wall dito para doon sa mga exclusive moments na kailangan nilang i-defuse in yung spike. Look at this, sa pwersa tuloy si The Doctor na mag-init na rin with those right clicks. Unfortunately, naubos ito sa pagkakataon na kailangan niya rin patayin dito si Micro na nag-defuse and ng spike. Now, this is a lead for SBE. 1 point dito sa ating defending side in the second half. So, let's see kung ito pa rin ba ang makukuha nila. Anti-eco ang gustong gawin dito ng APH, but they will be rushing into the side. They will be trying to commit in mid. Nandito yung pag-TP ni Ja at makakarap niya kaagad dito si Georgie. Hello, my friend. That is 1 member down. 2 na pala dahil may umatake na nga all the way from kitchen. There is a follow-up pa by Bro. We have the Doctor for the Qeon. Assist naman dito ang tumaba at Ja with the 3K. The Doctor na lang ang natitira. Sana nga pa siya banda, pero napunta na rin naman siya ng mga kamay dito ni Pro. A finishing factor for SBE that they can still make it to the last remaining rounds here in the second half.
Linis ng round, pero ito ay bonus round, no? Or rather buy round ngayon ng SBE kanina. But this time, makakabili na rin naman ang APH to actually go up against the Sheriffs. Ay, ano pa lang to? Eco pa rin para sa kanila.
Kaya nga.
Tamang Marshall lang muna. Bumili pa lang mga kuya nyo sa APH. Ito na ang matinding labanan. Kung hindi nila makukuha to, mahihirapan sila moving forward. Because they already gave out too much rounds here. Micro, nakapatay ng isa, sabay atras lang habang si Aziz ang kumukuha ng aksyon. Meron pang nasa taasan. Batman na lang ang naiiwan and Aziz was able to punish each and everyone who wants to go up against him on mid. 9-6, Ekin.
Ekim talaga para sa SBE. Pangatlong round na nila dito sa pangalawang serye natin and the Icebox. Ang ganda ng ginawa dito nila assist. Nakuha yung first contact dito ni Micro and the follow-up na lang dito with the Marshall ni assist and he was able to get in those heads. Popping out all the potential here of APH to have their momentum and now this is the running time na ng SBE para makakuha na nga dito ng comeback. 9-6, it is big enough. 3 rounds na lang din pero syempre by round muli ito for APH. They need to make it worth it. Lalo na't ngayon, kapag nakapag-plant end na ng spike dito, si The Doctor, they can have the Viper Spit and it is a huge problem. Lalo na't 3 na lang din yung ultimate ores sa kailangan dito ni Batman. Imagine yung mga pick-ups na pwede niyang gawin dito dahil gusto nang depensahan kaagad ito ng APH. There's the Cloudburst, there's the wall. Hindi kasha yung pag-plant din ng spike. Eman FPS, sayang na sayang yun. They have completely gained control of the side. Pero let's see now here if they will be able to survive. Si Micro dito, nag-aabang na nga all the way from top side. We have here a 1 member down. FPS has the wall, yes. Pero nandito naman din yung Recon. Daming hesitations ang nangyayari ngayon for APH to plant and they will be able to succeed plant and the spike, but will they be able to retake it further? 5v4 at the very moment, pero ang magiging question na lang dito is makakakuha ba sila ng pick-off? Yung mga lineup nila, The Doctor dito is still there. There's the delay, there's the blind. Pro dito, makakakuha ng isa. Batman, wala na nga sa eksena. Nandito pa rin naman sila The Doctor, pero wala na siyang snake bite dito. We still have time. Nandito pa yung mga walls ni Micro, and Micro is already down. Nandito pa sila Georgie and Jan just finish it all the way from flank. Isa na lang din ang natitira. Meron pa rin naman siyang Vandal dito and the finishing factor pa rin ay mapupunta na nga for APH. 10-6. 4 tuloy ang natitira pang habulin dito ng SBE laban sa kanila.
Tabi-tabi, mainit. Yan ang sabi ng players ngayon ng APH saka ng SBE. This was the bonus round of SBE and they were able to capitalize on 4 kills to be specific on the hands of APH. Despite them getting that round, it will take a toll pagdating sa economy nila. Makikita mo naman yung mga buy ngayon ng APH. Broken buy muna sila. Spectre coming in. Half armors lang para sa kanila because of the damage that SBE was able to do. Aside from that, nag-doubt sila mag-plant ng spike. And sumakto din naman because Aziz was actually throwing in a nade. And because of that nade, na bigyan sila ng opportunity basagin yung wall. Aside from that, the opportunity for APH not to plant the spike. The Doctor, Georgie, the Doctor, yan ang nagtatrabaho ngayon as one of them goes down and that is the Doctor out. 2v4 na ang sitwasyon natin. And this is the buy round coming in from SBE. If they lose this out, It's already a double-digit score. Mahirapan sila makahabol.
Si Micro na lang pa ang natitira. Parang si Georgie nakakalanghap na rin na siya ang pwedeng makakuha ng pick-off dito. Pero let's see kung makakakuha ba siya ng Edsec frags dito para mamblema naman yung APH bahagya ng economic advantage nila. Pero kasi sa mga rounds na naipanalo nila, parang mahirap nang sabihin na mahihirapan pa sila or magkakaroon ba sila ng pagbubutas ng bulsa. We have your SBE. Yes, they were able to secure in the remaining frags dito laban sa APH from the previous one at nahirapan sila dito within their buys. Napigilan sila makakuha ng full-on utilities, half an armors, and it's still a one-round win for APH. Dito sa corners Micro at nakakuha pa rin naman siya ng isa dito. Good enough for him para si Batman na lang din dito ang mapapatay niya. We have your Blade Storm ready for Georgie. Batman naman dito with that lockdown, and will this be the cut of the win streak dito ng SBE dahil most of the time from the previous series na meron tayo dito in our group stages, lagi silang nananalo dito as no duelist setup in Icebox. So, will this be the team na pwede nga dito magbigay din ng landslide sa Southbuilt Esports or may habol pa nila ito for 5 more rounds? Ang problema na lang dito is paano nila tatansyahin, paano nila ibabudget yung natitira pang economy nila dahil nga they are just leaning towards into half an armors, mostly a Spectre, pero most likely parang isi-save out na lang nila yata dito, Taylor. Ang kailangan nila is yung maipigilan nila yung match point dito ng APH.
Di na gumalaw yung score ng SBE. Tsaka naintindihan ko na pala yung nangyari dun sa round kanina. The wall was set up by Eman. Ang problema niya, wala sa kanya yung spike. So, si Ryu yung may dala ng spike nung panahon na nag-wall siya, kaya kailangan niyang antayin si Ryu. Kaso nabasag na yung wall and also bigyan na rin sila nung grenade from the KO. Buti na lang naligtas pa ni Ryu yung specific round na yun, no? So, this is what I kept saying a while ago. If you have Ryu performing quite well on a map that you have, it is almost as if yung APH parang unstoppable force kung tutusin, no? Kasi Ryu is also very much capable of taking the frags in, lalo na yung mga utility usage din yan. Grabe geometry din yan si Ryu eh. So, 11-6 na ang score natin. Slowly boiling down na maybe APH will take this to a match point kung sakasakali. The salise is definitely there. Georgie versus Ja. Sino ang mananaig sa isang operator? Ang tour de force nga ba ang isang normal na op, pero meron ng lockdown na sinet in place, and Ja, meron siyang TP out kung sakasakali man na pwedeng gamitin, and the tour de force in action will win this battle against the operator. Mahuhuli si Ja, pero ang importante sa kanya ay nakapitas siya as Micro takes down the Doctor as well. Walang opportunity makapasok ang APH on site.
Even though that they have exhausted everything in A site, nakaabang na kaagad dito si Flippy in case na mag-rotate na kaagad dito ang APH. At yun na lang din ang following additional option nila dito to have this winning moment. And dito kay Flippy nakaabang lang siya, pero ito na pala yung go signal ni Eman FPS na si The Doctor ay i-resurrect niya. We have so much utility pa din kay The Doctor dito, and this is a viable resurrection na ginawa dito ni Eman FPS dahil Viper Spit ang makakabigay ng problema ng tinek na malaki dito ang manguya ng SBE para makuha na nga lang din ng Night Reekers na pwede nating ibigay sa kanila. We have so much at hand, so much at risk para lang lusubin dito ang Viper Spit. Pero meron pa rin naman sila ditong blind. They have the 0 point, and Ja is already there to clear out the Doctor. At ngayon, wala nang magbibigay pa ng pagmemedicina dito on the side of APH. There's also the opportunity. They were able to go in for 2 immediately. A Batman takes down assist. And it's all up to Ryu to cancel out the defuse of
Itap
this
mo lang,
fight.
bro! Pros don't fake! Pros don't fake!
Ito magiging sapat pa. He wasn't pro enough to get in that kill in the clutch. ROG clutch is all in favor of APH 12-6.
Sabi nga nila, pros don't fake. Si kuya mo pro, hindi nag-fake, kaso kinulang ng split second para i-defuse yung spike. It's still in the hands of APH in a match point right now. Are we going to game number 3? Gising na ba si Ray Ray? Yan ang tunay na tanong.
Nag-good morning na siya kanina.
Nag-good morning na kanina, kaya naman pala. matik na yun. Game 3 talaga, guys. Si Riri nanonood na eh. Tsaka naghahanda na yan para mag-cast mamaya lang. Hindi na shutdown agad yung recon natin on A site. So, they were able to spot some of the players here on APH side. And tamang play for picks ang gagawin dito. Si Aziz, malalim na. Nag-dive na towards the enemy side. And the Doctor been spotted by the trademark here. RU secures the first kill and that is rather the second. And that is Assist going down already. Isama mo na rin sa hukay si Kuya Moja. Habang si the Doctor umisa na rin. I think this is all up to Micro making a clutch happen in a 1v5 situation. Naku po. 1 down, 2 to go. Take out lang. Pa-take out.
Naku!
Attackers win.
Naging sapat pa si Georgie kasi nag-iinit pa rin pala. Blade Storm ang nakatapos na dito sa lahat ng mga eksenang ibinigay na nga ngayon laban sa kanila. APH gets in a third game for this series laban sa SBE. At tingnan mo naman, ready talaga sila dito
masaya,
to clear it out. Di talaga sila masaya dito dahil
si
next
Kuya
pick na mapa
Abatman
natin dito for SBE.
may good morning buff si Kuya Batman eh. Kita nyo naman, APH getting game number 2. Meaning, isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. Pupunta tayo sa game number 3 later on. Map pick curse ang nangyari. For the side of, para sa una nating mapa, it was fractured, dedicated, or picked by APH. But natalo sila doon. But this time around, in an Icebox match, ang nanalo dito is APH and this was actually a map pick, map selection by SBE. Looking at stats over here, all the way out is lopsided para sa side ng APH. They have the bigger kill damage, the headshot, the frags, and the objective wins as well. It was proven quite difficult to do entries without a duelist. And ang daming moments talaga na nasasalisihan sila dito. Lalo na yung madaming rounds nga na SBE already in a not upper hand position na kulang yung mga baril na meron sila and everything else. But they still made it happen at least. Kaso nga lang, hindi talaga enough, lalo na sa power na kayang dalhin dito ni Georgie with 20 kills in total, 2.1 AKDA. Pero gusto ko lang sabihin, RU definitely finally performed in this specific map as well. This is the capability of APH.
Yeah, it is. Lalo na sa mga times na nagbibigay din dito si The Doctor ng enable tactics dito for Georgie to go in for those plays. Sama mo pa dito nila M and FAS na ready doon sa mga refrags na kailangan nilang gawin. Especially dito kina Abatman. This is one of the rounds na pwede na nga sanang pumabor dito kina The Doctor pero hindi ito naging sapat pa. Yung mga efforts niya na ibigay na hindi ito napagtagumpayan ng mga teams natin, ng mga players natin from APH dahil nga nandito na rin naman tayo sa fact na kailangan magbigay ng much more effort ang members natin ngayon for SBE. Pero once kasi na nakadampot ng operator dito si Georgie, talagang masasabi mong hindi niya ito sasayangin. They went in for the kills, he goes in for the multi-kills. Whenever we go in and decide and start in the map and start in the fight, and we have so much at hand dito for the side of APH. And will it be the same storyline? Dahil I'm looking in the stats na meron tayo ngayon, Taylor, nung stage 1 pa lang, nung lower bracket final, this is the same storyline na nangyari. Nanalo nga ng first map ang SBE laban sa APH, pero nakakuha naman ng composure dito APH for the round number 2. And game 3, Southbelt Esports ang nanalo doon sa lower bracket final sila from last stage pa. Pero will it be the same dito sa ating storya ngayon in stage 2 group stages? Dahil nga, I gotta say na sobrang papabor ito halos kina RU and even have Georgie on their hands as the double or rather the duelist and also the initiator setup na meron sila.
Kita nyo naman, no? Georgie nag-iinit na para sa matchup natin from SBE and APH, and there's a lot more to see dahil pupunta nga tayo sa game number 3, ladies and gents, at mapapanood natin itong mga players natin later on. Pero syempre, bago tayo pumunta sa game number 3, tamang inom muna tayo ng mga maintenance para sa side ng SBE because right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Sa pagbabalik natin, VCTPH, game number 3 na tayo para sa unang series. Is it gonna be SBE or iuwi ba to ng APH? Malalaman natin yan. Don't go away.
looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your
It was a game changer and a big factor na naputol na nila yung win streak dito ng SBE with their no duelist setup. So, mag-a-adjust na nga ba sila dito sa mapa na ito? And all in favor of the side of the momentum dito na naihip na nga all in APH. Magtutuloy-tuloy nga ba sila? I'm Honey Glazy the Double E, kasama ko ngayon si Taylor and Taylor. I gotta say na sobrang overwhelmed tayo dito sa game number 2.
Tsaka nahanap ko na yung salamin ko, finally.
Yun.
Na-misplace ko kasi kaya ang hirap makakita kanina, pero finally nabalik ko na. And going here sa game number 3 natin, obviously this is the final map that we are about to see here in the match between SBE tsaka APH, no? And we've seen the no duelist composition from SBE didn't work out on game number 2. On game number 1 naman, kung saan pinili ng APH yung mapa, sila rin ang hindi nakakuha nun. And it just goes to show na pantay pa rin ang laban despite everything else that happened. 1-1 yung score natin when it comes to the maps, and heading into map number 3 kung saan ang lalaroin nila is split. Ito ang tunay na action.
Yeah, dito natin makikita kung compose pa rin ba ang SBE dito, lalo na they have been winning it throughout the last few series na meron sila. Umaabot tayo dito ng mga overtime laban before sa TS. So, let's see kung dito pa rin ba ay maibibigay nila yung overall effort and overall factors na kaya nilang ibigay laban sa APH. Was able to dissemble them throughout the map of Icebox. Dahil nga sa pagpa-pop off dito nila Georgie. So, in this stage or in this round, will it be Georgie's time to shine once again? Or magkakambak na nga ba dito sila Jam? Magkakambak na ba dito sila Flippy? At sino ba yung mga agent na kukuhanin nila in the map of Split? Dahil mga nakita ko dito is usually they played on to Jet. They played on to Race na usually na ito talaga yung bahay niya eh.
Ayun nga. So, knowing that a race might be played out as well is also a big factor here. Gaya nga na sabi mo, no, the entry that a race can definitely do, might be expecting a chamber pick even, or we might be expecting that they would be also pulling out even Arena. It's even quite possible, or a Neon is definitely possible. Anything is possible, lalo na meron pang nadagdag na bagong agent, which is Fade.
Yeah, exactly. And throughout the stages na naglalaro kasi dito ang SBE in the map of Split, parang there are times talaga na hindi ito nagiging favorable sa kanila once nagugustuhin nila maging over-aggressive with their double duelist setup with the Jet and even have her the Race. Imagine yung mga pagtalo ng dalawang ito, going into the side, distracting in those everyone that is trying to hold. Pero kasi dito sa mapa na ito, it's a defender-sided map. So, imagine all of their capabilities, pero madedistract lang din dito sila ng mga holds lang din ng either of the team. Pero makikita kasi natin dito from the last few rounds or last few series na nilaro nila dito here in Split. Kasi na sobrang ganda ng mga tandem dito ni Papi Chulo at ni Flippy para mabigay nila yung hold in these specific in the specific site para mapigilan nila dito yung members natin from being aggressive and going inside. They are leaning towards in the Cypher pick and even have here the Sage pick, pero this time, will it be the same amount of agents na gagamitin nila laban sa APH?
Depende talaga sa mga teams natin kung ano ang nasa mood nila, no? But I just had a quick look at the stat sheets here. The last time that they met in a map like Split, APH ang nanalo. And APH is a team that whenever they come into a game, it's typically reaching game number 3. Doon nila nakukuha yung mga matchups o yung wins na napapansin natin. And like I said, ang last time nga na nangyari dito sa Split is APH taking it into a 13-8 score against SBE. When it comes to the lineup of agent picks na meron tayo, it's a very much typical agent pick selection from SBE coming in from last game. It was a typical Reyna, Raze setup, and typical Sage. We also have a Cypher, and also for that aside, para sa kabilang team, typical din yung kanilang mga agent picks dito. They also used up a Sky. They also had the Astra on both sides of the team, and they had the Viper. A double control setup in Split is very much doable, and it worked out last time, and I think and assume that it can work out this time around as well.
Yeah, yung last time na nagkita sila dito, nagkaroon na mainit na tarangkahan na ang APH and Southbuilt Esports was also in the lower bracket finals kung saan Georgie was able to frag it out with 27 kills laban dito sa Southbuilt Esports. They were able to dominate and with a 13-8 as you mentioned earlier, pero ang kasama nila dito is yung mga past members pa nila. We have your Tesseract and Medeski, pero will it be the same amount of aggression? Lalo na kanina, nakuha na nila yung momentum in the second game, pero in the third game, change of pace kasi dito ang map ng Split na once ka hindi mo makontrol yung mga magiging aggressive in mid, na pwede nga ditong magkaroon ng opening in A or even here control in B tower, dahil yun yung laging ginagawa dito nila Ja and nila assist. Pero on the other hand kasi, Georgie dito, alam natin na magiging aggressive siya to the fact na ine-enable kasi siya, binibigyan siya ng pagkakataon, ginagamit yung mga utilities dito ng iba mga members niya para hahayaan nila si Georgie dito na makuha nga yung info na kailangan niya. But this time, hindi ko kasi alam kung ano yung pwede niyang gamitin dito on the following updates nga dito in Valorant na kaya nilang mag-iba-iba ng mga agents dito. At as you mentioned, pwede nilang kuhanin pa dito si Fade.
Ito nga, ang daming options, no, na pwede nating makita. Pati yung comment section ng huhula na din. Baka daw mag-Cypher, magki-KJ ba si Abatman o magchi-Chamber na this time. Ang daming possibilities ng agent picks dito, knowing that this is also fairly a new lineup that we have in the side of APH once the doctor is already put into place. And also, wala na si Modeski, wala na rin si Tesseract from last time. So it's definitely a different synergy that we're looking at here on the hands of APH. Now, ang problema nila ngayon is, will it work out against SBE? Last time they did, it worked out. But it's a different lineup we are looking at, or we were looking at. This time around, a new synergy is awaiting us, and a new team of APH is awaiting us. And nandito sila para i-prove kung ano yung capabilities, ano yung kakayanan nila dito, no? So, honestly speaking, we might see a double controller setup again. Maybe even a chamber pick, or rather a fade pick here on the specific map. Kasi game 3 na to, Honey Glaze eh. Make or break, labasan ng strat para sa kanila. At alam nyo naman, yung ano natin, setup ng tournament format natin ngayon for week 1.
Ang malala pa dito, Taylor, no, is the pressure. Wala pang series na ipapanalo dito, statistically saying, ang APH laban dito sa SBE. So, we gotta say na merong uptime dito ang SBE to have those controls and to gather enough composure para maipit nila dito in a certain point of time sina Georgie. Pero kasi sa mga nakita natin kanina, parang feeling ko mahihirapan silang pigilan dito si Georgie. So, we gotta be sure na makita din natin dito yung pagpa-pop off nila Georgie and the other teammates that he has dito in Split, and syempre makikita pa natin dito yung pagka-counter sa kanila dito nila Ja, Flippy. As I've mentioned earlier kanina na Split is one of the maps na nagiging favorable dito ng SBE kahit na nung stage 1 hindi natin ito nakikita. It was a 100% ban dito ng SBE. First ban always ito ng SBE. So, what made change their mind? Ito yung gusto nilang maging play. Ito na yung mga magiging change nila dito and the hidden factor na kaya nilang bulagain dito ang mga members natin from the other team na hindi sila naging ready dito dahil there is no history for SBE to control and split, have those wins, have those composures, and their strategy plays. Lalo na sobrang commendable kasi dito talaga. And I am overwhelmed dito kina Papi Chulo and those flippy lineups with the slow ores na kapag magsisay siya at sa mga timing pang hindi niya agad-agad i-wall out dito yung mga entrance going inside the side.
Mainit pa si kuya mo Georgie ngayon. So, dito talaga babanse o hahanap ng balanse ang SBE for this specific matchup that we have. For later on, habang nag-aantay pa tayo magsimula yung game number 3 natin, later on, ito yung schedule of matches natin, no? For around 2 p.m., it's gonna be Alpha Esports Pro versus Naos. And then, later on, the last series of today is Team Secret versus RRQ.
Yun.
So, yan yung mga dapat na matches yung abangan maya-maya lang at sina Vil, sina Rere, ayan ang posible nyo makasama for the last match. And I think, ikaw ata ikaw ba? Tsaka si ano? Nalimutan ko na rin Pero para dito sa match na to, kami pa rin ni Honey Grace ang inyong magiging caster. Live tayo on Facebook. Live tayo sa Twitch. Live din tayo sa YouTube natin. So, big shoutouts to every viewer that we have right here and also sa lahat ng sumusuporta talaga ever since PPGL days, since day 1 simula nung natin VCTPH. At moving forward, isang taon na, no? Ang bilis ng panahon ngayon. Grabe, isipin mo, Honey Glaze, ito na yung last stage, tapos susunod, last chance qualifier, Asia Pacific, punta tayo ng Masters, and pupunta tayo ng Champions. Alam mo na kung nasan yung Champions saka Masters ngayon?
Oo, nakita ko sa Twitter kanina lang. Ang layo. Grabe,
pati na rin.
Nakaka-excite.
Sa Istanbul.
Oo.
So, alam nyo na guys, may visa naman ako. Baka naman PPGL. Oo, baka naman PPGL. Pinoy casters in Copenhagen. Hello? Hello? Baka lang marinig tayo. Pero ito guys, since nandito na rin naman kayo, andito rin, available din yung English stream natin kung sakali na gusto nyong hanapin and gusto nyo, namimiss nyo na sina Dax, sina Asuray, sina Black and Blue. Hanapin nyo lang sila sa kabilang side, no? Nasa kabilang dako lang sila ng mundo dito. Nasa English side sila at silipin nyo lang yan sa Twitch, Valorant Esports 3, kung hindi ako nagkakamali. Pati YouTube, meron din sila
So, nakakamiss magsama-sama dito ang English at ang Tagalog stream. Pero let's hope for the best na makasama rin natin dito yung ibang mga English casters dito. It's an idea for our prod right here. Pero syempre, nagbabalik tayo sa amin na kami pa rin naman makakasama nyo dito for the last round in the making dito. Split again ang mapa nila. This is the decider map between our teams. Kung pakapasok nilang dito in our stream, naka 1-1 na po tayo ng scoreline. Unang game ay naipanalo ito ng SBE and Fracture, pero Icebox na ipanalo naman dito sa nag-iinit nagbabagang Georgie for APH. And now in Split, another complicated map Taylor. I gotta say na ang hirap dito talaga mag-defend, especially yung mga factors na ang galing ng mga utility usage nila to cover up mid, yung mga smokes na mga timings, and even have your the clearing out utilities na meron sila with their mollies. They have always used NKO dito with the 0 point. So will it be an advantage or will it be a dual-edged sword na ito yung magiging reason din kung bakit sila magkakaroon ng weakness at bakit sila magkakaroon ng problema to get inside. Dahil this is always the agent ng pangka-cancel out dito ka na Georgie once the chamber yung gamitin niya or even have your dyan na chamber din yung piliin niya.
Isipin mo, idagdag mo pa si RU na online na din, no? Parang diesel engine lang mga kaibigan na talagang matagal-tagal and then once na na-fire up na, ready to take on the action already. So, APH, they are a type of team that really brings it to game number 3, and if they do, they typically almost all the time win as well. So, with SBE naman, they are right now sort of in the middle of a team to beat or sort of in the middle of a team that really needs to prove themselves, no? Because from the storyline way back, we all know that during that time nung sina Jessie Vash, sina Borcom, nasa Bren Esports pa sila, they were actually the team to beat, Team Secret, right now. And it came to a point na Team Secret didn't even qualify as well for VCT Stage. So, it just goes to show na talagang each and every month na dumadaloy at lumalampas dito sa ating panahon, talagang yung mga players at mga teams natin, nagiging nag-upgrade din kumbaga. Tumataas din yung lumalakas din yung mga players natin. Ito na yung draft natin, guys, ang pinaka-inaabangan nating lahat. Alam kong matagal kayong nag-antay, pasensya na, pero andito na nga tayo with a typical, like I said, a very typical pick from SBE. Maybe they're going for comfort picks here.
Yeah, most likely. Pero Georgie pala dito ay gagamit na nga ng race. Sabi mo nga kanina na nag-i-innovate na kasi dito yung mga players natin. Nung mga nakaraang mga stages dito, yes, I gotta say na Georgie has been doing it, has hold the spotlights. Pero this time around with the change of pace, change of agents, and change of players dito for APH, talagang nakukuha nila yung tamang synergy na dapat dito sa team nila. They have their specific title on their heads na sila yung pwede makapagbigay ng kanya-kanyang mga plays dito para makbuo nila yung team synergy to have their wins. As you mentioned earlier, APH has the problem ma-close out yung mga games, pero this time around kasi nakikita natin na APH na once na ma-push nila yung series into a game 3, parang magiging sure win na ito sa kanila. Pero looking back into the stats again, we see sa Build Esports na sila lagi yung nakakakuha din ng pang-finisher dito sa APH. And yun nga yung lagi natin sinasabi na hindi pa nananalo ang APH in a series laban sa SBE. Pero papasok na tayo ngayon in this question, in this Yuri, na SBE nga ba ang mananalo this time for our game number 3?
Here. One down. One enemy remaining.
I have retrieved the spike.
Tayin lang natin dito. Katulad na lang din ang
30
pagpapasensya
seconds
ni Papi Chulo sa tatlong nakaabang pala sa kanya. There's the opportunity for him to use in the cam for info, for following distraction laban sa tatlong ito. Pero yung tatlo talagang hindi nagpapakita, no? Nandito sila tatlo all the way from heaven, all the way from top side. Pero frenzy lang kasi yung madadampot pa dito ni pare mong Papi Chulo. And Papi, you won't be able to secure in a kill. 3v1 kanina ito, and it is a 1-0 scoreline. In favor dito yung pistol round natin for APH. With the sound cues na binibigay dito ng SBE, nagbibigay lang sila ng info dito for APH na pwede sila mag-rotate in sewers, pero tama lang din yung decisions dito ng APH na wag muna bigla ang umalis ng site. Ja is just waiting on to top side. So let's see kung makakakuha ba siya dito ng aggressive push. patiently waiting lang din dito ang SBE dahil wala pa rin namang nagiging commitment dito all the way from mid. But we have the smokes, blinds, para makapag-initiate na kagad silang pumasok in the side. Patman dito goes in for the kill. MNFPS for another. We have a 2-member down already for the side of SBE. Pero makakapag-plant in pa rin naman sila ng spike. Tama lang din yung gamit dito ni Georgie with the satchels. Are you dito makakakuha din ng pagpitas laban sa kanya? Pero what is the one tap from Flippy though? That is a good headshot, yes, pero hindi pa rin pala ito enough para mai-refresh na nga rin dito ang rate nilang maipanalo itong second round advantage laban sa APH. Pero that is a costly one for APH to come dahil 3 ang nawala pala sa kanila.
Yun nga, 3 yung casualties natin here on the side of APH at least, 'di ba? Nabawasan ng SBE kahit papaano, nasaktan ang ekonomiya kahit papaano, but SBE, this is finally their buy round this time around at dito na nakasalalay kung paano tatakbo yung mga next following rounds natin as well. Because as we can see, dun sa mga namatay kanina, Sheriff lang ang magiging puhunan nila dito. Talagang mapipilitan na mafo-force out sila mag-Sheriff. All the traps from the Killjoy being placed here on ropes and vents para alam nila kung may certain rotations agad na handang gawin ang SBE right now. So, for them, ang gagawin lang nila dito is maybe wait out the smoke and prepare for the entry and set it up all together as another smoke comes in. One way nga lang. Hindi sila makakabuelo dito ng maayos.
Yeah, you gotta hate the one-way smokes here. Either be a Viper, Omen. Tingnan natin ngayon kung magiging good possibilities naman dito. Opportunity for SBE to get inside the site. Dahil si Chad dito, nakaabang na lang din for the flanks. Nice paranoia para ma-clear out niya dito yung backside. Pero wala pa rin pala sila mapapala dito. They have used in their utilities, they have used in their camera, pero wala naman sila makukuha agad na info. Dahil si RU, hindi sila pinapayagan. Parang may may batas dito sa custom na hindi sila pwedeng pumasok, lumabas lang din agad-agad. Paranoia naman for this guy, delaying them any further. So no one's still inside the site. There's the blinds, there's the smokes. We have your RU, we have your Georgie. Pero Georgie dito nakaabang. Ano nga ba ang gamit niya? Sheriff lang naman. Pero we have the satchels. Are you dito for the trade? Papichulo ang mawawala. Pero nakatalikod sila dito sa mga mata ni Georgie. We have 2 remaining members. Pero hindi pala ito magiging sapat pa. Assist with the tree. Pero nandito naman si Pro para ma-clean niya kaagad yung members dito. Malinis ang APH to gather themselves their first round in this half.
Grabe yung mga spray transfer dito ni Pro. Kala mo talaga, ito na yung nakapag-alaksa na to bago magsimula But the TP coming in from Ja, it's quite questionable at some point because people will see that he TPs from there. And obviously, papatayin ka lang din kasi meron nang nakaabang yan. And this is still SBE's round though. At least they were able to take it away. At mafo-force pa rin dito ang APH. Makakabili naman na sila ngayon ng kanilang mga Vandals at mga Phantoms na kailangan gawin. Anyway, para sa dalawang teams na to, andito pa rin naman ata. Wala na yung yung trap, isa na lang. Naging nano swarm na lang yung trap dito. Iniba nila, ginawa nilang A-main yung alarm bot.
Para syempre, pigil lalo ang pagpasok ng SBE. Pero iba pala yung gusto nilang tangkain. Mid take, yes. Pero dalaway nakaabang sila. Good enough for M1FPS and the Doctor na magkaroon ng synergized plays. On the other hand, there's 3 also as well here in B. And this is a good one dahil Trailblazer against the Paint Shell para makapag-delay then further. Pushing them back from their corners, from their positions. And this is a good one to take for SBE. Once na mapatayin nila dito, si Georgie waiting all the way from backside. Pero kasi mahilig dito ang SBE terror sa mga times na parang binibait out na lang talaga nila. Pinipilit nila ang APH na mag-rotate dahil nagko-commit na sila kunyari dito inside of the site. Pero yun na nga, ano ang nangyari? Hindi natin alam yung pagkakataon ni Abadman na mapapatay siya dito sa smoke. And who would have thought na gumagapang na pala si Abadman doon sa mga smokes na pinilays.
Nakita mo yung baril? Hindi ko sure kung nakita yung baril o lumabas sumilip. Hindi ko sure pero mukhang pre-fire ata ang nangyari doon. Nasaktuhan lang talaga. 5 seconds remaining to plant the spike and they are able to do it. No cancellations at wala ring nagamit na utilities to cancel that out. dahil malayo-layo pa ang rotations na magmumula on the side of APH here. Walang natago on that camera. Tamang selfie muna. Georgie pushes in. Nakita na rin si Pro with that satchel in play lang para sa kanya. And Georgie was able to take in the kill as well. Ja, on the other hand, siya na lang ang natitira dito. Kailangan niyang iligtas yung spike. Iping nyo na, sir! Dahil ito na ang panahon na yan. Tuloy-tuloy lang. Halfway ang spike. Tinuloy ang defuse. APH takes the round away from SBE.
Wild executions na ginawa dito ng SBE for that overwhelming retake. Sabi na nga ba we have the debate plays na naman dito nila assist all the way from B, and it is a huge surprise na napatay niya pa rin dito ang Sage ng kabilang team, but it is not enough to secure in the round dahil nga sa mga exchanges of utilities na binibigay nila to get inside the site, at yun na, yung smokes na naging covered din dito for the rest of the members of APH to defuse in the spike, but this is a chance ulit ng SBE na punish sila, pero we have also the opportunities kasi na mga one-taps na naman dito naman galing kina Flippy and even have your Papi Chulo. Woo! Georgie goes in for two.
Tamang double kill lang. Diyos ko Lord. Dalawa na nga ang napitas dito sa SBE side at si Pro. May phantom to. Pwedeng gamitin eh. Baka kayanin pa. With the wall from the Sage, another delaying tactics na naman ang nilabas ng APH. At si Papi Chulo, tamang camera lang din sa vents. Baka may mapicturan. Pero walang tao dyan na nag-aabang lang na nasa ilalim lang kamo nung vents natin. It's still a 5v3 situation. And obviously, APH, they're playing for another, dito. They have those Spectres only and the Judge. And the Judge capability, especially in a map like Split, naku po, kala mo wala-wala lang, pero the corners that RU can definitely hold on to, mas masakit sa ulo.
With the Seekers, matatagpuan nila dito si Papi Chulo, and Papi Chulo gets in that kill. Eman FPS, unfortunately, hindi pa sila dito makakaligtas pa. Georgie with a 3. Napaka-clean ng mga ginawa nila dito. They deny in that entry, even though that they have the capabilities here to rush inside the site. Look at this, yung distraction ng bombot and yung pagbigay ng swing din dito ni Assist. It was very unfortunate na tutulong sana siya dito with a double pick, pero the timing na lang din na nakaabang na din dito yung mga muscle retraction dito ni Georgie na ito na kagad yung angle na nakuha niyang headshot laban kina Ja, and 4-1 na kagad. Disadvantage for APH. Pero SBE, what are they going to do next? Especially that fact na meron naman sila ditong assist or meron naman sila ditong pro to go in aggressively. Pero with the specific walls, with the specific lineouts, and even have the setups dito nila the Doctor, ang hirap nang sabihin kung ano pa yung pwede nilang gawin. And now with John, dito ni Aryu, timing lang din na inuna niya dito yung bombot.
Wala siyang choice
was good enough to go in for that kill. At yun nga, sabi mo, wala siyang ibang choice, kundi parehas sa sabong sa mukha niya dito yung mga bullets ni Assist and even have that moment.
My God, eto na. 4-1 na ang score natin. APH has that lead right now. And when it comes to this specific round, pantay pa rin ang laban. It's still a 4v4, but time is dwindling down. Time is ticking para sa kanila. With 50 seconds to make a play, how will SBE open this up? And this is the perfect opportunity, exactly. Tamang neural death lang, sabay showstopper para kay Georgie, and he gets the kill. 3v3 ngayon ang labanan. Meron pa rin napitas kahit papano. Ja, tamang TP out lang. Hindi pa rin napaplantang spike dito for the side of SBE at na-drop na nga nila. With Papi Chulo, the man remaining here on B site, he needs to open things up. And because of that kill, mabubuksan nga ang B site, and this is up to Georgie right now. The capability of Georgie to do a clutch is very big, and hindi niya ata alam na naiwan pa si Georgie dito.
Ano pa ang gagawin dito ni Ja? Kailangan niya kaagad dito makakuha ng magandang position, lalo na't hindi siya alam ni Georgie kung nasan siya magagaling. We have the camera that will be able to take in the info dito laban kay Georgie, pero alam na nila na nakababa na si Georgie dito, pero akit pa rin naman siya para in case na biglang rumaga sa kanya dito si Ja. We have Ja na here na naman, narinig niya na naman din si Georgie dito na bumaba, but Ja still gets in that kill. 3K pala for this guy, and unfortunately it was numbers advantage for SBE. APH dito, they went in for that lead, but this is very costly round for SBE dahil kailangan nila talaga makakuha ng magandang saves dito laban dito sa APH. But on the other hand, Aryu was still holding on the judge ever since na nabili niya ito. Kaya naman hindi siya nag-alinangan na naggamitin pa rin ito all the way from fence in the hopes na may maisahan siya na bababa all the way from mid. And that is the possibly starting mo potential dito ng SBE kung pagbibigyan sila ng opportunity dito ng APH na ipakita yung weaknesses nila.
Weaknesses are showing. Yan yung nangyayari with the teams right now. Not only on one side, but both of the sides as well. And in a 4-2 situation, kailangan makahanap ng entry. Kailangan makahanap ng paraan ng SBE right now to actually make something happen yet again. Pero mahaba-habang oras pa naman ang pwede nilang laruin dito. Kakasimula pa lang naman din nung ating round. With the alarm bots and of course Nanoswarm being set up here, the doctor, all he has to do is just wait kung merong dadaan man. At kung mapipita siya dito, sayang yung mga traps na sinet upan niya rin for the side of APH. So slowly but surely, SBE gumagapang pa konti-konti on A side. Tinuruan na ni Kuya mo Papi Chulo na dumaan ng ramps itong mga players. Nakatawid. Ang kailangan nila dito is makatawid dahil nag-aabang na rin yung Killjoy on the corner. They now quite know the information that the players will hit A. May showstopper dito si Aziz pero hindi nag-connect sa tao na nasa site. That is the doctor still alive and kicking with the patients coming out. He also comes out. Aziz takes the kill but it's too late already. He got two already on that site and 2v2 situation ngayon. Aryu at the Batman, kailangan nila makaikot dito kahit papano. Si Jan nakapatay na nga ng isa in a 1v1 na TP out na. Saktuhan. That timing is off. Ja gets down and APH secures the round. Mistakes happen. Mistakes happen.
Nangyayari talaga yung mga ganitong mga situations na you wanna do those plays na hindi ito ine-expect ng kabilang team. APH, they were surprised na si Jam manggagaling pala ng mid dahil sa mga times na ito yung impact na nilalatan niya throughout the games, throughout the rounds na lumipas na sumasama siya lagi with the duelist, sumasama siya lagi to smoke out those corners and those elevated situations. But Batman talagang hindi niya siya tatantanan dun sa mga sprays na ginawa niya. But on the other hand, this is a punishment for SBE for trying na humabol dito laban sa APH. It's a 5-2 already. A Batman dito goes in for that kill laban dito kay Papi Chulo. And Papi Chulo, unfortunately for him, hindi siya nakasurvive pa. We have the Boombot again securing invents. Pero will it be a good decision na umikot sila dito here in A? Lalo nakabang na dito yung judge ni the doctor. At yun na nga kagad ang sagot. Judge pa rin naman nahawak na dito. Sunod-sunod na mga pasabog dito. Mukhang nagbabaga pa rin naman sina the doctor dito. Pero they will be breeding a lot of momentum here laban sa SBE dahil nakaikot naman na sila here in B Tower. Pero look at this, mukhang Avengers yata ang gusto nilang gawin dito. Pero mababasag na rin naman na yung smoke and they will be facing in the Trailblazer. A Batman dito for the 2 and the 3 dahil nakaabang sila all the way from top side and a clean off a round, especially the fact that they went in for a flawless victory.
Not even the opportunity on the side of SBE to take a kill. This might be a timeout right now mula sa side ng SBE and they definitely need this as early as possible. Itong crossfire nitong side ng APH, it worked out really well against SBE. Knowing na merong tao na pwedeng pumasok on tower, they all quite know na sila may advantage. Nasa kanila yung advantage ngayon. They have the guns. Aside from that, all they have to do is wait for the entry of SBE if ever they do. And exactly like that, na-punish lang sila doon isa-isa as well. And for SBE, kailangan talaga nila pag-usapan kung ano yung magiging nila dito. Ano yung plano? What's the P?
What's the P indeed? Dahil ang laki na lang din talaga ng lamang dito ng APH. Pero will it be a chance for SB na i-exhaust lang din naman yung capabilities dito and momentum ng APH? As we've seen earlier from the last game nila in this series, nagkaroon man sila ng opportunity na putulin yung win streak dito ng APH. Pero kasi sa lamang dito ng APH, mukhang hindi na sila kaagad dito makakapagbigay pa ng kanilang mismong winning strategies. 6-2, nagbabadya tayo for another 9-3, nagbabadya tayo for a 6-6. I just gotta see here na worth it by itong mga broken by ngayon ng SBE. They are leaning towards in the half armors, full on rifles, and they are already inside of A site. Blind kaagad ang natagpuan nila dito here against APH. There's all of the utilities, yes, pero kasi delay lang ang gusto ditong gawin ng APH. As we can see here, magti-TP in na kaagad si Ja to get an info inside the site. At clear na naman na yung site. You can plant in the spike. At retake na lang ang gagawin dito nila Georgie. Pero Georgie kasi nakaisa pa nga, mukhang pwede pa silang makabuelo pa. But they have here the opportunity to use in the lockdown. At ipet na ipet ngayon ang SBE. Look at this right now. Ja trying to contest in. Papi Chulo naman dito all the way from the back. But unfortunately, the doctor na naman dito with the judge. Tumpatuloy si Papi Chulo. Ja naman dito ang susunod pa. Lockdown ay nakadetain ng isa. And it's all up to a Batman to clean things up. Laban dito sa SBE 7-2. Ang laki na talaga ng lamang nila dito, Terror.
2v4 situation yun. And once na nilapag yung lockdown, nagulo yung post-plant position ng SBE. And they were just shut down one by one by the entire team of APH. Una na nga doon is because no one was watching Heaven a while ago. And once the smoke dissipated, Georgie was ready to take on the action and get the kill. At with that, it just opened up the opportunity for APH despite the disadvantage of a 4v2 situation. Because of the lockdown, naguluhan yung isipan ng SBE dito on how they would take. Kasi maghahanap ka ng paraan kung saan ka makakatago dun eh.
It really is. Timing na lang din talaga sa mga
Timings
smokes
are
dito
off.
ni Cha. Sobrang sayang, no? Dahil nakapasok na sila eh. Yung utilities nila na iset up na yung mga smokes, yun nga, na-disperse. And it was a good decision made by Georgie na, tara na, kukuhanin ko na yung mga picks dito, kayo nang bala sa mga trays. And speaking of Georgie, wala na naman tuloy yung controller nila dito. 1-to-1 lang ang naging exchange. We have here the satchels in and out dito, given to us by Georgie. And on the other hand, assist, hindi siya nanalo sa duel na iyon. 3v3, there's the blind. Unfortunately dito, kina Flippy, they are being picked off. And Flippy was able to clear it out. We have our Flippy secured in the Thrifty round. This is a good one, especially for SBE, who is good within the hands of their sheriffs. 7-3 na kaagad ng scoreline natin. Possibly pala dito ang 7-5.
Very much so, no? At dito nga nag-dwindle down yung mga players ng APH. Naging comfortable sila. They know they have the advantage going up against SBE with the guns. Ang problema nga lang, mas malakas ang tutok ng mga kuya natin sa SBE side. Na Flanax yung mga players dito ng APH at naubos sila. And in a thrifty round, it makes an opportunity for the side of SBE to make it possible yet again and just destroy the economy side of APH. Tamang talon-talon lang si Aryo dito. Tamang psycho lang din with the fake TP para silipin ng mga players dito yung ibang ano nila, kung nag-aantay, kung merong nag-aantay sa sulok.
Oo, kasi there are times din na nang lalaro ng puso damdamin dito si Aryu eh. Yung sound kiss na yun, ang laki ng bagay dito laban kina Ja and assist pro. They are delayed from controlling in further here in B side. Kaya naman they decided na mid na lang ulit. Pero throughout the rounds kasi na lumipas na hindi ito nagiging favorable of them. Kaya naman ngayon with those walls and smokes, mukhang ito talaga ang pipiliin na nila. We have the blinds also as well for pro na din ginagamit nila nga dito, nilo-utilize na dito all the way from A main para sabay-sabay silang papasok from mid, controlling in A tower, pero we have the operator at hand from the doctor. There's also the utility setup pa dito ng Killjoy na ito. With that blinds, pwede silang makapasok yet to control in someone waiting on the way, all the way from the backside. They will be controlling in A tower, pero Georgie dito kasi nakaabang na. There's a showstopper for either of the teams, pero hindi pa rin pala namamatay dito si Assist. Assist gets in the controller inside of the site, pero wala siyang idea kung nasan ba dito si Batman. And now he knows.
10 seconds.
He knows in the duel laban
10
dito
seconds.
kana Assist, pero Assist na lang dito ang natitira. He has 10 seconds remaining, pero it's a 1v2 situation na dalawa pa. Dito ang nang-sandwich sa kanya, 8-3. Mukhang ito pa rin talaga ang naaamoy ko. Terror, 9-3 nga ba ang makikita natin, or 8-4 for SBE?
The plan was set in stone. Take mid, take control of mid, and move from mid to A. Meron ng tao sa A main eh. But, naipit na nga dito si Georgie kung tutuusin. Because of the players hopping out above, hindi na nila napansin dito na yung nasa A main, namatay na nga, and hindi rin nagamit yung flash, no? Sayang yung mga flashes na sana na pwedeng gamitin ng isang Sky to actually make an entry happen. Unfortunately, it didn't end well for SBE. 8-3 na nga ang score. This is the final round before we switch. Kahit 8-4 para sa side ng SBE, very much doable for them, knowing that, of course, they are still in a full buy right now. It just really depends kung paano na naman sila mag-e-entry, as, of course, the flight is here. Hindi na-connect yung showstopper na Rosa ult. Si Kuya Mo Aziz, Papi Chulo heading towards side already. May kasamang res, and the doctor with the operator getting those kills in. The important ones, definitely, SBE Ja hops in as well. May kasamang konting whiff, and that didn't kill out the last player here sa CT side, si Eman. Habang rotations are already coming in, na mabilisan lang na rotate mula sa SBE. Ganun din naman para sa APH as they head in. This is the guiding light already being detected. The players of SBE right now, someone hops out, and that is Flippy. With the help of the slow, he gets a kill. Pero may kasama rin dyan, si The Doctor na lang. 1v1 situation, Flippy wins the engagement, wins the duel, making this 8-4.
Lean for the doctor to try and clean things out. But unfortunately, even though na nakailan na siya with that operator, gumaganti lang naman dito ang SBE. Balikan natin yung mga times na nakapagbigay din ng overwhelming factor dito sa mga pinupush si Ja all the way from heaven. At ano ang nangyari, was able to control in those space para makapag-ikot na nga dito ang mga members niya all the way from mid going into B side, pero it was all in favor of them para makakuha dito ng mga kills in a Flippy. There's also as well Pro for the finishing factor dito laban kina The Doctor, and that is the 8-4. Apat na lang yung habulan nila dito, pero as we mentioned earlier, SB kasi magaling sila sa habulan eh. Nahabol nila, naka-equalize nila yung mga scorelines basta't magkaroon sila ng momentum. And I have been always saying here in our cast na sina Papi Chulo and Flippy yung lagi magkatunggali dito as a double sentinel setup in either of the sides. Now, once na may wall in sila dito, they know when to use in the slow herbs. Hindi mo siya basta-bastang binabado, kundi parang binibait out mo na masuslow in yung ibang members to follow up Georgie as he tries to get inside the side, control it further, commit and further. Pero sina Papi Chulo pala ay binibait out lang siya with the one-way cyber cage. There's also the slows and the traps. Kaya naman ngayon, ano ba ang magiging decision ng members natin from APH? Will they wanna go in the traps of Papi Chulo, or papasok naman sila dito ng rabbit hole ni Flippy? Dahil there is always the times na ang kasama naman dito ni Flippy ay si Assist naman.
Nako, itong halftime pause natin, no, para sa SBE side, when it comes to the defense, ay, ano lang naman eh, tamang comfort picks lang. Pinagkaiba lang nila dito eh, dual sentinel din naman sila. Pinagkaiba lang nila is yung Cypher. And with the Cypher, the thing is, you have to figure out where the camera is located. That's one of the problems already. Pangalawa mong susunurin dyan, syempre may mga Cypher traps na kailangan mong hanapin din. And this wouldn't allow APH to do some, kumbaga, yung magic dati na even on rotation side, yung pagpa-flank ng APH, hindi natin nakita yun. Kaya talagang inaabangan lang nila on sites. Because there are Cypher traps, first of all. And then, moving forward, here in the second half, malakas yung ano nila dito, depensa nila kung sasabihin natin. Tingnan natin, no? Kasi ready na si Kuya mo dyan, eh. Bubulag na to, eh, oh.
Oo, ay. Galit na siya, eh. Rasengan niya nakaabang na. And natin kung magamit niya nga ba talaga, dahil this is a good one kung magagamit niya. Since we have here APH controlling into mid, trying to go in further, pero with that cyber trap, oh no, mukhang mapapwersa sila ditong gumo na agad dito here in B Tower. Pero ano nga bang bubulaga sa kanila? Yung mga blinds dito nakabang from Ja. There's also the slow orbs, and we have here now the paranoia. Hindi pa rin naman sila makakapasok inside the side dahil alam nila si Flippy and Ja dito ang nakaabang sa kanila. So now Ramen is a good chance to go in for the rotate, pero kasi with that information given from the guiding light, there is so much delay. Ano pa ang gagawin nila ngayon? There's Pro waiting all the way from main, waiting all the way from entrance, and it's si 3v3 scenario kung sakaling pumasok na talaga sila
sumakto
dito
yung
inside.
pinches.
Flippy
Masakit.
dito, oh no.
Good delay.
Will be hurting them further. There's the blinds. Mapablind na nga dito sila Batman. Yes, pero there is a good trade assist going in for the 3. Pero si Dejan din man dito ang makakakuha din ng mga trade, ng mga pick-off. 5 to 8 na kaagad. Tamang timing na talaga for SBE.
Namatay man si Aziz pero ang laki ng ambag niya para sa team dito ng SBE because of that paint shells na force out bumalik yung ibang mga players dito na delay yung pag-entry nila. Naunguna nga yung Sage which is si Batman but yet again ang laki ng bawas from the paint shells. It didn't have any heal because in the first hand ginamit niya na yun kay Georgie nung nag-entry sila kanina. So good sign of defense coming in from SBE. Moving forward makakabili sila ng kanilang mga Spectre pero mukhang mabilis ang action nata ang gustong gawin ng APH dito as they all just wanna jump down. Meron pang trap dito ng Cypher na pwedeng gamitin pero hindi na rin nila natamaan. Just spray downs after spray downs as Ja takes the triple kill and wins the round for SBE.
Yung round na yun ay pinangalan ng Ja Flippy dahil lahat sila ay pumasok na nga lang din sa mga crosser dito ni Flippy and ni Jan na nakaabang na lang din with those sprays. Sayang na lang din. Kung sana sila dito, sana magsabay-sabay na bumaksak dito all the way from heaven. And it was very unfortunate dahil nakaready din dito si Ja all the way from Vince and this is a good one dahil dalawa na lang pala yung rounds ditong ipunin, habulin ng SBE. Sabi naman sa'yo, magaling sa habulan ng SBE and now, this is the gun round for Action PH. They need to make it worth it. Dahil sa mga chansang makapag-aggressive naman dito ang SBE with their run and guns, with their Spectres, this is not impossible for them to take. Especially the fact na kaya nila talaga makapag-hold ng site kahit si Papi Chulo lang yun nandito here in A.
Kasi yung mga traps niyan, syempre babasagin at babasagin mo talaga tapos kukulitin ka pa ng camera. Even without going out, SBE can know information that is very viable. Kagaya na lang nito, natag na nga yung isa and kailangan na namang umatras nila the doctor. Kaya kailan, or rather, instead of pushing mula sa players ng APH, napapabalik sila dito with all the delays and all the utilities that SBE is capable of using.
Tama lang din yung ginawa dito nila dyan na mag-smoke na lang dito here in the tower. But unfortunately with that paranoia, hindi mapaparanoia dito si Georgie. We still have no satchel for this guy pero nakaabang na rin kasi dito sina assist. Good enough for a Batman to get in that trade-off. So now, 3 members na lang din na natitira dito for our defending team. They can still win it out pero tama lang din dito kung dinutuloy ni Batman na i-wallbang dito yung corner na rin natayo ni Ja. Patay siguro ito but now we're down to a 3v3. Nalaglag pa siya makakapag-plant in the spike. There goes Ja pero here goes down the Omen as well. 2v2, very low on HP. Haba ng abulan dito ni Papi Chula and he is still up with the HP but with the Phantom at hand kasi dito ni Eman FPS 9-6 na naman ang scoreline natin. Ekins!
Back to basic na naman tayo dito guys. Parang deja vu lang from previous games natin. APH, they have the 3-round advantage but the defense of SBE is looking very promising this time around. And you can definitely see that in how they play out these specific rounds as well. Mas comfortable talaga sila on the defense compared to the offense a while ago. At para sa round na ito na yung buy round officially ng APH. Makakabili na sila finally and makakapag-entry na rin sila dito ngayon. Wala silang makikita. Si Georgie ang nasilip. Tamang timing lang din with the smoke from the Omen as this takes the kill and they were able to go back and reassess themselves, reposition themselves. May mga nag-aabang na mababasag yung wall dito sa mid. Dalawa tong players na to and the Avengers is here. Dahil tatlo pala ang tataas. And despite that, they get 1 kill but 1 was shut down immediately as well.
Buti na lang kaagad ditong nakakuha ng pick-off si Flippy even though na tatlo ang nakaabang sa kanya. It was good enough na tatlo na lang din ang natitira dito for APH. Pero with their positionings, mukhang nagbabadya silang atakihin itong A kung saan nakaabang na kaagad dito. Papichulo and also assist. With the remaining utilities that they have, they can still have here so much aggressiveness dito. Lalo na natag dito si Eman FPS. 1 member already compromised in the position. Pero assist Magkakasalisihan nga ba sila dito? Aramdahan, nakakaramdam siya, pero with the timing of the camera, he was able to react on time, pero down goes
30 seconds
Papi
left.
Chulo. No more inside the site, pero let's see kung makakatulong na nga ba dito si Ja. Kasama niya naman dito sina assist and it's already ticking. 20 seconds na lang dito ang natitira, and ngayon, makakatapat nila dito sa Pro na nag-aabang na nga here in Vents. Tatlo silang tumumba sa kanyang mga kamay. Pero we have here that doctor, gumagawa rin naman na ng trabaho niya. 29 HP and a dream assist gets it out. We have here a 9-7 scoreline still in favor of APH, pero SBE momentum build up ang nakukuha naman nila.
Momentum is definitely here on the side of SBE, and you could definitely see yung choke points na hinahawakan ng SBE dito. Hindi mapasok-pasok ng APH kaya hindi sila makapag-entry ng maayos. They will be forced out into an eco position. Panoorin natin na mabilisan yung replay. Kahit sabay-sabay silang pumaba o bumagsak doon sa may vents, hindi nila ine-expect that Pro was holding that angle. Now the thing is, in a pro player setup, in a pro player setting, this is a must already. Nababantayan mo kung merong dadaang vents or kung merong mang maririnig na ingay. And Pro was waiting at the exact perfect moment as well. SBE, the momentum, the timing, now finally not off any longer. Aziz, able to get 2 kills with the help of the faint shells. Pangatlo pa, umapat pa si kuya mo. Aziz, gising na ang raise ng Pilipinas.
Good enough for SBE na magka-build up na muli ng momentum nila. 8-9 scoreline. Unfortunately for APH, ipit na ipit sila dito. Yes, they have the eco, pero sabi na lang na natin dito, pages lang ang katapat nila, and also the follow-up dito ng isa pang member all the way from B Tower. Naipit sila doon. Pinato lang talaga yung facials dito. Gising na gising ang diwa ng SBE na rumagasa laban sa APH. And will it happen next? We have rifles, full-on armors. We have utilities, blinded by the lights ulit kaagad sila. Pero showstopper is already committed by assist. Ginantihan niya lang dito yung boombot. Wala siyang nabigyan ng pagkaapi dito laban sa APH. But they are delayed. Mid-take pa rin naman for APH to come, but will it still be successful?
Meron na namang nag-aabang sa vents. Si Papi Chulo, kumakamera na naman. But naririnig ni the doctor yan, no? So, they actually have this information that a Cypher might be watching vents. On the other hand, nag-aabang lang din sila kung merong forward, kung merong magiging aggressive dito. But SP isn't playing aggressively as all. Yun nga lang yung problema. Pinasok ni Papi Chulo dahil natag niya na. Georgie with the showstopper. Let's see if he finds anyone here on site. Alam nila na trigger na to, and that is Ja being killed down by the showstopper. Dalawa na lang ang natitira for the side of SBE. Dito na naman sila naguluhan. Sa lockdown ng Killjoy, hindi na naman sila makapwesto.
Every time na may lockdown yung Killjoy, talaga dito ang laking factor. Lalo na't ang layo ng pinupushback nila dito laban sa SBE. Look at this. Flippy is still all the way from defender spawn at hindi man siya dito makabanse. Meron siyang rest dito, yes, pero hindi ito magiging sapat pa dahil there's no more time intended for him to get someone to resurrect. Pero he was able to get in that kill and the attention here all the way from a Batman position. He's healing up himself. Nandito naman din dito si Pro all the way from mid. But unfortunately, Batman is just composed enough to get in that kill. Kaya naman Flippy just decided to save up his gun dahil hindi na rin talaga magiging enough yung time at yung effort niya pumesto at kumuha ng mga kills dito. Double digit na nga din for APH to come dito sa round na ito.
10-8 na ang score, unti-unti nang nahahabol ng SBE. Nakikita na nila yung ilaw sa dulo ng tunnel, guys. At ito gusto ko lang sabihin na yung mga naglalaban na sa comment section na naman. Labanan ng mga flower girl. Diyos ko Lord. Lahat na lang pinaglabanan.
Hinahanap ko kung saan galing yung flower issue nila dito. Pero
hindi ko rin alam kung saan ang galing. Saan ba nagsimula yun eh. Pero ito guys
mahaba-haba na.
Mas matindi yung labanan dito. Because the leaderboards right now are moving definitely lalo na kapag ang APH matalo dito. At SBE, this can be their second loss already. If ever. From yesterday. Kaya naman kailangan nila yung momentum boost na yan. Kailangan nila yung confidence na yan muli na kailangan ibalik. So, SBE, you just have to wait with the judge. Aziz gets one and he opts away. Hit and run
Mm. Pagkapatay niya dito sa isa, Georgie goes down. Wala tuloy silang duelist to get inside the site. Pero at least they have your M and MPS with the blinds. Wala silang reading ultimate dito to control in the site. They have the resurrection, but will it be enough? Trailblazer dito gets in the info of one, but it's all up to the remaining members of APH kung B pa rin ba ang gugustuhin nila. Dahil nabablind na sila dito, there's an opening for Flippy to go in for the swing, but it's not enough for them to say sorry. Hindi para ito magiging okay for them to secure in that kill. Trailblazer para makagante, para makapasok, and there's no one inside the site. Hintayin pa natin dito kung makapag-wall na ba si Abatman, pero timing na lang din ay hindi niya nakita dito si Pro, and they will be successful go in for the B take. Ja dito, makakakuha ng isa, Pro all the way from the back. There's also the trade-off na gagawin na nga nila. Tandem dito ng dalawa ay malinis na nga to get in that 9 point. Isa na lang din ang habulin nila.
Napakalinis na round na nagmumula sa SBE. Because of that, they're saving lots and lots of money as well for the next following rounds. Kahit matalo sila for the next two, the least that they can do. Ang ganda ng timing na ngayon ng SBE. Kanina medyo off pa during the time that they were on the attackers, but this time around it totally completely changed once they were stepped or oras na tumapak sila doon sa depensa. Doon sila nagsha-shine, no? Ja is already at 20 kills right as of this moment, and mukhang yung aggressiveness ngayon ng SBE wala muna, antay muna talaga, tiis pogi para sa mga site na sinasalba o binabantayan ng SBE ngayon. Kasi yun naman talaga ang trabaho ng defenders.
Oo Gather info, get those corners, grab the fights laban sa APH. And APH dito, since they are walled off in mid, A na lang din ang pwede nilang maging success dito. In the midst of going in for the duels laban dito kay Papi Chulo. And Papi Chulo is just waiting into that corner dahil meron naman siyang camera dito, and it's easy enough to say na pwede niya nga ito kaagad i-hold. Mapaglaruan nila dito yung mga traps since narinig niya na dito yung go signal of those smokes all the way from B Tower. So let's see and hope for the best for the retake na magaganap na nga dito for SBE. We have your Papi Chulo. He was able to go in for one. Unfortunately dito, may bunga na nga sa kanya. And an unfortunate event ang nangyari ito for Georgie. He was down already 2v3 at the very moment. Nabawasan pa pala dito ang SBE, and they have time to plant in the spike. They have balls to counter out the corners for the retake, at manggagaling pa nga dito all the way from flank si Daddy Mo Pro, but will it be enough? Nakaabang dito si Aryu sa kanya, pero at least numbers advantage pa rin pala dito for APH. It's low enough to say na pwede silang matagalan dito sa pagkuha na nga ng site dahil ang dami pa mga kasama dito. Assist was down. We have your M and FES ready enough for him, and it's all up to Pro. Was no time. It's already ticking enough for him to go in for the swing, but it is not good enough for them to get in the site dahil nga ang hirap na nga rin masabi na baka mag-suicide na lang ang mangyayari dito sa kanya. So now we have you the exit frag na pwede mga dito makuha niya yung dalawa, and he will. That is a 3K for this guy, and unfortunately the 11 point for APH.
Nako, APH, they were still able to take this round. Ang hindi ko mapaniwalaan doon is how did Papi Chulo able to get those 2 kills? Kasi una pa lang, dapat patay na siya dito. Knowing that there was on the corner si Georgie na nasa elbow na nag-aantay or pupush na, bumaril na nga eh. So doon yung punto na narinig ni Papi Chulo na meron palang tao sa Gedli. And the perfect opportunity to take the kills. But still, despite that, APH, dito na gumalaw ang baso. 11-9 na ang score natin. Dalawa na lang ang kailangan nila to actually take the win against SBE at one more for the match point. That is the goal. Yan ang focus ngayon para ma-secure yung match point na yan.
Ipit pala sa ego si Abatman, no? He's already holding into the Bulldog, pero meron siya ditong isa pang ultimate orb na kailangan to help and rest a member once na ito ay kinailangan. We have the Seekers na gagamitin na nga. Feeling ko masyado pang maaga, lalo to, hindi pa rin naman na nakakapag-decide dito ang APH to control in whatever side that they want to do. Since binasag muna nila dito yung wall, they have not gathered enough info. The blinds is already covering up garage, pero this is a good tactic once again from APH na kumuha lang din ng attention dito. Aryuk might still have a kill kapag nanalo siya dito sa mga duels laban kina Pro, laban kina Jab, but it's all up to the 4 rotating members. Grabe, hindi ko alam na may angle na ganito from our camera. Nakita niya dito na umiikot na nga. So now with those blinds and a go signal, we have a satchel in. Walang makukuha ng trap, pero Papi Cholo, it's all up to this guy to get in a kill. Hindi muna sila nakakapag-plant in the spike. At success para naman dito sa Papi Cholo to get in 2K. He's down already. Numbers advantage for SBE at hindi pa ata sila makapag-plant in the spike dahil hindi nila alam kung sino ba yung kasama nila. Amogu ang nilalaro nila dahil si Aziz ay nakapasok na nga all the way from vents and he is already hitting it 3 times na makita niya dito sina Eman, FPS, and there's no more time remaining for RU to completely control inside the site and 10 to 11 na nga ang scoreline.
How is it possible that each and every time na naiipit si Papi Chulo sa sitwasyon na yon, he still manages to get 2 kills in each and every time? Ilang rounds na ganito yung nangyayari for the side of APH. Yung mga binibigay nila na kills na ganon, obviously, for Papi Chulo, just creates and dismantles the huge advantage that the opposers has, yung attackers natin. And nakita mo naman nakatalikod pa si Eman, no? So talagang ine-expect niya na sila ang maglilinis ng site and he takes a look at heaven. Yun yung role nila dito. Kaso nga lang, unfortunately, hindi nagawa yun nung nag-aantay or rather nung pumasok doon sa site. This time around, 11-10, isa na lang ang kailangan ng SBE para makahabol muli para sa 11-11 natin, para makapag-wish na sila kung ano mangyayari sa susunod nating matchup. Georgie getting that first kill and opening kill habang si Ja tamang ano lang, tamang paranoia lang, hindi kumunek kay Georgie. This showstopper though, magko-connect nga ba sa kahit isang miyembro? As MNFPS gets the kill already, it opens up the site completely para sa B, and APH is just swarming in on it at magpaplanta lang sila dito safely as well and planted for B main.
Batman, he goes in for the kill laban dito ka ng Papi Chulo at magandang decision nito for APH na hindi na lang nila puntahin ang A-side dito, and that is a good drift around, all in favor of the side of APH in the 4K for Georgie. Darasin na sobrang commendable niya doon sa atake niya na ginawa nila at in-exhaust sila dito here in mid together with the efforts na nakapag-push na rin dito mula sa B main pa ang kupunan natin from APH. Nangyari na ang dapat na mangyari dito, iniwasan na ang dapat na iwasan. Papi Chulo kasi alam niya kung paano niya nalaruin yung mga cyber cage niya to control in the vision here and the thoughts of APH. Nag-overthink na sila dito kung nasan ba siya. Para siya na nagiging omen dito, yung shadows mismo ng APH that might be behind them going in for those kills, and he is successful to get in multi-kills before pa sila even makapag-plant in na spike. So this is a good timeout, lalo na we are down to the match point of APH. 2 rounds pa ang kailangan mabulin dito ng SBE, and it's a crucial one. Wala silang eco-terror. Paano pa nila makukuha pa ito? Or makukuha na nga ba? Mapipinish out? Tutuldokan na ba sila dito ng APH?
Yun yung mahirap ngayon eh. Kasi kapag nag-play out ka talaga ng malayuan, yung tipong match point na 10 double-digit scores na ang meron tayo, once na mapunish yung economy mo, talagang mahirap sa mahirap. Dahil make or break situation na yon, tapos yun lang ang meron ka. Pero yung mga ganitong klase na buy and also yung mga sapilitan na lang talaga na force, minsan yun pa yung nananalo eh. Dahil they know that they have nothing to lose at this point. You just give everything you have. But this is already a match point yet again. APH, isa na lang ang kailangan nila. Dito nga ba gagana ang Game 3 magic ng APH na lagi nilang nakukuha yung map number 3 rather. Georgie bulag na bulag dito pero nakapag-survive pa rin. Dream believe lang. The Doctor getting a kill on that Nano Swarm. Uy! Ano yan? Chika Besh! Diyos ko Lord! 12-10 is the score! May lumabas pa nga. May cameo appearance pa. Flippy Papi Chulo na lang ang naiiwan dito with their shotgun, and also remember, Mahirap to para kay Flippy. Wala siyang lalabasan. Nakaplant na ang spike. This is SBE Flippy going down. APH securing the kill and getting the win against SBE. 2-1 score ang meron tayo ngayon and APH takes it away.
I don't know what just happened over there.
Grabe mo si Georgie. Pajama buff.
Na makakakuha ng mga chill games dito ang APH. I gotta say, it is an intense match. Masasabi natin dito na tama yung mga theory natin na once na pumasok tayo in game number 3, makukuha ito ng APH. And APH finally making it in a history na first time nilang matatalo dito in a series ang SBE.
Finally, this time around, no, in this specific stage as well, Action PH finally takes the win. 2-1 yung naging score natin para sa series na yon, no? Just to get back to it on how the series went, on how the rounds went as well. Later on, ipo-pull up naman natin yung stats na yan. But this specific game, it was as if during the time na nasa pushing or yung Southfield Esports ay nasa attacking, hirap na hirap talaga sila. Hindi sila makapasok, hindi sila maka-entry, nako-caught off guard sila from time to time ng APH. But once the swap happened and they were on the defensive side, you can see the comfortability of the players, kung paano sila makakuha ng kills, lalo na sina Aziz, sina Pro, sina Papi Chulo na laging nakakaligtas na may agimat ata. And that finally just dwindles down in APH having a bigger lead already at there are no room for mistakes anymore for SBE.
Sobrang commendable na sana dito yung pagde-defend nila Papi Chulo. We have Flippy as well. Sila yung mga gusto kong mga players na syempre sa mga pagkakataon na Sentinel ka, iiwanan ka na lang din on a side. Pero he can do the works. He can do the wonders na 2-3 yung mapapatay niya dito. Magkakaroon pa sila ng numbers advantage. Pero yung kasi nakailan na ring rounds dito naunahan ng APH ang SBE. Kaya naman nahirapan sa paghabol dito. Yung popping of potential ng SBE dito ay hindi naging sapat na sa mga times na pwede nilang pumasok dito against them. We have so much of a deciding factor within our teams, but Taylor.
Yung mga gwapo nating caster sa English stream yon, guys. So, available yan sa Valorant Esports 3, by the way, para lang sa mga naghahanap ng English stream natin. But that is finally it. Just a quick highlights, game highlights para sa inyong lahat. Kita mo naman, from the time that SBE was doing entries on sites, it was proven quite difficult knowing na malikot din yung players dito ng APH. You could see that Georgie is not afraid of actually peeking out. They are waiting on site, but they're waiting on choke points kung saan pwede sila yung magkaroon ng advantage to get those kills in. And this is just being caught off guard time and time again from the side of APH mula dito sa SBE. Kaya naman para dito sa game na to, it was almost as a 50-50. Talagang mas malakas ang SBE on the defense, but the offense, I hope they could have done more.
Usually talagang nagiging matchup dito, Taylor, is between the Sentinels. We have the Doctor who was able to secure in those rounds na siya lang din yung mag-isang nakakakuha ng mga pick-off. And usually siya rin yung gumagamit dito ng operator. This is one of the plays na nagustuhan ko dito, especially for Assist, who was able to clean out the members of APH with a 4K. And this is also the time na SBE na-control nila dito with just 2 members holding into one side sa mga crossfires na kinuha nila and diversion of the place, and Assist was able to get in those duels laban dito kina Georgie. And unfortunately though, yun nga, napangunahan dito ng APH yung mga rounds and mga opportunity, and it was remaining down to 3 members against Flippy, and that is it going to be for our series and a 2-1 for APH.
Kita nyo naman, blessed by Ed Kaluwag pa tayo, mga kaibigan. Tinitignan niya lang kung may multo na nanonood, baka sakali, no? Pero wala naman daw. Anyway, that was game number 3 in this specific series. APH was able to take it away 2-1 yung naging score natin. SBE, they need to come back stronger here because the timeline na meron tayo for this week, obviously, top 6 lang ang papasok in a total of 8 teams. So, ibig sabihin yan, guys, 2 team ang matatanggal dito ngayon sa ating top 8 at habulan ng points, habulan ng gaano kadaming series ang maipapanalo ng mga teams natin. Kaya kung makikita nyo yung bracket natin, lahat sila naglalaban-laban dito because it's a point system right now as of this moment. So, with that, without further ado, later on, syempre, makikita natin yung interview kasama yung mga APH players natin. Before that, syempre, we were just gonna head into a very, very short break. When we come back, it is gonna be the panel and preparation para sa ating susunod na match o susunod na series natin. Ako nga pala si Taylor, kasama ko si Honey Glaze. Kami ang naging casters nyo for this first game. Welcome back, or rather, we're gonna be right back. Welcome back agad eh, no? We're gonna be right back in just a quick, wag kayong aalis, VCTPH will be right back.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We're back at the panel. It's Likeable, Fluffy 02, and G10. The series that just went down was a 2-1 for the side of Action PH. And G10, I honestly was hoping that this series was going to be the end of your curse, but it looks like it's only the
It
beginning.
continues. Yeah, it continues. Every time I predict a team, if it's not Team Secret, I lose.
Good for Fluffy, though. Fluffy's prediction for this series, spot on. Spot on.
Spot on. Absolutely.
Overall, the one that I didn't predict right was just the Oasis game, the second one against TS as well.
Maybe it's your bias that doesn't work out for you, you know? I do gotta say that during this first map, the SBE game was really on point. I was actually wondering how they were actually warming up because the shorty shots were on point. We even witnessed how Aziz was able to get a headshot while he was rappelling on the rope. So can you guys expound on what happened during this series?
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's such a back and forth series between SBE and APH. You see SBE starting out so strong with their KO on that fracture map, stopping APH's plans on their double controller utility. The suppress so good into that kind of team. Eman coming in super clutch with the showstoppers that game. And the methodical game of SBE, though, finds first blood for that. On fracture, we see APH fighting back, bringing back that classic KJ that they have on Icebox. But now, with the Batman piloting that role and holding down the fort so that Georgie can play so much forward, so aggro with that operator getting those important picks against SBE's duelist mindset composition. So I think from that on, the momentum starts swinging towards the APH side, getting the reverse sweep mindset, I guess. And lastly, we see the split game being the decider now on your screen on the highlights. Just pressure on both sides of your team because essentially it's a best of one at that point. APH putting in the action and Action PH at defending, but on the swap, South-built able to stand steadfast, although not close enough for the explosive rounds that APH came to bring, especially the last one.
Yeah, so the games have been really interesting. We talked about the series being a tug of war at the beginning, but it turned out to be more of a really long pull between the teams. But one of the things that we did notice, though, is that it really pulled G10's predictions downward. So again, G10, I'm so sorry for you. But what are your thoughts on what happened with APH over here?
Well, I really think that APH in this series, they've kind of gotten gotten into their stride. They've found the formula that works for them. It took them a little bit to kind of read what was going on with SBE, but they did try a no duelist composition that was pretty interesting. But when it did come to it, our MVP is going to be Georgie, who did absolutely Shrek with his duelist play.
Yes, Georgie back at it again with another series MVP. We've got the stats on our screens, but Fluffy, can you expound a little bit on what was very interesting throughout Georgie's performance in this series?
I think Georgie just showed how capable he is in that role, especially in the second game, which we saw Georgie play so forward, getting so many aggro picks, and it really stopped the initial plans of SBE for that.
If Georgie continues to play this well, I'm sure that we can expect a bright future for this team. But in the meantime, G10 and Fluffy, I'm gonna BRB real quick as I get to do an exclusive interview with RU of Action PH. I'll see you guys in a second. Hi, are
Hi,
you?
are you?
Congratulations on the series win, first and foremost. I do have a few questions that I'm really eager to ask you guys. First of all, how did that even happen? How did the reverse minds what do you call this? How did the reverse mindset happen throughout the games? Because we saw that SBE was really strong, especially in the first map, but you guys were able to reverse the entire series altogether.
When we're practicing together is more of our mental strength because in stage one we crumble when teams tend to come back to us and we crumble to it because we were so far ahead and we're getting catched up. But during our moments practicing together, we practice that we shouldn't tilt and we should reset every mindset and every game.
Well, that was definitely evident as the series went along. There were some struggles that we could see from time to time, but you guys definitely turned it around. Now, I do have a question that relates to the newest member of your team, which is the doctor. So it's very interesting. The doctor is, I believe he's from Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken. So I am sure that there is a bit of communication barriers somewhat. So how do you guys communicate? Like, how is the adjustment of communication when it comes to your team and the doctor?
First was we were having a hard time because English was not our first language, and some of my teammates have a loading session where you can't think of the English word for it. So what we've done is, since we're playing ranked, right? We communicate a lot in English, so we communicate how we communicate in ranked, where it's simple and precise, where everyone can understand and not overload the comms.
Ooh, that's very interesting indeed. Not to be too specific, but you guys tried teaching the doctor a few Filipino terms?
There's a lot. There's a lot, especially with Filipino songs. He sings a lot with Filipino.
Oh well, I hope that one day we get to interview the doctor so that we can hear all about it. But our panelist Fluffy would like to ask what your mindset is, or what your mindset or balak is when it comes to going into the games.
Especially when the first game ended, I was questioned by my teammates like, is something happening or what? But I said it that I can't get just a good position to kill. Then I told my teammates that I'll reset for the second game and for the third game so that we could come back. And I admit that we lost the first map is because of me, that I can't frag out.
But you were able to perform like again. It was the reverse mindset. You were able to sweep it out, and you did a really well. You did a really good job. So congratulations. Now I'm gonna give the floor to you for some shout outs that you'd like to give to all of your supporters.
To my thesis mates and to my group, which is the Cavite Free Food Club, because they're supporting me all the way. And thank you, and special shout out to my girlfriend that is watching right now. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Aryu, for joining us on this interview segment. We wish you the best of luck throughout your journey. But now we're going to be going back to our panelists. Fluffy, I'm so sorry. You had to hear that. Aryu greeted his girlfriend, and
What?
yeah, I'm so sorry about that, Fluffy. Anyway, I do want to get your thoughts in, though, Fluffy, about how Action PH performed throughout that series. Like a really brief one.
I feel like APH just generally has learned to adjust and evolve from the normal, like kind of unga bunga mindset, where now it's a bit more tactical and their decision making has been a bit on point. I mean, to close out a series like that, it just has to be.
What about you, G10? G10 and I were holding hands virtually as we held on for dear life, especially during Game 3. So I'd like to know how you're feeling about how this series resulted.
Well, once again, I did predict for SBE, and once again, SBE has lost in the game 3. Now, is this a curse? Is this the start of a curse? I don't know. I don't want to think of it that way, but definitely, I will start betting against them now so that they win. Right?
Okay, good strat.
That's the strat now. So I did find that, SB, they had a lot of great moments, a lot of super clutches coming in, trying to keep them in the game in that game 3, and it really was kind of heroics coming from them, which is not something that we are kind of used to seeing with SB. Usually, they play something really clean, trade fragging a lot, and really playing a little bit more as a team. But they're when it was like 10 rounds up, when Action Page was 10 rounds in already, I think SB, they just kind of switched to a more, desperate play style. They really did need to do something different in order to keep Action Page at bay, and it worked for a little bit, but we weren't able to, see them actually bring it to overtime. So unfortunately, I still remain a little bit unlucky.
Right, and my final thoughts about it too is, like what Jitan mentioned, SBE not being able to close things out in another 3-map series is a trend that I feel like, if not addressed as soon as possible, might be a huge pain later on in this tournament, especially because with the new tournament format, it's not one team specifically that you're having troubles against. If it's 3 teams so far, it's kind of a big issue that I know that these are seasoned veterans, so they can pull through, but they really need to start addressing it really soon.
We're gonna have to find out how this is all gonna go into play as our tournament continues. But for now, we're gonna be going to a quick break. When we return, more of the action over here at VCT Challengers.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the hurt frequency.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. We just witnessed how strong the South boys from Southbuilt Esports truly are. Here on the panel, I am being joined by strong boys as well, specifically Black and Blue and G10. Black and Blue, I know you just casted that game, so I'm going to give you a quick breather. G10, I'm going to ask you instead, what can we take away from the series that we just witnessed?
I should stop predicting against SBE. I mean, for SBE. I should just be like, SBE is never gonna win.
Oh my god, I can
I'm
feel.
sorry, Nico.
I can feel Nico. I can feel Black and Blue just fuming at you right now. So it was your fault.
I'm sorry. It's only because I think you're gonna win. I think you're gonna win, so I say SBE is gonna win. But then you don't. I guess it's me. It's on me. I guess. But other than that, I think we can take away that Action PH has been, a very competitive and competent competitor here in the VCT Stage 2, being able to take down the likes of Southbuilt. I still maintain that, Southbuilt, they don't just get beaten by anybody. They don't get, if you beat Southbuilt, it's not a fluke, right? And that just means that the level of talent and consistency in today's VCT has risen very significantly if a team like Action PH can find it in them to actually get a win on SBE.
True. And now, of course, the highlights, the action, everything that we just witnessed would not have been possible if it weren't for our sponsors. So we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
Of course, the VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong. With the new G Fiber only $20.99 on Globe at Home, you can game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pass. They like to say in Filipino, which means it's fast and it's unlimited. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
Of course, VCT 2022 is also brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new Tough Dash F15 powered up by the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash in action with the tough Dash F15's thin and light and very stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with an MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the tough Dash F15. That link is also going to be in the comments down below. So check that out.
Do check that out, guys. And of course, a lot is really in store for us over here. We've got these two amazing panelists with me right now, and it's just going to be a very exciting show indeed. So let's take a look at what's been going on in the previous series. BNB, I know obviously SBE is a team that's very close to your heart, and I'm going to ask you a question that might be painful on your part. Do you think that it is time for them to get a mental coach that would hopefully impact their performance even better?
Don't worry, Laika, I'm very used to having painful questions asked upon me. And first of all, I want to address that I really like whatever that is in your background. It's really cute. Is that Ice Bear from
No, if you're a BTS fan, you would be familiar.
Okay, that's where I get where that's coming from. But to address your question, it's not up to me. I mean, I do think that there is value in that, and a lot of teams do employ that. You have teams like Secret, Brand Esports, because the whole mental aspect of the game is super, super important. As we call being anti-tilt is a different feat of its own, and it definitely is something that I think the team should look into. And by the way, they're one of the only teams as well, aside from Alpha Esports, that do not have a coach in general in the first place anyway. So that is something that they do maybe not have in their pocket. They haven't really felt like they needed it, but maybe with things to come, who knows how everything will go.
Gonna be very exciting indeed. But coming up next is our Naos versus Alpha Esports series, and the first team that we're going to be featuring is Naos Esports. Naos Esports is one of the unexpected teams that took the stage 1 by storm. So G10, what can we say about the current performance of Naos Esports?
Well, Naos, as it stands right now, has been a little bit underwhelming, at least in this stage. They are 0-2 at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of heartbreaking when you think about this squad. This is a very, very cracked squad that has been, well, some of it has been around for a while. In Kakarot, I know he's like one of those older pros, but most of it is very, very talented, as we saw in the last stage, but now they just haven't had their start. And I think it might be me as well. I did predict that Naos would win one, I believe, and they lost.
Yeah,
so
I think their G10, it's kind of like what we are supposed to expect is the unexpected. What we've seen from last stage, when nobody expected anything from Naos, we're like, suddenly they show up and be number one. They demolish everybody. But now it hasn't really been that case coming on here on stage 2, right? When we expect them to do good this time, that is kind of where they falter. And so it really is what our expectations are of and how they're being played around, I guess, what we really were coming into looking forward to this. We know that Naos can come back. They are a very good team, great support, great roster, young talent especially. But now's the time, you get my pun, for them to step up.
Again, yes, Naos may not be at the top of our scoreboards currently, but at the end of the day, there's still a contender that we really should look out for. Now we're gonna take a quick look at their opponent for this series, which is none other than Alpha Esports Pro. Now, of course, on the flip side, Black and Blue, this is a team that is considered to be a crowd favorite. And, you know, it may not need an introduction, but we did it anyway. I want to know what your thoughts are on Alpha Esports Pro.
There aren't many names that are as big as the players that we have here on the roster of Alpha Esports. You got Ryuri, you got King the God himself, you got Chris M. They say we look alike, but I digress. I think he's much more attractive. Qeon Sandy here as well, and you got Jin the King. I'm gonna tell you, man, some teams we kind of look at it as a more tactical kind of game, right? You see teams like, you know, SBE, you see teams like actually Naos, for example, and now Secret, you know, especially are those type of teams that really reinforce how slow tactical games can be played. But Alpha, that's not what they're about. They are the alpha dogs of this tournament. I say it, and I'm going to bring back the saying once again. It's about time for big-time players to make big-time plays. And there are very little big-time players as huge as Qeon Sandy can have in this game. One of the top-performing players in the entire VCTPH, and I'm looking for him as well as Jin the King to make stuff happen.
Let's take a look at the head-to-head. Let's go. Roar. I can't match Black and Blue's energy quite yet, but I will take a look at the head-to-head that we've got here, because these players are on the top, maybe even at the top of Black and Blue's energy right now. So let's go. Who are the players to look out for in the Naos?
It's Alpha Esports, guys. It's the fan favorites, the team that everybody wants to step up here and, you know, really
they're
represent
flashy,
PH. Oh, we got Blurred and Jin, though.
Blurred and Jin, okay. So this is very, very interesting. Blurred and Jin, two of the most cracked players on these teams. Although it may not show in their stats, they may not have the best stats. They are instrumental, absolutely, in getting some very, very clutch moments going for their teams. Jin, of course, sharing the stage with Qeon Sanity as sort of the second star in Alpha Esports Pro has been, you know, they've been very, very good so far. Even though they haven't managed to score that win yet. Blurred, however, has just been, when you see him pop off, it's almost always a highlight reel. Like, the amount of 3Ks this man has got is I can't even count.
Can you imagine having that level of accuracy throughout your games? It's just been insane. Now, quick question, guys. Who do you think is the better team here? Is it the esports team or the esports pro team? Does it give you an extra push when you put pro at the end? Is there an advantage to having that in the
I mean, there's a guy whose name is Pro in SBE, so there has to be some reason why you put that in and then you get better, right?
All right, it's
almost
time
like,
to rebrand.
You're just the esports team. Oh no, you're an esports pro team.
It's time to rebrand. We're all gonna be G10 Pro, Black and Blue Pro, and Likeable Pro. Now we're gonna be moving on to our map vetoes. Let's take a look. I'm excited to see how it's gonna go down. Very exciting compositions for sure, as we see what maps are available to us.
What do we get? That is a question. Starting things off here, okay. Breeze to start things off. Now, this is a very curious map that we have seen from both of these teams. Alpha Esports, this is actually one of their somewhat better performing maps that we have seen from them in the past. They've eliminated teams like South Built during Stage 3 last year, and they've generally had good performances on Qeon Sandy himself when it comes to Breeze. Now, Haven, that's a bit of a different story. They were okay on it, but it's Naos who typically have been very successful when playing on Haven. It's one of their better maps. They've almost kind of defined playing KO on Haven even when it comes to this map during last stage 1. But Icebox, I really think that is where the big toss-up between these two teams is.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Breeze, though, even though Alpha Esports Pro has been really, really good on Breeze, I have had the pleasure of casting some Naos on Breeze at a different tournament earlier this year, I think it was. And honestly, they're very, very solid. I can see why they chose Breeze for the first map. And I honestly think that Naos has something up their sleeve for this map. It's not going to be easy for Alpha Esports Pro to get, to really get past them, I think, in Breeze. Either that or there's going to be a bloodbath, It could always just be a frag fest between these two.
Do you guys think that among the teams, it's going to be advantageous for either of them to reach game 3? Or do you predict that it's going to be a 2-0 in somewhat way?
I think it really depends for which team specifically. You look at Naos, they have an 80% win rate on Breeze. On Icebox, 55. Stark contrast between the starting and the ending map. So they are the ones who want to end this early, especially since Haven has been typically one of their better maps. But you look at the other opposing side. You look at Alpha Esports, and their Haven has been okay. Their Breeze has been okay, but their Icebox has been mostly great for them. So it really is a stark contrast. If this goes a distance, I actually think, even though typically the more experienced team might prevail in Naos in terms of the what they've achieved, in this case, because of the map veto, Naos probably want to end this series early. Otherwise, Alpha could edge them out in the long run.
That's going to be really exciting to see. Although, personally, I am looking forward to another Icebox match. I'm beginning to believe a theory that, it's beginning to look like the Ice Age for duelists in Icebox. Anyway, we're going to have to wait and see how it's all going to go down. But for now, we're going to be passing it over to our casters because the match is ready to begin. Casters, take it away.
Uy, Blurred! Blurred ka! Pero...
Welcome to Japan!
Oo, kapag-anak ko kasi si Blurred, galing kaming Japan.
My God. Pero eto nga, magandang araw sa inyong lahat. Nandito na tayo sa game number 2 sa Series 2 natin for today. At ang maglalaban nga ay Naos Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. Andito na naman tayo para tignan kung babawi nga ba ang naapi. Mga naapi from the previous games that we've seen and from the previous matches that we've seen as well. So, feeling ko, Ray, ngayon lang tayo nagkasulit eh. May curse na naman. So, handa naman ako para sa mahaba-habang laban.
Ay, handa ka na? Buti ka pa, handa, Taylor. Ako handa na talaga. Alam ko, abot daw hanggang 6 p.m. eh. Pero,
ganun talaga ang buhay. Pero ayusin na muna ni Ray yan, may konti lang tayong tech issue. But anyway, moving forward, pagdating dito sa matchup na to, narinig nyo naman din yung panel na rin natin. The first map is gonna be Breeze. And this is a very, very interesting map choice coming in from the players as well. Dahil nga, syempre, knowing a map like Breeze, ang daming factors to consider. May mid-control ka na pwedeng i-take. Aside from that, yung long-range duel na pwede nating makita rin as well. And aside from that, para sa mga teams natin dito, sanay na to sa bakbakan pagdating sa Breeze, no? It's not typical, very typical though we always see Breeze as the first map pick or map selection. But this time around, we are seeing Breeze here on the game as well. So once we go to the draft, masisilip din natin yung kanilang mga agent picks, agent selection na mapapanood natin dito. And I bet there's gonna be a chamber pick kung sakasakali man.
Sana. Makikita ba natin si Z this time around sa side ng Naos na maglalaro? Or kaya sa GM, mag-chamber pa siya this time around, or it's gonna be Ching. So, maraming pwedeng mangyari.
Neon, pwede din.
Or pwede din si Maring Neon. Tagal na eh. Kasi si Blurred, half Japanese, half Filipino.
Blurred nga eh.
Kaya siya pumipili ng ano.
Okay.
Ano mo?
Diba? Kapatid ni Blurred to si Ray eh. Muntik nang luminaw. Muntik nang lumiwanag yung buhay eh. Pero okay lang yan, Ray. Hanggang Basta naririnig at nakakasama ka namin, kahit espiritu mo lang, okay na, masaya na kami, no? Solo cast ko na lang, okay lang, para sa'yo. Hindi, pero ito, joke lang. Breeze nga, no?
Okay naman ata.
We assume that there might be chamber picks selection, but sa
KO? Ano KO? Mag-ray na tayo. Ex-jet play aggressive. But on the other side ng Naos, nakita tayo dati dito, Taylor. Ginagamit nila KO for Kakarot. Pero magsa-sky sila. So, interesting. Lears versus Ibon. Side ng...
Yun nga yun nakikita natin dati lagi, no? Kakarot. Parating naka-KO. Ready to take on the action. Ready to cancel out yung ibang members dito ng respective teams o yung opposing team na makakasama nila. But this time around, it's gonna be a different story because they're picking different agents as well. And despite that, sa isang mapa like Breeze, very much viable naman ang KO. So, this is an interesting choice coming in from Kakarot kung sakasakali man.
Talagang, ito ata yung ultimate battle. Naos versus Alpha is Blurred and Kakarot versus Jin. And Gian Sanity. Natawa ako sa...
Gian.
Kasunod yung Jin eh.
Ano?
Alam mo yun? Bilog.
Jin Bilog. Yun pala yung kasunod nun.
Jin Bilog.
Pwede na. Shot puno yung masasabi niya dito. Every time makakapatay siya. But yet again, mukhang papasok na ata tayo really soon sa ating unang mapa dito. If I'm not mistaken, ano ba yung mga map picks na meron tayo dyan? Siyempre, una, nakita na nga natin, Breeze, di ba? But aside from that, the second map is gonna be Haven. Tapos, ang kasunod niyan, Icebox yung natira para sa ating third map. Kung aabot man tayo kung sakasakali. Pero si Rere ang nagkakas, alam na natin yan. Expect the expected para sa ating lahat dito.
Hanggang round 40 to.
Hanggang round 42, aabot na ng 20 na naman. Yung ano dito, yung rounds na makikita natin for the teams. Pero ang AEP kasi, kitang-kita ito pick to ng Naos ha. But AEP is performing really quite well when it comes to a map like Breeze. Lalo na kapag nag-init si Qeon Sanity.
Kapag nag-init talaga sa Jin connection, pwede nang may mag-iba ng pangyayari. Pero si Wazilay!
Wazilay
yan. He takes down one, pero Delicious together with Zay na lang pinipick off at si Ching na lang ang natitira with a 13 HP and a dream.
13 HP na drink para kay Jing. Kaya ba? Meron naman siyang headhunter na pwedeng gamitin dito, pero medyo masakit kung sakasakaling tumama rin yung shots dito ng kalaban. Ang maganda sa kanya, hindi tumama. 1 HP remaining. Buhay pa rin si Kuya mo, Ching. Ching, the god, is it gonna be really that? Or si Zay at saka si Blurred ang mananaig, and that is Blurred taking the action. Ching goes down 1-0. Now si Esports, ito na ang umpisa. Nag-iba na no? Zay na, hindi na Z. Zay ang gusto niyang pronunciation. Pinilit niya na talaga tayong sabihin.
Tapos minsan, Zelaylay.
Depende sa trip niya. By mood.
Sa angas niya. Tapos meron pa yan si Kevs. Ngayon, Kevs Zimov.
Si Ching din eh. Diba dati Ching lang naman yan. Naging Ching the God.
Kung ako kay Jin, papalitan ko na yan eh.
Jin Bilog, oo. Kung ako, Jin, nasa Pilipinas ka na rin naman. Gawin mo na. Yan lang naman ang ating sasabihin as Blurred takes one away already. Si Jin Bilog nga ang nauna. Ching the God was able to take one with the headhunter as well. Ganun pa rin naman, pantay ang laban. Pero lamang na lamang dito ang Naos when it comes to the firepower capabilities.
Alam naman natin na itong Naos, di ba? Napaka-consistent na last. Puro panalo eh. O wala na parati itong Naos, pero dito parang inaalat sila sa second stage. Siguro dami teams din talaga ang nag-improve. Pero si Kevzo, gumamit lang ng Bulldog. May kasama si Rayu. Nakagat kagad. At tatlo na lang ang sa side ng Alpha Esports. Pero wala nang smoker. Ang Naos, na pick off kagad si Delicious. Kaya mahihirapan din mag-enter ng site ang mga taga-Naos. Pero at least there's Kakarot. Pwede nilang hintayin ang kanyang ibon na lumilipad. And si Bird, pag nag-dash in yan, di mo makikita yan. 10-8, hindi yan nagiging 10-80 eh. Oo, naging pixelated, di mo matatamaan yung ulo kagad eh.
Pero itong mukhang si Kakarot bumabansi na sa mid, no? Dire-diretso lang. Press W lang para sa kanya dahil wala namang ding tao close to A main. Na-clear out na yan ng mga kakampi niya. And this is up to AE's hands on how they will do the retake. Kakarot was already gunning down someone. That is G and Sanity and Chrisim out of the equation. At si Ching na naman ang natira with a headshot from the headhunter. Makakahanap pa ba siya dito ng isa pang kill kung sakasakali man? The Chamber versus Chamber pick-offs pero hindi nagko-connect. Ang nag-connect yung nag-shock dart. With that, he is finally going down with the 3 HP remaining as Kevsimob gun him down. And this is a 2-0. Clean 2-0 lang para sa side ng Naos Esports.
That's a good
Grabe yung ano nito yung pati si Blurred talagang abangan lang kung abangan para sa side ng Naos. Ang importante para sa kanila is just focus sa goal, kunin yung impormasyon, kunin yung pagplant ng spike, tapos post-plant position tayo. Remember from previous stage na napanood din natin, Naos Esports is one of the teams that really stood tall pagdating sa brackets natin because it was 1 point not defeated. Not even once on the group stage. But this time around, Naos Esports, they're showing a little bit of, kumbaga, pagiging mortal pagdating dito sa VCT stage natin. Ching? Jin? Getting those kills in. Si Jin sumama na rin pagdating sa kills na yan. As Zay hops in, he wouldn't be able to get the kill and AEP secures it. Instead, nakabawi na rin. Finally, ang mga players dito ng Alpha Esports Pro, 4 pa sa kanila ang nabuhay. So, just 1 casualty on their end and finally getting those kills in the win as well.
Malas ko naman
baka wala talagang overtime. Baka dito lang talaga yung lasma sa dasma.
Ayaw na akong pagsalitain talaga ngayon ng mga tao. Kasi pag nagsasalita ako, natatalo lang eh.
Wag na
natatalo
lang daw.
na OT.
Kasalanan mo nga daw kung bakit natalo yung Team Secret di ba?
Ito yun grabe yun. Bash ako. Nagkakas lang naman ako sa caster pa yung sisi. Di ba? Dapat sa ibang
namura
sisi
pa
no? Oo, namura pa. Ganun talaga katibay ang mga
viewers natin no? Minsan di ko rin maintindihan kung anong pumapasok sa isipan nila. Pero ito nga, 4 people remain on the side of Naos Esports. Naghahanap pa rin dito ang Alpha Esports kung sakasakali man na meron silang mapitas pero mukhang walang lumalabas. At yung mga hyper-aggressive kind of peaking ng Alpha Esports, gumagana kanina, no? This time around, gagana ulit ba? Kasi 4 na lang naman din yung players dito ng Naos, saka wala pa namang nagpaparamdam para sa spike.
Ano bang consider naman ang gustong ipin ng Naos Theater? Dahil kapag nanalo sila ng first 2 rounds, okay. Tapos biglang, mawawala yung action na inaabangan natin mula sa kanila. Pero si Zay, na-pick off na nga din kagad. So, anong next sa control? Si Blair nagpakita kay Qeon Sanity. Tinutukan ng anime, ng nani mo. At 34 na nga muli ang manggagaling sa Naos. Pwede sila mag-A. Kita na natin yung controls kagad kakalot dito. He takes out 1. Nilabas na rin kagad ang kanyang mga repolyo. Pops off the flash. Lahat talaga ng control nasa Naos na rin. And they will be able to get the spike planted. Pero may ganda na lineup na rin Ngayon ko na nakita yun At for that part yung ginawa kagad ni Chrisem. Pero bumabawi na nga ngayon ang mga taga Alpha Esports Pro. May retake ba na ito ng maayos? Delicious takes 1. Ginawang dessert. Naging delicious. 2 ang tinamaan at Naos will be scoring this with a 3-1.
Ganda ng tutok ng Naos dito.
That's a good spot. That works.
But on the other, nasa side naman ng Alpha Esports yung opportunity on getting those kills. Hindi nga lang tumatama, no? Even Ching, okay yung angle na kuha niya dito. Hindi lang talaga tumama. Lalo na yung engagement pagdating sa mid kanina.
Ang ano eh. Ang
Adjust lang talaga para sa kanya eh.
adjust lang. At Taylor, may pinapapa ko. Di ba usually Alpha Esports ang bilis nila maglaro? Pero ngayon, together with Naos, pero ngayon parang mas disiplinado na sila in a way. Diba? Versus sa mga iba na lang matches. So, it's great to see that in second, lumtok na kagad. Dash in na si Blurred. Naging nani mo na naman. Magtatakal on pa siya ni Kisem. He takes one. Meron na rin pala na pumaking G-Issues ginamit. Dinuraan ang mga taga-Alpha Esports at si Ching na lang together with Jin Bilog ang natitira. Pero mukhang ito, 2v2. Ay, yun na nga. Sinasabi ko sa inyo. Pag yan naka-Jin Bilog, palong-palo. Chin 819 versus Kakarot and Ching.
Nako, ito may tour de force pa. Up and online from the side of Ching. Alam naman natin kung gaano kabilis kapag pumipik ka with a tour de force. And this is already one man down para sa side ng Alpha Esports. Isama mo na rin si Kakarot and they still win this round yet again. At makakapag-defuse na nga ng spike si Kuya Mujin, no? Ang ganda ng round na yun para sa kanila. Thrifty even. They were just using those pistols as well para masubukan pumasok sa site and they did that completely. Kahit na nung unang entry pa lang nila na shutdown sila ni Blurred, nakabalik din naman sila agad-agad from that positioning. Ito yung time na yun when Blurred was able to get that one kill. Hindi rin naman nagpatinag yung mga tao na nasa mid doors. Kaya naman naubos sila. Hindi rin nila in-expect yung rotations na manggagaling kay Jin dito, no? Para mapatay sila, lalo na naka-empress pa siya.
Talagang yung pinipitikan lang ni Jin 819 and bang si Jin Sanity tinake off na nga kagad si Zay, nalabas na nga rin kagad ang Hottest Fury ni Kev just to be able to take the spike, pero nga lang hindi sila nag-check, pero buti na lang na-check na rin kagad ng ibang miyembro ng Naos, nilabas na rin kagad ang Viper's ultimate mula kay Jidicious at ma-retake ba to ng maayos? Sabi ko sa inyo, si Jin Bilog, naman si Kevs, at Kakarot na lang, together with Jidicious ang natitira, at mati-take off pa nila sila ngayon. Mas disiplinado ang kailangan dito ng Naos. Woo! Pero bakit lumabas? Lumabas at nakuha pa nga nila si Kakarot together with Jilicious at maitatay ng Alpha Esports. Kanina, Taylor, ang bagal maglaro. Pero binilisan, sabi, itong mga casters nagmamadali, parang may pupuntahan mamaya.
May lakad pa kami, kaya minamadali na nila dito. Pero ang gandang hold ang pinakita ng Alpha Esports doon. They were able to delay much yung ibang mga players, ibang mga entry rin as well. On the other hand, itong spray transfer ni Chrisem, hindi naman dapat mangyari yun eh. Kasi wide open yung opportunity for the side of Naos Esports, but the shot didn't connect from Jilicious at all completely, and because of that, syempre, na pinch down na sila dito ng AAP. Mukhang aggressive push ata ang nais ni Qeon Sanity tsaka neto ni Jin. Itong Jin-Qeon combination, baka sakaling lumabas sa mid-doors, pero mukhang mag-aantay lang sila, patiently waiting here on mid, and the same way is Blurred with the Marshall laban sa Operator.
Ano ba ang mas matinag, no? Marshall or Operator? Pag na-headshot ka na sa...
ROI talaga.
Oo. Good day manager talaga. Parang camping laso na kamukha ni Wits. Doon yung nangyayari. Siyempre, si Kakarot, nag-clear lang sila ngayon sa may tunnel side. Pero ba, si Jidicious gamit ang kanyang vandal na puno. Gawa yan sa Nara. Iba yan, Taylor.
Oo, yan talaga yung, alam mo yung binahana at lahat-lahat, in-earthquake na at lahat-lahat, niyanig na ang mundo. Pero magsusurvive pa rin ang upuan ni Lola. Mga ganun. Kahit anong human intervention, hindi pa rin mawala-wala eh. Pero back to the game muna tayo because the leader comes in. The players might come in as well. Ching was able to secure one already. That is Zay. Isama mo na rin sa hukay si Blurred. Pati na rin si Jilicious habang dalawang players ngayon ng Naos Esports now overwhelmed doon sa positioning ngayon ng AEP dahil napaka-aggressive.
10 seconds left.
Gugulat sila eh. Pero yung pag natira si Qeon Sanity tsaka si Jin. Si Jin. Oo, si Jin nga. Jin Bilog. Ay, ang daming pwedeng mangyari. Pero ito na nga. Tigas sa wall bang! Chrisem! Together with Kakarot 7 HP and a Dream. Pabanalas off
2
angle
bullets?
niya. Uy!
2 bullets is all it takes. Maaabutan nga ba si Chrisim? Just one more player remaining. Nagkasalisihan. Narinig na ni Kakarot kung saan nanggaling yan. And meron pa siyang guiding light na pwedeng gamitin. Time is running and the blind connects. Pero the shot wouldn't be. And this is on the side still of Alpha Esports Pro as they defuse the spike.
Bullets. 7 HP. Nice try. Pero Alpha Esports, di ba? Ang quick na
30
nila
seconds
mag-adjust
left.
ngayon. Even if they know that Naos has a strong foundation, pagdating sa gameplay nila, ganun lang. Oh. Bawas-bawas lang tayo. And pwede nga maging posibilidad ng ating pagkapanalo. At on the other side, sa Naos naman, not bad. Naka-eco lang din kasi sila. Walang mga upon sa mga shorty like a melody nila. Pero Alpha Esports, once that they start to pop off, you can't punish Qeon Sanity with that operator. Mahihirapan talaga ang Naos sa attacking trade nila.
Pero kahit na dun sa round na yun, natalo yung Naos, at least na-capitalize nila yung mga kills nila. Masakit din yun pagdating sa economy, but it's still looking fairly okay on the side of AE naman. Ching, just a perfect headshot to actually get in the kill. Kung hindi niya nakuha yung headshot na yun, maaaring siya pa yung napatay. But it's the other story this time around. Delicious at Blurred, wala na nga. Pati na rin si Kakarot na huli at napitas na ni Qeon Sanity. Chrisim waiting in this specific corner as well. Pero Qeon Sanity finishing everyone in a flawless round even for the side of Naos. Walang thrifty round. Wala ring buy round.
Grabe naman. Punish by Jin, 11-4. Shot puno.
Galing no? Ito, si Ching, talagang pinilit niya. Yung confidence ni Ching to actually stay there and make sure that the kill happened. And gaya na sabi ko, pwedeng-pwede in just a split second, mag-iba yung storyline pagdating doon sa pwesto ni Ching kanina. Because if he didn't get that shot in, it's a totally different story. Siya yung mababawasan, sila yung mauubusan ng players rin as well, and things can go south from there. But mukhang time out ang nais ngayon ng Alpha Esports Pro. Pabati nga pala, binabati ko si Vil. Kanina pa kasi siya maingay dito sa Discord namin eh. Kanina pang bumubulong ng pabati. Nagkakas kami ng play-by-play, biglang pabati boss.
Ay, shout out natin isa sa
Sino?
Bebe ni Ching, si Colleen.
Ay, oo. Si Madam Colleen. Ang tunay na bayani. Outside stream. Pero ito, 5-3 na yung score natin, no? Mukhang masarap ata ang ulam ng AEP so far.
Alam mo, talagang ganyan, di ba? Pag ikaw may bebe buff, syempre, lalakas ka talaga. At ano may bebe buff ba itong Naos? Yun ang tanong natin, malaking katanungan na labas rin kagad ng repolyo, pero Blur tinamaan lang ni Chris M. Trinay nila mag-commit, pero mahirap mag-commit kapag hindi ka pa ready kagad sa Viper's ultan. At nakaltas kagad si Blur. Bumili pa rin ng Naos ngayon, may mga bulldogs sila ngayon mula kay Delicious Kebs at Kakarot, pero nasa na naman ni Ching si Kakarot ngayon at Delicious goes for a refrag. Maipapanalo pa kaya to ng Naos?
Quite possible pa rin yan, knowing that they are still 3 players. They have the utilities naman eh. Kompleto naman yung tools na meron dito ang players ng Naos Esports. Wala nga lang silang recon to actually spot kung meron bang tao roaming around the site. And aside from that, kailangan talaga nila ng matinding magandang entry dito kasi mukhang hindi sila makakapitas dahil lahat ng players ng AEP disiplinadong nag-aantay sa site.
30 seconds left.
Nasilip pa ni Qeon Sanity si Huazilay! Mag-audition. Qeon Sanity. Yan ang tunay. Nag-got talent ngayon sa Pilas, hindi na PGT kundi GGT. Got talent pero Kevs goes with the wall bang. It's gonna be a 2v3 all upon the Jelicious. Pero uy, sinira ni Rayu, si Jelicious together with Tuhog. Parang kwek lang. sa fishbolan. Ginawang kwek-kwek.
Grabe
Ang
naman
Naos.
yun. Natuhog lang, natusok lang, no? Para kang nagbumili ng 5 piso, pero yung tinusok mo, pang 12. Ganyan yung gawain ni Vil, sir. So, replay, isang mabilisang replay lang. Ang ganda na sana ng opportunity ng Naos dito because they actually got a kill on B side that made it possible to actually plant the spike as well. But it's just too much power, overwhelming capability of AE to actually do a retake dahil lamang din naman sila pagdating dun sa mga tao na buhay pa. So, Naos Esports, you just make do of what you have. At least nakapag-plant sila ng spike. Pera din yun.
Kahit pa paano. Kahit kakaunti.
Stats
Bare
din yan.
minimum. Ay!
Huli
Naku po!
cam na naman. Diyos ko, Lord.
Ay!
Si Blurred laging napipitas agad-agad.
Ang hirap din eh. Parang siya napitas wala pang trade. Yun yung parating ginagawa ng Naos, di ba?
Dati kasi, Ray.
Bibigay nila eh.
Siyempre dati nung mga sinaunang panahon, kala mo talaga last stage lang. Yung overwhelm lahat ng kalaban ng Naos kasi ang bilis nilang gumalaw. Tsaka ang bilis nilang makapitas agad-agad. Pero dito hindi sila makapitas dahil nga si Blurred Guy na sabi natin, no, walang trade-off na pwedeng gawin. Ngayon si Kakarot ang nagtrabaho with Jin being gunned down, 19 HP na lang ang natitira sa kanya, wala siyang pang-heal para sa kanyang sarili. Pero itong knives ni Qeon Sanity, tumama ng kaunti. Hindi nga lang enough to actually get a kill off.
30 seconds left.
Sumagot?
So, dumalis na! 25 seconds. Kailangan na lang mapitas si Chris M. Chris Brown, sabi nga nila, pero Chris M, dinuraan lang si Kakarot. Sinabay pa si Wazilay. At Genetious na lang, together with Kevs, ang natitira. Sa oras. Now, how will they be able to win this as Chris M gets Genetious once again? And 7-3. Palong-palo ang Alpha Esports sa breeze na map pick ng Naos.
Yun nga eh, pumili ng mapa na to is Naos Esports, guys. And hindi ata sila na-inform pagdating dun sa kakayahan ng Alpha Esports in this specific map. Madaming minama ang Alpha Esports pagdating sa breeze map. At dito nga nagpapakita yung matagal-tagal na pagsasama nitong players ng Alpha Esports. Despite having changes on their roster here, syempre yung mainstay pa rin dyan is si Qeon Sanity. Na alam naman natin, once na mag-pop off, he goes crazy overload when it comes to the kills and even doing entries. Once na maging komportable siya, once na tumaas lalo yung confidence level dito ng AEP, mahihirapan makahabol ang Naos Esports.
Talagang shutdown ang Naos Esports ngayon, Terror. Especially na attacking side nila here in Breeze based on their games. So, nakakagulat. Pero to si Zeo, pinapay-pay sarili. Init daw sa kaya daw
ngayon, no?
Ang init ngayon! Diyos ko po!
Lalo kahapon.
Ako ngayon eh.
Kahapon
Wait
talaga,
lang.
kahit naka-aircon na at lahat-lahat. Umaabot pa rin yung init talaga, guys. So, mag-ingat kayo at uminom kayo ng maraming tubig. Pero balik muna tayo dito sa match dahil mukhang mainit din ang players ng Alpha Esports Pro. Si Kakarot, nag-aantay kung meron man sakaling lumabas sa may nest at eco round to for Naos Esports side.
Ano kaya ang
Right here. 30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Ang bagal! Ano ba ang plano? Nila ngayon, maybe early pickups. Okay, mukhang mag-settle sila sa A-site once again. Konting ingay lang mula sa mid, mula papuntang B. Pero ready na sila kagad. Sinabayan na rin ni Kevs ng kanyang Hunter's Fury just to be able to tackle down at least one. Pero nga lang as they go up on the entry, looks like si Chris and si Jin Bilog. Nakabang na nga sa kanila. Delicious na lang ang natitira pero wala ng oras. At mukhang pipitasin na nga lang muli siya ni Jin. And it's gonna be an 8-3 Alpha Esports is doing it!
Mahaba-habang antayan pero mabilisang action yung meron dito for the side of AEP. Ang kinagandahan dito, Ray, yung typical na nakikita natin for Alpha Esports, yung aggression na yan. It became in a backwards mode, passive-aggressive ang players ng AEP. Alam nila kung kailan sila lalabas, alam nila kung kailan sila magiging aggressive as well. pati na rin, alam nila kung kailan sila babalik. They don't force things out kung sakasakali man and it comes to a point. Maliban na lang kung confident talaga sila na makukuha nila yung kill na yan. And speaking of, Blurred already getting a kill onto Jin. Dalawa sana sila doon with a trade-off, pero si Blurred diretso lang siya doon.
SW! 9 triggers ata itong mangyayari Okay, may Viper's ultimate muli ang controller ng Naos. Pero nga lang, masasavage ata sila ng Alpha Esports. Speaking of, ang clean ng take. Actually,
di ko maintindihan actually doon is ano nangyari with Blurred. Kasi nakita niya na nag-peak yung Jet eh. And as we know, naka-operator si Qeon Sanity doon.
Nga. Ang hindi ko lang din mag-gets here. Harap, ang lamig ng Naos. Nakaka-damage eh.
Nanlamig?
Pero nagbi-whiff. Oo, nanlamig. Yung Naos the time. Parang siya. Nanlamig sa akin.
Awit.
Awit ng mga lamig na yan. Nakausap lang ng kumain ka na nag-reply ng lamig.
Biglang hindi na sumagot muli. Oo. Charge lang ako ng cellphone. Sabay, 5 years later, hindi pa rin full charge.
Oo, sabi lang niya. Teka lang, focus muna ako sa sarili ko. Sumama sa iba.
Nag-focus sa sarili, may kasamang iba.
Nag-focus sa kaduwang mas mataas ang rank.
Radiant. Pag Radiant talaga, mahirap labanan ng tapatan eh. Alam niyo naman, iron lang kami dito, guys.
Ano lang kami. Sino ba
naman kami?
Sorry, ito lang ako.
Sad girl lang naman kami ng VCT.
Kaya, mga sad girls of VCT. Pero, okay lang yan. Kasi, ang tunay na standard daw, sabi ni ay ang mga pro player daw ay hindi daw sweet lover.
Hindi ba?
Hindi na. Sabi din ako, sa tingin mo ba?
Hindi ko alam. Hindi ko makakonfirm yan.
Ako di ka rin makakonfirm. Dili na lang ako mag-talk. Pero, ang tanong dito, Taylor, kung Niners ba to or hindi?
Di ko masabi. Kasi sobrang off talaga ng Naos ngayon. Nakikita nyo naman, even with, when it comes to Alpha Esports peaking, o yung mga jump peak nila, pinapakita nila dito, parang hinadedelay makapag-react yung ibang members ng Naos sa esports dito. But I think, once they go back to drawing board, find their momentum, makahanap sila ng mga rounds na matitake nila dito, mahanap nila kung ano ba yung way na gusto nilang gawin, kakayanin. Kasi Breeze naman, ang ano talaga dito, kailangan mong matindi-tinding entry.
Ang comp ng Alpha Esports, dati ganyan yung comp ng Naos eh. Diba? Si Z ang naka-Reyna, tapos nalimutan ko yung Sentinel, Cypher ata or Killjoy. Basta ganun ang pangyayari mula sa side ng Naos, pero may mga nakatago, marunong mag-agutan. Taguan ng Felix! Naku po! Kasi si Zay Pat, si Bird ang nakita! At naka-Jellish ang kakagutan. Pero nga lang, si Jin Bilog, nakita na naman siya. And it's gonna be a 2v2. May Shaku Dark pa. Wala kay Kibs, pero makaklatch na.
Tumama! Masakit!
Uy! Patama, 1v2, 27 HP, and a dream comeback na nga ba to? Mula sa side ng Alpha Esports. Pero uy, na-advance ang HQ, nag-iisip na Nostra.
Na Nostra eh, no? Pero nakita nyo naman, despite Jin getting those kills in na importante, because of the shock dart connecting from Kebs, nabawasan siya ng matindi doon, 27 HP if I'm not mistaken, nang natira para sa kanya. So, once na nasalo nyo na yon, knowing na yung dalawa pa ang buhay sa Naos Esports, mag-aantay at mag-aantay talaga si Kebs ng rotation mula sa teammate niya with the help of Kakarot, securing the game, securing the round, at importante ito para sa kanila kasi yun yung pistol eh.
Sabi lang nila they can take their time there. Kasi 9-4 naman eh. Malaki yung advantage. Pero nga lang, kailangan pa rin nila mag-ingat. Pinakamalaking kasagutan na meron na ang Alpha Esports against Naos. Pero ang Naos, if they remain really hard to hear sa defending, baka makakapag-comeback nga sila ngayon. Pero Alpha Esports, na-reveal ang dalawa. Di ba? Biruin mo. Sa isa may dalawa! May bonus pang pangatlo!
Wait naman. Mahirap yung ganun, sir. Pero ito, Naos Esports, sila yung, dito, may kalamangan pagdating dun sa mga buy round natin, no? And Chrism, already spotting one. Dito lang sa may pyramids. We built it in a solid top by Justin Villasera and Delicious seeing one person, that is Jin, on doors. Makakakuha ba ng kill? Not gonna be able to do so. Maasa siya doon sa dismiss o kaya naman heal na pwede niyang makuha. But with the recon coming in as well, wala naman silang makikita dyan. Ang makikita dito, si Kakarot na tumatalon-talon pa.
Jumping lason si Kakarot pero nahihirapan mag-beat ang Alpha Esports Pro versus Naos. Di sila makapag-entry, may nang gugulo sa kanila dito. Naka-bulldog. Bulldog buff ba to? Ayun, nakita yung paa. Nakita yung mga kapaahan ng mga Alpha Esports, sabi ng Naos, what's up, mga At papunta na sila ngayon. Pero kasi malaking advantage ng mga baril ng Naos. Kaya nahihirapan din talaga yung Alpha Esports.
Blinding. Nasagot naman ang kanilang katanungan pero mukhang aggression dito nag-pay off from the side. Binarel pati kakampi. Chrism naman ang papatay sa kalaban with a 3v1 situation right now. Kaya pa ba ni Chrism, ni Chris Brown? Wala nang time.
Sabi ni Bill, it's time.
Naubos yung oras eh. Wala rin silang baril pang laban dito sa Naos. Pero this time, meron na.
Talagang lumalabas na yung mga ngayon.
Oo, lumalabas na yan. Sabi ni Madam Colleen, sweet lover naman daw ang mga Valorant players.
Talagang sweet lover na? Sweet
sabi.
Lover ba? Sabi
baka si Ching lang. Hindi ko alam sa iba.
Hindi ko alam. Sabi ko nga, dili ako magmaka-pro player. Pero all in all, mahal na mahal yung mga tropa kong pro players. Siyempre, kadiliman, di ba? Good day manager.
Good day manager talaga to si Boss Ray Ray. Si Chrism, nasa tapatan mo na! Pero si Zay, hindi niya nakuha yung kill na yun. Naunahan siya. I think he was just using the headhunter during that time. Jin, on the other hand, being spotted out, na tumanggap siya dito ng masakit na damage. Pero akong bahala sa'yo, pre. G, Insanity, and Jin connection lang naman ang nakikita at napapanood natin dito. It seems like it's gonna be a B take here, but there is one player waiting around the corner, that is Kakarot, na nag-aabang lang kung meron bang papasok. Once na magkaspatan yung dalawa, there goes the headshot. Pati ako nag-choke. Nabulunan sa sariling kagagawan niya. Pasensya na kayo, guys.
Sorry sa amin. Ay, double digit na to Pag na-clutch ni Delicious.
Ibigay mo! Pag na-clutch ni Delicious!
Hindi! Pag na-clutch ni Delicious, aaminin ko na sino ang tunay pero sa inyo. Flawless round mula sa Alpha Esports.
Dalawang isip pa Natakot ka ata, baka ma-clutch.
Natakot.
Tinignan niyo muna yung sitwasyon, guys. Bago ka magbigay ng pangitain, tignan mo muna yung sitwasyon kung matatalo o mananalo. Mahirap na pag na-clutch Pero ito guys, nakikita natin na Naos Esports, they're really having quite a hard time getting back to the game. And Alpha Esports, they are on a double digit already. Ito na yung problema, once na mga double digit ka, wala ka ng room for mistakes.
Naos! Tumama na si Blurred sa wakas, Taylor! Kanina pa hindi tumatama si Blurred! Pero to si Kakot mga kaganda rin sabi, nilabas na rin kagad ng mga repolyo. Nakakaba ngayon ang Naos mukhang hindi na naman natama si Delicious. Pero alam na ang magagaling ang mga miyembro ng Alpha Esports. Sino ba ang next na mapupuntahan ni Blurred ngayon? Dadalhin niya sa Tokyo kasama ang Tokyo Magic Gang. Pero nga lang, disiplinado ang Alpha Esports. Si Gian pero Kakarot is up there. He takes up one. Pero ngayon, ginamit na rin kagad ang mga native. Pero Gian takes them out. Pero si Kems mainit 1v1. Si Lele against it. Pero time is ticking. At ma-defuse ba to ni Zay? Pero mukhang mahihirapan siya dahil pwede na lang siya i-tap.
Tinuloy! Hinaf! Half na ata, Ray! Ay, hindi. Hindi niya tinuloy. Magsisave ata si Zay dito. Wala silang magawa para sa specific round na yun, no? Parang inevitable na kung sakasakali because knowing the setup that we have right now, it is a chamber na tamang sisilip-silip lang naman talaga. Tapos makakapag-reposition pa with the TP kung sakasakali man. So, they just decided to save the Vandal instead since there's no more time to play around with. At makikita nyo naman yung take ni Qeon Sanity dito. Kahit na hindi niya napatay yung nasa mid, naguluhan naman yung ibang mga players ng Naos. But, very much on point si Kevs. Yung spray transfer niya doon sa A-main.
Talagang nahihirapan ng Naos hindi pinabimot. At yung ginawang
pulutan eh. May Jin below na, may pulutan pa. Ganun talaga, kompletos Ricardo's Jin. Another kill here. Dismiss lang para sa kanya. With the Empress up and online, mahirapan talaga silang i-shutdown to. Kailangan masigasig yung mga players na ng Naos Esports into finding that kill on Jin. Ang kaso nga lang, si Zay na naman ang natitira in a 1v5 situation. Swarmed in at kumpleto ang players ng AEP on site.
Talagang Naos, match point na kagad ang Alpha Esports. Dinoble double scope terror yung comp na to pang last stage, pang last year eh.
I can't miss.
Baka makilala. Ayun!
Kaya sakit naman isipin
Ay, nalipid na.
Uy, sumunod pa.
Pangalawa, sa tuwing nakikita kitang sa
pinipikit ko ang aking mga mata.
Buwa! At tatawil kasama mo siya. Halos hindi ako
Eto, 12-5 na. Hindi na makahinga yung Naos Esports dito. Match point na eh.
Bakit ako sinisisi ng mga tao may comeback daw? Eh, di naman ako, naniniwala ako sa comeback dito. Pero di ako naniniwala sa comeback with X.
Naalala ko na kung bakit hindi tayo nagkakasama mag-cast.
That's not ready.
Mahirap pagsama-sama yung mga sad girl dito sa VCT, guys. Pero, eto si Zay mukhang malulungkot ata ngayon dahil yung Tour de Force, di niya man lang naputok.
Putok mo naman! Ang tagal! Uy!
Take flight.
Nagpasahan lang ng lunchbox.
Ay, nagpasahan na ako. Nagmamadali na ako. Milakad kami mamaya. Bago gusto niya yung tapusin ang Alpha. At sa next save na tayo. Uy, pero ito Taylor. Ito sa option na to. Wala pa silang panalo.
Puro ambal lang ngayon eh.
Oo.
Yung mga players ngayon dito, Naos Esports, they lack one player here, and that is Zay already eliminated out para sa side nila. Itong Spike, 10 beses na atang naipasa. Nakarating na lang ng B-side, pinapasa pa rin mga kaibigan. Tamang sideways step lang. Side step nga, sabi ni Bill dito. About Qeon Sanity, walang pumapatay kay Blurt. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi ito matama. Blurt already dashing away, sabi nga niya dito. And this is already on the side of Alpha Esports Pro as they shattered the offense of Naos Esports.
Mapick by Naos, domination by Alpha Esports Pro. A crucial mind the two, pero first map pa lang to.
Oh, si Ching.
Si Ching, sinasabi. Palang sa subtitle, maintindihan po namin.
Baka naman.
naman.
Ayun o. So anyway, that was game number 1. Mukhang Alpha Esports Pro ata ang lumalabas ngayon na mas malakas siya. Pero that was the map selection. First of all, that was a map pick by Naos Esports. And we all know based on the previous stages, previous games that AEP played, isa to sa mga strongest maps nila and isa to sa mga mapa na kaya talaga nilang laruin. And exactly like this yung nangyari for this specific game number 1.
This specific game is really something dahil terror. Hindi ganito yung performance na ina-expect natin mula sa Naos. They're the current second seat sa PH side ever since they really have that tremendous nga na momentum mula sa stage 1. Pero ngayon, as the time goes by, Alpha Esports Pro, 13-5. Ang laki ng diferensya parang LDR lang sa relasyon. Ganon kalayo ang Alpha Esports and Naos so far in the first map. Pero I really na si Blurred is really struggling to get that first frag, to get that first kill, the
True.
impact kills. Di talaga eh. Alam mo na may kind of problema pag nagpa-pop off talaga si Judicious like this, is gonna be the MVP ng Naos. Alam mo na talagang nahihirapan si Zay together with Blurred. And on the other side naman, Alpha Esports, si Jin Bilog. Shot puno talaga.
Oo, punong-puno eh.
Punong-puno, palong-palo. Aside from getting the first frag, he's really confident in shutting down Blurred, in shutting down Kevs, in shutting down Kakarot, the 1v1s. Usually may kita mo na nanalo yung catch ng Naos, pero ngayon, wala tayong makita at all.
Yun nga, at the same hand, si Jin makikita mo, no fear eh. Literal, pag pumapasok ng site, kahit wide in the open, siya talaga ang nangunguna, kahit walang utilities na binabato. At on this specific map as well, it seems like nahihirapan nga si Blurred na makahanap ng mga opening frags niya. At marami siyang na-miss out na opportunity rin as well. So baka nagpapainit pa si Kuya mo Blurred para sa second game natin. At once that happens naman, tiyak na itong side ng Naos Esports will definitely be more aggressive or more into playing in what they feel like na sila yung mananalo, no? But AAP, they just showed great dominance in this specific map. At nakita natin yan in the hands, of course, of Gian Sanity, of Jin and Ching. At lahat din ng rest of the players of AAP. They all made it happen and that was game number 1.
Game number 1 pa lang naman na para sa mga fans ng Naos. At tignan natin kung itong Haven ba ay magiging comeback as maybe mapupunta nga tayo sa Icebox dahil nandito yung Raiders eh. So kind of expected na ata na gano'n ang mangyayari. Matik, pero makikset ba ang Naos sa mga ganitong moments? Kasi ito yung hinahanap natin all throughout sa mga matches nila. Paano pag natatalo sila ng first map? Ano ang gagawin nila sa second map? Makakag-reset ba sila? May bago ba silang gagawin? But right now, guys, we're just gonna be taking on a short break here in VCTPH Stage 2. Kami ng Shoutcasters. I am Ray and join me here later, guys, and see you right after the break.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my suite. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my
Welcome back sa VCTPH. Sana nahanda nyo na yung lunch nyo kung late lunch man yan dahil nandito na tayo sa ating pangalawang game para sa second series natin. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters, no? My name is Taylor. With me is the sad girl Ray Ray at nandito kami ngayon para i-attend ang aksyon laban sa AAP versus Naos Esports. AEP, hindi alter ego kasi nalilito, pati ako nalilito eh. Sa APH at sa AE, pero Alpha Esports Pro ang naglalaro ngayon, guys.
Talagang
nasa Japan ka pa rin.
Nasa Japan pa rin ako, guys. Kasi 3 taon na ako pumupunta ng Japan. Kaya hanggang ngayon, dito pa yung...
Maganda sa Japan?
Oo, ang dami ng pogi eh. Ay, sorry. Sa honest lang ako, guys. Sorry na dulas. Honest lang ako na maraming pogi sa Japan. Mga university students sila. Pero yung time na yung
university students. Alam mo pa kung saan nahanapin? Matindi to si Ray Ray ah. May location, may address, lahat kompleto, may bansa. Diyos ko Lord, pero...
Alam ko pa kung saan yung station.
Alam mo pa rin.
Ueno Station yung pangalan, malapit sa University of Tokyo. Kaya naka-formal, tapos nakatiya. Wow!
Ay, gusto mo bang makarating ng Copenhagen?
Okay, sige.
Doon yung masters, balita ko. Doon yung masters, guys eh. So, baka naman PPGL, kung nakakaramdaman kayo, maybe it's time na magkaroon ng Tagalog stream doon. Pero, para sa ating matchup nga na to, no, it seems like Naos Esports, they're really having a hard time trying to find the kills. Yung mga frags, yung mga duel, hindi talaga sila almost as if rarely manalo ang Naos when it comes to the duels.
Talagang mahihirapan ng Naos kapag hindi sila mental reset talaga. Tapos, diba, ito yung usual na nakikita natin mula sa mga games nila coming in from stage 1. When they lose one map, sobrang nagarat. So usually dapat 2-0 yung mga games nila. At ngayon, against Alpha Esports, we all know that Alpha Esports, they had a rough time coming in from stage 1. Then mukhang nagkaroon sila ng changes. And now with the Jin here in this roster, sobrang effective talaga. It really added a lot of firepower. And kayang-kaya nila tapatan itong Naos ngayon. Lalo nang medyo malamig talaga eh. Yung tutok, si Blurred, is just being shut down. Hindi siya makakuha ng pick-offs with a 0.6 KD earlier here in Breeze map, in which where we've seen a Blurred getting the kills before. Talagang medyo hindi natin na-expect to sa performance ng Naos. Pero ito sa Haven, isa rin naman sa mga maps in which we've seen a good streak ng Naos, especially sa stage 1. Ngayon ba nila mababawi? Dahil si Z, di na ata siya maglalaro dito sa Haven. Hindi, si Blast na ata yung
Blast na.
Kasi parang nagkakaroon sila ng rotation eh. Pagdating kay Z together with Blast.
Ay, napapansin ko din na Zay actually plays out lalo na kapag breeze yung mapa. Lagi siyang lumalabas dito sa side ng Naos Esports at mukhang iba ang isuspawn nila for the next map that we are looking at. Feeling ko isa sa mga kailangan talagang problemahin ngayon ng Naos Esports is getting the aim back together. Kumbaga, no, kailangan magpainit talaga ng Naos Esports. At gaya ng sabi mo, Ray, gusto ko lang i+1 yun dahil nga with Qeon Sanity, the way AEP plays before, it really revolves around Qeon Sanity making those momentum clutches, making those momentum kills as well that stops completely kung ano man yung ginagawa ng kalaban. But this time around, meron na siyang kasangga Kumbaga, dati pumapasok siya, hawak niya lang espada. Ngayon, meron na ring shield. May armor na nakasama dito. At si Jin nga, in the name of Jin, ang kasabayan dito ni Qeon Sanity. At makikita nyo naman, di ba? Kanina on map number 1 natin, on game number 1, the duo was definitely on fire. And it looked like it was an unstoppable force as well.
Talagang unstoppable force, unstoppable Alpha Esports, the new and improved nga talaga ang meron mula sa kanila. Alam mo, ito talaga yung parating nangyayari sa mga stage. Yung mga galing open qualifiers there, sila pa yung mas lalong nagiging top. Kasi grabe naman kasi pagdadaanan mo sa open
Madugo dun
qualifier.
eh.
Diba? Talagang ang daming dedication, tapos yung top 16 teams, seems na basta yung mga teams na nandun. Kundi ang dami ding malalakas, nadagdag nga rin yung Galaxy, nalaglag din yung ibang teams na malalakas.
Back to
Pero
basics.
ngayon, back to
Kakarot.
basics
Balik na naman sa KO. Alam mo rin yun na pinagtaka ko, no? Hindi nag-KO si Kakarot on map number 1. He chose, if I'm not mistaken, he chose a Sky to consider pagdating dun sa unang match natin. At this time around, babalik na muli siya sa umpisa. Dito muna tayo, back to comfort picks for the players of Naos as Delicious already locks in the Astra and si Kakarot with his very infamous KO here on the stage.
KO, once again. Pero last time, nung nakalaban nga nila ang ibang mga teams there, hindi makapag-pop off si Kakarot. Kahapon, rather. Nahirapan siya mag-pop off sa kanyang KO. Punish talaga sila all throughout. But Alpha Esports, they're gonna once again with the usual comp that they have in Haven. Trust the Omen. Trust trust of course si ng kanyang Reyna together with that double duelist. Talagang kapag hindi mo masastop yung aggressiveness ng Alpha Esports ngayon sa event, magiging clean 2-0 to in favor of Alpha Esports. And yun yung nakakatakot na part na kailangan harap kasi pwedeng papunta exciting part.
Papunta pa lang tayo sa exciting part, guys. Kasi pasimula pa lang yung game number 2 dito eh.
Kasalanan talaga to ni PTC.
True. Wala kasing ambag eh. Guys, tigil-tigilan nyo ng asarin si PTC. Baka kami na yung malagot. Nagtataka na ata ang lahat ng tao. Saan ba nanggaling yun? Sa atin lang naman dito sa Tagalog broadcast. Pero heading here into our second map, which is Haven. 3 sites ang meron tayo dito. And now is starting off on the defense.
Careful here. Defensive side, Qeon Sanity, nalalaman na rin kung nasaan sila. Umikot, may mga konting pitas mula sa side ng Naos, pero sabi nila, lumipat lang naman kami dito sa B. At nagpakita na sila. At naku, Delicious next. Pero may right click lang, right click lang si Blas. At mukhang may na-jumping lasso na siya si Chrisem together with Ching na lang ang natitira as Chrisem still takes down Blurred. And it's going to be Kakarot and Kevs sa kamay ng Alpha Esports. Pero nakita na ni Kevs. Nilabas na agad ang kanyang... Oh no, nagbalang na reveal pero Kakarot na lang 71 HP yung oras. Pero naku po, lalaruin lang nila tayo magkikata ni Sarah Geronimo. Ikot lang! At ikot, pinaikot.
Di nga siya umiikot dun eh. Lugi nga siya sa posisyon na yun kasi isa lang yung pwede niyang labasan. Pero nanalo talaga siya sa duel. Ito yung sinasabi ko rin kanina, Ray eh. May positioning na lamang na yung Naos Esports. Hindi nga lang talaga. Namumroblema lang sila dun sa hindi pagkakapanalo sa duel nila, no? So, medyo malamig pa so far ang Naos Esports. That was just a pistol round though. And para sa second round natin, obviously, makakabili na sila ng mga Spectre na nais nila at gusto nila. At para sa players ng Naos Esports, ito, yung Kakarot potential to suppress the enemies ang Alpha Esports Pro, lalo na yung mga utilities na pwede nilang ibato rin as well. Lalo na rin kapag nag-swap yung mga sides natin later on. Kung mahuhuli to si Ching, mawawala yung mga traps niya agad eh.
Reveal to ng Alpha Esports kung gaano ba kagaling at kalakas itong comp position nila. Pinoy mo, very basic.
Uy, dinasyonan!
Ang confirmation nila. Pero, ay, ang
Galit na galit.
kanilang, kanilang double duel. Pero, sabi ni Bird! Naku po, naging anime, nakitaan si Chris M. Pero kailangan bawasan to kung ito yung next na magiging problema na last day. Try to get pressure, pero di na magiging posible yon dahil si Plus na lang agad ang natitira.
Oh no. One by one, they all just crumbled. Obviously, because of the firepower na meron ng AEP. But aside from that, makikita mo yung aggressiveness ni Qeon Sanity dito. Tingnan mo, chill lang siya oh. Sabay nakita niya si Kevs, wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman ng iba. Si Blurred naman, nakapit na siya dito ng isa, but still, it's not enough. Kasi nasa loob na sila ng site eh. Na-dominate na nila yung site on A, obviously. At AEP, they secured that round cleanly as well. So, itong buy round nila, dito na magkakasubukan.
Talagang shutdown na nga ba ang Naos ngayon? Or Alpha Esports! Sumakabawi, Gelicious! Nabawasan na naman! Ang nangyayari? Pero there's Blast. Tries to pick up at least one. Pero tatlo na lang muli sa kanila. Pero si Qeon! Press W lang ang kailangan!
Yun lang pala ang kailangan nila dito. The triple kill from Qeon Sanity on this specific round. Pinress niya lang ang W at tinutukan ang mga ulo ng players ng Naos Esports at isa-isa silang naubos doon. Na bonus sila, Ray. Napa-timeout. Mapapa-timeout ka talaga kung ganun yung nangyari. Di ka tanggap eh, oh. Parehas sila eh. Nakatingin sila doon parehas kanina. Tapos lumayo. Sabay.
Sabay-sabay tayo, itaas ang kamay, sabi ng Alpha Esports.
Hold up!
Alam mo, Taylor, ngayon ko lang din na hindi nagka-call ng timeout masyado yung Naos. Diba? Dapat kayo na din sa this eh. May mga rounds dapat na nag-call na sila ng timeout. Pag ito, tumekpos. Gumagalaw ba? Kinakabahan ako eh. Natotrauma na ako sa mga tekpos na yan.
Time out
yan
to. Kasi lahat sila hindi gumagalaw. Kaya feeling ko time out lang to, Ray. Huwag ka mag-alala. Lalabas at lalabas din yan. Pero ganito nga yung sitwasyon natin, guys. No? Alpha Esports, they were able to take the bonus round away from Naos. Kaya naman forced into a position na kailangan nilang mag-save this time around. At bumalik na nga tayo with that, after that timeout na feeling ko sa Naos side eh. Kailangan nila itong timeout na to because it seems like disintegrated yung team right now. They're just basically playing right now as a team, not as a unit.
Yun yung specialization data ng Naos, diba? When they're really focusing on the team plays rather than the individual plays. Pero ngayon, kapag tuloy-tuloy ang panalo ng Alpha Esports against them, hihirapan talaga sila. Bakit nga ba muli tayo na 13-0? O talagang it's too late pa sa Naos, it's too late pa rin sa Alpha Esports. Pero to, kakarot. TC's one gets the top! Sumiswing lang. May mage pack pa na sheriff. So, malaki yung pag-asa ng pass nila.
Hello!
Oh, wala yun nga lang. Nag-go whiff si Blast pero good damage. So, pwede silang pumuwas ng mga barrel.
Buti may trade-off dun si Kakarot. 3v3 situation is very much doable pa rin. For the side of Naos Esports, ang kailangan lang nilang gawin ay mag-antay. Habang sa AEP naman, they need to have that good entry. Lalo na wala na si Qeon Sanity, pati na rin si Jin dito sa sitwasyon na to, no? Wala na silang duel. But definitely, they will have those utilities later on. Lalo na may smoke na si Chris M, makakabuelo na sila kung anong site ang gusto nilang pasukan. At si Kevs nakaramdam na rin dito. With the cyber cage being thrown off, the shock darts wouldn't connect here, but Ryu connects his shot on Blurred. That is Blurred out of the equation yet again on this round. 2v3 na ang labanan at mukhang makakapasok ata ng dire-diretso lang itong mga players ng AEP. The shock darts masyadong maaga. The timing is definitely off. Ryu just waiting on the corner. Mukhang magkakaroon dito ng crossfire sa Valorant maya-maya lang. Especially kapag pumasok na yung players ng Naos Esports. Umabot pa yung pagplant ng spike na yan. Kaya naman isipin nyo, yung pag-hype-hype ko ng dahan-dahan tapos hindi naman pala mapaplant yung spike. Mahirap yon.
Oo, biruin mo, wala tayong
oras. Ang dami kong
eh.
sinabi, tapos naubusan lang sila ng oras.
Sasabihin na naman sa inyo, ang dami mo masyadong sinasabi. Pero narinig ko din, sinabi nga din ako ng marami daw akong sinasabi. Pero yun naman pala. Pero ito na ka, Jelicious. Makukuha pa nga niya kaya ngayon. Ang pero yung oras time is gold Tatlo
Time
na
is
tingin sa
gold.
hirap niyan.
Time is ticking. Walang magagawa si Jay dito. Kailangan niya na lang tanggapin ang sakit, lungkot, at lumbay doon sa round na yan. But 4-0 is the score. AEP is just taking this slowly but surely. In those 4 rounds, susunod na rin, makakabili na naman yung Naos. Pero sa side ng AEP, punong-puno na yung kaban ng bayan.
Puno na yung kaban ng bayan, no? Well, share naman kami. Dahil naman kami yan. Oo.
Wala ba tayo dyan? See you soon. Mga ganun na agad yung sagot dyan Pero operator, fast lang. Blurred finally gets the kill that he's looking for since a while ago. At natrabaho na rin, napicturan din si Kuya mo Jelicious. Nahuli rin agad-agad, sumilip ng ganun.
Alam
White
mo,
swing.
Parati na siyang na-predict ng mga teams dyan Kahapon sa Bren, parati siyang na-predict, parati siyang nasa Magasim, dito sa may side ng garage. Parati yan. Pero ngayon hindi na nag-work. Expected na siya ng Alpha Esports parati that he's just gonna be getting aggressive. Pero naki-blurred ang sagot kung mapipitas niya ba to si Jin. Si Jin dito.
Hello!
Sky Black! Tayo na nga!
Yun na lang ang problema ngayon ng AEP. Kasi nagpapapitas na sila ngayon kay Blurred Mukhang si Blurred umiinit na. Tumatama na yung shots na hinahanap niya rin kanina. Ito pa yung isang sakit sa ulo nila. Si Qeon Sanity. Mukhang binabaliw na naman ang players dito ng Naos Esports. They have the utilities. Tumama yung shock dart pero hindi magpapatinag si Kuya mo Qeon Sanity. Nakasilip pa din.
2 seconds left.
Tibay na ito
Kasing tibay ng relasyon, no, Terror?
Sana all.
Tibay. Sana all, di ba?
Napaisip
Napaisip ako Yung ako na lang mapapasana all, pero meron ng pinapadali ni Kuya mo Kebs, mapapanish na nga niya ngayon. Pero, pag eto na 2v4 ng Alpha Esports, talaga nga namang idol ko na sila. May idol, tignan mo, may idol, Ching! Next down, pero si Bird nila agad. Ang kanyang Blade Storm, blast goes for a wall bang.
Yun ang round na hinahanap ng ng Naos Esports. Nakuha rin nila. But also, because of the first 2 kills that Blurred actually did, dahil wala na si Ryu from the start, ibig sabihin nun, mawawalan na ng initiator itong side ng AEP. No? They're just gonna have to heavily rely on the utilities of course, the Omen smoke. But other than that, they don't have any info at all. And of course, with the camera, spotting people here on mid as well. Si Jin nakapitas din ang isa doon. At para sa Naos side, ito na ata ang hinahanap nila kanina pa. Dahil kailangan nilang iakyat ulit yung momentum. Kahit na na-shutdown kasi nila yung operator dito, ang dami pa rin rep ng AEP. Tsaka, ano ba naman yung parang napulot lang naman ata din ni Qeon Sanity yan.
Ano nga ba? Hindi si Qeon Sanity ang pumili ng op.
Sino?
Ang op ang pumili kay Qeon Sanity.
Ang op ang pumili kay Qeon Sanity. Lakas Blurred with a double kill. Exactly what the team of Naos needs right now.
Talaga nga. Nalaban si Blurred from Japan. Coming in from Tokyo. And Jelicious. Pinigay niya muna yung angkulo at napawas na nga niya si Jin. Pero this is it. 4v2 retake. Si Glass naghihintay na. He takes Ryu off guard. At si Qeon Sanity na lang. Makaklatch niya ba to? Ito na ba ang ultimate highlights pa po sa Valorant PH? Ang inihintay na binibitawan ni Bird. Hindi ko na bibitawan to. Palakang natin. Natamaan ni Blast sa likod. At nag-plant dito si Qeon Sanity. 2-4 at Naos. Unti-unti na sila atang bumabawi. Mas disiplinado ang kailangan nila dito. Huwag mag-asim, huwag magpapaka-aggressive ang kailangan nila.
Si Pinyo, si Blurred isang game lang naman na nahirapan. Biglang yung analyst natin tsaka mga commentator natin sa comment section, mas magaling talagang magduwili si Kakarot kaysa kay Blurred. Ay,
Grabe talaga
ang
yun.
bibilis.
Alam nyo guys, bibigyan ko kayo ng fun fact tungkol sa Naos Taylor.
Oh,
Alam mo ba, na nagduduelis din yan si Blas. Nagduduelis din yan si Gelicious.
oh,
Nagduduelis din si Blurred tsaka si Kakarot. Mga duelis to dati sa iba na lang mga roster eh. Pero nung pagpasok nila ng Naos, doon sila kailangan ng agents na i-feel. Pero it took them some practice, pero nakakapag-execute naman sila ng maayos. Si Bless, nakikita ko to sa collegiate eh. Naglalaro to sa isang school, naka-jet. Naglalaban sila ni Javi, 1v1. Jet na. Ano, nakikita ko yan. Si Shoes daw, dati yan ay nagduduelis talaga siya. Pero nung kailangan mag-controller, nag-controller siya. Si Kakat, alam naman natin.
nag-a-adjust naman pala.
Oo, nag-a-adjust naman daw pala.
This is a nice spot.
Bakit? Eto, AEP. 4-2 na ang score natin dito. Lamang pa rin naman sila, pero for the past 2 rounds, Naos is finally getting it back a little bit. At least when it comes to the score. Blurred, yet again. Operator, pero mukhang wala siyang mahuhuli dito. Natuto na ata yung mga players ng AEP na baka mamaya na pwedeng sumilip, no? Kasi medyo nandyan yung ano eh, operator eh. Ayan na naman, si Aru Ryu. Sumama nga sa hukay kasama yung operator na yan. And 4v5 agad-agad. Wala na naman silang initiator dito.
Nawala sa isang At alam mo, sabi nila, pag hindi ka daw tumatama sa vandal mo, mag-operator ka na lang. At yun natin ginagawa ni Blurred, pero that was really big of a kill from Ching for actually contesting it. And Gelicious will be picking off by Qeon Sanity. At sa isang iglap si Kaka, talaga natitira, tsaka si Kev, tsaka si Blurred, KKB. Kanya-kanyang bayad at kanya-kanyang ambag ang magmumula sa Naos. 3v3 post plant na lang sa Alpha Esports. Ano ang gustong gawin ng Naos ngayon dahil ready si Kakarot sa kanyang ultimate, pero magiging useful pa ba to? Umiilaw pa yung Champions Vandal ni Blurred.
Kaya nga, kompleto eh. Madaming Radianite points to si Blurred. Pero mukhang smoke has been set already on C. Na-plant na rin ng spike dito for the side of AEP. At tuloy-tuloy ang pag-defuse ata. Walang tumitingin sa garage. Diyos ko, the information not disseminated. They were all looking on long. And hindi na nila napansin na nandun na pala sa Gedli si Kuya mo Qeon Sanity na gumagapang pa konti-konti. Securing those kills means securing the round as well for AEP. 5-2 na ang score natin. At wala talagang tumingin kay Qeon Sanity dun.
Nandun na yung, siguro di na nila in-infon ni Blurred in a way na na-timingan na lang sila. Siguro wala na silang marinig eh. Pero alam ko kung nakabantay lang siya doon, things would have been different. Pero Qeon Sanity, di ba? Ano na nga eh. Duelis na nga, lurker pa. Sa kanya na ang lahat. Ganyan ang tunay na bebe buff ng Alpha Esports.
Bebe buff pala ang puhunan dito eh. Kaya naman pala lumalakas yung mga ano natin dito, mga players natin. But para sa akin, itong si Blurred eh, ngayon online na siya compared sa kaninang first map na napanood natin kanina, Reno. Ngayon na, nabuhayan na si ano eh. Nakakain na ata si Kuya mo Blurred.
Sumubo yan kanina habang break time. Tapos baka nanood na ng anime. Nag-ready na nung hype na kanta. Kira, yung nani mo, sabi ni Blurred. Pero ngayon, tahimik ang Alpha Esports papuntang mapang. Mga pusa na hindi mo marinig pero maingay pag tumapak sa bubong. Mga pusa namin, ganyan dito eh.
Grabe, lahat sila nandito na oh.
Oy!
Alam mo mahirap dito, Ray? Makaka-catch off guard sila ngayon ni Chrisem kung magka-cut ng rotations si Chrisem dito. Lalo na, hawak niya pa rin yung mid. Magkakasilipan ata yung mid mamaya-maya. Kasi si Blurred nag-aabang oh. Kung may tao sa mid, salisigang nga. Yung minimap natin, kung hindi nyo napansin, nasalisihan yung Jet tsaka yung natin, yung Omen. So, pwedeng maipit dito ni Chrisem yung players ng Naos Esports. As Kakarot gets the kill, Blast will take another. Are Ryu to get one kill for himself as well? Si Jin naman, tamang dismiss lang, pero hindi ka na makakatakas as 3v1 situation. Ching is the only man remaining right now for the side of AEP. And he goes down with Blurred taking on the action. with the operator. Akala ko sa AEP side pa itong mangyayari.
Pero ang daming ginamit ng Naos. Gumamit ng lockdown. Gumamit ng cosmic divide. At buti na lang na-punish nila si Jin. Pag hindi nila na-punish si Jin, delayed na naman sila. And si Blurd, ang bilis na mag-quickscope. Alam mo na ibig sabihin ng terror. Online na siya. At nakikita natin si Blurd, ang KKB gang, ang nag-aambag na yon. Ay, hindi pala BBK, Burger King. Blast Blurd Kakarot. Kung sa side ng Alpha Esports, consistency lang ang kailangan nila ngayon.
Consistency ang hinahanap, kaso kulang ata sa consistency pagdating dito sa mapa na to right now, no? For Naos Esports, slowly but surely they're getting the rounds back. Kaso nga lang, minsan parang napupunta pa sa side ng AEP. Nakaka-take sila dito ng side. Saktong-sakto yung flash na yan as Kelsimov gets the kill. And ito na nga si Kakarot with the ulti para masuppress yung ibang mga players dito. Jin being flashed out, forced out into position. Si Kakarot lang ang nag-a-anchor ng side as of this moment with the help of Blurd with the operator. Si Kakarot lang ang tatrabaho with the 2 kills, with Blurd getting the 3rd. And now it's up to Chrisim. Yung spike na drop na sa A site.
Asa na ang lunchbox? Chris Brown. Ano ba ang gagawin niya? Oh, Kakarot goes for a 3rd. At nag-switch sila ng Nag-switch sila ng site. Kung napapansin mo, last time, si Kevs yung nasa si Kevs yung parating nasa A. Pero nagpalit sila ni Kakarot. Donti, yung hit mo, palong-palo. Pero, they're doing it. Pero siguro lang dahil sa suppressed later, hindi nga nila nakuha itong round na to. But still, a good job. We still have that 1 round na lead ng Alpha Esports. Pero nga lang, looking at their money, it's gonna be already yung mga judge, yung mga Baki, at isang Vandal. Pero tignan natin kung kumakuha sila ng orb, it's gonna be possible for Qeon Sanity to pop off his knife.
Merong nade na binabato. Para lang kung sakaling merong matamaan at si AEP naghahanap dito ng impormasyon. Saan kaya tayo pwedeng pumasok this time around? Sinubukan natin yung A, hindi gumana. Sinubukan natin yung C, hindi rin gumana. Pero itong B, baka sakali as Jin takes 1. But this would open up the site definitely at Empress is up and online as well. Delicious was able to take 1 away. And that is Chrisim. At least pantay pa rin ang laban so far is a 4v4 at the rotations mukhang mag-A site all the way from mid to B papuntang A. Inikot ang map tour.
Alam ko sa Intramuros lang merong map tour. Pwede din pala dito sa Valorant. May ganito. Pero nga lang, 3v3 pa. May kita pero kailangan nyo tignan. He takes 1. Tapos susunod pa tapos si Qeon Sanity gumilit. Pero nakuha na nga kagad ni Kebs na lang natitira kasama ang kanyang backlit ng Vandal na puno naggawa sa Nara. At kukuha lang siya ng information pero ang tanong, makaklatch niya ba to dahil wala sa kanya ang lunchbox. And Blast, nag-whiff! Nag-watch me whiff pa! Ti Blast! Pero nakaabang na si Blurd! Tama na nga kanya. Blurd is online.
Gising na si kuya mo Blurd. Buhay na ang diwa. At mukhang HD na siya, 1080p na muna para sa panahon na ito, no? As Blurd is already in the 11 kills, 5 deaths, habang humahabol din naman yung isang duelist sa kabila na si Jin. At alam naman natin, since game number 1, online to si Jin eh. So kailangan ingatan talaga ng Naos ngayon. But I really think malaking factor na itong KO muling nilabas ng Naos Esports, Ray. Sa tingin mo? Kasi sanay na si Kakarot eh. Alam niya na yung mga dapat niyang gawin kaya hindi na siya napipressure as well. Tsaka dito talaga nagsashine si Kakarot for me eh.
Yung mga gantong pressure, Taylor.
Oo, tsaka yung KO pick in general.
He will just pop up the flash. Gagawin niya ang kabilang bang-bang. And tatandaan natin, background ni Kakarot at ni Kebs. At ni Jin Issues ay mga kabilang bang-bang. Pero yun o! Kebs! Blurd! Connection! Burger King! Connection ang nagmumula sa kanila. And talagang ang Kakarot sumama na rin sa party. Kebs takes it out. Anong nangyayari? At Naos biglang nagkaroon ng buff. Nagkakasim na rin. Pero mukhang sabi nila, okay, relax tayo guys. 4v1. Alam ko na yung comms pero to. Kita ni Ayu Rayu.
Nakatalikod na. Ipit na si kuya mo Aryu Rayu dito. Heads him up to secure the kill. And this is Naos bringing it
Last
back
round in the half.
from 4-0. Naging 6-5 ang score natin at huling round na nga for this first half, no? Ito yung sinasabi ko rin kanina, Ray. Sa tingin ko, if Blurt can actually take on the kills and the frags as a duelist, this team will definitely step up and will definitely make things harder for the side of AEP.
And the anchors, the switch, they're actually doing it once again. Pero Alpha Esports next sa problem nila to magiging 6-all ba to or 7-5? Pero si Blurt, may mababawasan na nga ba siya ngayon? Okay, through the smoke. Magsaspam sila through the smoke. Pero mayroon kagad mata-timing na nga ba ng mga stars. EJ Licious, pero sinakakan siya ng Hunter's Fury. Sumunod si Blurt. Nilabas na rin. Kagad getting cut! Nakatuwag! Nakatuwag! Bubito!
Oh my God!
Gian Sanity! Tatlo! 3K! Pati sa sobrang bilis ng round na to.
My God, ang daming Longadog na nilabas doon. Pati na rin yung Neural Def. Nilabas na rin ng isang Cypher pero naubos pa rin yung iba mga players dito sa side ng Naos Esports. It's all up to Caps right now. May recon din siya pwedeng gamitin dito to actually spot in kung nasan ba yung ibang players. Isa na nga ang nakikita niya. Isa lang ang ibig sabihin, merong ibang nagtatago as Qeon Sanity secures the 4K on this round. He truly just shined in this specific map as well. Simula sa pool, Ray, simula nung nakabili sila ng mga Spectre on round number 2, si Qeon Sanity walang ginawa kung hindi umabante.
Parang, feel ko mabubura na rin yung kick-up ni Qeon Sanity na W eh. Tapos kay Super MG na bura, mabubura din ata yung kay Qeon Sanity. Ang ganda na ginawa ni Kakarot, pero si Qeon Sanity, to the smoke.
Wala nga siyang pakialam dun sa sa Hunter's Fury. Sabi niya, ay, may ulti, okay. Tapos pinatay niya lang lahat.
Oh, ganun lang. Ganun lang kapalang-palo si Qeon Sanity. Pero, 6-all. Walang diff dito. Lahat palang magkakatay sila, oh. Pantay yung kills ni Qeon Sanity.
Alam mo na yung, nito, Ray, pinagkaiba nito sa game number 1.
Ano yun?
Si Blurred on point na. Tapos si Kakarot kumukuha na rin ng kills. Comfort picks na to eh.
Ito yung nakilala nating lineup ng Naos sa Haven every time, di ba? Nung last stage. And binalik nila ngayon yung mas standardized form nila pagdating sa mga maps, pagdating dito sa Haven. And kung dito sila lang at hindi siya malamig, baka sa second half natin makita lalo yung potential. Dahil gawin lang nila, magiging aggressive mo that this is how Blurred plays already. Kailangan dito pangawakan ng Alpha Esports Pro with that double duelist. Ano nga bang gagawin ni Jin and ni Qeon Sanity this time? Makakapag-hold off ba sila ng angles? Maka-cut off ba nila katulad ni Blurred pagdating sa mga aim duels? Or there's something about Ching with his traps that he can actually use against Naos just to eradicate and stop them from that aggressiveness. Kasi may paranoia advantage versus sa Astra ni Jelicious.
Yun nga. Tapos meron pa silang info game. Wala rin naman problema dahil may camera din nagmumula sa Cypher. Literal, especially knowing that this is a triple site kind of map, pwedeng mag-set up lang ng traps on C. Tapos, pabayaan na muna and prepare for the retake. Malalaman nila kung may dadaan at may tatawid. But it seems like it's just gonna be the Cypher on C. At mukhang aggro ata ang balak nila dito sa mid, no? Dahil the paranoia going out and this will be spot on mula sa players kayo ng Naos Esports. Kailangan nilang i-push kung sakasakali man na gusto nilang kuhanin. But Jin already shutting down one player from mid as well. Si Ching naman tamang picture lang sa Gedli habang si Jelicious ito matrabaho na rin. With Blurred getting one kill, this opens up the site completely for them to take as Naos Esports try to salvage kung ano man meron sa kanila because 4v3 na lang ngayon ang labanan at mukhang ito na ang pagpasok ng AEP for the trade-ins at para na rin sa kanilang retake which was wonderfully executed.
Wonderful tonight!
Oh, it's late in the evening! Napaiisip na lang sila dun eh.
Oo. Tinanggap eh. Nakapag aggress sila ng seaside terror. Kaso nga lang, ang next na problem is that na-pick off kagad si Blast, nag-asim si Jin na naman sa may mid. So hindi na cut off ni Blast yung dalawang duelist ng Alpha Esports at nagsama-sama na sila from garage. So ano ang next na kailangan ng Naos? Dahil kapag to 6-8, may dalawang pressure rounds na kailangan harapin ng Naos at baka mag-freeze na naman sila sa anime na nga sinasabi ko. Qeon Sanity nag-asim, pero buta na lang may trade mula kay Kakarot.
6-7 ang score natin. Nasa Alpha Esports ngayon ang kalamangan pagdating sa score pati na rin sa kanilang mga baril. Pero mukhang pantay ang labanan when it comes to manpower. Dahil si Qeon Sanity nga ang nabura for the side of Alpha Esports dito. At alam naman natin, ito ang kanilang isa sa top frogger. Frogger no? Kokak no? Top frogger.
May sound effects pa, kokak ka.
Top frogger to si Qeon Sanity. Siyempre, malaking factor na nawala siya sa round na to, no? Pero okay lang yan kasi sina Jin, kayang-kaya lang naman nila tong tapatan. Oh, may sumisilip pa. Si Kakarot, siya yung sumilip pero ibang namatay.
30 seconds left.
Naalay yung team.
Naalay. Tapos sabay umalis, nag-walk out. Oh.
Blurred. Oh my God! Dumash out! Sumabay yung top sa ulo! 3v3! Pag na-counter eco to ng Naos, malaki to! Kasing laki ng pagmamahal niya. Pero Blast takes down Jin. Shot puno, 2v2 at na kay Blast ang katanungan, ang kasaguan layo ni tropa. Kailangan pa niya tumakbo. Dinedefuse na Blast.
Oo, na-defuse na, sir. Natapos na yung round. Saka dumating si Blast dito, masyado malayo yung rotation from him, no? And for the side of AEP, they just swarmed in and just got the kills as well. At kahit pa paano naman, naging expensive yun for AEP. Kikita mo naman sa economy damage na binigay dito ngayon ng Naos Esports. Tsaka dami rin silang napatay kahit pa paano. Lugi nga naman pagdating sa baril.
Talagang masyadong malayo ni Blast. So, nanggaling sa Pasay talaga kung saan yung double dragon papuntang Quezon City. Ganun kalayo ang nilakbay niya. Di ka pa pala napunta nung time. Pero may nabratatat ngayon. Si Blurred na bratatat ni Qeon Sanity nagbabwak lang. Nang bratatat may napitas pa. At uy. Aggressive talaga maglaro yung Alpha Esports. Alam nila na yung comp ng Naos is turn them down. Kaya ang ginagawa nila is giving opportunity kay Qeon Sanity together with Jin. Uy.
Out of charges.
Itong players ngayon ng AEP, mainit na mainit. Itong Naos naman, si Blurred na nga ang unang napatay nila. Ang nag-iisa nilang duelist para sa side ng Naos Esports napatumba na ng AEP with their guns as well. At makikita nyo, Naos is taking this slow right now because obviously they wouldn't have that explosive entry no longer. May Sova drone na makakaspot na meron palang tao on A short. So isa lang ang ibig sabihin yan. This might be an A take knowing that it is 30 seconds remaining para sa kanila. Entry lang ang puhunan. Blast hindi nakita na merong nasa Getty habang si Ching tumatrabaho lang. May kasabay pa na si Qeon Sanity. Parang nabaliktad pa ang sitwasyon. Ray as they come in. They all just go down in the hands of Qeon Sanity right here. 6-9 ang score natin.
6-9? Nice! Enemy down. Hindi nag-check ng corners! Si Blast, saan ka nakatingin?
Enemy remaining.
At nakapag-rotate na ang Alpha Esports. Ang daming mistakes at yun na nga yung problema eh. Yes, may double duelist tong Alpha Esports na kapag tinignan mo sa meta, as of now, sa PH scene or sa APAC, medyo may konting doubts. But yet, pag ganito ka confident ang katulad ni Qeon Sanity and Jin, and ready kagad yung paranoia ni Krista with this perfect time, mahihirapan talaga yung mga teams makipag-battle sa kanila. And ito na nga yung problema ng Naos muli. Napako na naman sa 6, parang sa breeze.
Pag napako ka talaga sa scoreline na to, lalo na kung magdo-double digits na yung Alpha Esports, mahirapan at mahirapan ka talaga. Kasi there's no more room for mistakes basically. At makikita natin nag-aabang lang si Qeon Sanity in this specific angle as he sees Blurred. They dash away, pero si Jin ang ready kumuha ng action na yan. The Jin-Qeon combination is definitely still alive and kicking. At nakapitas sila ng isa as well as the players right now for Naos. Papasok na ng garage with the spray down from Ching. Hindi na huli yung remaining two. Pero okay lang yan as they come in on C site. Makakapag-plant ata dito ang Naos Esports. Pahabang pa-rotate naman ang ibang players ng AEP. May kasama pang Hunter's Fury na hindi na maiiwasan ni Delicious. Habang si Jin tumatrabaho na rin on site, hinahanap na yung ibang natitirang players dito. Habang low on HP si Jin at si Qeon, itong low HP rin si Kuya mo Blas. Huli ka!
Nakita yung cup ni Killjoy! Na kay Kevs ang kasagutan, makaklatch niya ba to or hindi? Pinunta na kagad nung nag-out ng Recon. And AEP! Tatlo na lang! Ano na ang mangyayari sa Naos? Terror, tatandaan natin nga, fun fact lang sa mga 7 ang total of matches nila against different teams. Walang uulit. And pag natalo pa ang Naos dito, 4 na lang
Yung
ang chances
natitirang
nilang
matches.
manalo. Yung 4 nila, Team Secret.
Sino ba yung natitira?
Oasis, RRQ. At nakalimutan ko yung EPH?
APH. Pwede. Etong Naos, no? Yun yung inaabangan nilang mga matches. Tama ba?
Tama.
So, ibig sabihin yan, once na matalo sila dito, yung mga redemption na matches natin, baka hindi natin makita, no? Lalo na kung may eliminate sila. Kaya napaka-importante for both of teams to have this series specifically. Habang si Chrisim, kumuha na nga ng isa, that is Delicious out. At para sa players ng Naos Esports, makapag-plant lang tayo, po-post-plant na naman tayo dyan. Pero si Jin ang nakapag-rotate, nakakuha siya ng isang kill at nabawasan niya ng sobra si Kakarot with 12 HP remaining on him. He's gonna push in to get the gun. Patay na rin naman with the help of Blurred. Habang si Ching, sinalo ang bala na nagmumula kay Blast. Si Qeon Sanity naman ngayon ang magde-defuse. Susubok baka sakali, but the drop down from Kakarot with 12 HP remaining. Still alive and kicking to get the kill. 7-10 na ang score natin at mukhang Naos Esports may balak pang humabol.
Gusto pa ba nilang humabol? Gumugusto pa! 3 lang! Sabi nga ni Hot Sauce, don't look at the score, win the rounds. Yun, ang mga kailangan, diba? Ano lang player? Iwan lahat. Focus sa goal, iwan lahat. Pero, Naos, they can't lose this. They lose this round. Ikaw na naman. Ikaw matos ang mangyayari. Pero, Kevs, maririnig. Okay, ganda na ang control nila. Papuntang seaside shutdown. Yung mga utilities kagad ang mga taga Alpha Esports. Nilabas na rin kagad yung lockdown. Marami silang ginamit na ultimate dito, Taylor, para lang talaga hindi ma-confirm ng Alpha Esports. Pero si Blair na si Blast! BB! Bebe Girl! Connection! Chris MR, Urayo na lang at Qeon Sanity ang natitira pero makakapag-bitik pa ba sila or mag-save na lang sila?
Depende kung ano magiging desisyon ng players dito. Kasi kahit pa paano, lamang naman sila pagdating sa rounds na meron tayo. At it seems like they would rather just save the guns that they have right now. At lalo na from the previous rounds, Naos Esports nga yung nakakuha ng match na yun. Napagalaw nila yung baso kahit pa paano. Ang iniingatan ngayon ng Alpha Esports is hindi sila malugmok sa kahirapan later on. Especially, papalapit na tayo doon sa double digits din from Naos Esports kung sakasakali man. So, Alpha Esports, they're just protecting what they can protect right now, and that is the economy.
Kailangan protectionan, kailangan i-shutdown. Yan ang goal ng Naos dahil marami pang pera tong Alpha Esports. Even if siguro malose nila tong round na to, they will still be able, maybe, kung yun yung call nila, to buy for the next round. But then, malayo pa rin to. Especially in Haven, kung saan pwede maging comfortable ang Alpha Esports. Pero to sinabayan na nga kagad ng Cosmic Divide mula kay Delicious. Aggressive Blurred, nag-dash in. Pero talagang lahat tinatry niyang burahin. Pero Quackod, yan na lang. Huwag lang asinin. Kasi usually, yung mga laro na sa Haven, inaasin nila masyado eh. And it's not gonna work perfectly. Pero G at Sanity may matatamaan. Walang natamaan. Si Blurred, marami dalawa. Tinuhog na naman. G na lang natitira. Takes off the tier. Alam na nga nila kung nasaan. And nakabawas pa nga.
Akala ni Blast namatay na. 1v2 situation. This is very much doable pa rin para sa side ni Jin kung sakasakali man. Kailangan na lang nila dito mag-antay. Nakita nasa naspatan na nga si Kuya mo Blurred in a 1v1 situation. Tinap ang spike pero mukhang wala pakialam. Si Kuya mo Delicious magsiset up pa siya ng stars at ipupull niya ba para ma-defuse, para hindi ma-defuse ang spike. Hindi na mapapigil si Jin. Itutuloy pa rin yung pag-tap. Habang si Delicious lumabas na at tinapos with the ROG clutch. Alpha Esports Pro. Na-defuse!
Na-defuse! Diyos ko! Nahapi! Link yung stars!
Oh my
Link
God.
yung very good na tinatatak sa tier ka!
My God! Na-defuse yung spike! Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, silipin natin ulit dito sa replay, no? Napatay na nga si Blur dito. Tinap yung spike. Alam kong merong pull. Pero yung round, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, napunta sa AEP. Tumaas yung score nila eh. 11-8 eh.
Ano nangyari dun? May na-half ni Jing. Bago
ma-pull.
Bago ma-pull. Bago malagay yung... Nalagay ba rin? Hindi, nilate niya nalagay yung between.
Natap niya na yung spike eh. Tsaka lang lumapag yung stars after 2 seconds. Doon niya pinul. After that pull, na half na yung spike. So, ang ginawa dito ni Jin, instead na paglaruan siya ni Delicious, dahil alam niyang tataguan lang din siya, tinuloy niya na lang. Kasi merong part doon na nakapagtago siya. Ang bilis, bright idea.
Napakatalino. Ay, talino pa. Yun yung meron kay Jing na clutch. Lahat tinapon. Terror. And that round could have been the game changer.
Totoo.
Of Naos. Yet, anong nangyari dun?
Kasi, diba? Ito na yung round na after i-save. Ito na yung chance nila na wasakin talaga yung ekonomiya. Dahil nasa kanila na eh. Hawak na nila doon, men eh. Pero hindi pa, naging bato pa. Kristen getting a 2K habang kakarote with the trade-off naman si Jin. 3 players na nga napabagsak. Isama mo pa ang ibang natitira as they take this into an 8-12. Ang bilis ng round na yon para silang nag-skirmish on C.
Talagang may pupuntahan at mga sabi nila, gusto ata nilang patapusin yung mga casters. Ang Alphas lang naman pala ang makakapagpatanggal ng Ray Rakers.
Yun lang pala yun.
Wala lahat, terror. Walang tech pause, walang kung ano. Smooth lang. Parang talking stage.
Oh, wait.
Talking stage, pero tuwing ano lang.
Ang mahirap kasi dito, Ray, kung dati sa AEP, si Qeon Sanity lang makikita mo laging nasa frag leaderboard. Si Jin, uminit eh. Ang init ni Jin ngayon. Siya yung ating top fragger as of this moment. And you could definitely see the connection that this two has, Jin and Qeon Sanity. Habang sa side ng Naos, I don't know, baka may kasamang tilt na rin dahil dun sa round na yun. Kaya nagkaganon ba? I'm not quite sure, but honestly, for now, Esports is just parang masaya na lang ako na may pera pa sila for this round. Isipin mo kung wala. Fully cam na naman with the trap. Ching secures the kill habang yung ibang nasa site. Si Jin kumuha lang ng isa sabay dismiss. May Lear ring kasama. Pasok na ng A-site ang players dito ng Naos Esports. Makakapag-plant din sila kung sakasakali man. Habang yung ibang players ng AEP naghahanda na rin for the retake.
Dalawa na lang, Kevs and Blurred. So nga lang, Blurred na lang. Naka-operator pa. And that's it. Alpha Esports 0! Walang Naos. A very important match for them to actually get a win yet. Nanlalamig ang top 2. Ang Kings of PH nga din na nakita natin sa mga post nila here. Anong nangyari na lamig? That round na 1v1 na dapat 3v1 na yun eh. Yet hinayaan nila si Jin to take his thing. And that's it.
Na Jin diff sila doon. Matindi, no? Especially on the latter part of the rounds, lalo na nung 11 na yung scoreline ng AAP doon. Yung smoke from the Omen na pinapanood natin kanina, because of Chrisim just pushing in, even with the Spectre, na shutdown niya yung nasa loob na ng smoke. It's just playing out dun sa timings na kayang laruin ng AEP. And aside from that, once na makapita sila dito kunwari and mayroong namatay, kailangang umatras, si Jin, siya yung papasok, siya yung kukuha, at siya yung magka-catch up pagdating dun sa mga kills na na-miss out ng ibang members ng AEP. Ang ganda ng execution nila on the specific map as well, and moving from game number 1 to game number 2 na kahit online na si Blurred, hindi pa rin talaga kinaya, Ray.
Talagang masakit round na yon. Alam mo yun, yung round na yon, sana sa inyo na yon. Pero walang nangyari. 1.9 KD, 311 combat score kay Jin. While on the other side, Kakarot, he did his best ngayon. Kasi last time na nakipaglaban sila nga kahapon against Bren, hindi natin siya nakita magpapok. But it was a close match. Sana, magiging 10-10 na sana yun, Taylor. Most probably.
Doon talaga nabasag eh.
Pero nasira. Even if they tried to call for a timeout, they weren't able to do the next thing already.
Ito mga highlights. Mga highlights ni Qeon Sanity, pumipindot ng W
W.
Puro ganun eh.
W lang.
Maranin gan lang eh. Nahuhuli at nahuhuli lang ang mga players dito ng Naos Esports, no? So they did that pretty cleanly, pretty well executed, especially with the help of the Jin and Qeon Sanity connection into making sure those skills comes in. Tsaka ang ganda rin ang naging performance dito ni Ching as well. Malaking factor din yung isang Cypher, lalo na dun sa latter round, no? Yung last round natin on A site kung saan nahuli nga niya with the trap yung pumapasok ng A main. And this just clean things up for the side of Alpha Esports Pro as they take this in a clean 2-0. Aakyat na naman sila pagdating sa leaderboards natin, at para sa side ng Naos, naku po, dapat ng kabahan kasi bottom 2 para sa top 8 natin ang matatanggal at hindi makakapasok.
Matatandaan mo, Taylor, ang bottom 2 ata natin so far, yung top 2 na sa stage, South Build, tsaka ang Naos. Kung tinignan natin, pero I think nagugulat ako sa performance ng SB. Nagugulat din ako sa performance ng Naos ngayon. Talagang nababasa sila ng mga teams, and init eh. Nag-init yung Naos. Ito yung Naos natin. Coming in from that 2-6 scoreline kanina. Ito yung inaabangan natin na performance na sa even yet there were a lot of rounds in which you need to be careful, yet hindi nila napanalo. And that was really, really painful to see sa side ng Naos. But overall, Alpha Esports, this is really big sa nila to get that slot going into the playoffs.
Grabe naman si Choching. Brain cells lang ang puhunan, sabi nga niya doon, no? Pero that was it para sa ating second series of the day. Mukhang hindi tunay ang Ray Curse, ladies and gents, dahil na-cancel out ng napakaswerte kong araw, no? Dahil birthday ko daw kahapon, kaya hindi daw ako papag-game 3-hin kahit si Ray ang kasama ko. But congratulations yet again para sa Alpha Esports Pro as they move along as well on the leaderboards. Ay mapapanood naman natin at makikita natin yung mga scores na yan. At para sa side ng Naos, ito na ang panahon kung kailan nila bawiin at trabahuin yung mga susunod nilang matches dahil mainit-init din yan. Gaya ng sabi mo, Ray, they're going up against what teams? We have Team Secret, we have Oasis Gaming. Hindi biro yung mga kakalabanin nila dito. So that was game number 2 para sa ating lahat. Meron pang susunod na series. Ito na inaabangan din ng ibang mga teams natin, mga players at mga fans, no? Dahil Team Secret ata ang maglalaro for the next game na mapapanood natin. This has been Taylor and Ray casting for this second series of today. Maraming salamat. After this, pupunta tayo sa short break. Tapos, makikita natin yung panel interview at makakausap natin yung mga players ng AEP. Abangan nyo yan. Don't go away because VCTPH Stage 2 will be right back.
people out, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people out, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go 10 bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go 10 bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all, I'm who you gon' be inside. I cannot
gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got one, I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step up.
Coming back at you guys live here in the middle of the water. You're still tuned in to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers with your host, the Likeable, and our panelist, the Hype Caster, Black and Blue, as well as the very unlucky predictor, G10. Now, unfortunately, now is not the time yet. Alpha Esports have come to prove that they are the true team because they are the Esports Pro version, especially with Jin. Alpha Esports Pros don't fake.
I think with our question a while ago, we were wondering, does the word pro really matter in your title, right? Well, it seems in this case it does, because they dismantled Naos like true professionals here. I was watching, I was casting that game, obviously, with Dax, and I was looking at it like, man, Alpha, they really have a different stride, different luster, different just charisma to their game. It makes me wonder what additions have they maybe added to this later on. So, I mean, they really look really good, and I think it is maybe not now's the time for Naos, but it could be for Alpha.
On the other side, G10, what do you think Naos could have done better, especially on the side of map control?
There is really quite a bit that Naos could have done despite from that. Look at this though, Blurred finding a little bit of a cheeky backstab there. I do think that Naos are a little bit too gung-ho, you know, when it comes to pushing out, taking these fights. As you can see, quite a lot of them getting picked off. It's just them dry peeking corners and really getting picked off to a ready angle from Alpha Esports. And really, Alpha Esports, you know, they have kind of come into their own here. Insanity and Jin, especially Jin, are has done really, really well, I think, in this series. It has been doing really, really well in Alpha Esports Pro in general as well. So I think that even though he is an import, he's got a lot of staying power within the organization.
Ooh, this is, well, speaking of another import, it's going to be very interesting to also understand how the communications come into play, as we discussed earlier with APH. But look at these happy faces from this happy team. And among the happy faces that we've just seen, I'm pretty sure this guy is the happiest because he's had so many contributions to the team. And again, this is the Alpha Esports Pro that doesn't fake. It's Jin819.
As I said, you know, during the cast, like a bowl now. I like the rebrand, by the way. Very apt, very appropriate.
Yes,
but
it's very fitting to me, right? I am likable, right?
Very.
Thank you.
Well, what is likable as well is just how well Jin has, I guess, fit into this roster, right? For him to be that second guy in right after Qeon Sandy, it's Gin and Qeon Sandy show. I think it all just kind of fits very appropriately enough, and he has just been such a star in that Reyna role. We only saw him play Reyna in those 2 maps, but we don't need to see anything else. He is spectacular in whatever position you put him in, especially when you allow him to just do Jin things and get Jin things done.
Yes. Do you have anything to add to this, G10? Jin has been performing really well, and I'm sure that you have your thoughts in mind that you'd like to share with us as well.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at the stats, he has been doing extraordinarily well with a 1.9 KDA in that match. The Reyna play really has been very, very solid. And I know we talked a lot about Jin Sanity in Alpha Esports Pro, but Jin, I think, is going to be a very big star the longer VCT goes on and the longer, you know, he stays in that Alpha Esports Pro roster. I think that, you know, teams really need to take note of this guy and really maybe start, you know, prioritizing shutting him down before he's able to, you know, start getting things going for Alpha Esports Pro.
Ooh, this is going to be very interesting to see. And you know what? We're going to find out a little bit more about Jin as well as the rest of the team, because I am going to leave you guys for a little bit so that I can have a quick chat with Ching the God. Hey, Ching! Congratulations on the series win!
Salamat po.
Hello! Yeah, okay. I have the same question for you guys that I had for APH earlier. Your series MVP for that one was Jin, and I want to know how it's been like having him as a teammate. How are the communications between you guys?
Medyo mahirap po noong una kasi tayo mga Pinoy, sanay tayo ng English na medyo mabilis. Pero kapag nag-comms po kami, parang binabagal namin like rush A, parang sabi namin, rush A, parang mga ganun. Lat A, mga ganun. Lat A, that to pike, mga ganun po. Pero ang maganda naman is nakikinig po sobra si Jin and good siya as a teammate and mababa po yung ego niya.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Now, you guys are one of the crowd favorites over here, especially since you guys have a lot of big stream names on your team. So I want to know how you guys have been balancing everything, like the training schedule you guys have been doing.
So, before po kasi wala kaming coach. So, ako, ang ginagawa na lang po namin is, kunyari, nagde-decide po kami na scrim na 5 maps, 7 maps per day. Tapos after that, makakapag-stream na kami. And yun nga, lalo na si Qeon, si Ryu, si Chris, mga matagal na pong streamer, mas ano po sila, mas yung schedule nila ginagawa nilang flexible para po yung commitment sa team, magawa yung commitment sa team as pro players din po.
I see. You know, I think that you kind of slipped there, Ching. Did I hear you say before you didn't have a coach? Does that mean that something has changed now?
Apo. Actually, meron na po kasi kami baging coach ngayon. So, ano siya, magandang addition dahil teammate ko rin siya dati sa CSGO and maganda siyang coach and manager and masaya pong kasama.
So that's really good. So I guess that the chemistry is going to be even stronger on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. Now, I guess that's the contributing factor why you guys have been having a solid run so far. We're going to put the interview part to a close. But before we go, is there any shoutouts that you'd like to make?
Shoutout po sa NGST, sa Alpha Esports Pro, kay Kuya Bin, kay Colleen, na nakasuporta lagi sa akin, sa mga teammates ko po, Qeon, kay Jin, and Jin, Xinjiao, dut mi amay. And then, shoutout din po sa coach namin, kay Amix, and kay Boss Al, and kay coach number 2, Justin Villaseran.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ching. So much energy with this
Ay, last na
interview.
po.
Congratulations.
Kay
Yes.
mame, kay papa, kay kuya. Shout out, I love you all.
Aw, that's very sweet. Thank you so much, Ching. And again, congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you po.
All right, we're going to be going back to our panelists. Unfortunately, Vil is not with us today, but he did get a special mention over there. Also, I don't know if it's just me, but I think I want to brush up on my Vietnamese so I can kind of relate to these players a little bit. But what about you, Black and Blue? Anything you want to add before we close this series out?
Well, they're such a lovable team, aren't they? Just seeing how well they have performed. They're really a lovable team, as I said. Sorry, I was muted for a bit there. But yeah, I mean, you can really see the new chemistry that they have kind of confounded within them because of, by the way, they announced their coach just right there. Reveal for you all, Amix. He did say Ching, so a very kind of experienced player who has also had experience in being both on the front end and back end of things, and it may be one of the big reasons why this team is performing so well, and especially with the players that they have now, the chemistry that they've built upon, and just refining their game. Alpha Esports really look to take things to the next level.
G10, is there anything you add before we proceed to the next series and the final series of the day?
Yeah, I mean, I concur with Black and Blue. I completely agree. Alpha Esports look like they are taking things to the next level, and it does feel like they have gotten some pep in their step, a little bit of pride in their stride, and with their new coach, things have been getting better, and the results speak for themselves. I think I only hope that Naos, on the other hand, on the other side of the equation, they haven't been being as fortunate. They haven't been doing as well. I do hope that that tide turns around as well, because now they truly are some very, very talented gentlemen in that team. It's just that everyone that they've faced so far has had the answer to them. So those are my thoughts on the issue.
Ooh, that's tough for Naos. But again, thank you so much, gentlemen, for your input. That's going to be the close for this series. We'll be right back, and when we return, it's going to be Team Secret versus RRQ. So don't go anywhere.
You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. No matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
think I let my
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. It's time for the last series of the day, and you're still with me, Likeable, your host, and I am joined by the man often referred to in chat as the missing brother of Ben and Ben, which is Raph. And then we've got a non-celebrity, ordinary guy, Asarai.
You know what? Like I have to defend the honor of my homies. First, you make fun of Fluffy being maidenless. Now you are attacking my brother Asarai. I know you're incredibly likable, and I agree with the sentiment for the most part. And you've actually wooed me into drinking so much caffeine, but how dare you go after my friends? Asarai is a big, strong man who is... I can't take this.
Yeah, that was the point. That was all part of the plan, Raph, so that you could do a proper introduction for Asarai, and you did so well. You defended his honor.
Of course.
Thank you.
I had to hype up this panel because we're in for a hype show. It's the last series of the day, but it's definitely not the least because it's RRQ versus Team Secret and Asarai. Actually, this is for the both of you. You guys are. It's your first appearance on the show today, but for Asarai, I'm going to ask you. How do you think things are about to go down today?
So, bit of a preview for our viewers out there. If they weren't able to see the brackets from the open qualifiers, the top 16, all of that, it was actually RRQ that booted down Team Secret to the lower brackets and actually almost forcing Team Secret to be eliminated and not appear for Stage 2. That means that there is a lot of, I think the newest rival for Team Secret just came in the form of RRQ. So there is this new form of, again, rivalry that this two will be going up against, and another name that Team Secret will be looking to just cross out in their list of in their revenge list.
I mean, that's a really interesting take that I believe that we're eventually going to go into when we go deep into these teams. But I feel like RRQ is a team that has to make that list first. It's a completely different story from the open qualies to the actual group stage. This is not a knock on RRQ, but because of how sure Secret have been playing ever since entering the stage, it's just, maybe we're getting a little too excited here. I know you absolutely adore that RRQ rosters, Asarai, so your fan might be coming out just a tiny bit. Don't worry about it, man.
Now that is a blast from the past. We're talking about the open qualifiers and everything. But before we move on to the current situation that we have here, let's take a moment to thank our sponsors for making all of this possible. We would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusements Board.
All right, my turn to use my voiceover voice. We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G Fiber, only $29.99 ng Globe at Home. Game with speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
Ugh, excitement and super clean. Remember, guys, VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new Tough Dash F15 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the Tough Dash F15's thin and light stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and an RTX graphics with MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the Tough Dash F15.
Oh God! Look at these voice actors doing their voiceovers on our spiels. I would have loved to hear Raph do the Globe spiel today, though, because we love hearing Raph speak in Tagalog. Just a little bit. But again, we are very thankful for our sponsors. Without them, we would have been fed with these amazing gameplays. And speaking of amazing gameplays, the first team we're featuring is no strangers to them. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome RRQ. Raph, would you take a look at this lineup? It's intense. Ooh, what can we say about this? I know that Jaxi and Nexi, this duo, is very familiar, but all of these names in general are very familiar here on the VCT stage. But can you enlighten us more, Raph, on how this team is?
Exactly. Rex, Regum, Qeon. A name and a team built for royalty. I know Asarai would love to jump into this because, as I mentioned, he is an adoring fan of this roster. I still feel like this is such an ambiguous team. We see all those names. We see the achievements they've done. And we know that every single one of them have made their bones. But that's just the problem with RRQ right now. We can't really tell who or what's gonna show up because we keep talking about them as the individual players, but have they made an as a team profile for themselves yet? I'm not entirely sure because their performances have been up and down. I believe they took a map from Secret, as Asarai mentioned earlier. They've been beating other Titans as well. If I'm not mistaken, it was South built just the other day. But they did lose to teams like Bren, who've been surging, but they're still considered up and coming, super rising stars. So where RRQ falls into our hierarchy, we don't really get that script yet, but maybe today is going to be a day of evolution and a lot more reveals.
I just wanted to say real quick that it just feels like RRQ going up against SBE, it feels like the same thing with Naos right now, that those two teams particularly are having slumps coming into the couple of days for week 1. So with the match against Team Secret, I think this is the first true real challenge for RRQ moving forward.
Ooh, that's going to be very interesting to witness. And stepping up to the plate against RRQ is none other than Team Secret, which is another great contender. Team Secret is no stranger here on the VCT stage. And if we remember correctly, during stage 1, this was the team to beat. But Asterai, do you think that that is still the case for the players, for the other teams going into stage number 2?
Apologies. Yeah, my answer, a resounding yes. This team is just absolutely frenetically incredible as of the moment. Like, there was one question that I had in mind earlier for Team Secret is how well Dubstep can rise to the occasion once again. Well, he hasn't failed us right now, the fans right now, because he's been just on tip-top performance on whichever agent he selected. It's not only the Jet now that he brings to the table. He's brought out the Raze, he's brought out the KO, and he's just been stellar with all of the selections that Team Secret needs him to play as. That being said, this whole roster just meshes so well. Jesse Vash still on point with how he uses Asova. Dispenser has been just coming back as that lurking sentinel for Team Secret, and it's really allowed them so much fluidity with their movement. And this addition with Jeremy interchanging between wits has also given them a lot of options, whether they need somebody who's a lot more controlled or a lot more explosive, or either or. It has really just meshed really well for this Team Secret roster.
Ooh,
As I mentioned,
you've mentioned. Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
Getting
Rob.
too excited. I'm so sorry. Like I know you're.
No. No, please
pardon
continue.
me.
Please, I insist.
Thank you for the insistence, but I don't want to keep the viewers waiting for our, very fabled stats to stats later on. But yeah, we've talked about how the assurance of Secret from their previous matches have been absolutely phenomenal. After I did touch on the fluidity of that roster, and it's because of Jeremy, Wits. They've been coming to, or rather, finding a solid role when it comes to just adjusting to that roster in general, whether it be that explosiveness or whether it be that tactical approach. But either way, we're going to see more of that in just a bit.
Yep, we're going to be moving on to our head-to-head. Let's see what players or what stats these players have for us. It's Draxi and Jeremy on the board. We've got all the numbers in. Asarai, what can you say for Jeremy? Because obviously you are kind of rooting for Team Secret on the side. I know that you also are a fan of RRQ, but you know, the way you described Team Secret earlier, I feel like you have some words to say about Jeremy.
Yeah, I really do. So here's a fun fact. Jeremy actually was the ex-teammate of, or the former teammate of Rabbit back when they were in Hashira. He was one of the cracked duelists that I do remember competing, and that was he was part of the roster that actually beat Bren way back when last year early. I think that was maybe stage 1 or stage 2. So being able to play in the other team that, you know, was defeated by Rabbit is going to be incredibly interesting to see. But Jeremy as a player really has come into his own. I've mentioned this previously that he has been like staying with Vash in his estate. Yes, I like to call it estate, and has been I think just learning, you know, the secrets of not being too over committed to his aim and just playing a lot more smarter as a player overall.
Oh,
what about you, Raph? Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, but my goodness, I'm just a little too excited for this matchup. And Asarai,
no, I know, because this matchup is really intense, and that's why I want to give you your time to express what you feel about the players.
Oh yeah, and I'm just really distracted by Asarai's new fresh cut. He is looking sharp. He's looking mighty fine, looking very distracting as well.
Wow,
but yeah, we have just a quick tidbit on Draxi is that he is our backline specialist. He is very, very good on that controller role. He's also very good on those initiator roles. So what we can tell, and from what we can get from all his experience in VCT, because he is known as one of the honor students, he's always present. No matter what team he's on, he always has that magic to enable the rest of the stars to shine. And I just can't wait to see for him to perform in such an amalgamation of rosters on RRQ.
Ooh, I want to see magic be performed as well, especially on the map vetoes that we have coming up on your screens. What kind of magic are we going to be seeing in these maps? First up, Asarai, it's Bind. What can you say about this?
Ooh, I think this is basically to set the maps that we'll always see primarily from all the teams, and mostly for Team Secret. We probably will not be seeing Breeze, Fracture, Icebox is interchangeable, but yeah, these two specific maps we'll probably won't be seeing up until maybe the playoffs. Bind has been a really good map for Team Secret. Again, I mentioned previously, always will go back to this, that Bind, Haven, and Split, I think right now, are the most notorious maps for TS. So at least putting them at the first two rather than the last two for this best of 3 is in the favor of RRQ, because if they can at least get one off against Team Secret in Split or Bind, they have a better shot coming into Ascent, because we've seen how well the RRQ roster has played Ascent when they played SBE yesterday. Lots of punish plays. Kelly S was playing out of his mind with that chamber. So really, really excited to see how that pans out. And it's a really good map selection, at least for RRQ.
I mean, I would politely disagree with you. I think Secret have this leaning towards them, because everything that we know about RRQ, including their map pool, is incredibly derivative to the individual performances. We've talked about Tuya being such a star on Icebox. Draxi and Nexi have been the ulti duo on Bind, and Ascent has been a bit of a mixed bag for our boys over at RRQ. But once again, it's an amalgamation, a bit of uncertainty to the identity of RRQ versus this newly revamped roster on Secret that's been performing at its utmost peak. So it could be yet another battle of contrasting styles, because we had a bit of a preview on that in our previous match between AE and correct me if I'm wrong. Actually, no, remind me. It's Alpha Esports versus Naos, our previous head. It was Order and Discord, basically. And I think this is 100% confidence versus a team that's still kind of finding their footing. I wouldn't even necessarily say that RRQ is in their honeymoon phase. I feel like this is their impulsive phase. You know what I mean?
I thought you were going to say this is the actual marriage phase, or they're done with the honeymoon.
So no more excitement.
No, so whoa. So here's the thing, right? if you are having an identity crisis post-marriage, I don't know what to tell you.
That's why
I don't know what to tell
I
you.
sincerely hope that in the future that is not the problem that we face.
Yeah,
Please
that's why
no.
couples experiment, my man. That's why they experiment compositions, you know?
You know what, Asra, the experimental composition between couples, I don't know about that either, dude. Like, me personally, I'm just not built to be a bad boy like Asra, you know? That's
Oh.
like the type of dude to put on a leather jacket on a hot summer day just to protect the sun from his
That's
heat.
dubstep,
but-
by the way. Just
Oh, yeah,
wait for it.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, if we're talking about marriage, I feel like dubstep is looking for someone. So keep an eye out for that. But in terms of composition, we do have amazing composition when it comes to casters, and we'll be passing the floor over to them so that we can get on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the last game of the day, and you're watching dito sa Valorant Challengers Tour Group Stage, Stage number 2. And we are cast for today. My name is Vil. In position, together with me is Honeyglaze right here. And I really can't wait on what's gonna happen today kasi maglalaban na ulit ang mga pinakamagaling na teams dito ngayon, which is apparently Team Secret versus RRQ. And it's time for them na magbakbaka na. Makakabawi ba ang RRQ dito? Dahil last time na nagkita sila nung open qualifiers, dun, ano yan eh, ang score nila dun is 22-20. Napakadami nilang nilaro dun, men. 8 overtime yung nilaro nila dun. Isipin mo ha, open qualifiers pero may Ray-Rakers dun, Honeyglaze.
Ibig sabihin nun, affected at ready na kaagad silang makapasok dito sa ating group stages. Pero syempre, bago natin sagutin lahat ng yan, papasok na tayo in our draft kung saan ang una nating mapa naman is the map of Bind. Ang layo pa nga ng huling katagpuan dito ng TS at ng RRQ. So it really depends on how do we be able to defend this one. Dahil TS dito Team Secret, Yoru ang sinecure nila, Vil.
Nilabas si Uroy! Mga kaibigan! Diyos ko! Matagal na nating hindi nakikita to si kaibigang Uroy, ladies and gentlemen. Pero ngayon, ilalabas na ulit to ni Dubstep. Pero kung napapansin mo, si Jeremy nandito rin. So, itong mapa na kasi to, Honeyglaze, ito yung mapa ni Brimstone. Ito yung mapa ni Raze talaga. Dito sa Bind na to, dito talaga nila na ma-maximize yung mga abilities talaga nila as an agent. And if ever lang din talaga na kailangan mo ng mapa na talagang gusto mong bumawi, na gusto mong matagal ang laro, men, Bind tayo. Bakit? Kasi sa Bind, ladies and gentlemen, sa Bind napakatindi ng comeback potential dito eh. So if ever like kunyari yung score na 12-3, men, promise, yung mga point na yun, nakahabol pa rin talaga. And sobrang taas ang probability na dito sa mapa na to, nangyayari yung mga malalaking comeback. Isipin mo, di ba? Katniel nga, may comeback sila pa kaya.
Oo. Bind kasi dito, no, a lot of mistakes can happen pero a lot of composure din can succeed dito sa laban na ito. Makikita natin ng Team Secret as the ones attacking, RRQ naman defending. Ang gusto nilang mangyari dito, they want to stop a hold dito laban sa Team Secret. Ang curious nito, Vil, no, dahil si Jeremy and si Dubstep ang magiging double-double setup sa kanila, and this is a wide problem for RRQ dahil ang daming mga strange plays dito, especially sa mga pagpasok nila Jeremy, sa mga pagtalon niya, and sa mamo pa ng pang mind step dito ni Dubstep.
Yun, akala ko hindi na ako magsasalita dun eh. Pero, actually ganito, si Jeremy tsaka si Dubstep talaga. I mean, I'm really not that surprised anymore. Kasi ilang beses nila ginawa, double duelist sila dito sa ginawa ni Jeremy tsaka si Dubstep. Talagang sobrang nagulat ako na Dubstep will gonna use that Uroy lang din talaga. Pero at least dito sa game to magkakaroon tayo ng maraming meta change for sure dahil nga sa ginagawa dito ng Team Secret. Pero nga nakita natin si Dubstep gonna use his clone already para lang at least baka meron siyang mag-debate dito kahit isa. Pero napakabilis ng take ng Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Para spike already, and it's gonna be RRQ going in for the big retake. Meron tayo sa may showers, so pinangalan Jesse Bash all the way dun sa may likod, but Kelly S all the way from short, mga kaibigan. Meron dalawang tao dito sa may lamps, pero yun nga lang, Jeremy catch catches one, catches two already. Pero nga lang KLS mga kami at sa kakabay pa rin siya tayo ka ng dubstep. We're gonna get that two. May kasama bang foul? 1-0 already for the side of Team Secret. Ito yung problema, Honey Glaze. There's a lot and sobrang solid ng mobility ng Team Secret. They have Jeremy for the double satchel. They have Dubstep dun sa dun sa gate crash. Napakatindi talaga nun, man. Kasi isipin mo, if ever you're gonna play Yoru, tapos ilalagay mo pa sa teleporter, literal na meron siyang full map control.
Yan ang magiging problema dito ng RRQ. Kung paano nila maiisip dito at mareresolba yung mga strategiya na inilalatag sa kanila dito ng TS. Dire-diretso lang ang gusto nilang mangyari kanina, pero this time around, tatlo ang makakabang sila. We have here Dubstep and Burkong lang ang sakalam dito sa bats, and they were able to secure in those pick off immediately at Rabbit na lang kaagad ang natitira.
Medyo masakit yun, kaibigan mo, Krob, ha? Wala, talaga na-classic lang talaga ni Rabbit, pero yung ng Jeremy, mga kaibigan, medyo delikado siya dito. If ever na talaga tumama dito si Rabbit, Diyos ko po, type ka diha. Pero, Rabbit, super low on HP, and that's actually an easy kill na pwedeng gawin ng Team Secret if ever, and that's it, Dubstep. With a quick 3-2-0, and at least dito, Honey Glaze, makakabawi na rin talaga dito ang RRQ because of the utilities that they have, because of the firepower. Ito ang tunay na gun round. Pero, Honey Glaze, I mean, long time no see. Tagal kita hindi nakakasa. Huli kita nakakasata. Last year, tama ba? Last year yun, di ba?
Oh, last year pa talaga. Pero it's good to be back.
Wow!
And finally be here in VCT. Kaya thank you, Coach Phil. Finally, ito na nga, gun round na for RRQ. They have enough utilities, pero masasabayan ba nila yung mainit na pagpasok dito ng dalawa? Good enough na makakapagdalay sila dito here in Hookah. They were able to secure in that info. So, ang maglalaro na lang dito is kung paano nila i-handle yung double picks and itong mga blinds na ibibigay dito ni Dubstep. Lalo na nakaabang lang din sila dito for the aggressiveness dito ng defending side natin.
They're not actually gonna go in lang na parang kung wala lang. They really need to get on to that flash na parang syempre dire-diretso yung ginagawa ni Dubstep yung mga kaibigan with all these flashes on hand. Check it down too already. At pinapapatid mo si Raven super low! Pero napakabilis! Fast hands mga kaibigan! Para yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, rapid nakuha pa si Dubstep ngayon! Muntik na yun! Bigla siya bigla na pinindot yung ulti niya, bigla siya nag-X. Pero, 1v4 into this game, dispenser super low. It's all up to Rabbit again and again. Napakabilis na nangyari dito sa Hookah. Hindi natin napansin ko yung nangyari sa ibang mapa. Pero Rabbit, use all these utilities ang din na meron siya. Pero syempre makapag-mamba out siya. Knowing na medyo delikado siya dito kasi mag-isa na lang siya. Pero, malay mo, magkaroon tayo dito ng matinding clutch. Pero it's gonna be really hard to do that. No? I mean, puro Vandal din naman talaga yung gamit ito mga players ng TSK. Pero nga lang Jesse Vash, malagalawang malagalawang tondo rin talaga. Hoy! Ano ginagawa? Diyos ko po! No! Eto na! Simula pa lang may nagribuhan na! Just tondo things! Tulad na sinabi ko kanina! Galawang tondo yung ginagawa ni Vash. Andun lang sa Gedli, nagbabantay na mabibiktima. Galawang tondo talaga, men. Nagripuan, hello. Welcome to tondo. Isipin mo. Dadaan ka lang ng tondo. Pupuntahan mo yung kaibigan mo. Pag uwi mo, nagripuan ka na. No chance. Ganun yung ginagawa ni Vash dito. Diyos ko po, minama. Dinaan na naman sa edad.
Sayang lang din talaga, pwede pa naman mapanalo ni Rabbit ito sa mga isolation space na pwede niyang i-secure. Kaya naman, request for a timeout na ang RRQ.
Timeout muna!
Hirap pagpatuloy. Sasabihin ko sana, Vil, kanina na kryptonite sana ng Team Secret dito ang RRQ. Pero ano ang nangyayari ngayon? We have here Team Secret na kitang-kita natin dito yung bootcamp buff na meron sila at na-secure nila yun. And 3-0 agad, mula nila dito sa Vine.
Pero actually, I mean, pwede sanang kryptonite kung lagi silang natatalo sa RRQ. Pwede sana eh. Pero nung last time na nagkita sila, panalo eh. So, semi-kryptonite, kumbaga, parang gano'n.
Semi.
Kumbaga, hindi naman siguro kryptonite, pero parang, alam mo yung nahihiya kasi nandyan si Crush. Parang
nagiging reserve pa muna.
Yung parang gano'n. Hindi muna sila nagpapakulat. Pero ito naman si Dubstep, mga kaibigan, with all these flashes na meron siya, sinasabay na talaga yung all-drone dito para syempre makakuha sila impormasyon. Meron tao dito sa may backside lang din, pero yun nga lang, magpupush ba sa or not. Pero it's just diretso lang talaga yung Team Secret dito. Wala silang pakialam sa mga nararamdaman nyo. Kasi alam naman nila na wala namang pera ang RRQ dito. That Molly tried so hard para syempre ma-delay pa yung pag-plant dito ng Team Secret. It's gonna be really hard for them to pull it off kasi wala may pera ang Team Secret ngayon. Kaya rinal ko stop! Can't just stay already! Diyos ko po sa tugi! Dapat naman talaga hindi siya mamamatay doon pero natabahan siya lang naliligaw na bala! Hindi naman talaga dapat ba? Grabe, sobrang sayang yung nangyari kay Lumpiang Tugi.
Nag-line up sila dito para lang makatagpuan na ang crosshair ni Dubby. Unfortunately, ito na nga yung slow-mo natin with our replay. Hindi pala talaga dapat. Tugi ang unang mamamatay doon.
Diba? Hindi naman
Oh my gosh. The luck. And very unfortunate nga lang dito kay Tugi. 4-0 agad, Bill.
Lungkot nun. Sayang. I mean, natamaan siya lang naliligaw na bomba no? Pero nabala. Hindi naman talaga dapat siya namatay din. Pero nangyari. Kailangan na lang natin mag-move on. Ikaw na lang ang hindi.
Yan.
Pero hindi ikaw. Hindi ikaw. Kumalma. Pero, on to this game. Ladies and gentlemen, kailangan bumawi ng RRQ dito. Nexi, with that Vandal on hand, one more kill, one more ultimate orb para syempre makakuha siya ng Tour de Force dito. Pero ito na nga yung Chichu Dog dito. Nakita isa pero hindi nakita si Dubstep for sure. Meron siyang gate crash dito, meron siyang Claude, meron siyang flash kompleto sa Nakatos pa. Pero ito talaga yung mga warp dito. Pero that is the swing coming in from the Spectre. Diyos ko po, that is a bait and switch. Ginawa nila pero ng Dax with the big 2K. Jeremy another one right now. Kelly is just waiting patient dito sa lamp. Catches one, 3v2 onto this game. Ano ang gagawin nilang retake dito? Ano ang gagawin nilang post-pull dito if ever talaga makuha nito? Pero nga lang just Nexi with that big wall bang. At Dubstep mag-isa na lang. Honey Glaze, tingin mo ba clutch to o hindi?
Must be. Dahil composed pa siya 87 HP pa rin for Dubby. And isolation plays na lang ang abangan natin dito. Pero once na makita siya dito ng Recon, it will be over. Kelly S ang makakapatay sa kanya. And finally, a first point advantage na for RRQ. And will it be continuous laban dito sa Team Secret? Dahil meron pa rin naman silang eco. Doon sa replay natin, makikita natin kung gaano kabilis yung mga pangyayari dito. In favor of Draxi, even though nakapasok ng lamps dito all the way from the back, si Jeremy hindi pa rin pala siya magsasaksi laban kay Kelly S. At naging ready siya doon sa pagpasok niya at pag-take niya dito ng lamps. Unfortunately, natumba lang yung kasama ni Kelly S. And now, finally, at least, may round na dito ang RRQ.
That chick sa tabi, she's so Nexi! Shoutout nga pala sa'yo. Pero, Borkum, gusto ko po biglang lumipad yung ulo ng Nexi dito mga kaibigan. Kakasabi ko pa lang. Pero Borkum mga kaibigan, at see if ever makakaisa pa siya. Meron pa siya mga ultimates dito, pero siya makabawi kahit paano. Pero, where is the possible entry na pwedeng gawin dito ng Team Secret, Honey Glaze? I mean, they have a Jeremy, they have Dubstep. All they're gonna do is just go in already. Pero, medyo mahirap to. Merong Chicho Dog si Kelly S dito, pero yun, si pala yun. Pero yun nga lang, Rabbit! With that swing, with that kill, Jeremy, with a big trade as well. Kelly S, pinchal, pero mababawasan, Diyos ko po! Jesse Vash na isa na naman, pero nga ng Jeremy going in already with that showstopper. Pero ang problema, walang tao dito sa B, walang tao sa CT kasi lahat sila baka pumunta dito sa may hook ka. Pero yun nga lang, natuldo ka na yung dalawang players dito ng RRQ. They haven't idea kung nasa may iba, pero at least Dubstep meron pa. Wala na siyang gate crash though, pero it's just the clones lang din if ever. And for me, if I were RRQ, hindi naman talaga ako magpupush dito kasi mahirap lang din naman talaga because, I mean, isipin mo, we have the money. We have the money. We have the money. We have no idea kung nasa ba yung mga players dito ng Team Secret. Why do we have to push? Why do you have to be asim or anything, di ba? Kaya yung mga nanonood dyan mga kaibigan, if ever kunwari 1v4, 1v5, mag-save na lang kayo kasi tandaan nyo, hindi naman kayo si J. Rizal, hindi naman kayo Bayani.
Yeah. Mahirap pa dito kung pipilitin mo talaga. Pwede sana kung Reyna ka na may pang-dismiss at pang-sustain na sarili mo. Pero unfortunately, hindi mo naman mahihil yung sarili mo. Even if you are a Sky. 5-1 na kagad dito. Mainit kagad si Nadabi and even ever Jeremy. Paano nga ba yung naging pasok nila? They just went in for the satchel in at nakita natin na tinimingan nila dito yung pagbato ni Kelly S ng kanyang pain shield. So at the moment na binato niya yon, alam ni Vash na kailangan niyang mag-pick through nung time na mahuhuli niya dito si Kelly S at nahuli niya nga talaga. That is a wide opening for them to secure in B-side. Pero magkakaroon ba ng firepower pa enough dito ang RRQ to defend them further?
Huling-huli na talaga eh. I mean, they have the information already. All they're gonna do is swing. And that's the thing that they did. And they capitalized that area, that angle, that information for them to get all these kills dito lang sa may B. Pero, tapos na yan. Dito naman tayo sa kabilang round. And, nakita na nga nung Dalmatian na plane si Jeremy. Pero, is he gonna commit or not? Medyo slow push na yung ginagawa ngayon ng Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Pero for the side of RRQ, kailangan nila makabawi dito kahit papano. The last time that they met, mga kaibigan, once again, 2-1 yung score, pero umabot ng 22-20 yung score nila dito. Actually, gusto kong makita ng dubstep. Gusto kong makita yung siya ng clone. Tawag doon?
Ibebait.
Nag-bait siya ng clone, pero yung dubstep, kitang-kita na lahat ng ginagawa ng mga players ngayon ng RRQ. Mag-fake TV pa siya doon or not. Pero yun nga, gusto mo nakita ng pechay ni Sky. Pero next, with a kill onto dubstep right now, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Saan ka pupunta? Pero ito na ngayon yung jump to hunt with Rabbit, mga kaibigan. Pero Kelly, with a kill onto that patience right now. Rabbit with another one dito sa may Hunter Spear all the way from B. May napatay pa sa A. Nexi getting that wall bang onto kaibigan Mukrob. And finally, nakakabawi na ng RRQ dito. Pero ang tanong, sobrang dami nilang nabigay na ultimate. Ilan to? We have Kelly as we have Rabbit, we have Nexi, we have Draxi and Tugi. Diyos ko po, 5! Lahat ng ultimates nila, nilabas nila!
Ganda na ginawa dito ni Kelly S. The moment na inactivate niya yung showstopper niya, nag-decide siya na ilabas din kagad yung Phantom since alam niya may magpupush sa kanya and he needs to make it worth it na nakakakuha siya ng pick-off with the showstopper. And nasabi mga dito, lahat ng ultimates nila na-exhaust nila sa isang round na iyon. So magpapatuloy ba ang ganong klaseng momentum ngayon na wala silang ultimate or this time around, kaya na nila ng mga sarili nila with their utilities lang. On the other hand, makikita naman natin na hindi pa makakakuha ng info agad dito si Rabbit with that recon, but with that Aldron, iningatan niya talaga dito yung Aldron na at least makikita niya nga dito si Dispenser, pero sa sandaling tinago niya yung Aldron na ito, at least he can also pick through kung sino pa ba yung susunod sa kanya. Pero wala pa naman ngayon, very slow pace pa lang ang Team Secret.
Sobrang bagal lang talaga kasi if ever binilasan natin yan, I mean, if ever na talaga sobrang aggressive natin, this is gonna be really hard. I mean, yes, makukuha natin yung side, pero yung wala tayong idea, wala tayong information nga sabi yung mga kalaban natin. Valorant is an information game. You really need to check out all the corners, all the sides, kung ilan ba yung players dito sa A or kada side. Pero ang problema, 3 ang nakastack dito sa may A. Mollies are now being thrown out. Jeremy as well trying to push in already, pero dubstep! We're gonna fall down into the hands of Kelly S right now. Kelly S waiting patiently para makakuha siya ng magandang take dito, pero nga lang Borkum. Meanwhile, gonna get that spike done. Draxi together with the players of RRQ right now. Kung mapapansin mo, halos wala pa rin talagang bawas dito. Jeremy waiting in lamps. Ang Draxi na meron tao doon, pero nga lang meanwhile, dispenser na nakakuha isa Jesse Fash, another one right now, dinataan talaga sa edad. Borkum, andito lang sa kill, pero wala, hindi sila makakapag-crossfire sa Valorant ngayon. Draxi, super low, 2v3, walang ultimate ngayon yung mga players natin ngayon, so kailangan talaga nila i-post plan to. Jesse Fash nakaisa pa, pero nga nasabi ni Tuge, bakit ako titigil? Yung lumpiang Tuge, mga kaibigan! Ayaw talaga tumigil, and Jeremy, we're gonna get that head, we're gonna get that kill. 6-2, still in favor of the team. Also, which is Team Secret. Meron ako sa ipasok eh. Nag-choke ako eh.
Imagine kung yung clone ito ni Yoro na humarap kay Kelly S, no? That is a good opening and that is a panic play na pwede niyang galawin dito. Pero unfortunately, nakita nga natin sa edad pa lang, di ba, siya mahirapan talaga si Rabbit to go in for the kill. At dito natin masasabi na ang clean lang din ng full-on composure nila dito with syempre yung mga fundamentals na makapag-pick through, makapag-wide swing, and even have here the counter plays laban sa kanila. But now, with all of the utilities being set out here in Hookah, parang alam na ngayon dito ng TS kung sino na nga ba yung pwede mag-push sa kanila. This is an eco round for the side of RRQ. Pero tingnan mo naman, Bill, nabawasan pa sila kaagad.
Hop! Diyos ko po, Ferrari pick ang ginawa ni Rabbit dito. Napaka... hindi lang Ferrari yun eh. Hindi lang Ferrari. Diyos ko po, Lamborghini pick na yun eh. Oo nga, ang haba eh, no? Diyos ko, pero yung Alan Draxi. With that Spectre on hand. Ano sila ngayon? Kala-half ba?
Enemy down. Smoke's down.
Tagalog English tayo, man. Kala-half ba? Pero, hop! Diyos ko po! Akala mo ha? Dubstep ha? Akala mo ha? Mind games ka pa ha? Akala mo man-jejebate ka ha?
Nice.
Akala mo ha? Man, gusto ko talaga makita ni if ever. Kasi wala pa ako nakikita ganun sa ano eh, sa VCT. Kasi wala naman talaga pumipik nito eh. out of 100, 1% pick rito si Dubstep lang may pili nun. Pero yung ano next, hey! With a big kill on to JC Vash right now. 1v2. Up! Diyos ko po na may nakita na ngayon ibong Adarde dito. Pero nga lang that Molly will gonna give them a hard time dealing with all these flyers at Orcom! Nakadalawa pa! Wala rin naman talagang perang RRQ doon pero it's fine. And that is a big ROG clutch that Borcom did. Solid! Really solid game dito sa side ng RRQ. And Team Secret, big shoutouts nga pala sa mga sa mga fans ng RRQ and Team Secret. Ayan, mga kaibigan yung mga nandyan, mga tropa yung mga nandyan. Tsaka si JM Duwalan na tambay ng impyerno.
Dahil ba sa sobrang init. Pero ito sayang na sana yan eh. It was a double pick. That went well for RRQ, pero with the sprays kasi din dito ni Borcom na manage niya to get in their heads. That is a good opening. Unfortunately, 5 more rounds to play pa dito ang RRQ para mahabol lang din dito ang TS. They can push it to a 5-7, pero will they be able to? Dahil nga, medyo nag-iinit na naman talaga si Jeremy. The moment na matag in si Tuge dito ng Recon Bolt, he just went for it with the wallbang, and now dalawa na kaagad ang wala dito sa RRQ at pwede na silang pumasok kaagad dito sa B-side.
5v2 onto the game. Nilabas na nga talaga yung orbital strike dito ni Borcom para lang syempre magalaw pa yung mga position nila. Pero dalawang players ngayon nasa elbow ngayon. Medyo mahirap to sa side ni Nexi and Draxi. Ito na yung pinaka-the greatest combo of them all. And Draxi will gonna take 1-4v2. Mahirap na winnable to pero kakayanin. Double pick onto these players right now. Dubstep! Diyos ko po! Mamambout ka pa pero you're not gonna do that, boy! Pero problema lang din. Nexi. Dalawa pa ang kalaban niya. Jeremy! With that verticality! Using the satchels to go up para syempre makakuha lang talaga ng off angle, and he's gonna take down the last remaining player of RRQ. And hindi talaga nila kinuha yung operator. Okay, why? There's a lot of players out there na gustong kunin yung operator kahit attacking sila. Medyo mahirap din talaga mag-operator yung attacking guys eh. Lalong-lalo na talagang kailangan natin pumasok. Kaya yung mga kakampi ko sa totoo lang, Honey Glaze. Pero sabi ko, gusto nyo mag-operator tayo? Wag namin kasi mahirap eh. Kailangan natin pumasok eh. Kung mag-operator tayo, syempre baka maiwan ka sa likod or something like that. Ano mo yun? Parang it's just all up to the decision making natin talaga ng mga players natin dito.
Ang pagkakaiba din kasi sa lineup nila, talagang gusto ng bardagulan agad eh. Papasok agad sila, tapos satchel in, we have here already the side, tapos nagkasalisihan pa sila dito. Bilong ang inikot mismo nila Tuge. So let's see kung magiging winnable ba ito dahil nga may mga alarms na hindi sila matatagpuan, pero nakaabang naman na si Dispenser dito. Here in Hookah, he gets in 1, he gets in 2, possibly gets in 3. Laban dito kina Tuge at nawala ka agad dito ang RRQ to clean up Team Secret dito sa B.
Draxi at saka si Kelly sa wadi ka na lang naitira dito mga Kelly, pero nga ng Jeremy will gonna take down one para ito. Hop! Asan yung ID mo? Nasaan yung ID mo? Yan ang sabi ni Draxi, and Jeremy will gonna get that kill instead. 9-2.
Last round before
and
the switch.
Men, ang hirap ng ang hirap din talaga kasi ang kalaban ng RRQ is pera. Ano sila eh?
One enemy remaining.
tawag dito. Bibili, half buy, bibili, half buy, bibili, half buy, bibili, save, bibili, save, bibili, save. Ganoon din sila. And yes, nagkakaroon sila ng konting pera dun sa bonus na creds after 3 losses. But it's really that not enough. They tried to be really aggressive like what you've seen a while ago. It didn't work as well. So, I mean, they really need to switch it up dito kahit papano kasi as you can see, that is actually a semi-mirror match. Ang nagkaiba lang, si Tugi at saka si Dubstep, yun lang. Pero ito lang talaga yun. Yung ultimate na nalabas ni Dubstep, mga kaibigan, we're gonna take down one. Pero gusto ko napakarami talaga binabato ni Dubstep para lang syempre talaga masahay ko pa yung mga players dito ng RRQ. Pero wala next see. We're gonna take down Dubstep right now yan kasi Dubstep kung ano-ano kasi ginagawa mo. Pero Dispenser might actually take down Draxi. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po nalikuran pa, hindi lang katatag itong mama. Draxi will gonna use his orbital strike just to stop the possible plant to pwedeng dito ng Team Secret. But it's not yet that enough. The time is not in your favor. Meron tayo dito sa may heaven. Pero nga lang, Dispenser will gonna get the head. The last one is Elias all the way from Showers. 3v1. Medyo mahirap to. They have the utilities, they have the smoke, they have the mollies, and they have all the firepower as well. Ito na talaga yun, jumbo hatog ni Icebox, mga kaibigan. Sinampal kay Elias. 2-10!
Switching sides. Longganog na. Jumbo hotdog pa. 210 pa dito for TS. Para lang makita natin kung gaano sila ka-compose sa mga rounds na yun, sa mga plays lang yun. Akala ko papabor na ito lahat for RQ. After nila mapatay si Dubstep and even have here Jeremy before na makapasok pa sila inside. It was very unfortunate nga na nakapasok na nga inside dito si Dubstep pero hindi pala ito naging favorable of him dahil ang dami niya nga ginawa doon. Nandun yung decoy niya, nandun din yung TP niya, yung blinds. Pero the timing was all in favor of Nexi and they need to have it all pagdating dito sa next half. Ang layo ng kailangan nilang habulin dito. Pero if makakakuha sila dito ng mga kills laban kina Dispenser, ma-open up ka agad nila yung site, even have your Borkum out of the map, pahirapan ka agad dito ang Team Secret to use in those smokes kasi nga sa pagpasok pa lang dito ng mga blinds si Kelly S and Tuge.
I mean, para sa akin, ang talaga ang main, hirap talaga sabihin ko sino yung main duels for the side of TSA. It's gonna be Yoru or Jeremy. Kasi kung napapansin mo, dito sa RRQ, the main duelist is of course Kalias, and the solo duelist should be Tuge. Kasi we all know na talagang even back then, kung sino talaga yung initiator, siya yung solo duelist, siya yung second duelist, siya yung second fragger lang din talaga. Pero knowing Nexi, ang dami na natin siyang beses nakita mag-chamber. Ang dami na natin siyang nakita talaga na sobra siya nag-stand out. Kahit Sentinel siya. No? Oh. Kasi because of his mobility dito sa bind, if ever you're not gonna pick chamber dito sa bind, men, may mali yun. Why? Kasi you can actually go to from A to B in just one click or just one tap ng rendezvous. Kasi isipin mo pwede ka mag-rendezvous dun sa B cubby hanggang dito sa may lamps. You can actually do that. So, grabe yung mobility niya. And if ever you're gonna play chamber dito sa mapa na to, man, sobrang lakas talaga. Nakita na natin yan nung VCT APAC Stage 1. And I really want to see Nexi na mag-shine talaga dito ulit if ever he's gonna do it. Liting ko. Kanta niya, that chick sa tabi. He's so Nexi. Siyempre kasama pa niya si Draxi. Hoy! Dubstep! Nakaisa na. Diyos ko po! Grabe naman talaga yung ginagawa ni Dubstep dito. Pagkapatay, mamba out na talaga.
Okay,
Men, si Dubstep, siya yung siya yung tawag dito, siya yung tropa mong niyaya mo ng birthday party.
Tas nung nabusog, umexit agad.
Umexit agad, pero ito na Jeremy! Jeremy na! Yung Pain Shields still we're gonna get 3 Kalias. We're gonna push right now. We're gonna take down one with that Pain Shields. Nakaisa pa with that Frenzy protection bago umaksyon. Pero ang problema, the spike is dropped right now. Dispenser. Diyos ko po, galawang posisyon ni Dispenser. Mga just tonto-ting. Oh, Diyos, ayan na naman! Ayan na naman! Pero hindi. Maririnig si Dispenser kung tatakbo siya eh. Akala ko, totonduhin ulit. Akala ko, gigripuan ulit eh. Hirap nun, man, kaliwat kanan, may gripo ka. Gusto ko.
ano na eh, nademonyo yung mga kamay niya. Muntik niya nang ilabas yung knife niya. Buti na lang hindi. At least may respeto pa rin naman siya. Kahit paano dito kay Kalies. Dahil naipit siya dito sa Molly eh. Ayun o. The time na nilabas niya yung headhunter. Sayang yun.
Ay, si Rabbit pala yung nagripuan kanina. Si Rabbit, diba?
Si Rabbit, si Rabbit.
Kala ko magigripuan din si Kalies eh. Buti na lang talaga. Buti na lang talaga. Hindi nangyari yun eh. Pero at least, bumabawi pa rin naman talaga kahit pa paano RRQ dito. They're not gonna stop. All they're gonna do is just trying to mess up with the strategy of Team Secret here. I mean, how they're gonna do that? Try to push in siguro na sobrang bilis or trying to push in sobrang low or probably P4P. What is P4P? Play for picks. I mean, ano na yan eh. Matic yan na ganun talaga ginagawa ng mga players natin dito eh. Pero, okay. Double shock are not gonna connect onto these players right now.
I'm out of stuff.
Alam mo kung ba't ko sinabing lumpiang Toge? Kasi I'm actually a big fan of Toge. Teka lang.
Ever since ano pa, no? Still Esports pa, no? Pero nakapasok na sa pala sila dito here in B-side. Nice hold for Dispenser to go in for 2. At least, meron pa rin naman dito si Jesse Bash na nakakuha din ng kill all the way from backside. Pero Dubstep Sunshine nagaling dito! He was able to go in! Mula sa hookah, and down goes the members from RRQ na gusto lang naman mag-plant and no spike, and finally we're down to the match point already ng RRQ, rather ng TS laban sa RRQ. So let's see now here kung gano'n makakakompose pa rin ng RRQ to defend themselves dahil they have the rifles, they have the vandals, and look at this right now, bigla na lang talaga pumasok dito si Dubstep even though na nandun si Rabbit nakabantay all the way from the window of hookah.
What is happening sa RRQ? Siguro, I mean...
Mapick din kasi ito ng Team Secret eh.
Yes, that's true. Ito yung pinili ng Team Secret. So, syempre, if ever napipiliin nila yung mapa na to, yung RRQ yung pipili ng side, kaya rin talaga nila pinili ang defender. Kasi, para syempre, just to utilize and maximize that chamber. Pero yun nga lang, hindi
Hindi
towards the game, sobrang aggressive lang talaga ginagawa dito ng Team Secret eh. Kasi if ever lang din pwede natin sabihin na nagulat sila dito sa Uroy pick. Nagulat sila eh. Biglang nakakita nila si Yorume. Si Yorume.
Pasok mo pa yun.
Kung ano-ano na rin lumalabas sa bibig ko. Pero,
gamit na gamit?
It's not... dito, ngayon lang. Pero, Jeremy, pushing in, we're gonna take down Kalias right now. Tama spectral din talaga ang gambit niya. Pero yung alam makakisa pa nga natin si Draxi dito. We're gonna get the head onto Jeremy. Pero yung alam, they need to switch it up. They need to get that corner and check all these aggregates. It's just the players that need to go all around the map already. So get Nexi. Gonna finish the job, but Vash and Dispenser, the only guys remaining here for the side of Team Secret, probably gonna go here in heaven. Pero yun nga lang, yung isa kailangan din pumunta sa ibang side para lang syempre hindi mahirap yung pag-retake nila dito. So V4, this is gonna be really hard. Dispenser, ang gagamitin lang niya is yung Headhunter. Pero yun nga lang, hindi na nakita si Dispenser for sure. Vash, the position of Vash is not compromised. Pero nga lang, Nexi, maganda yung position dito. If ever talaga ma-one tap to the Dispenser, pwede sana. Kasi actually, one hit lang si Lexi dito if ever. Pero yun nga lang, Vash, nakaisa pa dito. The clock is ticking already. They need to defeat the spike right now. Dispenser! So baka nauna dito, pero yun nga lang, may oras ba? I think wala na.
1v1 na lang sila dito here inside of the side. Pero yun na, wala na rin talaga itong mapapala pa. Ang costly, ang gastos ng round nito for RRQ.
Kasi namatay pa. Namatay pa si Draxi dito. And yeah, just in a big RNG clutch right now. But in terms of economy, in terms of pera, like what you've said, sobrang mahal ng round na yun for RRQ. For you to secure a round, Baratanos lang.
One enemy remaining.
at least nagawa naman nila Dispenser yung trabaho nila na mabawasan din mismo yung members from RRQ. And this is a good one, lalo na't ngayon, they are just leaning in the half on armors, full on rifles, yes, pero Spectre, dalawa sa kanila. Makakapasok ba sila dito here inside? That is a big question, lalo na they have still the utilities pa rin naman. The smokes are already down. We have also as well here, yes, Bash trying to go in for the pick, pero makakaligtas pa rin ba sila dito sa lahat ng mga inuulan nila mga mollies and mga utilities. Dispenser goes in. That is a quick reaction time na binigay dito ng Nexi, but it is a 1-for-1 exchange. Unfortunately, enough siege. Yes, Bash pala makakapatapos dito ng game number 1 in the map of mine all the way from TS.
Sidestep is doing it. And pero yeah, nangyari ang dapat nangyari. And for the side of the players of Team Secret, syempre all they need to do is syempre rejoice on the victory that they got here in this game. And at least diba, talagang pwede natin sabihin na medyo nagulat lang din talaga yung mga players dito ng RRQ na hindi talaga ina-expect na inalabas sila si Yorme. Pero syempre, you don't have any choice just to adjust lang din talaga on the circumstances na pwedeng dumating sa atin. And like what I've said a while ago, Team Secret, sila ang pumili nitong mapa na to. So syempre, ang gagawin ngayon ng RRQ, pipiliin nila yung mas favorable sa kanila, which is apparently Defender, para mas ma-utilize pa nila yung chamber dito. Pero it's just, hindi talaga nag-work eh. They played so aggressive and they played really slow. Tinry ng RRQ yan, pero minsan nag-work, minsan hindi. And for Team Secret, look at that, Dispenser, 2.5 KDA, 290 ACS right now with 17 kills, being the MVP of this game. And for RRQ, sana makabawi kayo next round sa split because that is the map that you picked.
And indeed, sana makita natin yung pagpa-pop off nila kay Lies sa susunod na map. Dahil nakita natin dito, never pang nakapag-defuse, never nakapag-plant end ng spike ang RRQ. So that is a good impact. And the statement dito ng Team Secret na gusto nila duelo kaagad, gusto nila gera kaagad, kaya naman naipapanalo pa rin naman ito with the utilities na set up nila pang divert ng mga attention dito. And now we give you the highlights and the plays na ginawa dito for the first following moments. Kaya tayo umabot ng 2-10. All in favor of Team Secret. Dahil full on push lang talaga. W, there's the decoys, there's also a lot to give, especially the fact that Jesbash has the opportunity pang masaksak dito si Rabbit, and that is the clean of a game. Lalo na't ngayon, di ba? Kahit piso yung natira kay Dubstep, nakakuha pa rin siya ng 3K.
Yeah, and syempre, like what I've said, I mean, attacking yung players dito ng Team Secret. So, the mobility of them, it's just insane, man. Dalawa yung pwede talagang pumasok. Dalawa yung pwedeng mag-entry. Which is si Uroy, si Yorme. Tsaka si Reyes. And medyo mahirap na din talaga yung nangyari dito for the side of RRQ. Like what you've said, RRQ sana yung kryptonite ng Team Secret, pero it's just dito sa mapa na to, it's just tanggapin na natin, just na-outplay din talaga ng TS ang RRQ dito. I mean, look at that, look at Jeremy right now. Isipin talagang tiniis niya yung unang putok, and alam naman niya na merong mga 2 seconds yun na hindi na hindi puputok yung mga pangalawang shells nung nung utility na yun eh. So he used that 2 seconds just to kill 2 more. Yung mga simple stuff na talaga yun. Actually big already dito sa laro natin ngayon.
Yeah, it really is. At dito mo makikita yung factor na alaki ng adjustments nila between the decision making, kaya naman Bind ang nakuha kaagad dito ng Team Secret, and this is a good pick for them. Pero sa mapa naman na pinili ng RRQ, will it be in favor of them na split ito? They have been a lot of issues dito in this split, pero syempre TS has also as well good records din dito sa mapa na ito, Phil.
Yeah, and once again, next map is split. Ito medyo nahihirapan ang ano dito. Medyo nahihirapan ng TS dito sa mapa na to. So, hopefully, makabawi yung RRQ dito and push it to a game number 3 later on. Once again, you're all watching VCTPH Group Stage. Week 1, day number 4, casters here. VIL and Honeyglaze. See you later.
Gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know
Well, isang nakakabigla na series ang napanganood natin na tunghayan between TS and RRQ. It was a 13-3. Lahat ng mga edad dito nagkakakita na nakita natin na it all went in favor of the fundamental skills dito ng Team Secret and that Yoru pick. Pero this time around, in a map of split, will it still be in favor of Team Secret? I'm Honeyglaze the Double E. Kasama ko ngayon si Bill. At Bill, mukhang mainit ang comment section natin.
Natawa ako eh. Oo ba? Kung nagtatanong kayo guys, galing akong Dubai talaga eh. Ito yung tita mo na uuwi galing galing Dubai eh. Kulang na lang sa akin yung mga chains ko dito. Mga chains ko, yung mga gold chains ko.
Yung may karat-karat, no?
Oh, tapos meron akong grills pa. And yeah, pupunta naman tayo dito sa Japan, mga kaibigan, which is split. And we're actually really hoping that RRQ na makabawi sila dito sa Team Secret. Probably gonna push it to a game number 3 kasi sobrang bilis talaga ng game number 1 natin. Medj one-sided. Pero they tried so hard talaga na makabawi, pero it's just parang yung momentum hindi nila na shift eh. If ever lang din talaga na ganun yung nangyayari sa atin, syempre we have two choices. Number one, mag time out. Time out muna tayo. Tapos yung time out, after nun, reset, usap-usap tayo. Pero ano ginagawa natin? Yung tipong paano ba tayo makakabawi? Yun yung time talaga na pwede nating pag-usapan dun sa 1 minuto. And ilan ba yung time out ng per team? You have 2 timeouts, 1 per half. So, pero kung talagang hindi na kinaya ng timeout yung momentum ng kalaban, hindi talaga ma-shift sa inyo, bawi na lang tayo sa game number 2. Kasi alam naman natin na you have 3 choices. You have 3 chances para makabawi dito para manalo dito sa game na to, kasi of course it's the best of 3. Pero if ever naman na matalo dito, it's not yet over. Kasi naman to nagsisimula pa lang tayo 100 days eh. 'Di ba? Meron pa tayong ilang days para ma-determine kung sila ba yung top 6 natin. And I'm really happy. Like what I've said a while ago, not a while ago, but a couple of days ago, ang gusto ko talaga makita nang pumasok sa APAC. Ito sabihin ko, Nexi, Draxi, tsaka sila Hot Sauce, tsaka sila Symbol, yan. Gusto ko talaga makita yan sa APAC. Why? Because with or without an org, perfect attendance sila dito sa VCT Challengers Tour.
Nakita natin na kahit iba-iba yung mga team sila dito. Diba before pa in stage 1, LFO pa yung team dito, nila Draxi, nila Nexi. And so this time around, sana'y makita nga natin dito yung full potential nila dahil I think they are in the top of the leaderboard. So kailangan na lang nila i-compose yung sarili nila dito. And this map number 2 na pinili nila, by the way, and split, will it be in favor of them or talaga magugulat na naman tayo sa mga picks dito with Team Secret? Kanina, Yoro, I think this is one of the factors kung bakit hindi naging ready ang side ng RRQ to defend their sites, to defend in everything that they have laban dito sa Team Secret. Dahil nga sa mga times na mangbablind yung Yoro, there's also the follow-up naman dito ni Jeremy for the diversion play of flying in the sides, and there is the unfortunate events na magkakapalitan lang sila dito. But then again, in this map split, ano ba ang pwede nilang gawin dito? Lalo na itong mga nakaraan lang din, mainit din yung laro dito ng Team Secret and Split.
Ang tagal ng mga games dito, men. Lalo na si Ray yung nagkakas nun. Nagsama si Coach Vil tsaka yung Gracia eh. Kaya feeling ko mabilis lang tong mga games na to eh. Okay lang yung tipong mag-game through tayo. Walang problema doon, men. Basta mabilis. Diba? Yung mga tipong ganun. All good in the hood. Pero for Split, ito yung mapa na talaga na you really need to have a really good entry because you know what? Yung mga bago maglaro ng Valorant, yung mga bago naglaro ng Valorant dyan, back then, ang B garage, napakaliit ng entrance nun. 2020, napakaliit ng entrance nun. And talagang literal na defender-sided talaga ang Split back then. And sobrang hirap mag-attacker doon. Ang hirap na mag-garage. Kaya rin talaga na uso ang mid-take. If ever na sa Split, if ever na nakontrol mo na ang mid, kontrolado mo na lahat. Yan talaga ang pinaka-importante sa Split, mga kaibigan. The number one thing that you need to do is control mid first. So, that is the thing na kailangan gawin ng mga players natin ngayon. If ever na din talaga na makakapag-adjust lang din sila sa isa't isa. Pero ang tanong, sino ang attacker, sino ang defender? Once again, RRQ pick this map. So Team Secret, sila magde-defend. Yan, okay, sila magde-defend. And Jeremy! Diyos ko po, nilabas na naman si Tony Prowler. Ayan na. Tsaka si Bash, Diyos ko po, bridge na peke, ang dami mong dada. Sampal ko kaya ang bandal ko sa iyong muka.
Laking sampal nito kapag hindi pa rin ito nabawi ng RRQ, especially na sila pumili dito at defending I'm very excited dito sa mga Prowler lineups dito na may bibigay ni Jeremy. Pero yun nga ba ang magaganap? We have here the cancellation din naman ng kabilang team. They have the Omen Sky as their initiator. But will this be enough? Medyo passive-aggressive ang nakikita ko ditong lineup for RRQ. But this time, it's Team Secret pa rin talaga. Na parang confident enough to get in Jeremy and the Fade. But welcome to the map of Split. Will it be in favor of Team Secret dahil sa momentum na nabuo nila or RRQ? Sila naman dito ang makakakuha ng double-edged sword advantage. Especially sila ang pumili at sila yung magiging attacking dito sa side natin in the first half na magaganap dito in Split.
Yeah. Sila, yung mga viewers natin, talagang grabe engagement nyo, guys. Salamat sa inyo. Salamat sa engagement itong mga viewers ito kasi hindi mabubuo ang VCT, mga kaibigan, kung hindi dahil sa inyo. Thank you very much and sana huwag kayo umalis. Huwag kayo umalis. Huwag sila aalis, diba? Come on, Phil. Hindi aalis ang mga yan, siyempre. Dito ako, joke lang. Joke lang. Pero, Honey Glaze!
Yes!
With a double E! Game number 2 already. Tony Prowler andito lang sa Gedli pero yung natamaan ng fault lines yun ni Breach, mga kaibigan, nilabas na nga talaga yung C's, natamaan ng dalawa Decade yung mga players ngayon ng RRQ. For them para lang talaga ma-delay yung mga pag-push nila dito sa may A, pero yung nga lang Jeremy together with the Raze mukhang mag-push ata sila dito, pero yung nga lang Dr. mga kaibigan, lalabas nila ata nila yung Roombot sama ng Tony Prowler dito, pero Diyos ko po, Kelly S puntik na nahunt pa rin talaga, kitang-kita nila kung nasan pa sila pupunta. Ito yung hirap sa feed. Diyos ko po, ito si Tony Prowler, dire-diretso sa inyo. And Rabbit with a big trade-off. Diyos ko, ayaw pa rin talaga nila umalis dito sa ramp. At kung napapansin mo, si Dispenser waiting patiently na makapasok sila dito. And si Borkum, kalma lang siya. Ang gagawin lang niya mag-smoke, mag-rotate, ganun lang. Pero ang problema, si Draxi, ang ganda na posisyon ni Draxi ngayon, may actually cut off Borkum na ginagawa mo dyan, Balbon.
Bilis na pangyayari dito kagad. 3v2 scenario. Still in favor of RRQ para makapasok na nga ng isa.
10 seconds
Pero
left.
magiging pabor nga ba ito sa kanila? Wala silang idea na nasa loob pala si Jessibash, and that is a good kill. They were able to react on time, and now it's all up to the sensor na nakapag-abang nga kanina inside of A main. And now this is a double pick na mangyayari na nga ngayon. Pwede na mangyari for RRQ, pero they can play in for contact. But with those blinds and utilities, mukhang hesitation is key to victory for Dispenser.
Pero, ito na inaantay natin sa RRQ. Ito na ang ganti ng api na pwedeng gawin ng RRQ, mga kaibigan. Rex, Regum, Qeon is on the roll already. Big shoutout nga pala sa mga bumubuo ng RRQ. Big shoutout kay Mr. Alan Rygates. Hello. And syempre, dun sa coach ng RRQ na Titos of Manila, na si Mr. Robotics, Mr. JC Jamir, nakapatid ni Draxi. Wala, hindi na
connection.
Hindi na makakapaglaro si Robotics, si JC hindi na makakapaglaro, matanda na yun eh. Kaya syempre, yung kapatid na lang niya kasi medyo bata-bata pa yun.
Madali turuan.
Tropa yung mga nandyan. May big shoutouts nga pala sa inyo. Pero ganito, magkabalik na ata tayo ngayon sa game sa round number 2 natin. And like what I've said, it's gonna be mid. It's gonna be mid. Ang ipupush nila dito.
Tatlo ang nakaabang dito kay Dubset na naka-shorty lang. Let's see kung makakakuha siya ng pick-off dito dahil meron nang nakakuha ng info sa kanya. Ang bilis ng tinalon dito nila Relias to get in that kill. Pero Dubstep, pinutokan lang din sa mukha dito si Rabbit. And we have here just one member down for RRQ. Pero wala sila ka-idea kung sino ba yung nasa loob. Sneaky, waiting into that corner. Nag-aabang lang siya dito kung sino yung una niya makikita. And it's going to be Draxi. We have the space. At Jeremy na lang din pala ang natitira.
Oh, Kelly S with a big 4K! Finally! This is the match na inaantay natin dito sa RRQ, mga kaibigan. Finally, nakakabawi na rin sila. Here! And, kanina hindi naglaro si Witz, diba? Naku po, patay ka Jeremy, patay ka kay Mama. Hindi mo pinalaro si Witz, taga-yoyo lang muna si Witz ngayon, men. Puro na muna taga nice one lang sa likod, di muna ang gagawin ni Witz.
will reveal
Wala,
their
I mean,
secrets.
split to eh. Kasi hindi naman natin napanood si Wits nung isang araw nung naglaro sila dito eh. Pero yun nga lang, Hunt will gonna be denied. At least, diba, dito sa VCT, dito kayo makakakita ng mga lineups ng mga teams natin. Kasi Honey Glaze, back then kasi, meron akong nakalaro na nanonood pala ng VCT. Tinanong ko, bakit ka nanonood mo? Ang sabi niya, kasi gusto daw niyang matuto ng mga lineups.
Yung mga lineups na hindi nila usually nakikita pagdating sa mga ranked games or competitive games nila, no? Katulad nun, nung Hunt na yun, ang laking bagay na binarel ka agad at sinira ka agad ng RRQ since info given yun ka agad for Team Secret. And this is a good one na nakapag-react sila dito with the Spencer Scam here in a full buy na pala dito for Team Secret. Pero mukhang ang take nila is going to Rams. Ikot papuntang mid, ikot papuntang B. And this time around, wala pang tao kaagad dito to have any kind of delays para pakapasok sila dito in this side.
Yeah, pero yung dubstep, nagsashal out rin yung mga litigation. Pero that is Jesse Fast with a kill right
30
now.
seconds left.
And RRQ gonna push it here dito sa B. Borkum is a shot ball. Meron tao sa kaluwa, meron tao sa kanan. Pero yung alam, Borkum nakaisa pa dito sa may pillars. Pero Jaxi! Gonna kill on Spencer right now. Borkum, is this gonna be the Borkum time for the side of him? Let's see. Kelly S with that bulldog on hand. Nasa kanya yung spike.
Tinakbo
11
yung
seconds
spike.
in.
10
Meron pang
seconds left.
oras. Yes, meron siyang a couple of seconds to spare para lang syempre makakakuha ng magandang rotation, para makakuha ng magandang angle ng spike. Pero yung alam, C's will not gonna connect onto Kelly S right now. Meron, I mean, 18 seconds onto that. Hunt, medyo mahirap to. Kaliwat kanan, Diyos ko po, tamang crossfire talaga sa pato. Pwede lang gawin dito. Pero nga lang, Jeremy, the position is now compromised with a better gun as well with that Phantom on hand. 2-1. Still in favor of our Q and Team Secret. Slowly and surely, nabumabawi sila dito. And pwede natin sabihin, Honey Glaze, na ito yung mapa rin talaga na medj tagilid ang TS. So, maganda ang pick ng RRQ dito sa mapa na to.
Here.
Pero ang laking problema lang din talaga yung mga utilities dito ni Fade, ano? We have those na makakakuha din ng info to gather themselves up kung ano yung mga decision making na pwede nilang gawin once na makuha nila kung sino ba yung mga nakaabang, kung sino ba yung papasok inside the site. That is a good hold na ginawa dito ni Borkum. Imagine na sobrang nasa bingid na siya ng kamatayan dito laban sa RRQ na nanggaling nga ng A, pumasok ng mid, tapos pumasok ng B tower, and this is very unfortunate for RRQ na na-open up nila yung so much space and enough time to get inside of B, pero they were down immediately nung nakapag-hold, nung nakapag-isolate play dito si Borkum, and that is already a reverse point for TS. Buy round ulit ito for RRQ. They have full-on rifles, so let's see kung magiging worth it nga ba ito sa kanila, since may judge lang din naman dito kay Dubstep and even Spectres pa sa dalawa sa kanila.
Kasi pwede naman at talaga sila bumili ng Vandal dito for the side of Team Secret, pero syempre hindi na. Kailangan nila i-check yung economy nila kasi para makabawi pa rin sila dito next round. At least meron mag-a-anchor sa kanila pag natalo ang Team Secret dito sa round na to. Pero walang Dubstep na ko said judge ang gamit na dito. Balstat Goomba, meron na rin blind, pero yung alang Rabbit, is he gonna push or not? You need to check your corners, pero ginagawa mo dyan, Kelly. Jesus ko po, nasin ang ID mo. Just the scenes will connect almost no one right now. Rabbit with a big swing. We're gonna take down Dubstep. Hunt, we're gonna connect onto these players lang din. Pero yung meron pa ba siyang Tony Prowler? Okay, meron pang isa. Pero yung Rapid pa Jeremy! With spray and pray. Dalawa nakuha na dito. 2v2 onto this game right now. Borkum catches one. It's all up to Nexi. Borkum, andun lang sa may likod ng pillar, pero nga Nexi nakaisa pa. 11 seconds in. Dispenser needs to push in with just a Spectre on hand. Medyo mahirap to. Vandal ang kalaban mo, pero nga Dispenser with a big wall. 2-2. And malaking problema to sa RRQ kasi allow silang Rep Orb. Kailangan nilang kala-half buy.
Kala-half buy. 2-2 sa our scoreline. Yes, napangunahan nga dito ng RRQ, pero yun nga, katulad ng sinabi ni Bill, kailangan nila magkala-half buy dito. Balikan natin ang mga pagkakataon na naglapag ng timing ng utility dito si Faye. nagbigay siya ng assist dito kina Dubstep, kaya naman na-eliminate kaagad yung nag-try pumasok here in B Tower, and this is a good one na Dispenser. We just waited in. Hindi siya nag-over-aggressive na pumasok since ang alam din kasi dito ng RRQ is nag-aabang pa si Dispenser all the way from A main, and he can take too much time to get inside the site for the retake, and this is a good one dahil lang ang timeout na ito ay pwede makapag-cut off ng momentum ditong umiikot na muli dito sa Team Secret. Lalo na't ngayon, they have enough economy to buy in their rifles. Half an armors nga lang, pero at least, nakita natin kanina kahit judge lang ang hawak dito ni Dubstep, it was all worth it for them since they won in the round.
Yeah, they won the round, and syempre dito naman ngayon sa side ng TS, they need to save up everything that they have. For Dubstep naman Borkum, yes, pwede silang bumili. Pero yung well, except kay Borkum. Pero Borkum, is he gonna get a judge probably? Pwede siya mag-judge dito. Probably a Spectre instead. Okay, alright. No worries about that. Pero actually, pwede nga siya mag-bulldog eh. Pwedeng ibigay ni Dispenser. Pero yung nga lang for the side of RQ, medyo delikado sila dito kasi half buy lahat sila. And it's just that Sheriff lang din na pwede nilang gawin dito, knowing na attacker sila, medyo mahirap to. Honey Glaze, attacker, tas half buy, attacker, tas tas Sheriff. That's gonna be a big problem for the side of RQ for sure. Pero yung nga lang, Tony Proud nilabas na. Pero Rabbit waiting patiently dito sa may garage. Pero yung nga lang, tatlong tao dito, tamang hadukin lang din dun sa may tatlo, pero not gonna be able to activate at paranoia lang din muna. A minute left in this game. It's just mind games ang nangyayari dito. Pero yung nga lang, meanwhile, Dispenser we're gonna shut down 2 already. Wala na si Nexi, wala na yung lump ng tugi. Pero at least they have the information, they have the Qeon that we're gonna catch 2! Dubstep will spray and spray onto these players dito sa mid, but it's all up to 1. Kelly as mga kaibigan, medj mahirap to. Halos wala pang bawas ang Team Secret kahit armor.
Yun pa naman ang kailangan na objective dito ng RRQ para makabawas man lang dito. They can possibly get in Borkum, pero syempre, Spectre at hand, he can still go in for the spray and pray. 3-2 na kagad na score lane natin dito in favor of TS. Ang bagal na mga situational advantage nila dito. They have the Sheriff, yes, all the way from A main, pero hindi pala ito magiging sapat pa para makapasok lang din ng site dahil lang sa angle na kinumit dito ni Dispenser. Sa nipis ng angulo na yan, nakakuha siya ng dalawa, and this is going good. Siyempre, since nakukuha na nila yung momentum na gusto nila, kahit nagpangunahan tayo dito ng RRQ with 0-2, and that being said, yung timing pa ng fault line dito nung bridge is just too good para magkaroon ng opening si Dubstep and clear out those na mga natitira para sa ramen.
Ano ba? I mean, totoo lang, hindi na magugulo dito na isang araw, biglang mag-comment si Tony Fowler dito. Ay, pinagkasabi mo dyan, Bill. Ha? Tawag sa akin. Pero, there's already coming in from Jeremy right now. But gusto ko natamaan pangalan talaga na si Kelly S ng Tony Fowler. Pero gusto ko po, Dubstep! Siya ang nakapatid dito kay Kelly S. Dalawa silang nag-ultimate knowing na wala naman talagang maririnig yung players ng RQ if ever natamaan sila ng ultimate si Jeremy right now. Pero nga nagtugay, buhay na buhay pa rin talaga after that spray na ginawa ni Jeremy onto heaven. Grab it to the next sea. Bumabawin sila dito sa ginawa dito ng TS with all these ultimates on hand, with all these utilities. Pero, okay, super low on HP. At least hihit na siya dito ni Rabbit, mga kaibigan. Pero yung nga ng Draxi tried so hard to live another day, but Borkum says no to him with just a Spectre on hand. 3 upgrades for the players of Team Secret, 4-2 in favor of the black and white team.
That goes there.
Wild retake ang nakita at na-witness natin dito magkakasama dahil sa pagpasok nila. Nadali kasi dito sa pag-plan sila Kelly S na Rabbit. They wanted to heal everyone, pero yun na nga sa ultimate kasi dito ng dalawa, akala ko nga nanggaling pa ng mid dito si Kelly S, pero on the debuff na meron dito ang ultimate ni Faye, ni Jeremy, ang laking advantage nila doon para makuha nga yung pick off at mabawasan sila ng mga members dito from RRQ. Naipit sila and down to 2-4 scoreline. TS, they just need to be composed pa rin naman para hindi sila mag-over advantage or over push laban dito sa RRQ at hindi sila pwedeng mabawasan dito dahil they can have the free upgrades on their guns. Mid-take ang gagawin dito ng RRQ, but will they be successful to the point na dalawang initiator yung nakaabang sa kanila?
Pero, on down to this game. Natama lang si Dubs at super low on HP. Nagalang Jesse Vash with that bait and switch na ginagawa niya. Oh! Jesse Vash really on point right now.
Mid.
We're gonna take down 3 again. Dispenser gonna finish it off. Actually, sobrang solid din ginagawa nila dito sa mid. Isipin mo, silip si Jeremy, tapos puputok ni Vash. Silip mo, putok ko. Yan ang beat and switch. But, nasa mali. Nasa tama, di ba?
Nasa tama.
Nasa tama. Tama.
Jeremy, gamit lang ng utility pag nakita niya yung go signal from Bash or kaya dito ka na, dubstep. Kaya good enough for them na may magiging follow-up kills sila dito, trade-offs, and unfortunately, half an armor man din dito kay Vash, pero meron pa rin naman siyang Rolling Thunder dito to deny the entry dito of RRQ. Nung narinig nilang magpupush na dito ang dalawa from garage, they went away. They just retreated back to safety para maiwasan dito yung mga casualty, lalo na't ang dami nilang inipon dito for their rifles, and they need to be ready na magamit nila dito yung mga utilities sila wisely.
Yeah. Pero for RQ, I mean, ito na naman yung naging problema nila. May pera wala. And dito sa may pera sila ngayon, they really want to try it to push again, slowly, like what they're doing right now. They can do a mid control, pero syempre kailangan mo na talaga ilabas yung mga utilities. Syempre sabay-sabay sila papasok mga kampi, pero ito din talaga yung rattle of the pilot all the way from garage to B, and that is the, Diyos ko po, Ferrari swing na ginawa dito ni Borku, pero yun nga, natatamaan siya na sarili niyang paranoia, pero Rabbit we're gonna get one already, pero that is Draxi with a swing.
Spike down B. 30 seconds left.
I know. Pero 2v4, mahirap to for Siga.
Standing.
Tinamaan pa ng Trailblazer ka agad dito. It's all up to the Spencer. No utilities given. Meron siyang trap warriors, but will it be enough? We have the smokes pa rin naman. Blind here for to get. They have the numbers advantage. Kailangan na lang nila mag-play for time and at least get in the kill laban dito kay Dispenser para mapigilan na nga yung mga momentum na lagi nilang nabubuo pa. We have here the jump picks na kinokobit nila dito to get info wisely enough to have that follow-up. 3 bullets na lang dito for Dispenser, and that is it for the round. And the third point na makukuha na ngayon nila Daxi with the 3K, clean off them to get so much advantage dito with everything na nilapag sa kanila, especially na meron kaninang Rolling Thunder and even having the paranoia. Naipit pa si Borkum dito kahit nakakuha siya ng pick-off laban dito kay Daxi. It was good enough na nakakuha pa rin naman sila ng mga trades and they were able to plant in the spike dito sa ating replay kung saan isa na lang din ang natira.
Grabe naman talaga yung mga effects dito ramen. Parang gusto ko ng ramen mamaya. Parang masarap mag-ramen mamaya honey glaze. May ramen, meron kaming napuntahan dun sa Oo nga, dito rin sa Marikina, umulan diba? Dun sa Etifac umulan din.
Malakas nga kanina. Akala ko maririnig sa mic ko Buti yung bunso lang namin dito, yung manok lang namin dito yung naririnig.
Okay, so sa inyo yung tumitilaok. Sa inyo yun.
Tina-timing niya talaga, no? Kapag nagkakas ako, siya kasi titilako. Pero kapag break, hindi siya magpaparamdam.
Oo, nga talaga yung nangyayari dito. Pero ka lang to hunt. We're gonna catch 2. Diyos ko po, dalawa yung natamaan dito. Pero nasa may Tony Prowler ngayon. Kaya ka talaga lumabas dito para syempre makakuha pa yung mga players dito ng RRQ. Pero 58 seconds in the clock right now. Where is the push? Where is the aggression na pwedeng gawin dito ng RRQ? They really need to play slow again. Ilang beses silang nag-mid, ilang beses silang nanalo dito, pero syempre, kailangan nilang iba-ibahin yung strat nila kasi once na nabasa ito ng Team Secret, it's really, really hard for them to push. Pero kung Jesse Vash mga kaibigan, talaga mag-aftershock din talaga siya. Para syempre, hindi na sa makapasok dito yung RRQ. Plus, that paint shells ni Dub is supposed to mess up with the positioning of the players of RRQ right now. Pero magandang wall dito. Plus, that paranoia! Nag-connect sa 3! Nag-connect sa 4! Gusto po! Pati yung kapitbahay! Bulag! Rapid with a big 2K! 3v3 onto this game right now. Wala na silang main fragger. Kelias is now down. Draxi
10 seconds left.
Here in downtown together with Rabbit. 3v2. For Team Secret, they have the page. Dubs have super low on HP. Draxi 6 seconds onto that. Onto that smoke. para mas mahirapan
One
yung
enemy
team.
remaining.
Pumasok din pa rin ang dispenser all the way from the rush! And Dubstep low on HP, still gonna get that kill. 6-3, Team Secret getting that momentum again and again.
Problema talaga ng RRQ dito yung mga passive plays na ginagawa ni Dispenser. Nakikita natin na, yes, yung mga utilities dito, yung fault lines, aftershock, laging pumapabaw na nga dito for Team Secret. And there are also times na parang nabibigla sila na bakit meron nandito sa garage. There's also one na nakakapag-play for contact kasi dito, sina Jeremy. Kaya yung attention na de-divert, nakakapasok dito yung isang player from Team Secret to get in those kills. Follow-up na lang din ang mangyayari to have that finisher. Now 6-3. Ano ba ang magiging decision dito ngayon ng RRQ? Sabi mo nga kanina, mag-half-buy na naman dito. Save na naman ang RRQ. Makakapasok man sila dito ng site, yes. Pero look at all of the utilities just to delay them. Pero at least napatay nila siguro po.
It's just syempre yung mga objectives sila dito. Honey Glaze, diba? Pero yun nga lang, talaga isama sa RRQ. Pero yun nga lang mukhang ito na ata talaga inaantay ng RRQ. Ito na ata ang pagbago din talaga ng mga scores na inaantay nila. Pero information kaya nila ginagawa dito ng Traxi catches these players just to go 1v1 with a great one, pero nga dispenser! Still gonna get that kill! That is a 4v2! Traxi using his ultimate para nakakuha pa ng informasyon, pero ginamit ng Team Secret doon para mag-swing, para pumasok. Nagulat na lang talaga tayo. Look at Jeremy with a spray to do. Dispenser nakakuha pa ng isa dito. Okay na sana yung ginawa ni Draxi, pero they waited. They used the ultimate of Draxi para sa kanila, para sa Team Secret.
Dito natin masasabi na may strategies na double-edged sword. Pwede pumabor sa'yo, pero pwede rin pumabor sa kalaban. Kaya naman 7-3 na tuloy ang nakuha nila. Very unfortunate nga lang dito na gusto ko na yung ginawa ni Draxi kanina to get info, pero minadali na nila Dispenser to get that kill, to eliminate in Draxi and Nexi from the planting in the spike. And ngayon, time out ay hiningi na ngayon for Team Secret. Unfortunately dito for RRQ, di na nasundan yung pagkuha nila ng 3-point lead dito from Team Secret. So ano na ang pwede pa nilang gawin? Will they have the comeback, pagpalit na ng mga sides, or talagang mahihirapan pa rin sila dito dahil nga sa dalawang initiator pa lang ding line up dito ng Team Secret.
This is a nice spot. That goes there.
And
this goes here.
ang weird ba nun, Honey Glaze? Bigla ako natawa.
So analysis.
Tawag dito? Si Peter Parker nandito eh.
Si Peter
nasa isip ko Tony Parker. Pero, Kelly S, mga kaibigan dito lang sa mail. Dubstep waiting for that showstopper in Rumba. Pwede siya pumasok dito, meron siyang crash gear. May banda sa labas ng bahay na. Ang lakas, sana hindi rinig ng mga mga viewers. Maraming salamat. Miski ako, nagulantang eh. Hindi ko alam, meron palang party-party sa labas. Sakto, Saturday night!
Yeah.
Tayo. Shee! Ano nga talaga masasabi ko, hindi holy shee! Pero, 50 seconds in, mga kaibigan, may natabaan ng ating yung tripwire and probably they're gonna go here in A na lang din. Pero yun nga lang, may nagbabantay dito lang sa... wala pa rin nagbabantay dito sa dito sa... ropes. So, pwede silang pumunta ng mid pa rin talaga. Pero, merong nag-debate dito. Si Kelly S, tamang po siya. Pero natamaan siya ng
30 seconds.
So, Jeremy catches one! Jeremy not gonna get that two! Because Kelly S is on his roll right now. Pero just come on! Lapanan ng basuka! Dubstep! Huwag na unang pindutin yung gatilyo ng basuka niya! Pero but still, RRQ still gonna win that game!
Last round in the half.
Itong si Dubstep at si Kelly S talagang nag-aarap sila ng party dito eh.
That goes there.
Nakakagulat yun. Imagine yung mga lundag-lundag na lang na ginawa dito ni Kelly S para makaligtas from the Jeremy showstopper. And this was a good one na for Jeremy para makontrol nila yung magpo-push dito sa A. Pero kasi hindi nila in-expect ito eh. Look at that! Sabay pa sila nakapag-showstopper. Pero mas nauna nga dito si Dubstep. But unfortunately, yun na nga, numbers advantage. Pumabora nga dito for RRQ. Isang round na lang in this half. Pwede na naman pwersa to for a 7-5. But will it happen? Lalo na sila Tony Fowler dito. Nakaabang na dito here in A. Getting in the info na pwede nga ditong umentry na ang RRQ in A main.
Ultimate onto full. Onto Jeremy right now. They're gonna use that. Walang marinig. Walang marinig ang mga players dito ng RRQ. Nexi catches one. Gonna deny that hunt as well. Spike is dropped. 4 VT onto this game, and they're gonna push it already. They wanna use all the utilities on hands up step! Woo! Diyos ko po, nakapatay pa ng isa, pero yung Draxi, nasaan ka? Malasan bukong ka lang, tamang teleport lang din talaga!
Borkum, nakitipi po.
Oo nga, 4v1? Adukin oh. Pero yung alam, Borkum, right there.
Switching sides.
Nahirapan ang RRQ dun sa ultimate ni sa ultimate ni Jeremy. Ang ganda ng ultimate niya dun sa ramps. And that is the thing that Concept capitalized with the pain shells, with the swing, moving na wala naman talaga silang maririnig dito. So wala silang idea kung nasan ba yung mga kalaban, kung pumuputok pa sila o hindi. Hindi rin nila naririnig yun. Actually, si Drax nga, tinry talaga niyan. Yung tipong pala teleport technique, mga tipong ganun-ganun na din talaga. Pero it's really not enough for you to take down 4 players ng
seconds
TS.
din yun.
Sim.
Tagal din eh. Kaya, na-utilize nga din dito talaga eh. Parang DD connection na lang doon ang naganap. All in favor of Dubstep and Dispenser doon sa mga wide swings nila. They went in favor of the debuff na ginawa nila dito with the ultimate of Jeremy. And now, I think this is a technical pause na makikita natin for our teams. They need to compose themselves RRQ. This is already the second half at makikita natin ngayon na ang laking problema dito ng Team Secret. Jeremy with that fade, si Vash dito with that breach, papasok dito anytime, anywhere, si Dubset with those satchels, creating enough space. And alam naman natin yung mga times pa ni Borkum gamitin yung mga smokes niya to eliminate in the vision na ma-hold dito ng RRQ. But will it be happening for them? Dalawa yung sentinel dito ng kabila. They have to go with those blinds. But unfortunately kasi dito kay Togel, noong nasa bind pa tayo, parang hindi nakikita yung full potential niya as an initiator at doon na natin makita na kailangan niya mag-pop off. Kailangan niyang gumawa din ng mga action dito para madali naman na ang members from Team Secret, but will it be given by Team Secret?
Team Secret, at least sila na yung may lamang dito for RRQ right now. Tuge needs to step up dito sa game na to, man. They have a lot of flashes. Apparently they have 2. They have the flash of Tuge. They have the flash of Draxi with the paranoia. Pero that paranoia is just really expensive, man. That is 400 pesos. Siguro 400 pesos yun. Napakamahal nun for a flash. Pero dito naman kay Jeremy, I mean, yes, they have the Prowler. They have the Hunt. Pero yun nga lang, napaka-solid din naman talaga na ng isang fade talaga na initiator. Kaya hindi na ako gumagamit ng jet, hindi na ako jet main eh. Fade main na ako eh.
Patingin naman ng lineups yan, di ba?
Oo. Meron. Si Mr.
Fluffy,
Fluffy 02.
no?
Oh. Promise, mga 6 or 46 hours ata ako nagbe-bench watch sa kanya. Pagtulog
Meron
ko,
din siya sa TikTok eh.
Pagtulog ko, boys pa rin na Fluffy nasa isip ko eh.
Yung ang pogi ng boses na husky ng boses, no?
Ay, pare. Hindi naman ganun. Pero mga si Vash, mga kaibigan, tamang question talaga. Ito na yung beach na peke! Dami mong dada! Sampal ko kaya ang audio sa iyong mukha.
Qeon. Delayed na naman tuloy dito ang Team Secret dahil nga sa mga Trailblazer, dahil sa mga smokes. At least na-exhaust nila kaagad dito. Na-burn nila yung smokes dito ni Draxi. And good enough for them dahil walang makakapangpigil sa kanila dito here in A. They have that
30 seconds
they
left.
have Nexi and even have your Kelly S, pero magkakaroon ba ng single-base play ang dalawang ito, lalo na 5 ang magpupush ko sa kanila. We have the satchel in from Dubstep, there's also the blinds, there's also Prowler para makakuha na nga ng info, at nakapasok na pala talaga dito si Dubstep to get in that kill. Hati tuloy
10
attention
seconds left.
dito ng mga nagde-defend into A side, but
Spike
unfortunately
down A.
for them, they're
One
pointing down to
enemy
2
remaining.
Knife out dito si Burkom to get with the 2K. 2 seconds remaining and they won't be able to plant the spike. At unfortunately dito kay Tito Mo Spencer, pinilit pa rin niya na right hit tuloy siya dito ni Rabbit, and that is the first round na ng RRQ.
Na J. Rizal. Na J. Rizal, si kaibigang Kevin Te. Ay, ginagawa dito ng TS, oh. Talon na lang talon, malang jumping lason yung galawan. Pero wala, nakita sila dispenser.
I have retrieved the spike.
Tina J. Rizal siya eh. Bang! Shoutouts nga pala sa mga baby girl niya. Pero that is straight coming in from Kelly S right now. What an easy kill na ginawa ni Kelly S. Gonna shut down dispenser. Gonna get the grabbing with a verticality all top onto the top of that wall. We're gonna take down dispenser. Dito talaga just ko po. Crispy headshot.
Spike down B.
On the rescue. 1v3. Borkum 1v1 sa 3. Napakahirap nito. Spike is dropped. And this is the time talaga pwede nang bumawi ang RRQ. Binabantayan na ng RRQ yung Spike, mga kaibigan. Wala siyang paranoia. Isa na lang ang smoke niya. Paano ka makakapasok dito? Nagparinig siya. Narinig siya doon ng RRQ. Pero yung Diyos ko po, dalawa nakatutok. Nilamo ng black hole, mga kaibigan. Sinutsot parang bulalo.
Maganda yung ginawa dito ng RQ na dalawa nga yung magda-double pick sa kanya. They have already compromised in the spike. They were able to cancel out anyone na magpa-flank, mag-lurk all the way from A. And this is a good aggressiveness na binigay dito ni Rabbit. Although he was traded off, at least wala dito si Jeremy na isa sa mga pinik nila. Once na gusto nilang pigilan dito sa pag-create ng momentum, Sinaburkum, ang Team Secret ngayon, medyo dalawa na kaagad ang nakuha sa kanila dito in this half. But will it happen again? We have rifles here. The smokes is already on the favor para makapasok sila dito in B tower. Pero at least meron tayong sentinel na kabantay. This is all up to Nexi. And Nexi, what is he going to do now? Lalo na may mga Prowler na kaagad dito nakaabang.
Mga sell-circle, kung flag pa yun. Pero yun nga, Diyos ko po, kitang-kita ni Draxi yung haba ng Phantom Dispenser, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, Diyos ko po, Jeremy nakaisa pa dito on to hell. Pero this is now a really hard retake for the side of RRQ kasi tatlo na lang sila dito. 3v5 onto this game right now. Vash will gonna plant the spike. Si Tito Vash. Nagbe-maintenance na rin yan, men. Pulutan yan, alaksan. Oh. Pag walang magawa yan. Food trip niyan, multivitamins. Pero nga lang dispenser, catches one as well. Dalawa pa natatao sa garage, mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema nila is classic gun tsaka sheriff ang gamit nila. Exit frags it is. Hindi sila bayani, hindi sila papasok, mag-aantay lang sila. Tamang pick-offs lang din ang gagawin nila dito. Tugi, napakagandang kill onto Dubstep right now. And, syempre, for the side of RRQ, itong dalawang players na dapat ng Tugi, they need to go in, they need to die dito sa round na to. Para syempre magkaroon pa sila ng enough money next round if ever. Ladies and gentlemen, the score is 6-9. Nice!
Maganda naman na din yung ginagawa ng RRQ kanina nung nag-start dito tayo sa half na ito. Pero here we have the attack na nangyayari na nga in Team Secret and this replay. Fortunately, nakaabang na nga sila dito for anyone in hell to go in for the kill. Feeling ko, napaaga yung pag-pull dito na Nexi onto the trigger. Kaya hindi siya nakapag-react on time once na nandun na nga si Jeremy all about it. 9-6 still is our scoreline. The blinds might still be in their favor, pero they need to cancel out. They need to control Jeremy sa lahat ng mga usage niya ng utilities dito. And on the other hand, meron pa rin naman sila ditong Sky na pwede nga rin ditong maging problema pa mismo. Lalo na't ilang ultimate orbs na lang kailangan dito ni Toge para sa Seekers at ma-utilize sila mag-vote yung mga info na makukuha nila laban dito sa Team Secret.
Sim, pero in terms of utilization of skills and then syempre hindi ka naman gagamit ng utilities na tipong basta magamit mo lang. Of course, you're not gonna do that. Kailangan talaga na sabay-sabay yung gagamitin yan para syempre ma-maximize nyo yung skill. Like, of course, if ever mag-potential ka, better. If ever, pero sasabi mo ng slow orb para mas mahirapan pa sila na makapag-mamba out. If ever mag-flash ka, syempre kailangan mo tataga ng isa. Malay mo, Roomba, malay mo, potential. Pero syempre talagang hindi na makita kung sila pupunta. Pero, Dubstep pushing in all the right plus that hand, pero meron tao doon sa may gilid, pero that is Kelly. Yes! Medical out to Dubstep right now doon sa may rafters, pero ka na Jeremy with a swing, with a kill. Meron pang tao dito sa may hell, meron pang tao dito sa may elbow. Borkub, tamang keep out sa talaga, pero medyo delikado ka, pero ka na Kelly. Isa pa, pero that's the swing coming in from Lexi, and he's gonna go down. And Jeremy, waiting here in heaven, gonna take down 3. There. That the fate is doing it, man. Kanina, kahapon, yung fade, nasa bottom frag siya. So yung pinakababa ng food chain. Pero ngayon, at least nakakabawi na siya kahit papano.
Down A.
Nakapag-warm up na rin dito eh. Ganda ng mga plays dito ng Team Secret, especially the fact na nangyari kanina yung yung first contact plays nila. Pagpasok nila in A site, kumuha nga dito ng TP play si Burko, makakuha siya ng pick-off dito at nagparinig na rin naman na si Dispenser. We have the utilities being set up here in Garage. There's also one in mid. So, ang laking bagay nito na makapupush na dito ang dalawa. RRQ, mukhang makahunt pa nga sila. Dubstep gets in that kill na dito yung fault lines blinds to delay them further, pero mag-delay nga ba sila dahil si Controller kakagatin na nga lang din siya. Pasok na kagad dito sa Dubstep. Makakakuha nga ba siya ng kill? Pero sabi ni Jeremy, tabi, ako na. We have your 5v3 situation and they can still plant in the spike.
RRQ, it's gonna be really hard for you as a defender. Wala silang pera, pero sana makabawi sila. Tamang headshot lang dito talaga sa mukha. Okay, sana yun. Pero yun nga lang, andito nga si Tuge. Si Lumpiang Tuge, mga kami. Pero ka lang, Dispenser! Lilipat ang ulo mo! Neural theft! We're gonna reveal exactly where you are. Kelly S. Waiting na to may likod ng Grudge, pero that is the ultimate from that fade. We're gonna catch to, but Kelly S! All the way from behind! All the way from Garage! What a perfect execution of Kelly S! Dahil kay Kelly S, nakadalawa siya. Napakabilis ang pangyayari dito. May showstopper ka pa! Napakagandang 350 round for the side of RRQ.
Sobrang RO. Ayun. Nagamit niya in favor yung kanyang Sheriff. Popping in 2 heads. Showstopper. Follow up naman dito ni Toge. Ang laking bagay nitong thrifty round na ito. Isa ito sa mga mahalagang round for the side of RRQ para mabawi yung kanilang momentum. They went to play for contact to deny and division laban dito kay Kelly S, and at the very moment mukhang nagtataka na agad dito ang TS to get inside of A. They were rolled down, there's the delay, there's also the head popping up from the shots of Kelly S. There's the showstopper, yes, pero nawala siya na bala dito, Bill! Hindi nakaligtas si Dubstep dito sa pang-hold nito kahit na-concast pa siya and is down already for a 2v4 scenario in favor of the numbers of RRQ.
Borkum, delikado ka dyan. Meron tao sa may likod mo. Diyos ko po, Kelly S with a swing. Kitang-kita yung baril ni Borkum! Kelly S with a 3. Jeremy, the only man remaining. Ang pinakabata sa Team Secret, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, sinagasaan ng toro. Prime Vandal. Prime ba damit niya? On the Phantom. Prime Phantom. Prime. It's Prime.
It's Prime.
Yung solid match sa pinapakita natin ngayon. Diyos ko po, Kelly has perfect execution through that cyber cage. Pero ang problema
One
talaga,
enemy
syempre,
remaining.
you need to check if ever na meron tayong bala. Pero syempre, yung mga ibang players dyan, mga kaibigan, ganito kayo eh. Ako na magkasabi ko paano kayo maglaro ah. Puputok kayo ng 5 bala, reload. Huwag ganon, pero eto na! Diyos ko po, putik! Diyos ko po, dubstep, muntik ka nang tumama! Dubstep, muntik nang tumama, mga kaibigan! Diyos ko po! Muntik nang tumama si JB! Jeremy, buti na lang nabawi mo yung pinagagawa ni Dubstep dito!
I know exactly where.
Diyos ko, nakatay yung langaw!
Imagine, nakalabas pa yung wall dito ni Rami.
Diyos ko po, Dubstep! Anong nangyari? Kelly S nakakita ng isa dito, pero nga ng 3v3 others game right now. Jeremy super low on HP. They don't have any sustain. Wala silang Sky, wala silang Sage. Pero nga ng Kelly S nakakaisa pa dito. Ito na ata ang gati ng api na pwede gawin ng RRQ. Pero, as long as hindi pa 13, kayang-kaya pa. Okay, Jeremy, nakakita ng ano? Nakakita siya RGX bundle. Maraming salamat. Oh, okay, nakakuha siya na dito. Pero, let's touch with that marshal on hand. It's not gonna be enough to take down and Kelly S. Diyos ko po, nato. Tinoro si kaibigan Jeremy, mga kaibigan. 10-9. Wala tayong nakita, okay? Hindi natin nakita yun. Wala, I mean, right, what you see is what you say.
Ayun na, buti na lang naibawi ito ni Jeremy. Ang problema nga lang dito kay Dispenser, nakaabang na rin si Kelly sa kanya. And that all went in favor of the timing and the waiting and the patient game dito ng RRQ. Finally, isa na lang yung round na habulin nila. So, pipigilan sila ngayon ng timeout na i-call natin dito. Jeremy, so much lead ang nagaganap na nga, all in favor of him, going in for the 17-12 KDA. Isipin mo, may 11 assists pa siya, may ultimate na siya ditong available to control in any site na gusto nilang atakihin ngayon. So this can go in favor of the side of Team Secret at kailangan nila maging composed, kailangan nila maging consistent at this very moment of time. Dahil RRQ dito, nabubuo na yung momentum nila. Kelly S, nagpa-pop off na, hitting already 20 frags in the making, tapos nakakakuha rin naman dito ng mga trade-offs si Draxi. With the ultimates given of them, tingin ko magiging equalize pa rin naman yung round na ito. So mahirap talaga sabihin na pwedeng nasa top of 4 game pa rin naman tayo dito. In the split map, gusto ng RRQ makabawi, gusto nila ng game number 3.
Tignan natin. If ever magkakaroon ba ng game number 3? Nasa, ano yan, na kay RRQ if everything is okay. And as long as di ba 13 ng TS, kayang-kaya pa yan. As long as di ba 13 ng RRQ, kayang-kaya pa yan. Pero yung alam dito, Diyos ko, all these cyber cages gonna mess up with the utilities with the HPs of TS as well. Pero may natamaan yung Tony Prowler ng isa. Medyo duguan yung ibang players ngayon ng Team Secret. Pero Diyos ko po, Kelly S, ang ganda ng position dito. Diyos ko po, pero yung nga sabay bababa. Si Dubstep tsaka si Jesse Fash dito. In 1, 2, 3, pero ito na, Diyos ko po! Ang ganda ng trade-off na ginawa ni Dubstep tsaka ni Jesse Fash dito. Pero nga hindi na din talaga naging successful because of the ultimate din na nilabas ni Jeremy. Kasi if ever natamaan ka ng mga kaibigan, all the effects of his skills, mapupunta rin sa'yo. So mahirap din talaga. And isa Hanayos, kitanongin kita. Ilang beses na ba nag-ulti si Jeremy dito? Siya ang may pinakamadaming ultimate na nalabas. Sobrang na-utilize niya yung ultimate niya.
Tsaka laking factor at impact nito, lalo na hindi nakapwesto kaagad ang RRQ for the trade-off. Jess Bash dito nag-aabang at bulaga! We have her kill laban kina Toge. That is a good trade-off din. Nagkatap na nga all the way from B-Tower. But that is a good free-fire for Borko. 11-9 na kagad na scoreline natin. Balikan natin dito si Jeremy. Oo nga, no, ngayon ko lang din na-realize na nakailang ultimate na siya. Makapasok lang ng side. Even have those pick-off. Dalawa pala sila dito here in Vents. So unfortunately enough, hindi ito naging sapat pa for RRQ. Sabay-sabay silang natumba dito in favor of the trade-offs dito ng TS and one more round for the match point dito ng Team Secret. Makukuha nga ba nila ito or RRQ? They can have the pop-off din naman dahil baka sunete at baka nagkaroon lang din ng advantage kasi dito ang Team Secret sa ultimate dito ni Jeremy.
Pero at least 11 din talaga yung score dito. Nakakakuha na rin talaga ng aggression, nakakakuha na rin talaga ng advantage ng Team Secret kahit pa paano. Pero yun nga lang, Dubstep, ito na naman talaga. Ito na naman, nakita na naman ng Dubstep yung wall na to. Diyos ko po, baka maging whiff step na to. If ever hindi tumatama si Dubstep, mga kaibigan, si Dubstep naglalaro nun. If ever tumatama si Dubstep, si Sidestep ang naglalaro nun. I just wanna clarify, guys. I just wanna clarify everything. Kasi mahirap na eh. Baka...
Right there. Baka mapagbintangan pa, di ba?
Baka
Mabuti nang maitama.
Oo, tama, di ba? Kasi, like what you've said, tama yung sinabi mo kasi babae ka naman eh, kaya laging tama.
Nagamit pa ako dun.
Oh, sure.
Ito Crossfire ang magaganap na nga dito in Garage. The fault lines are also there. So this is a good one dahil they have the advantage dito sa dalawa. Tatlo for Dispenser para makapasok na nga ng site. We're down to 2 remaining members already. Kelly S, meron siya siyang ultimate dito. But will it be worth it? Lalo na't ngayon, 5 pa rin naman ang nakaabang for Team Secret.
Pero, palad over till it's over. Diyos ko po. Bigla na natunaw si Mukrob, mga kaibigan. Anong nangyari sa'yo, kaibigang Jim? Pero, 4v2, Kelly S next sila titira dito. Pero, it's just all this wall bangs ang pinapagin nilang gawin. Pero nga lang, Kelly S nakapatay pa ng isa. 3v2, Kelly S super low na HP. Jeremy with that quick pick. Gonna take down Nexi. Pero, Jeremy is doing it. Ang pinakabata sa Team Secret, mga kaibigan.
Match point.
Is dinamrag na.
Orb na lang for Jeremy ulit to get that ulti
Kaya nga ilang beses bang nag-ulti si Jeremy sa larong ito? Ang dami! Dispense! Look at that! Look at that spray! Min! Diyos ko, hanggang sa dulo ng walang hanggang napatay pa!
One enemy remaining.
Hindi naman siya yung target. Nakuha pa rin.
Ginawang isaw! Ginawang zigzags, pare!
Isaw. Good for the timeout here for RRQ. Yung tipong hindi naman niya ina-expect na pati siya mapapatay niya doon sa pinakadulo nga ng backside dito here in B. Match point na for Team Secret. So what are they going to do next? Dalawa na lang din ang ultimate or na kailangan nating abangan dito for Jeremy. And ulti na naman dito pagpasok ng site. Makakuha lang siya ng pick-off dito and anyone defending and holding on to members from Team Secret. But still, they have the resurrection. May gamit pa rin naman dito si Draxi. Tingnan natin pa rin ang hirap pa rin sabihin ko paano nila mapipigilan nito. Lalo na nagpa-pop off na kasi dito. Every time, napapasok na rin dito si Jeremy. Every time na may makuha silang mga pick-off dito at mga info with Dispenser, with Jeremy's Prowler. And tingnan natin ngayon kung ma-hold ba dito ng dalawang magpupush to and Ame from the defender side.
Tony pa.
Tony na ito.
Si kaibigan Tony nalabas na. Pero, Chicho Dog all the way from heaven. Huwag na spot 1. Pero ito na naman Borkum and Rabbit. Magkakitaan sila dito. Pero Diyos ko po, sino ang lalabas? Uy! Narinig na Borkum yun. Meron tumalon dito sa may mail. Pero all they need to do is wait. Dalawang players na ngayon from Team Secret na nakapasok ngayon dito sa may heaven. Pero in terms of RRQ, waiting patiently, pwede mag-swing dito. Pero nga lang dapat sa nakaunang kill dito. Kelly S with that spray. Pero just go all the way from up top. Next we're gonna get two. Just about to another one right now. Kelly S still alive in this game. Not even longer because Dispenser is gonna shut you down. Pero ito na ngayon ng Petchay ni Sky. Hinahabol yung mga players ngayon ng Team Secret. 2v3 onto this team. Disco pa Paranoia onto 2. Rabbit all the way downtown. Catches all the heads of these players. 12 to 10. RRQ really want to push it on overtime.
Hindi pa daw tapos ang laban. Survivability is just the key. Tatlo ang nabuhay sa kanila. Free upgrades for them. What just happened over there is that they showed the stopper just created some time for to get it okay. At nagkaroon tayo dito ng pagdadali and wrong angle to hold from Team Secret. Dalawa na lang sila natitira doon, yes, pero I think it was also doable kung hindi lang sila na-hit ng paranoia dito. 12 to 10, still good enough for RRQ to have that runabout laban dito sa Team Secret. But now, They have a lot to think about. There's the slow timing na lang din talaga at hindi nakapasok pa dito si Dubstep at nakuha siya kaagad dito ni Tuge.
Oh. For V5 on this game. Mahaba-haba pa ang oras dito. Halos walang pera dito. Gusto pa na hadukin na ngayon dalawa. Napakadami nangyayari dito. Tamang stinger. Meta lang din talaga. Pero Borcom hindi pa isa dito. Pero nga ng dispenser. We're gonna go down. And Jeremy at least buhay pa yung isa. 2v4. Medyo mahirap to. Borcom low on HP. Napakagandang wall na ginawa ni Rabbit dito. Pero neural theft just to reveal exactly kung nasa ba yung mga players ng Team Secret. Borcom with all the smokes na meron siya. Tamang double swing lang din talaga. Pero ito yung swing. Pero Diyos ko po, bulag pati pamilya. 2v4, 45 seconds in. Nasa kanila yung spike. Are they gonna push? Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, napakaganda na position dito ni Rabbit. Ang ganda na position ni Rabbit dito. Pero yung nga lang, I think alam ko. Alam na nila kung nasan. Kasi yung position ni Rabbit, yun yung position ni dispenser kahapon. Nung nakatatlo siya.
Trade off na lang pala talaga. Ano? I'm scared. Half an armors na lang tuloy dito for Team Secret. It was half a buy na ginawa nila, kinumit nila dito para mahirapan dito ang RRQ to get in that 11-point lead. Pero wala pa rin pala silang nagawa dito. They have their full-on rifles pero magiging worth it na nga ba ito? There's the smokes already committed here in mid. Kaya naman nagkaroon na agad ng go signal dito ang RRQ to place themselves in backside and defender spawn para makareact agad sila on time. OT, possibly yes. Pero let's see kung magiging favorable pa rin ba dito for Team Secret to get inside of B side since nandito yung mga utility sila ni Nexi, there's also Draxi, so they just need to make sure na may mapapatay sila dito sa pagpasok pa lang nila Dubstep.
Pero may problema din tayo kasi in terms of utility, in terms of ultimate, we have the showstopper, we have the fade ulti, we have the neural theft. So, information game ang gagawin ngayon ng Team Secret, men. Kailangan nilang gamitin yung ultimate ni Jeremy na sobrang ganda, na sobrang ayos. Pero Diyos ko po, oh no, problema to. Isa lang ang natamaan ng ultimate ngayon ni Jeremy, mga kami. Pero that is to again, we're gonna take down 2 already. Pero ito lang ngayon pagbangon ng kapi. Jesse Mas nakaisa pa. Kennes, we're not mag-isa-isa sila pumapasok dito. Parang Valorant ka-talent ang nangyari. Pero 2v4,
30 seconds left.
Hindi na problema, isa lang din talaga yun. Diyos ko po, nakakuha yung spike. Pero Diyos ko po, namatay agad si Jesse Mas ngayon. Jeremy, 1v4. The only my remaining. OT ata tayo. Oh, Jeremy. Catches one. 14 seconds in, 12 seconds in. Kulang ang oras si Jeremy ngayon. Lexi with a big swing. And we're gonna go to overtime. RRQ finally nakatawag rin sila.
Overtime.
OT na finally for RRQ. Laban dito sa Team Secret. Ang init na ng paggamit dito ni Jeremy ng mga ultimate niya. Pero this was the first time na hindi ito na-utilize ng tama. Isa lang yung natamaan. Yes, I gotta say na ma-acknowledge natin yung fact na gandong angle yung kailangan niyang i-execute with that ultimate to get in and post sa mga nag-iintay na nga dito sa backside. Pero ang hindi nila na-realize dito is Kelly S all the way from Rams, and that is good enough to secure in that 12-12, that OT for RRQ. They were ready for the trade. Na-compromise kaagad nila yung position ng spike, nalaglag sa harapan nila mismo, and we have so much to give for RRQ. They are the ones attacking this time. So mangyayari ba ang mga nangyari mula kanina na nananalo ang Team Secret once they are defending, and this time around as they are the ones attacking? Let's see kung magiging favorable ba dito yung pag-push na ni Kelly S. Lalo na't he is very low on HP immediately from the sprays na ginawa dito ni Dispenser.
There's a lot of things that needs to be considered dito sa game na to. Team Secret 8-4 sila nung natapos ang first half. So matikas ang galawan nila dito sa dito sa defending. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po. Natuldukan si Mr. JV dito sa Heaven. Sa Heaven ba siya? Nasa ano pala siya? Nasa skins pala siya. Pero duguan yung dalawang players ngayon ng Team Secret, which is apparently Dubstep and Dispenser supporters. Kasali ka rin ba sa Dubstep Dispenser Supporters, Honey Glaze? Pwede, di ba? Why not? Pero,
30 seconds
Jeremy,
left.
mga kaibigan, nakakita siya ng isa dito. Na-mark yung isa. Pero Eddie, gonna-push or not. Pero Jeremy, Diyos ko po. Napakasakit, Kuya Eddie. Next scene, nakatawa na dito. Pero parang gusto ko, hindi alam dito. Kung saan pa siya sisilip. 5v2. Borkum and Vash, can they still do it? This is gonna be really hard, Honey Glaze. Maybe talagang RRQ. Talagang really gonna go to game number 3.
Mapa nila ito eh. Talagang kinakuha nila yung mga favorable moments sa kanila doon sa mga angles. Pero this is the corner na hindi ma-check in ni Borkum. Nakakuha siya dito ng isang siege. Rabbit is down. Yan si Basha lang ang natitira dito. Pero with that swing na gagawin na nga ng dalawa, hindi na din ito mapupunta na for Team Secret. Overtime, nakuha na ng RQ for the first one. They won finally as they are the ones stacking. 13-12, isa na lang kailangan nilang panalunan dito laban sa Team Secret, and will it be happening for them? Since nakikita natin ngayon Team Secret, naiipit sila as they are the ones stacking. Nakikita din natin na RRQ, they can still have it all pag nagde-defend na sila at naiipit nila yung momentum dito. Napipin down nila dito ang Team Secret. So let's see if this time around they can still have it for another overtime, or RRQ just close it out for a game number 3.
Parang parang first game jitters lang din talaga, Money Glaze, no? Talagang, sa first game, yes, medyo nakulang ata ng vitamins talaga sa game number 2. Talagang ganti ng alpino talaga na ginagawa ng ORQ dito. Pero, Jeremy, can start off with the Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan, pero saan ba yung mga ibang players kayo ng ORQ? They need to stop the possible push of TS. Pwede sabi Pwede sabi kasi napakadami players kayo umakit. Diyos ko po, delikado si Borkum, pero makikita na dito. Pero yun nga na si Borkum, pa rin talaga nakakita ng isa. Pero wala silang idea at all na meron pang isa doon! Trade-offs, man. It's just beautiful trade-offs na ginagawa dito ng RRQ. For V4, wala nang smoke ang Team Secret. Delicates to, delikado to. Dalawa ay lahat sila pumupunta ng B sa side ng RRQ. Grenade! Pero sa Government Nationals papunta dun sa may stairs, pero Hunt not gonna catch anyone. Meron tao dito sa may dito. Nakita na ka, pero dito na po Tony Prowler, pero talas Jeremy gonna do the job done. Heaven catches one. 4v1 on this game right now. To get he's gonna fall down. Second OT!
Switching sides.
Because why not?
Why not? The moment na pinatunog na nga ni Dubstep dito yung kanyang bumbot, it's just all in favor of them para makakuha na nga lang din ng mga pick-off dito here in B site. It was just very unfortunate na ang bilis ng mga nagiging trade-off dito all the way from Ben, and that is a good one na nagkapalitan na nga sila ng mga skills dito, so that we have the good amount of execution dito for Team Secret to mate, but this is a timeout for RRQ. Good enough for them para ma-cancel out nila dito yung pag-push through ng Team Secret for a 14-13, or makuha pa rin naman dito ng RRQ yung win advantage nila as they are the ones attacking.
Napanood ko na to Dito sa TS. Ang RRQ. Napanood ko na to Pero hindi ko lang alam kung sino mananalo.
Yun.
Oo. Pero kung ako, sila na bahala kung 2-1 or 2-0. Pero syempre kung ako RRQ, gusto ko talagang makabawi sa game number 3. Kasi ang game number 3 is Ascent. Ascent BGC, mga kaibigan. Babalik tayo ngayon sa mapa ng Pinoy.
Tagal
which is
na,
Ascent. Oo, dahil ko nang hindi rin sinabi yung yung word na mapa ng Pinoy. Kasi mahirap kasi lahat naman tayo Pinoy Can't wait for APAC. Can't wait for APAC. Pero ngayon, Team Secret trying to be really aggressive right now. Pero dito ko pa delikado ko kasi nakukuno siya. Pero next is with a huge 2K! Dubstep with another one, super low.
For you.
They need to repossession. Marami, sino i-heal ko para? Sino i-heal ko?
Siya na.
Hindi na alam. Sino ba i-heal ko pare? Si Draxi pala. Pero, Dubstep, try to reposition every corner of this game, on this map. Merong tao sa may ropes though, which is Kelly S. Medyo sneaky yung kalawang niya ng RRQ, ha? O, Diyos ko po, delikado si Vash. Men, sobrang delikado ni Vash dito. KLS, pwede siya malikuran. Feeling ko kailangan bumawi ng RRQ dito kasi ginripuan sila kanina ni Daddy Vash, eh. Ito na.
One enemy remaining.
Ang bagal ng pamababa ni Borcom. Kitang-kita na yung ginagawa mo, baby boy. And ngayon, Dubsep natamaan na liligaw na bala. 13-14 and one
Switching
more point
sides.
for RRQ and we're going to game number 3.
Smooth plays for RRQ. Pero nakita natin dito over-aggressiveness for Team Secret. Acknowledge naman yung fact na gusto nila makakuha ng mabilisan na mga pick-off. They wanted to surprise in RRQ. But a very disadvantage na dito is RRQ na ready sa kanila. Nandun yung tripwires. Nandun din si Tony Fowler. So hindi sila nakapag-push in further. They expected the worst to happen against them. At napaghadnaan nila ito. Nakakuha sila ng mga pick-off. 2 kaagad yun. And it is a big one. Explosive win for Nexi to get in 2K immediately. And now, A pa rin siguro ang magiging eksena natin dito. But this is so much for Kelly's and Nexi to use. We have here the trade-off. Trade after trade. 3 members na lang ang natitira kaagad for Team Secret. At may nakakagawa pa kaagad ng paint shells dito. Na ibato niya rin yung paint shells dito para makapag-reposition na. And it's all up to them para masundan pa nila dito si Vash all the way from Amy. Nasa kanya pa naman yung spike.
Yeah. Spike. So kaya talaga nila makabawi dito kahit paano. Medyo mahirap to for the side of a Team Secret. Talaga pupunta tayo sa game number 3. But it's not yet over till it's over. Hanggat hindi pa panalo yung isa, kayang-kaya pa. Dubsep mga kaibigan with us. So we're gonna take down by 2K. Pero nga lang, Bork with a big trade. 2v3. Winnable for the side of Team Secret right now. Pero yung nga lang, yung spike nasan ba? Diyos ko. Si Borcom lang nandito.
30 seconds left.
Pero naghahanap lang siya na pwede mapatay. Oh no, malilikuran ata na si Kelly S. Oh no, magandang posisyon ni Kelly S ngayon. Diyos ko, ang ganda ng posisyon ni Kelly S. Posisyon ito, 1v3. Vash! Mag-isa. They're gonna go here in A. Fault line mga kaibigan. We're not gonna connect to anyone. Flash. Oh, Diyos ko po, Kelly S! Anong ginagawa mo dyan, Danny Vash? We're gonna go to game number 3 here in Ascent, BGC.
Oh my, explosive wins talaga nakikita natin ngayon for RRQ to happen, to make it work, to make it all worth for them to secure in our round 28 win, 15-13, good upon overtime. Yes, it was a good start for Team Secret, pero nagkaroon tayo ng landslide and a victory for RRQ. Keles, he has been popping off. Kasama niya dito si Natuge, yung mga wise usage of utility, sama mo pa ng mga smokes and the advantage to pick them off one by one. And tingin ko nung simulang nakuha nila dito yung pinaka-crucial na round para magkaroon sila ng turning round of momentum and shifting of momentum, doon na talaga nag-pop off dito si Kelly. Doon na talaga nakakuha ng win ang RRQ at nagsunod-sunod ito. Worth it yung lahat ng mga half-buy sila laban sa Team Secret.
Yeah, and yun din talaga it's just sobrang na-outplay lang din ng RRQ yung Team Secret. Score nila is 8-4, di ba? Kumambak sila dito sa second half. Really thought the Team Secret were gonna get that, pero yun nga lang nangyari na dapat nangyari. RRQ talaga nakabawi, which is apparently sobrang ganda nun. Kailangan talaga nilang makabawi so far kasi ano sila I mean, isa sila sa medyo hot streak ngayon dito sa VCT Sinowing sa last game nila sa SBE, 2-1 yung score nila. And dito, Diyos ko po, pwede nating sabihin na pag RRQ naglalaro, matik may game number 3.
Parang Action PH lang din, no? Action PH, naalala ko din yung mga notes natin dito na once na pumasok sila dito in game number 3, they can win it out. But now we hail our MVPs in the game. Jeremy, yes, talagang hindi mo maikakaila yung mga times na magagamit niya yung mga utilities niya, yung mga times na gagawa niya i-trade off sina Dubstep after makuha yung info na kailangan nila before they before they go into the site. Tapos naman dito sina KLS, talaga nag-pop off na lang sila dito nung 11-7 scoreline na. They just have it all. They have the holes given to us by Nexi. Rabbit naman dito for the follow-ups. And now, there's the highlights kung saan naka-caught off guard na lang din mostly talaga dito ang Team Secret. At doon, nag-emphasize ang RRQ to create a lot of momentum and a lot of disadvantage. Malapapalaka lang nila yung butas dito ng Team Secret at makuha nila yung game number 3.
In terms of momentum, sobrang solid talaga yung momentum na binuo dito ng RRQ dito sa second half. I mean, there's a lot of mistakes na talaga na ginagawa ng both teams, pero syempre, dun tayo sa mas nakakapitalize nila yung mga magagandang bagay. Like what I've said, sobrang daming beses na gamit ni Faith, ni Jeremy, yung ultimate niya, which is yun talaga yung isa sa nagpapanalo sa kanila. Dumating din kasi na minsan kasi choke na rin eh.
Oh,
nag-choke na rin kasi minsan yung TS eh. It's just for which is sila kinakapitalize ng RRQ, di ba? I mean, if ever you really want to win, you really need na i-convert yung pagkakamali ng kalaban nyo para sa inyo.
Full-on statement dito na defender-sided map talaga ang split, no? It started for 8-4. Bago tayo pumasok in the second half, RRQ, naging komportable na sila nung kailangan na mismo talaga ng Team Secret na pumasok inside the site. There are times na nagmo-multi-kills nga dito sina Jeremy, pero hindi ito nagiging enough. Kelly is with those spicy headshots para makakuha ng momentum and confidence, and syempre, pagbubus na rin ng moral para makakuha ng advantage in the setup na mahihirapan na rin mostly sa pagpasok dito ang Team Secret. That is a good usage of utility dito when it comes to that ultimate given to us by Jeremy. Dagdagan mo pa ng pagpasok nila dito with those multi-kills and even have the double setup na gagawin nila sana. But ito yung pang finisher sana nila Rabbit laban sa Team Secret with our first overtime.
Yeah.
Laban dito sa Team Secret is just really good. We have game number 3 sa mapa ng Ascent.
Yeah, sa Ascent tayo uuwi at babalik sa mapa ng Pinoy, and to be honest, I have no idea who's gonna win this. It can be Team Secret, it can be RRQ. Pagalingan na lang din talaga ng strategy. Pagalingan na lang din talaga ng mga entry. Pagalingan na pag-defend. At pagalingan mag-computer honey, guys.
Hindi talaga makakailan na napakalinis ng mga plays nila, especially the fact na hindi nila pinagbigyan dito si Dubstep na magkaroon pa ng shift of momentum. But that is, again, game number 2 dito sa ating best of 3 series. Thankfully enough, makukuha natin ito for RRQ, but that is, again, our go signal para pumasok in game number 3. I'm Managli, si The Double E, kasama ko ngayon si Will. See you in the next one, and Ascent. RRQ gave such a huge comeback dito sa map ng Split, pero nakita naman natin yung pagpupursige pa rin naman ng TS para ma-comeback at para matapos ito for a 2-0. But unfortunately, we welcome you to a game number 3. I'm Honey Glaze with the Double E. Kasama ko ngayon si Vil, and let's see kung sino na nga ba ang tutuldok sa serye na ito between Team Secret and RRQ.
We're gonna see that dito sa Ascent BGC. Sabi nga nila, spike crush na lang daw sa game number 3.
Para mabilis na.
Spike crush. Pero ayun nga, nangyari na dapat nangyari, pero that is apparently game 1 goes to the other side, which is Team Secret. Ang score nila dun is 12-3. Correct me if I'm mistaken, 12-5 or 12-3, something like that. Ayun, 12-3. Pero dito naman ngayon, side ng Split. Pagbalik nila ng Japan, dun bumawi ang RRQ. Diba? So, talagang nakabawi sila doon. And the score is
15-13.
15-13.
Oo.
Diba?
15-14.
Bawal ang pork. Bawal ang beans. Medyo nakakalimutan ko na lang. Wala, si baby girl lang din kasi nasa isip ko lagi. Pero, dito sa Ascent BJC, mga kaibigan, talagang makikita ulit natin. Malay nyo, talagang bumalik na si Tito Wits, di ba? Kasi there's a lot of players out there actually looking for Wits. Kasi, ganito kasi yan. Meron mga designated, yung mga players, merong mga designated map na doon lang talaga sila maglalaro. And doon sa mapa na yun, isang agent lang ang gagamitin nila. Alam niyo ba back then? Yung isang player from Vision Strikers, parang kinuha ng isang team. Pagkatapos, parang siya yung sobrang superstar ng isang Korean team na yun. Tapos hinugot nung isang team. Pagkatapos, sa isang mapa lang siya naglalaro, which is Bind. Then Sky lang ang gamit niya. Isipin mo, huhugot ka ng isang player, ng isang superstar, dun sa isang sobrang sikat na team. Tapos paglalaroin mo lang sa isang mapa. Diba?
Parang unfortunate naman sa player na yun, no?
Hindi, pero kung ako yung player, okay lang sa akin yun, men. Dito lang ako
isang mapa lang.
Pwedeng hindi ako maglaro, diba? Pwedeng hindi ako maglaro. Okay lang yun. Pero syempre, grabe yung pressure sa akin. Kasi if ever gonna play on that map, on that game, kailangan kong manalo. Diba? Sayang naman yung bayad sa akin nila, boss. Isipin mo si Lebron, pag laruin mo lang pag home court, pag away, hindi pwede. Parang ganun yun, men. Hirap nun.
Laki mong factor nga, no? Once na ikaw lang yung pinipili nila for this kind of lineup and this map, talagang kailangan mo talaga manalo. It's a big burden. Ang laking pressure nga nun. So, tama lang din talaga na baka pwede natin makita dito si Wits and the map of Ascent. Kanina pa natin nakikita sa Jeremy. So, ngayon, baka binigay na ni Mama dito ang PC kay Jeremy kay Wits para makapasok na nga dito in this series. 1-1 na ang mga scoreline natin dito sa mga bagong pasok dyan. First map natin nakuha ng Team Secret, pero nakuha naman din ng comeback dito ang RRQ and Split. Ascent naman, it's a do or die match between our teams and it's already the fourth day of our group stages. Ang laking pressure nito for RRQ to make it happen, to make it work laban sa Team Secret. Yan, week ng group stages natin, nakikita natin din na kung sino-sino na yun ang mga nauuna na sa mga nagiging executions nila, sa mga deliverables nila pagdating sa mga pick-offs and executions to go and forward for those plays. Ang maalala ko na lang din dito is that one of the top teams in our leaderboards right now is Brand Esports. So, sino ba yung tatapat sa kanila dito? Will it be RRQ? Will it be Team Secret? Dahil Naos Esports from the other teams, from the other series, parang feeling ko hindi na sila yung katulad ng before nung last stage pa lang this year in VCTPH.
Yeah, and syempre, tulad nga na sinabi ng TS back then, I mean, sobrang laki ng ano sa kanila, sobrang laki ng pressure sa kanila kasi sobrang laki ng expectation sa kanila ng mga tao. Kasi nga galing silang champions. So pagdating nila dito nung stage 1, medyo hindi pa sila pinalad na makapasok sa playoffs. So wala sila nung APAC. Pero yun nga, nung nakita rin talaga kami nung last month, sabi sa akin ni Dubstep with conviction, sidestep! Makakas mo na kami ulit stage 2. Kasi isipin mo ano sila, nagtapat tong dalawang to nung open qualifiers, 'di ba? Open qualifiers. Pero huwag kayong mag-alala kasi if ever natalo na, nagtapat sila sa upper bracket. Nagtapat sila sa upper bracket and nalaglag yung isa, then nakapasok pa rin sila dito sa group stage. So isipin mo na kahit galing ka sa champions, na kahit ikaw yung top 1 ng buong Southeast Asia Pacific rather, pagdating dito sa stage 2, meron ka pang tsansang mawala, meron ka pang tsansang matanggal dito and hindi makapaglaro dito sa stage 2. Kasi grabe rin talaga yung pressure, lalong-lalo dito sa RRQ. Kasi if ever na hindi sila makapasok dito, stage 1 hindi sila pinalad na makapasok. Pero stage 2, bumawi sila and nakapasok sila dito. And if ever lang din talaga na yung mga ibang teams na hindi nakapasok dito, yung mga notable teams na hindi nakapasok, number 1, Nigma Galaxy. Sobrang sayang yan. Bakit? Andyan si Sisbio, andyan si Crazy Guy, andyan sila Johan and friends, sila Carl, sila nandyan sila. And if ever lang din talaga na hindi nakapasok ngayong stage, kailan? Next year na. So, hirap. Grabe yung pressure ng mga teams natin, grabe yung pressure ng mga players natin dito sa stage na to. And ngayon, na nakapasok sila dito, this is not the time rather na magpaka-easy lang tayo. No. You need to double your efforts. You need to triple your efforts. Why? Because you really want to represent our country sa VCT. Next month. After nun,
Masters.
LCQ. After nun, VIL Champions Tour.
Hindi ko yung expect yun. Pero sige. Mapanakaset na kagad dito. Babalik na tayo sa ating mga teams. It's a do or die match. Ang laking pressure nga ang nakakambala dito sa kanilang mga balikat at the very moment. Pero let's see kung compose pa rin naman sila to get in the draft. Baka may nakikita pa rin ako fade pick dito. But will it be the same one? Na kung saan nakapagbigay nga ng malaking impact pero hindi nila napanindigan. Nahirapan silang tuldukan ang game number 2 laban sa RRQ. And RRQ naging mainit sila, Vil. Doon sa mga duels sila, doon sa mga trade-offs sila, I gotta say na Kelly Estito has been doing it para maibigay pa yung survivability dito ng RRQ just to defend themselves laban dito sa Team Secret. So, without further ado, in this game 3, magiging same ba yung resulta dito nung upper bracket, or is it going to be the time for Team Secret na to prove to us wrong na wala silang ibang kryptonite dito, wala silang ibang iisipin pa kundi yung mga rounds na kaya nilang ipanalo, kundi yung mga sarili nila para sa mga objectives na gusto nilang kuhanin laban sa RRQ.
Ayoko sabihin kryptonite. Alam mo kung bakit? Gusto ko sabihin Radianite.
Yun?
Diba? Mahal na mahal ko.
Better.
Kaya mahal na mahal ko ang Valorant eh. Pag nagkapera ako, papalitan ko yung pangalan talaga. Valorant ang gagawin ko. Pero, napapansin mo, nagsama si Tony Prowler, si Tony Prowler at saka si Robocop, si Optimum Pride. Dito sa side ng RRQ. This is gonna be really interesting for their side. Kasi syempre kasama pa si Astra and the Chamber and the Silva as well. Pero dito naman sa Team Secret. Comfy picks. Really comfy picks. Sova and friends, Chamber, Astra, blah, blah, and stuff. So, ano ang magagawa nila dito? Ano ang gagawin nila para mapigilan si Fade dito sa Ascent? Ulitin ko. Back then, sinabi sa akin ng coach ng RRQ, Vil, pag nagka-Ascent, huwag ka mag-alala, bibigyan kita ng Fade. And ito na yun.
Ito na nga. It's been a while na nakapasok ulit tayo dito sa Ascent at napagbigyan pa tayo with that fade. No duelist lineup pala dito for RRQ. So let's see and hope for the best to come since I think they are the ones attacking at the very moment. And they have to make it worth it. Dahil si Wits ay nakapasok na kaagad dito sa ating lineup. No Jeremy for any fade lineups here para makontrol nila further ang RRQ. But without any kind of composure or any kind of hesitations rather for Team Secret, nakaabang na rin naman na sila to make it happen aggressively. And thumbstep kaagad dito, nakaisa na kaagad kay Nexy.
Yeah. Dito naman ngayon sa RRQ. At medyo delikado na talaga kasi nawala yung main flasher nila which is apparently si Nexy. Well, si Tuge pwede naman na mabawilan para pero yung alam Draxi mga kaibigan muntik nang mawala si Dubstep dito knowing na siya ang mag-chamber ngayon and si Witserino, ito na, nilabas na ang Jet.
Finally, it's time for Wits to make the play. We have stars pa rin naman na given dito for Draxi to make an opening here in B, pero will it be worth it enough for them? Dahil wala kagad dito si Nexy to reveal and suppress in anyone. Tama lang din yung ginawa dito ni Dubstep na isa yung na-pick off nila. At kahit sino pa man din yon, this is a good advantage. Numbers, yes, this is all in favor of them. Pero look at that heads popping off by Jessibash. Nandito naman si Natuge for the trade-off. Si Wits kaagad all the way from the smoke ay nawala din sa mapa. So this is big enough for Dubstep. Unfortunately, hindi ito naging big for him to get in those kills. Pero Draxi and Tuge is the only ones remaining here from RRQ. Pero nawala na basa dito! Si Purkum, he was still able to compose himself to get in that kill. Diyos ko po talaga, muntik pa siyang mapatay dito ni Tony.
Purkum, mga kaibigan! Tigas na mukha eh. Talaga nag-reload sa harapan ng kalaban tsaka wala siya magagawa doon. Ano yun eh? Hit or miss na yun. Take it or leave it. Kasi if ever, tipong bahala na si Abatman. Kasi if ever namamatay siya doon, at least nabawasan niya si Lumpiang Tuge.
Dalawa pa naman din sila doon eh. Suppress already committed here in A main. Parang ang gusto pa rin nila na kumuha dito ng ultimate or to make it happen for to get to have those utilities up and coming once na mag-decide na sila ditong kumuha ng site. Without further ado, wala pa rin naman nakukuha sila ditong info kung nag-push na ba dito si Dubstep at Dubstep is already waiting in garage at magiging favorable nga ba ito? May trademark siyang kasama, yes, and will it be expected? Dubstep dito makakakuha ng isang Willet Marshall and was able to rendezvous out. Makakakuha sila ng pick dito. They are revealed in by the Recon Bolt and now it's all up to Wits kung paano sila kontrahin sa pagpasok. We have your Dubstep in all the way from on. Makakakuha nga sila na kill dito at wala nang magiging palag pa ang RRQ to go in for the win to cancel them out. They were able to take in Bash. Pero 2-0 na kaagad dito for Team Secret laban sa RRQ.
Yeah, ito na naman talaga yung ginagawa dito ng RRQ na hindi talaga sila nag-duelist dito. Knowing na napakadami na naman nila initiator which is si Tuge, si Rabbit, at si Nexy. Nakita na natin to kahapon. Kalaban nilang SP kahapon ito yun. Tama ba?
Oo.
Diba? Ito yun, diba? Oo. So yun. So this could be really interesting if ever ka na ba mangyayari dito. Pero yun nga na makikita na talaga natin ngayon kung sino talaga makukuha nitong Tony Paraulo na to. Probably wala. Wala nagpo-push dito sa may A main. Pero it's just the stars na meron dito ang side ng RRQ and TS dun sa may entrance A main. Pero syempre mas mahirap na sila makapasok dito. Pero all these Sova Shockers gonna mess up with all the traps dito in the chamber. Para mas makapasok pa sila sa lahat ng side. Or makapag-flank pa rin talaga dito sa game na to. Pero bago sila pumasok dito, kailangan muna talaga mag-hunt ni Tuge. Pero yung nga ng Dubs, start off with a kill right now. Tony Paraulo siya nakikinig. Pero tawang chuk-chuk lang din talaga dito sa side ng A main. Pero nga ng Borgum gonna push in already. Recon Bolt not gonna catch anyone kasi hindi naman talaga nakapasok yung mga players dito ng RRQ. 4v4, 50 seconds in, and the clock is ticking. And they're gonna go here, probably mid to B. And for the side of Team Secret, oh, just go dispenser!
tumatak.
Easy kill onto Kelly S right now. Pero Jessie Vash dinabas na rin Ares. Pero catches one. Muntik ng pumangalawa. Pero hindi load with Kelly S though.
30 seconds left.
2v3. Wits with an operator. Mahirap to if ever ipupush mo pa. Kung ako sa inyo, wag na kayong umasim pa. If ever maging 2v2, pwede pa. Pero nakasala nito kay Borkum. Borkum needs to take down Drax. Oh, na-timing! Na-timing! Oh my God! Na-timing yan! Ni Borkum si Draxi. Okay, 2v2, winnable. Pwedeng-pwede. Recon bot onto the top. Nakita ngayon ni Rabbit ko nasa may isa. Pero yung Diyos ko, nakatama pa si Witsi. Pero yung meron tao sa may backside. Rabbit na, chup-chup lang din talaga. Meron pa silang oras. Yes, meron pa sila. Pero yung Rabbit catches one. 1v1 with a great one for Borkum again. And Astra, Borkum will gonna get that kill. And meron siyang oras para ma-defuse yung spike. And will gonna get that operator as well. Ayon operator. Nice pick, Wix. Tama, yan ang pinakamagandang operator sa lahat.
True. Grabe, hindi ko akasahan dito talaga na makakakuha pa sila ng magandang composure pag nakapasok na sila ng site. As you mentioned earlier, makapitas lang sila ng isa in a 2v3 scenario. Still doable and winnable. Ang problema dito for Kelly is he whiffed out that shot. Laban kay Wits and hindi rin naging pabor dito kay Rabbit yung pagpasok niya to counter out Borkum dahil nga na-chup-chup siya kanina na gravity well. There is the vulnerability and now there's so much utility to cancel out the aggression here from the defending team, but well, it still happened all in favor of them dahil naka one-way smoke dito ang RRQ. They are delayed, there's the hesitation, pero naka-save nga pala dito si Rabbit. Look at that flick, tinamaan dito tuhod ni the chamber, pero at least he was composed enough to get in that kill still. One member down, Kelly S is already out. Tingnan natin kung magpapatulog ba sila. And yes, indeed, Borkum dito and Wits combination para makatakas ng bahakya dito ang RRQ.
Nakita yung Siko. Nakita yung Siko, mga kaibigan. Pero mga kababawa dito yung RRQ. Pero oh, Diyos ko po, Wits! Kitang-kita sa camera! Na-picturean yung dalawa! Na-flash na! Nakadalawa pa! Tinuhog! Ginawang corndog! Ginawang isaw! Ginawang kwek-kwek! Ginawang tokneneng lahat na! Diyos ko! Ano ba? Men, na-line up! Nakulat! Wits! Galit na galit! Parang aksing nananakit! Hindi kasi kamukha niyo yung beast na aksi pag umakatake tsaka pag tinatamaan, men. Ano yun? Kahawig niyo yun eh.
Yung singgat na beast.
Oo. Men, Mystic Rush na nga. Kumikritical pa.
Ang katinon. Sim 4-0 na kaagad dahil lang dito kina Wits, dahil lang sa pag-agre dito nila Dispenser and even have here Borkum for the triple pick na ginawa nila dito here in Amin. Unfortunately dito, kina Rabbit and Nexi, they were able to secure in those recon balls to have info. Nandito pa nga yung 0 point niya, yung mga blinds, naging pabor sa kanila, pero hindi na rin pala ito magiging sapat pa. Dispenser lang din ang magiging sagot sa kanila to counter them out. And with those aggressive picks, sinaglit nila yung eco round ng RRQ. And speaking of, buy round na muli dito for RRQ. They have full-on rifles, have full armors. Tingnan natin kung magiging worth it na nga ba ito dahil nga sa pangamba. May OP na hawak dito si Wits. So, it's just a big conclusion na baka mahirapan sila ditong i-push kung hindi nila i-smoke out dito. Yung possibilities ng push dito ni Wits to get in those picks laban dito sa ating attacking side.
Ultimate of Atuge is activated already. Papuntang 8 or no? 8, tama 8. Pero kung napapansin mo, talagang medyo nahihirapan din talaga dito ang RRQ kasi kahit isa wala pa rin talaga silang bawas points dito. Wits nakaisa pa, pero that is ultimate coming in from Wits right now. Dinabas ngayon ng Classic. Let's see if mara-right click si Draxi right now. Medyo mahirap to. Tatlo ang kalaban mo, pero nga open ito sa mukha. Hindi nakatama. Pero pushing ito, 1v1 situation. Pero nga dubstep. will still gonna get that kill. One more orb for that ultimate. Pero meron naman siyang operator na pwede ibigay dito kay Wits. 5-0 already and RRQ needs to step up. Mahirap din naman talaga na mag-atake na na wala rin talagang duelist. I mean, yes, you have a lot of initiator, you have a lot of information, pero you need to go in.
One enemy remaining.
Laking bagay rin talaga dito ng fast and mobility agents, especially that Jet, especially even Raze. Pero since kulang nga sila dito sa mobility agents from RRQ, nadidelay sila ng sobra. Yes, they have info as you mentioned dito, pero ano ang magbibigay ng info dito kung hindi naman kayo makakapag-pick? Look at that blind just in time para makakuha ng pick dito si Wiz and Dispenser for the follow-up. Kahit meron ditong Gravity Well, titiisin niya and even have the shock darts already raining in forward of them at dalawa na kaagad ang natitira dito for RRQ.
Pero Draxi and Tuge, the only member remaining for the set for RRQ right now. Tuge trying to play it close. The spike is dropped. It's rafters. Hunt will not gonna reveal anyone in dubstep with a 3K 6-0. Diyos ko po. Ito ba? Sila ba? Ang pangalawang team? Makikita natin yan. Maaga pa pero sabihin yan. Pero wala eh. Men, mahirap talaga eh. Mahirap talaga makapasok kasi in terms of mobility, TS got it. They have Vash. Ay, not Vash tuloy. They have Dubstep with the Chamber, with the Rendezvous. They have Wits with the Updraft and a Dash. Actually, yung itong TS, yan eh, pang-attacking yung lineup na yan eh. Pero RRQ, mahirap talaga mag-attacking nung walang duelist pare. Pero wala, yung nangyari na dapat nangyari. Grabe naman si Dubstep, hindi na kailangan mag-crosshair. Ayun.
Kalo-kalo rin
Akala natin, hindi na labas. Pero this is gonna be the Hunter's Fury off. Grab it right now, pero sabat na sila papasok, sabat sila magpo-push. Yung nga ng Draxi, waiting patiently sa may rafter. Pero that is Qeon Dispenser! Tinamaan yun ni Tony Prowler, pero Nexi, super low on HP. Nexi, gonna push in already, pero gonna hunt! We're gonna reveal everyone! Dito sa may short, Kelly at nahuhunod rin talaga winning, pero nga na seize. Wala siya na seize dito, nagkahatian na nga ng mundo! For good! When a kill on to one, pero nga gusto po ng flash, pati yung pamilya! 2v4 under this game, Kelly has no 1 HP, Dubstep with a headhunter, Nexi with a knife, and Sova with a recon ball right now. It's all up to one with Sereno. 1v1 with a great one. 1v3 sa tatlo. With slow on HP. Napakadaming echoes dito, pare. Pero Draxi, is he gonna swing or not? Rabbit just waiting there under the corner. Pero yung nga, meron pataas sa baba, which is si Dexy. Waiting here in hell. Delikado si Wits. Maraming pwedeng mag-swing sa kanya, maraming pwedeng mag-trade, pero tamang timing lang din talaga. It's just gonna be a 6-1 or 7-0. Most likely 6-1, pero nga lang flash will connect onto one. Rapidly gonna get that kill. First win para sa Rex Regum Qeon.
Naway may pagpatuloy pa ito ng Rex Qeon dahil magkakaroon sila ng problema pag nagkaroon pa rin naman ng operator dito at hand. So Wits, this is a timeout already given for our teams para makahinga lang for a bit. Pero balikan natin yung mga sandaling kaya sanang makakuha ng pick-off ni Borkom kung hindi lang siya na-blind. Dito nilalabit, that is a good hold for him since nakomit niya na kagad dito yung Cosmic Divide. This is a good run, especially for RRQ. Na nagamit nila yung mga utilities sila. They have Nexi ready with that ulti. Sama mo pa ng Cosmic Divide dito ni Draxi. So, with that being said, dapat magkaroon sila ng tamang timing. Everything is falling on their hands. Nung mga stances na nakuha nila yung mga pick-offs dito, laban kina Dispenser and even have your Vash. Para walang info, makukuha dito yung Team Secret as they go and forward here in A main. At siguro yung timing lang talaga para ma-pick off nila dito si Dispenser ay pumabor sa kanila eh. Nag-blind si Nexi. There's also Tuge with the Hunt at hindi na nakatakas pa dito si Dispenser. On the other hand, dalawa pa rin naman ng ulti orbs na kailangan niyang buuin dito to have the to cancel out and suppress out here the attacking members. But let's still see kung makakapasok pa rin ba sila dito or they'll prove to us na kahit wala silang duelist, kakayarin pa rin naman ng RRQ.
Kayang-kaya pa rin talaga niyan. Jumbo hotdog nga, kinaya.
Again.
Si Kuya Bill, nabubuhay naman talaga. Pero, Jesse Bash, bakit nilalpas mo ang Odin mo? Pero Diyos ko po, wala siya natatamaan dito. Wits, you're in mid. Dash is charged up already. Owl drone, well gonna spot one. Pero ipuputok ba niya yung Odin niya? Proud na. Wala na siyang dash. Pero makakaisa ba? Pero Diyos ko po! Drax is gonna be down. Pero my God!
Noble siya.
Lahat na... Men! Lahat ng keys sa keyboard niya, pinindot na niya para makawala lang. The ultimate of KO right now, nilabas na rin talaga. Pero Diyos ko pa namatay na ngayon si Dex. Pero step! Gonna take down 2. Tuge! Binabuhay ngayon si Optimum Pride. 1v2 onto this game. This is gonna be a Borkum time or not. Wala silang idea kung nasa si Mukrob. Waiting patiently. Wala na siyang trademark or anything. Pwede siyang makapasok dito. Walang nakatingin sa B-main. Lahat nasa labas. Masyadong sneaky ang galawan ni kaibigan Mukrob. The clock is ticking already. Meron siyang isa pang star. Pwede nang gamitin niya para tamang chup-chup or stun. Ikaw na bahala. Pero Tuge! We're gonna get your head 4K 6-2. And the RRQ. Bumabawi finally after 6 rounds.
Layo din, 6 rounds din. Itong naiipon ng economic advantage ng Team Secret. But look at that. Sa moment na pinatay niya dito si Draxi, talagang buong barangay ay gumanti. Dubstep dito nakakuha ng 2 kill na. Pero unfortunately kasi dito nakakuha din ng kakampi si Tuge para mapuwersa nila dito yung 2 points lead. 2 rounds pa for the battle between Team Secret. Team Secret dito, hindi pa rin naman mababawasan yung kanilang economic advantage dito since they have here Wit still holding onto the operator. Half an armor pa rin kina Borkum. Let's still see kung magiging worth it nga ba ito, lalo na't ngayon ready pa rin naman na yung ultimate 10 dito ni Tuge. So, once na mag-decide sila dito in one site or once na makuha nila dito yung mga pick-off kina Wits, they can control in a site immediately para magkaroon sila ng space dito na makuha nga yung momentum na kailangan nila against Team Secret.
The momentum is here already for the side of RRQ as well. Pero Diyos ko po, ito na. Tekpos. VCT is not complete without this. Pero mabilisan lang kasi si Kuya bilang kasama nyo eh. Kung yung isa yung kasama nyo, Diyos ko po, bukas pa to. May nagsasabi.
I need blocking vision.
Jinx daw natin. Kami may kasalanan guys eh. Sorry ah.
Tanggapin na namin.
2022 na, di ba? Tapos yan pa rin sinasabi. Diyos ko po, oh my God, grow up. Pero,
I cannot use that.
Pero, here in mid, Jesse Vash will gonna catch one. Actually, hindi ko alam kung paano nakuha ni Jesse Vash yun. Pero, Jesse Vash knows it already. Recon Bolt will be activated. Ball gonna spot 2. Rendezvous out. Nexi with a flash. Kung natawag yung Jesse Vash, nasa gilid siya. Knife onto Nexi. Pwede na gamitin niya para makapasok na yung RRQ ngayon. Wala siya na-suppress kahit isa though. Got no idea at all kung nasa ba yung mga players ng Team Secret ngayon. And for the side naman ng TS dito sa may A, talaga diretso na si Borkum tsaka si Jesse Vash. Ito na yung mga players ng RRQ plus that ultimate. Oh, Jesse Vash catches 1, catches 2, pero the third one not gonna be completed because Javi will gonna take you down. 4v3, Rabbit super low. Recon Ball not gonna catch anyone. Wala rin silang masiseize dito if ever. And B side is locked already for RRQ. Inati na ang mundo. 4v3 onto the game. Rabbit catches one again. Pero just support the dubstep with a swing. What? 3v2 onto this game. Draxi with a 2K. Borkum! 1v2 Borkum! Tinoro ni Draxi.
Tatlo na lang for RRQ para makahabol at mai-equalize sila to a 6-6. Gusto ko kaagad balikan yung mga pangyayari dito pumabor for RRQ para magkaroon na ng deficit agad dito for the Eco ng Team Secret. We have the ultimate here from Fade, pero hindi pala ito magiging sapat pa para makaligtas from one waiting all the way from Market. Pero it's really huge na kahit dalawa na lang yung natira dito laban sa Team Secret, magkakaroon na sana sila ng magandang retake eh. It was a 4v2 situation. They planted in the spike, nandun yung Cosmic Divide, pero with that Cosmic Divide, they just made it all in favor of them. We have now here a following round na magiging pabor ulit ito for RRQ once they play their cards right dahil eco round lang naman din dito ang Team Secret. Ang gusto lang nila makapatay, makakuha ng mga kills para worth it yung mga binili nilang mga Sheriff and even the Frenzy here from Borcom. But still, no one is waiting here in B. It's all up to Wits this time with just the classic, and will he be able to get in that kill?
Si Eco Matos. Pero para si Utos ko po, classic lang sa kalam. Yan ang sinabi ni Manager Wits. Can grind 24/7. Jessica, spot shots onto that Marshall, pero ito na rin talaga yung nilapatid ni Spencer with an ultimate. Oh! Kelly S, pinunol niya sa Wits, pero breaks forward down kay Kelly S, pero Jessica saka isa pa. 2v1, Draxi, the only man remaining. Spencer tamang swing lang din, pero Draxi wag gonna fall down na Thrifty ng Team Secret. It's all because of the Spencer of the ultimate na ginawa niya. Hindi nakapag-react ang RRQ. Lahat sila suppress, lahat sila walang magawa.
They are so dead.
Ito na. Dubstep. Si Pastor Chamber. Do you want to pray? Let's pray. It's time. Para sa kanyang tour de force.
Teleport ready.
So, OPs na ngayon, no? For Team Secret, good holds na lang ang kailangan nilang gawin. Imagine, classic lang ang nakapagpatumba dito kay Nexi mula sa mga kamay dito ni Wits. At eto na, we have here the operator at hand for Wits. No stars kaagad dito sa mid para makontrol nila dito si Wits any further. Now, nasuppress naman dito si Wits from dashing away from the site once na makakuha siya ng pick. Pero dahan-dahan ngayon ng RRQ. They have the smokes placed in, copy, pero mukhang ang decision na gagawin dito ng dalawa is just wait out kung sino ba yung pwedeng mag-pick out sa kanya. They need the stars, they need the smokes, pero parang ito pa rin ang pwesto ng RRQ. They want to go ahead in mid area para mapigilan pa nila dito mismo yung pagbayad ng operator dito nila Wits.
This here on Jesse Bash, meron siyang nabawasan na isa. Perfect execution on that skill para at least si West naka isa pa rin dito, pero kalang dispenser with all these things para di makapasok yung RRQ dito sa may A. They need to repossession. Wala na sa tugi, wala na silang initiator na isa. Pero meron pa silang dalawa. Dami. Dami, no? Dalawa pa. Dami, man. And ito na, natuldo ka na nga ng trademark.
30 seconds left.
Yung isa, rendezvous out, pero Borcom magna-position niya. Pwede siya man-chup-chup dito sa may short.
No.
And they're gonna go here and have it on this siguro, pero dispenser, magna-position niya! Pero rapid with a big 2K! Dubstep, what? All these players are now going down to the hands of a Dubstep. 10 seconds in. Pero rapid is Borcom nagkakatamaan. Wits! Double operator setup ang ginawa ngayon ng Team Secret.
Last
and
round
they're gonna win
before
that
the
game.
switch.
They're gonna win that round 83 and last round all to the first half of this game. In terms of ultimates, walang ultimate on TS. In terms of ultimates RRQ, they have 1, 2. They have the ultimate of Draxi, pwede rin hatian ng mundo. They have the Hunter's Fear of Rabbit, so pwede sila makapasok ngayon. Pero they need to utilize the flashes of Nexi. That chick sa tabi, she's so Nexi.
Naku, na-cancel out kagad dito yung early aggressiveness ni Dubstep. There's also the hunt to try and get in one. Pero with the Thunder's Fury, mukhang madedelay pa sila further to get inside the site. Down 2 members kaagad dito ang RRQ. Dispenser ang naging trade-off. Pero low on HP na pala kaagad dito si Draxi. And to get with that pop of smoke, they can try and rotate in to A side. Pero narinig na ito ni Daddy Mo Virgo. So let's see kung makakapasok pa rin ba sila dahil si Wits na nga lang din ang nangangabang mag-antay sa kanila. Dinedivide na kaagad nila dito yung mundo. Pero they still have yung one member remaining inside of the side. Vulnerable dito ang dalawang teams natin, dalawang agents natin rather, but still it's not enough to go away from the casualty. Burgom all the way from A main, hindi nila alam kung saan nakapwesto dito si Burgom, and even Dubstep dito bumubulaga laban sa kanila. Very elimination na dito si Draxi and Jesse Bash may lalabas siyang audit dito, and 3K for Dubstep, and the fourth unfortunately, yung 4th round dito, hindi makukuha ng RRQ. It's a 9-3 na build.
Good. Grabe yung mga silipan ni JB.
Switching sides.
Ano yun?
One down.
Nowhere to run! Ang bilis ng mga pangyayari. Pero wala eh. Grabe. Hindi lang din talaga super success.
Spike one enemy remaining.
Dubstep, Diyos ko po, nag-aim labs. Dubstep with a quick 3K, 9-3. Ito na ba ang kilalang 9-3kers mga kaibigan? We're gonna see. Pero, ang ganda ng composition ng RRQ sa defending. Ito yung kinaganda. Triple initiator, 1 smoker, 1 sentinel na pwedeng maging main fragger nila. Nice one.
Nice one. I'm scared. Ano kaya magiging play nila dito? Especially, kuha ng info, Kelly S, yes, main fragger na possibly in this round para rendezvous out na lang. Tapos, follow-up na lang din dito ni Rabbit and Draxi. Kailangan niyang ma-utilize in fully yung mga stars niya. Imagine yung mga smokes na pwede niyang i-utilize dito to cover up those angles. Pero mas importante pa dito is yung mga gravity walls niyang pumapabor dito for to get and even have Kelly S to go for the picks. Utility-wise, I think meron pa rin naman dito ang RRQ to go and forward para ma-inflict nila yung curse dito of 9-3. Pero masasabi natin kasi dito si Dubstep ay nag-iinit na rin na para tapusin itong game na ito, itong series na ito with a 2-1. Nabalikan sila with the map of split, within the map of split, pero let's see now here if this is the comeback ng RRQ. As you mentioned, Vil, 3 ang initiator nila, nakakapagngamba dito laban sa Team Secret. So, will it be the time for RRQ to make it happen or will it be the time for Team Secret na ma-secure na nga itong win na ito at ma-remain sila dito in the top leaderboards laban sa RRQ?
Halftime break. Ito yung mga instances na diyan yung mga cheer squad, di ba? Malay nyo, pag nagkaroon ng kaya nagkaroon ng LAN.
Ng LAN, no?
Di ba? Sa halftime break, merong cheering squad.
Cheer squad.
Team Secret. Di ba? Sidestep, let's go. Sa RRQ meron, di ba? Pumunta si yung kumanta nung that chick sa tabi. So Nexi. And I to the mother father K.
Tiwi.
Oh, si kaibigang Nick. Muntik na, di ba? Muntik na. Buti na lang, biglang gumana ang utak ni Kuya Bill. Muntik na, men.
Most of the time pala dito, no, na-out-duel lang din ng Team Secret dito ang RRQ. 3 beses nakapag-defuse in ng spikes, so most of the time talagang na-outplay nila dito ang RRQ. Once na gusto nilang pumasok inside the site, 3 times silang consecutive na nakapagbigay ng push. But unfortunately, yun na nga, it's a 9-3. Imagine 4 rounds na lang ang pwede nilang ipanalo dito ng Team Secret at pwede na nilang ma-secure itong round na ito, itong game na ito, and we are going into the ball game finally natapos na rin yung halftime pause natin. Pero let's see kung ano ba yung magiging decisions made dito ng Team Secret. Sila ngayon yung magiging attacking. They have mobility. They have the anti-flanks. They have the opener. We have also as well yung pang-cover up and pag-clear out nila ng angles dito. No Molly
Right
ni
here.
Dispenser, and there's also Borkum. So with that being said, kailangan mag-abang dito ng RRQ kung ano yung mga utilities na gagamitin nila dito or kung kailangan ba nilang titigan pa or kailangan nilang protektahan dito ang mid.
Kaya napakasa ko sa Twitch. Pag Pinoy tricycle pick. Pwedeng saraw pick. Saraw pick para jeep. Dubstep! Bam! Hindi ito mamakilis ko po. Mahal yan, men! Headhunter yan, mahal yan. 100 yan, kada putok. 8 putok lang pwede sa headhunter, men, kasi 8 lang naman bala yan. So, kailangan
lang naman ang kalaban.
Oo, kailangan hindi mo ratratin yung pagputok ng headhunter na yan. Kasi sayang yung 100 pesos mo if ever. Pero 3v2 on this game, Diyos ko po.
Ayun.
Si Dubstep nabaril sa tagiliran, si Roxy. Pero buhay pa naman siya, no? Pero yun nga, may matatamaan ata yung yung knife hero ni KO, pero but still 2v2 onto this game. Draxi, super low, the clock is ticking. Crossfire sa Valorant, yan ang gagawin ni Wishard Dispenser ngayon. Hunt! Oh, Diyos ko po, may nakita ko. Pero that is Tuge! Super low, 2v1. Ano ang gagawin mo dito, kapatid? Medyo mahirap to. Dispenser, one tap ka rin talaga. Pero, puso ito, 1v1 situation right now, pero may oras pa, pero wins! Frenzy with a kill! Protection! Bago umaksyon!
Na lang talaga naka-frenzy siya. Pwede pa ang classic. Pero kapag ghost, siguro after getting in one tap to the head, laban dito kay Dispenser, siguro makukuha niya pa rin yung muscle memory to go and pop off the heads of Wits. 10-3 na kaagad ang scoreline natin dito. We had hopes for RRQ na makuha yung pistol round, may pagpatuloy yung momentum nila, create enough space for them to have to pin down Team Secret sa pagraragasa sa kanila dito here inside the site. Pero ngayon, since okay na yung B, here naman tayo, here in A. The blinds are already there. Kasama mo pa kaagad ng mga smokes and even have here the gravity wells. Pero immediately get in the site na lang kaagad dito ang gusto ng Team Secret at makakapag-plant na kaagad sila ng spike.
Pero maraming tao dito sa may heavy mga kaibigan na basta nga rin talaga yung fragment para syempre makakala sa solution. Pero that is with a spray and play! We're gonna take down 2. It's all up to 1. Wits nakatatlo pa! Diyos ko po! Yung score ni Wits to the moon! Grabe naman talaga si Manager. Wits can grind 24/7. Hello, Manager.
Good day, Manager.
Good day manager no? Grabe, isipin mo 24/7 mag-grind. Kapal siguro ng Icebox.
Follow up, Toge. Nasa likod niya si Wits. Finisher for a 3K. 11-3 na kaagad ang scoreline natin. Makakapag-save pa sila dito, i-bonus round. Pero bye naman dito for RRQ. Akala ko bumalandra lang din yung shock dart niya. Meron lang din palang nagisugot dito ang kabilang Raycon bolts natin. And even the shock darts pa dito of RRQ to delay them. Ito na lang din ang gusto nilang mangyari dito for TS. Wag nilang bigyan ng pagkakataon ng TS na biglang mag-rush since nananalo sila pagdating sa mid-range duels with their Spectres.
Ano ba ito sabi ni Marcus Pratless? Okay. Kailan ba? Alam mo ba, ang nguyen, ang basa dyan, nguen. 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 Parang wen, parang ganun, pero nguen. Yun ang basa dyan. Oo nga.
Taba ng ano.
Oh, hindi sa dati akong Vietnamese. Parang, alam ko kasi guys, meron akong tropang ganyan, pero that is the players of RRQ really want to stop the possible push of Team Secret right now, pero that is Dispenser. Muntik na matamaan din talaga, pero tamang heat lang pwede ko gawin dito. Yes! And Grabber gonna do the job done, gonna take down 2, pero gusto mo wako ba all the way to B! Ulag pati pamilya! Nexi with a perfect flash onto these players of Team Secret. 11-4. It's not yet over. RRQ babawi at babawi ang team na to.
Toaster is broken.
Kahit tumatalon pala si Dispenser, nakuha pa rin ni Kelly. Blind buong miyembro dito ng Team Secret bago pa nila matagpuan dito sa corner na yon si Nexi, and that is a good one, especially na kailangan niya din talaga ng alalay dito para mapigilan na nga rin ang pagpaplantang spike dito ng Team Secret. It was a good one na nakapitas ng 2-3 yata dito ang RRQ, but in the nick of the timing, nandito na tayo with the buy round na. This is true round for the duels, rifles, and the utility usage na pwede pumabor sa kanya na dito. Pero nakakagulat yung bawat lapag ng hunt dito ni Toge. Not spotting in anyone, so kailangan nilang mangamba dito sa push na magaganap na nga here in cover.
Okay, nakaisa pa dito. Pero may limitado siya, pero nga sa Pony Prowler mga kaibigan, matatamaan pa rin ata yung mga players ngayon ng Team Secret dito sa may short. Pero Toge, pero really aggressive right now. Next, nakaisa pa. Pero ang Team Secret, they have a lot of rounds to lose kasi dami yan, men. 7 rounds to lose, pero okay lang yan, winnable pa rin. Hanggat hindi pa 13 ang TS, hanggat hindi pa 13 ang RRQ, kaya pa rin yan ang mga teams natin. Winnable at shishabol. Kelly S. Kelly sa 1 count. Or Kelly, salamat. We're gonna take down 2. Pero Dispenser, mag-isa na lang din talaga. 1v3 onto this game. Meron siyang flash, meron siyang ulti, pero gagamitin ba niya? Tamang spot lang din, pero wala. Rapid catches 1! Pero Nexi, we're gonna end your life. Si Nexi, isa yan sa pinaka-solid na player dito sa Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Kasi nag-post sila nag-post ng video ang RRQ. Kita ko yung mousepad ni Nexi, yung yung tummy niya. Solid, man.
Away with you, out of range.
Always present, never absent in VCT. Full attendance. And Nexi was able to clean it out. Team Secret dito. Kapag nabigyan nila ng momentum talaga dito, ang RRQ magiging alanganin na. Nakabak sila kanina nung 8-4 ang scoreline and split, and this is a problem once na mabigay nila dito yung RRQ na kailangan na momentum. We have a TP out for Kelly S to make, and it is a good decision made dahil mahirap na ito pag pinilit niya pa ang hindi naman dapat piliin. We have Rabbit to go in with a wide swing laban dito kay Naborcom, pero we have here so with the Blade Storm.
Tricycle pick, saraw pick, mga kaibigan, jeepney pick, yung
Spike down mid.
Habal-habal pick.
Nakakamiss sumakay ng jeep
Ano?
yung mga biyaheng kainta, mga gaing Kogyo, ganyan. Rabbit! Diyos ko po! Wits! With a directly contra Blade Storm, alam naman natin na walang pera ngayon ng Team Secret. So, syempre, paggipit sa patalim ko makapit. Blade Storm. Pero, Tuge will kill on to wins right now, pero meron pa namang knife
30
dito
seconds left.
Si Nexi para syempre makakita pa rin information, pero nasan ba yung mga players dito ng Team Secret? Ito lang, nilabas ni JC Vash ang kanyang frenzy. Elder Flame Frenzy. Miski ako napapaisip, nasan ba yung gatilyo ng Elder Flame Frenzy, mga kaibigan?
Utang na loob! Ayokong i-analyze further kung ano yung structure ng frenzy.
Ano yan? Vil asking the right questions.
Yes! Casting 101.
Di ba? Saan kinakalabit ni Jesse Bash?
Kaka-VCT ko lang po. Ayoko matanggalan.
Ito na. Rabbit! Diyos ko po, sinampal na longga nung si Borko, mga kaibigan. Pero, Dispenser na kayo dito, pero nga lang Dispenser getting tagged papuntang heaven, pero nga lang si Draxi nandun pa rin talaga sa loob ng A. Pero Draxi trying to be really careful right now kasi baka masilip siya. Pero nga lang Draxi, let's see if ever makakuha siya na isa dito kasi pwede naman talaga. Pero nga lang Draxi, oh no! Pero nga lang Dispenser, that's a huge kill onto him. Pero eto na lumabas si Optimum Pride, you are shut down! Yan ang sinabi ng Dispenser! Pero binubuhay naman ni Jesse versus Dispenser para makaisa pa. Pero Dispenser now alive again. Binigyan siya ng all spark para mabuhay pa. Pero Kelly as the only man remaining, itatakbo niya yung operator niya. You are shut down.
Nakaligtas ko dito si Kelly. Tamang timing lang. Nakalundag papalayo dito. Mula sa casualty. Ang bilis nila napatumba doon. Si Dispenser. Nagulat ako na bigla na lang din nakapag-pick through dito si Draxi. Pero one member remaining and it's already a match point. They need to make it worth it na meron silang na-save na operator dito. Pero hindi pa rin pala. Hinanaw siya dito ni Dispenser all the way from defender spawn. That is the match point na. 6 pa na rounds ang habulin dito ng RRQ and this is a good one. Lalo na Team Secret dito. Talagang nag-iinit na. Napakaganda sana dito ng smoke pero feeling ko talagang halata din na pwede mag-play through smoke na lang dito yung Astra from the side of RRQ and it is very unfortunate dahil hindi nila nagamit pa dito yung kanilang utility spot to cancel out the rotate. So now, yun ang punishment sa kanila.
Natuwa sa shot sa Facebook. May kumakanta. Shoutout ka pala sa'yo.
Idol! Parang kada tawa mo, titingnan ko dapat yung comments agad para relevant din ako eh.
Omsim. Pag ako tumawa, mag-altab ka na. Ganun lang
Magkatabi
yun.
na nga sila.
CS. So, time out. Binasa ko lang. Binasa ko lang yung nakalagay. Pero, for the side of Team Secret, they only need one more win. RRQ, hindi na pwede magkamali. They need to do everything flawlessly. Clean. And good. Let's go!
Kelly S with the tour de force. Hindi siya nakakuha ng killbill.
There.
Tawa. Sa Elder Flame na yan. Miss King ngayon kasi misteryo. Misteryo na.
Nowhere to run!
Pero ito na yung jumbo hotdog na nilalabas yan. Jumbo hotdog ni Bash! Diyos ko po, wala siya natamaan dito. Pero kalad to get pushing in on dyan. Pero that is the nade na nilabas din talaga ni KO. Pero puultihan ata. Wala sila marinindig, wala sila makikita. Lahat sila nakamarka. And
You are divided!
Aalisin lang nila to. Hindi nila to isa-push. Pero the players of Team Secret are trying to really want to go here and B instead. They want to push it even further width! Oh my god, what a clean pick. Pero nga lang,
30 seconds left.
Draxi with all these pot shots through that wall. 4v4 onto this game right now. Kelly has with a 3v4 touch makikita. Pero Dubstep nice. Just ko po with a saraw pick. Napakabilis ang nangyayari dito. Pero ang Dubstep with trying to repossession, trying to find that perfect corner. Jesse Vash dito sa B-main. 2 game mo ka makikita ata. Pero Diyos ko po, tamang jumog lang din talaga. Pero meron wala ata matatamaan dito ng Recon Bot. The clock is saying already they need to use the spike. They need to find kung nasan ba yung mga players dito ng Team Secret para mabawi ko rin itong game na to. Pero nasan yung swing, nasan yung pick. Pero ito si Dispersion ng Icebox. Porco mo yung another one right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Secret wins 2-1!
Clean and explosive game nung pagpasok at pagbabalik dito ni Wits and it is really a good one. Lalo na at iba yung pagkaseryoso nila dito pagpasok in the map of Ascend. I gotta say na iba rin yung landslide and yung snub sa kanila dito ng RRQ from Split. And in Ascend, it is really a good one. Lalo na tapwesa nila yung 9-3 and no curse inflicted. 2-1 ang naging scoreline in the series and in the top of our leaderboard still ang mga titos of Manila, titos of Valorant, still Team Secret.
Except si Jeremy.
Oo nga pala.
Hindi naman yan tito eh. Atabs yan eh.
Atabs.
Bata pa yung Jeremy, alam ko 17 lang ata yan.
Ay, oh?
Oo. Magkasing age lang.
Wala ko nasa...
Hindi,
Oo
wala pa
nga
siyang,
pala.
ang alam ko wala pa siyang 20s. Magkasing age lang kami ni Jering.
Nga pala, nasabi mo rin yan nung nakaraan eh. Nakalimutan mo lang.
Sarap mong i-unfriend, alam mo yun. Pero, yeah, Team Secret. Talagang seeing on the stats right now, it's just a rabbit with that big MVP onto this game, si Vash. Sobrang solid eh, no? Kitang-kita natin yung mga ginagawa ni Vash dito. Talagang wala impact. Wala impacto eh. Pero with a Jet, at least, di ba? Sobrang naging versatile ng picks ng TS tsaka ng RRQ na rin talaga. And for the side of RRQ naman, wala eh. Sobrang hirap naman talaga na mag-attacker na wala talagang initiator. Kahapon pa nila to ginagawa. Kahapon pa. Minsan gumagana, minsan hindi. Pero nakadepende naman sa kanila kung ano yung gusto nilang gamitin eh.
Situational pa rin eh.
Yeah, situational talaga.
It was a 16-13 or rather 6-13 still in favor of TS. Nabalikan natin dito yung mga usage nga nila ng utilities. And as we've mentioned, sobrang hirap sila pumasok ng site nung sila yung naging attacking dito. Nakapakaganda ng mga trade-offs sila and syempre yung mga immediate pick-offs dito nila Wits and they were able to immobilize them out. Nakatakas sila kaagad dito and unfortunately, yun na nga ang mangyayari dito. Hindi makakapag-comeback, hindi mare-reverse sweep dito ang Team Secret. Makikinaw nila ang last game and the last map in this series. Ito yung replay natin in the map of split kung saan nabigyan nga natin ng match highlights dito ang makukunan from Team Secret nung unang half. It was an 8-4 pero nakakapag-comeback kasi dito ang RRQ. Sa mga sandaling napirikilan nila eh. Hindi nila binigyan ng pagkakataon dito ang Team Secret para umabante pa after makakuha ng ilang rounds as they are the ones attacking. Pero nung na-compose na ng RRQ yung defending side nila, doon na napigilan ng Team Secret at umabot pa sa overtime.
This is the last game of Team Secret ngayong linggo. Ang susunod nilang laban, it's gonna be May 18. For RRQ, they still have a match tomorrow. Yan, medyo lumiwanag ko yung buhay ko kasi check ako na schedule eh. Yeah, but still, I mean, really good week sa mga teams natin ngayon. Sa mga wala pang panalo, you still have 1 week para makabawi. Once again, top 6 teams will advance to the playoffs and top 3 teams will be the representative of the Philippines for the VCT APAC and bottom 2 will be eliminated. The question is, sino ba talaga ang ma-eliminate? Sino ang magpo-pursue sa ating playoffs? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your VCT PH Stage 2 Group Stage where casters on behalf of Liza Taylor and syempre thank you very much for watching and syempre meron pa naman tayong panel and syempre ang interview session para sa Team Secret player casters Villain Honeyglaze. Thank you for watching. See you again tomorrow.
out, feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then they straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me, why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. So we're still your panel. It's Likeable, Raph, and of course, Asurai. Now, it has been a wild ride and an extra wild series between Team Secret and RRQ. And, you know, as we saw it, Team Secret truly gave us a good show today, especially with their series ending in a 2-1. And as long as the games were, I personally would have loved to see more rounds between these two. More duels, more fade, more emo rolling thunder, as Asurai would call it. But Rap, on your end, would you say that this is how you expected the series to go?
Oh yeah, I totally thought that this would have been or would go in the way of Secret. Like I mentioned, right? It does seem like Secret is the type of team, or is the team that's fully realized themselves again, even after a rocky first stage. And the domination still continues. It's been, what, 3 series for them? 3 Ws, no drops whatsoever. Meanwhile, on the side of RQ, it was exactly the story that we eventually started reading. They had their ups, they had their downs, and just couldn't find that stable level. My question is it because it's a product of 2 very different teams stylistically meeting in one? Because you know DR, very cerebral, loves to run the clock down, and then you get Flash and 2GE from Zeal, who are fairly acclimated to that super aggressive WP style, very mechanical leaning style.
Asarai, on your end, you are the founder of the term emo rolling thunder. And how did you like how the Fade plays went down today?
It feels like Jeremy had a private tutor that says you gotta make sure that you know all the lineups or at least the timing on the Fade. It's gonna be very close to stage 2. It's a very usable agent. It has a lot of utilities, lots of options it gives you, and you really just do get to see how well utilized he's really come into his own, especially with that Fade. So I'm really excited and very happy that he's able to just be that more, what's the word here, full for the team, not only just that, you know, race player that we've known before previously.
I get that. And speaking of emo rolling thunder, let's see our not so emo boy over here, Dubstep, once again with the MVP. I can hear him I can hear him laughing in my head as I commented that. But again, let's look at the numbers. Asarai, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, again, I mentioned a while ago how very back to form Dubstep really has been compared to what happened during stage 1, where it was looking a little bit shaky. That time in between that Team Secret had to just reform themselves, boot camp aside and everything, it really seems that he's gotten back into the headspace of just being that jet, being that, I think, one of the star players of Team Secret that we've all come to know and love. And it really does goes to show he's not as frenetic as he once was before in a bad way. It's very much better now. He's taking into account everything as well as the synergy with his teammates when they're near him. And that really is, I think, the bread and butter of Team Secret. It's very complicated, but it works. And when that happens, not a lot of teams can really match up to it.
Ooh, well, we've seen that over and over again. It's been true. It's been tried and tested. But Raph, before we go on to our interview segment, I know you have a thing or two that you want to say about Dubstep, so I'm giving you the chance to do so.
Well, I mean, we talked about how, again, the return to form. I don't know why Asarai is laughing at me, honestly. It's not like Dubstep is in the same room as us, so I have to be careful. I'm kidding. But again, I'm early on this, but I guess the biggest thing was the satchel jumps that I honestly thought were a little disjointed from the whole roster. But then you look at the series as a whole, right? You can't really isolate that one map, rocking at 2.3 KD and still impactful no matter what. And my personal favorite moment from Ascent with just the Ferrari peak of a lifetime, just swings out of tree. What's up?
What's up? What's up? That is the question that I am going to be asking our special guest for tonight. So I'm going to have to toss these panelists on the side. It's going to be just me and our very special guest for tonight, none other than Team Secret's Dubstep. Okay, Dubstep,
Hello.
the last interview. Hello, welcome. The last time you were here, everybody thought that, wow, Dubstep is so wholesome. But I'm hoping that we get to know, the true side of Dubstep, which I believe isn't as kind on camera. Anyway, congratulations on the series win. I just have to ask, going into this series with RRQ, was your intention just getting revenge? Was that what this is all about?
I mean, getting revenge is one thing, but I do believe that getting a flawless run in the group stage would help the team not only on paper but also mentally, because we need the confidence going through the VCTPH, because there's also one more tournament, which is the VCT APAC, right? So we're collecting our confidence in this tournament, and we're trying our best not to really fall off on these group stage matches.
Ooh, I see a peeping dispenser on the side. What's up, dispenser? Now, for my next question, I can't phrase this in any other way, and I just have to know. You guys are too good, especially at this stage. What is the secret of Team Secret?
I really don't know if I can answer that question, but it is indeed a secret.
I love it. I love that answer. Okay, we've watched your series, or at least multiple of your games, long enough to know that you guys are a team that's filled with overtimes in this season, in this stage rather. And I just need to know, how do you keep up that endurance? How are you guys not tired? You're still here. We're doing an interview and you still seem pretty energetic.
I guess the practice that we have been doing lately, we have been not slacking off. We were making full use of the boot camp. Everything is like right on schedule. We're trying our best to utilize everything in this area. We're not like sitting around relaxing, having fun. We're trying our best like to not to only train our strategies but also our endurance. So yeah.
Oh, so that is the secret. It's as we go along through these interviews, you come to realize how these players really strive for that balance, so that it just doesn't apply to the games that they play, but all around. That's a really nice thing to hear from Dubstep. But again, that was already expected, given that his previous interview with Nika Fabs was very wholesome. Now, Dubstep, Dubstep, I'm gonna give you the chance to get your shout outs out. I apologize in advance because I did tease you earlier for being maidenless, and I'm gonna point it out now again. So this is your chance to give some shout outs. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna hear a female. I'm sorry, Dubstep. We're friends. We're friends.
I mean, that's the secret of my focus. I just focus on myself, and I don't really mind all of the other things that happens beside me. Like everything is centered to me. I'm self-centered right now. I'm keeping my head up. I'm keeping everything like simple. Also, shout out to everyone, especially. By the way, today is my mom's birthday, and she's right here. We're going to celebrate her birthday after this interview. So shout out to her as well. Also, my brother is here. To my teammates, yeah, that's my mom. And thank you so much for everyone who is supporting us and who are still our Team Secret believers out there. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's so cute. Happy birthday. Mommy Dubstep, I'm so sorry for teasing your son. I do hope that he gets that girlfriend buff in time. Thank you so much once
Thank
again,
you.
Dubstep. This has been a fun interview, and enjoy your evening with your family.
Bye.
I feel like I'm beginning to look like a villain. I called Fluffy out on this, and I called Dubstep too. But like, it's my first day, and it's gonna be the last time that I get to do this. But yeah,
Let me
what
just-
are
Okay, I don't think you called out Dubstep. I think you actually tried to verbally attack the man. Dubstep is an amazing player. Come on, slow down. Relax.
I mean, it's a give when you think about it. He doesn't even have the girlfriend buff yet. So, and he's already that good of a player. What more? This is a call to action to the females.
Yeah. Okay, two things first. If he's the same as me and is a mother's boy, it will be a very, very hard, arduous task to probably be one of not one of but the partner to Dubstep. So that's something. Also, Dubstep's talked about how he focused on himself. So guys, don't be too afraid to focus on yourself and just do you. You got this, King.
Yes. Yeah, you got this, King who beat the King of Kings. Anyway, let's take a look at the standings that we have. It's been a wild ride throughout this stage too, so I'm excited to see how our scoreboard is looking.
Y'all are mean.
I'm sorry, but I'm also kind of not. Raph, take a look at the scoreboard. That whopping 3-0 at the top of the board. What are your thoughts for the rest of it?
I think you're mean. But again, on the standings, Team Secret going flawless, as potentially expected. Them taking the crown just seems so fitting. Bren has looked fantastic following them actually. The Bren multiverse looks very, very strong. Meanwhile, our previous how would I put this? Overachievers at our previous stage. Now Esports not having the greatest of runs, Asarai.
Yeah, not the hottest of runs right now. They still have a few more matches to go for. They still have a match to go for tomorrow. And that is going to be, I think, the nail biter. Because obviously, if they don't, they're going to be a 0-4. Which very much puts them as the team that will get knocked off. Because again, we're only going to be looking at the top 6. This is very much the make or break for Naos. That being said, the other team that I'm very much afraid to see be knocked off as well is Southfield Esports. They look so good at the very start, and then they just kind of fizzled out come day 2 onwards.
Actually, now that we talk about the teams again, I kind of want to add to Alpha because, dude, AE Pro has been doing so well. I love that their new approach to the game is to channel those shotguns and grenades into sniper rifles. Very, very precise now. They're a lot of us were kind of doubting how are they going to fare, but with the addition of more support staff and much more careful approach to the game while retaining that all-star power has been such a treat to watch. And like I said, guys, every person when they see the schedule, they're probably gonna ask, when is Qeon gonna play? When is Qeon gonna play?
There you go. This is the answer. Tomorrow is going to be another game for Alpha Esports Pro for all of the fanatics out there. There we go. We've got Oasis Gaming versus Naos for the first game. Bren Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. And then Action PH versus RRQ. Asarai, any match that is that your eyes are getting attracted to right now?
Well, my eyes are always attracted to something, but
okay.
I mean, in terms of Valorant, all right, especially the skins.
bet.
Skins are pretty nice. But
looking for duos, that's right. I'm kidding. Go
All right,
ahead.
there's two specific matches that come into my mind, but all of them are really good. It has to be the Oasis versus Naos one because I already said my thoughts about how Naos really needs this match already, and up against an Oasis team that we saw just obliterate basically all of their matchups. This would be the hardest match that Naos has to go about this because you could just imagine what they're feeling right now. 0-3, they're up against such a big team like Oasis, and then the other team that I am very much looking forward to has got to be Qeon PH versus RRQ. RRQ is shown to be a very dual heavy team, and Qeon PH again is in the same realm of that. So there's going to be a lot of questions. There's maybe Kelly S can match up against Georgie, Nexi versus maybe Emon or something like that. So it really is going to be a star power match again tomorrow between these two teams in the third match.
Raf, since Asarai was already able to touch up on 2 out of the 3 games tomorrow, what are your thoughts about the Bren match tomorrow?
Well, Bren has been absolutely fantastic, and I've already said my thoughts about the Bren multiverse. A lot of it's going to be hinging on the consistency that they have to find for themselves, because we talked about how perilous it is when we see them fall. The tilt factor is a little on the higher side, but mainly because they're young. But when they strut, when they prove a point tomorrow and all their matches moving forward, maybe we see yet again another step in the right way for them.
That is something that we'll have to wait and see. I am personally looking forward to that match. All of the matches, of course, but everything has been really intense today. And I agree with Asarai that tomorrow, Naos Esports is going to fight for their lives. So we'll have to really look out for that game. But again, folks, this has been the third series of the day. And that is where we start wrapping up the show. We'd like to thank everybody who continued to watch and support a VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers, and of course the teams that brought the battle out today. Asarai, Raf, thank you so much for joining me in the battle. This has been Likeable. Good night. Oh, of course. I kind of missed out on that one. I'm sorry. We still have to thank, of course, that all of the people who made this possible, especially our sponsors. We would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports in the esports league in the country, together with Riot Games, for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yeah, we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home, Fiber Strong, Family Strong. With the new G Fiber Only 2099 ng Globe at Home, game at the speeds of up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
Amazing. Don't forget, guys, VCT 2022 is brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new TUF F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor, to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the TUF F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD, 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX switch and a powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the TUF F15.
There you have it, folks. I got a little bit excited earlier, but for real, we are going to be closing the show. This has been Likeable, Asarai, and Raph serving you guys the stories. Good night.
Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Load. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on side, but face. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on